Chapter 841 Ivan the Terrible. Musket against chained horses. The chain of iron horse phalanx stepped through Muguying's infantry phalanx A, wherever they went. The corpses on the ground were trampled by iron hooves. Muguying's infantry square formation was unable to withstand the chain of iron horses coming one after another like a city wall. A chain of iron horses with almost no gaps. The Xia army's middle square formation was forced to retreat 100 meters. Fan Lihua plans to lead the Shiliang Iron Cavalry to attack the chain of iron horses. Let's join forces together. Muguying retreated to Fan Lihua's location and joined forces with Fan Lihua. The two powerful female generals also used a long spear, pointing forward, sweeping across the chain of iron horses attacking from the opposite side. Their defense is higher than we imagined. Muguying discovered that even if Murong's armored cavalry was stabbed to death, the horses connected by iron ropes would not stop moving forward. Concentrate your attacks. Fan Lihua shot her gun into the chain of horses. There were armored cavalry everywhere, and the high-level heavy cavalry that formed the city wall continued to attack, like black waves lapping against the rocks. The two heroines located in the chain of horse squares are in great danger. Any general would appear vulnerable in front of this group of cavalry that was difficult to cut through. Watch the flanks. Just when Muguying was about to join forces with Fan Lihua, Zhu Ning, the most powerful general under Qingzu of the Ming dynasty, commanded the cavalry, attacked the Shiliang cavalry, and covered the chain of cavalry from the flanks. Zhu Ning held a spear and killed dozens of Shiliang cavalry alone. Xia Jun wanted to break through the chain of iron horse phalanx, and the two cavalry generals Zhu Ning and Li Wenzhong covered the chain of iron horses to advance in a wall shape. Zhu Ning and Li Wenzhong's cavalry are not weak, but equally strong. The impact of the Liaodong cavalry is really too powerful. Fan Lihua saw that Mingguan pressed almost all the cavalry to fight Chu Tian, and concentrated the elite cavalry on the front to break through. Such a generous move put the Xia army's generals under tremendous pressure. Compared with Chu Tian, who had spared his resources as a fallback, Mingguan almost staked all his family wealth. When Muguying and Fan Lihua were tired of dealing with the Ming army's cavalry assault, a group of 2,000 reinforcements arrived. The tall, bearded soldiers joined the Shinji battalion. The appearance of this infantry is not the same as that of the Eastern Army, but a unit from the Western continent. If it were just a military unit from the Western continent, it wouldn't surprise the Xia army soldiers. The real surprise is that this infantry is equipped with matchlocks and long axes. The armor-breaking effects of these two weapons are quite amazing. When this elite army from the Tsarist Empire merged with the Shinji battalion, the number of infantry equipped with firearms grew. Array up! A Muscovite general drew his sword, his beard trembling. About 2,000 infantrymen quickly formed a phalanx with a mixture of muskets and tomahawks. The Shinji battalion, which originally suffered losses, was supplemented by Tsarist Russian musketeers, and its number rose again to 5,000. Not just matchlocks. This group of tall Tsarist Russian soldiers also has the ability to use long axes in close combat. A series of iron horses broke through the formation and were about to trample the Shinji camp, and the ground was shaking. What faced the chain of iron horse phalanx was the musket phalanx formed by the Russian reinforcements outside the Shinji camp, the most awe-inspiring wall-type heavy cavalry charge in the cold weapon era, and the relatively primitive musket line phalanx, fought to the death in an unexpected form in the Battle of Western Liaoning. Murongku also didn't expect that there would be another firearms corps besides the Shinji battalion, which could completely make up for the loss of the Shinji battalion, as well as its hand-to-hand combat capabilities. The Shinji battalion reorganized its defense line and aimed empty matchlock guns at the oncoming chain of iron horses. Murongku's heart sank. The armored cavalry's defensive power is astonishing, but it does not mean that it cannot be broken. Among the few firearms arms in various civilizations, it has one of the best armor-breaking effects. Attack forward! Don't retreat! The Shinji battalion participated in many battles, and Murongku knew how powerful the Shinji battalion was. Even without any general bonuses, the power of the firearms arms is amazing. But as long as they are faced with a series of iron horses and trampled by the hoofs of war horses, the Shinji battalion will not be afraid at all. A series of iron horse cavalry clamped the belly of the horse, urging the horse to gallop, and the ground shook again. Fan Lihua and Muguying fought in the front, buying time for the two firearms corps to form their formation. Princess Li Xiaoning of Pingyang led the women's army to quickly support the Shinji battalion. From a high place, Chu Tian saw that the reinforcements sent by Catherine were neat and orderly, and they were obviously a special force. Only special firearms arms can be equipped with matchlock guns. This is the shooting army established by Ivan the Terrible. It has a lifelong and hereditary system. It has hundreds and 10-man teams. It is mainly used to deal with the various khanates left over from the Mongol Empire at that time, as well as to deal with the Swedes and Poles. Ivan the Terrible. Chu Tian knew that this man, the hero of Moscow in the 16th century and the first real Tsar in history, had completely freed the Russians from the threat of the Mongols. The relationship between Rus and Mongolia was complex. The Rus principalities once surrendered to the Golden Horde Khanate established by the Mongolian Batu. At that time, the Mongol Empire plus the four major khanates ruled a territory of 24 million square kilometers, destroying the Jin Kingdom, Xixia, Song Dynasty, Khwarezm. The Arab Empire captured Moscow and defeated Hungary, which was unparalleled in the limelight. Later, the Grand Duke of Moscow, Dmitry of the Don River, once defeated the 200,000-strong army of the Golden Horde and provoked the rule of the Mongols for the first time. Later, Ivan the Terrible defeated the Crimean Khanate and turned the Grand Duchy of Moscow into the Tsarist Russian Empire. Only then did the Tsarist Russian civilization become more powerful. He defeated the Kazan Khanate and the Astrakhan Khanate in the east and forced the Siberian Khanate to surrender. The Cossack leader Yermak explored Siberia and expanded the territory of the Tsarist Empire infinitely to the east. This was also the work of Ivan the Terrible. Instruction. The shooting army. The elite troops that fought for Ivan the Terrible used matchlock guns, long axes, and sabers. What is more interesting is that Ivan the Terrible's mother is a descendant of the Golden Horde. In other words, Ivan the Terrible has some Mongolian blood in his body. Wait a minute. Is it possible that the general commanding the shooting army is Ivan the Terrible himself? Chu Tian saw that the shooting army was not commanded by Yekaterina, and the military formation was equally neat. He knew that the general of the shooting army was probably a famous general. It is said that Ivan the Terrible ruled brutally and killed more than 4,000 nobles in 7 years. If Catherine recruited Ivan the Terrible, the Russian Empire would probably be in chaos. After all, Ivan the Terrible is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Yekaterina rolled her eyes. I am the Tsar. How can I recruit other Tsarists? The commander of the shooting army was Grand Duke Vorotensky during the period of Ivan the Terrible. The Battle of Melody was fought by 25,000 Tsarist Russian soldiers, defeated 60,000 Crimean Tatar cavalry. Indeed, Chu Tian couldn't help but nod. The heroes that can be recruited in Lord are characters from the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period to the late Ming and early Qing dynasty, which means that Ivan the Terrible may appear. But it's only possible. NPC monarchs such as Ivan the Terrible, Mai Meidi II, Li Shimin, and Lu Xiu who were not from the local period generally only exist in dungeons. After all, in the Tsarist Empire, the more legendary Peter the Great was a hero in the early Qing dynasty. If these figures could be recruited, it would be incredible. Bang! Dense arquebuses sounded. Wide light flashed, and gunpowder smoke filled the air. Bang! After the arquebusiers in the first row fired, the arquebusiers in the second row immediately took over from the arquebusiers in the first row and took turns firing. The matchlock gun has a shocking effect and a powerful lethality. The front row of mounted cavalry was penetrated by matchlock guns, and hundreds of high-level heavy cavalry were killed. The originally devastating chain of Iron Horse phalanxes was crushed by the wall-like advance. The defensive power that the Lilian Iron Horse was proud of was useless in front of the Shinji Battalion and the Tsarist Russian shooting army. The war horses seemed to be frightened by the intensive sound of musketry, and the chain of Iron Horse phalanxes became chaotic. The horses shot by the matchlocks became a burden on their companions because of the iron ropes, which affected the advancement of the entire Iron Horse phalanx. The Shinji Battalion and the shooting army joined forces, and the sound of muskets also frightened all the generals of the Ming army. Outside of Ming One's plan, another legion equipped with firearms appeared, and it was a firearms arm from other civilized areas. The white gunpowder smoke obscured the backbone of the Xiao army. From time to time, crossbow arrows shot out from the gunpowder smoke, and the smoke along the way was stirred by the crossbow arrows. Muronka serial iron horses fired several rounds from the opposite side, killing hundreds of people. The continuous Iron Horse phalanx is still advancing, and they have no choice but to continue to advance. The chain of iron ropes means they lack mobility. They can only move forward and cannot retreat. Once the chain horse fails to break the formation, there is a great possibility that their entire army will be annihilated. It is precisely for this reason that the chain Iron Horse phalanx will fight to the death. The chain of Iron Horse phalanx approached the Shinji Battalion and the shooting army at a heavy cost. Li Xiaoning's detachment of women replaced the armor of the heavy infantry and held long spears to form a defense line, blocking the front of the two long-range firearms units of the Shinji Battalion and the shooting army. The chain of Iron Horse phalanx collided with the detachment of women. The detachment of women was teetering on the edge. They clenched their infantry rifles with both hands and tried their best to prevent the chain of Iron Horse phalanx from continuing to advance. In the rear, thousands of matchlock guns from the Shinji Battalion and the shooting army were still firing continuously, causing huge casualties to the chain Iron Horses. Xia Jun's intention is also very obvious. He wants to completely annihilate this heavy cavalry that poses a threat to Xia Jun. The serial Iron Horse cavalry realized that their horses were frightened, so they urged the horses to break the formation faster. Li Xiaoning pulled out the Tang Dao, and the slashing damage to the armored cavalry was insufficient. Therefore, Li Xiaoning could only rely on the Tang Dao's thrust to pierce the armor, and blood came out when he pulled it out. The detachment of women also paid a heavy price in order to block the chain of Iron Horse phalanxes. Rows of muskets fired, armored horses, and more than 1,000 people were killed. Equipped with heavy iron armor and expensive to build, the chain horses were like grass and grass, almost the same as low-level cavalry. My hunch is indeed correct. Is it possible that this time, my chain of Iron Horses will be completely wiped out? Muronka could already foresee the consequences of the chain of Iron Horse phalanxes continuing to attack the detachment of women. The detachment of women suffered heavy casualties. The serial Iron Horses were fired upon by 2 firearms corps, and the end would only be worse. However, the chain of Iron Horses has no retreat, and there is no possibility of changing direction. The serial horse phalanx that shocked the battlefield in western Liaoning for a while finally fell to the guns of the Shinji Battalion and the shooting army. My lord, the serial Iron Horse attack on the Xia army has been frustrated. Do you want to launch a second batch of offensives? Yao Guangxu had noticed that Muronka's Lian Ma was defeated by the Shinji Battalion and the shooting army, so he asked Mingguan for instructions whether to continue attacking the Xia army. The chain horse was only the first batch of offensives set by Mingguan, and there were 2 more batches of offensives to follow. Mingguan's expression was a bit gloomy. He needed to make a decision whether to continue the attack or give up attacking the Xia army and withdraw to Liaodong. We have no way to retreat. The Xia army's reinforcements have exceeded our expectations. But it does not mean that we cannot defeat the Xia army. Continue to attack the Xia army and forcefully break the formation. Although Mingguan intervened in the war because of the shooting army, it had no intention of giving up the attack. It is different from Lao Qin's conservative approach of abandoning Halua and retreating to Guangzhou. Mingguan will not abandon western Liaoning and retreat to Liaodong. This is not his style. At the same time, it is simply difficult for Liaodong to rise. Now that you have made a desperate move, you must fight until the last soldier is left. Otherwise, the power will only become weaker and weaker. Although Muronka's chain of Iron Horse phalanx was defeated, Xu Nung and Li Wenzhong's cavalry on the left and right wings were not defeated. All officers and men obey orders. Chang Yuchen served as the cavalry commander of the second offensive. Muronka's chain of Iron Horse phalanx was a bit tragic, with no return. In the thick smoke, one after another fell down, and the corpses of horses and cavalry piled up all over the battlefield. The chain of Iron Horses on the front were killed in large numbers. But Zhu Ning still stood in the battle with his gun and fought with Fan Lihua and Mu Guiying. Zhu Ning's strength was not small, and the cavalry suddenly charged forward, causing Fan Lihua and Mu Guiying to fall into a bitter battle. Zhu Ning was the most powerful general under Zhu Di, Qingzu of the Ming dynasty. Only a few dozen cavalrymen dared to attack tens of thousands of cavalrymen on the opposite side. The chain of Iron Horses was almost completely wiped out, and Chang Yuchen's cavalry followed one after another. The rest can only be left to you. Muronka fought with all his 5,000 Iron Horses, severely inflicted heavy losses on the human army and the detachment of women, and was almost completely wiped out by the firearms arm. Chang Yuchen held the tiger-headed golden gun in his right hand. Behind him, Mingguan handed over 80,000 cavalry to Chang Yuchen to serve as the second batch of main attacking troops. We are running out of black powder. The general of the shooting corps, Grand Duke Vorotensky, reported the unfavorable news. Xu Tian could only continue to join the army. Dian Wei, you command the Tiger Guards. Taisher Ci leads the Chieshua army, and 30,000 low-level cavalry. Come forward to fight. Harold, you lead the Varangian Guards and join forces with Dian Wei to win this battle. Ekaterina considered that the next cavalry offensive at Mingguan would be more fierce, and believed that it was time to throw the Varangian Guard into the battle. When the time comes, Don't hold me back. Dian Wei's tiger body trembled. Not to be outdone in front of Harold. The Tiger Guard and the Varangian Guard both number 500 people and are heavy armored infantry. The two fierce generals joined forces, totaling 1,000 men. Taisher Si's cowardly Shui army had 2,500 horses, plus 30,000 low-level cavalry. More than half of the women's army, Hubert army, and women's army were lost. The Shinji battalion consumed an astonishing amount of black powder and lead bullets in the previous Yuo battle and the current Liaoshi battle. Other troops and horses may need to be invested. Chutian soldiers and horses also include a small number of elites, such as King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table, Joan of Arc's Protectorate Army, and the 5 schools of the Northern Army. Catherine also had Boyar cavalry and Polish hussars. Cao Cao was restrained by Murong Ba. Monk Wan Yinshin was attacking the Ming army's artillery positions. Zhou Yafu fought fiercely with Duan Xianmei and Xianmei Three Kings. Wei Qing's army and Su Rong's army fought against Su Da's army. Yuan Xianbei and Goguryeo General Ulji Mund. Chapter 842 Chang Yuchen takes action. At the red artillery position set up by the Ming army, the 8 banners of the Han army commanded by Hong Chung Cho and Kong Yid fired at Monk Wan Yinshin. The shot, LS exploded among the Zhongxia army, and more than a dozen broken iron pieces flew. The broken iron pieces were used to kill and injure the Zhongxia army cavalry. Monk Wan Yinshin looked like a man who was desperate for his life, leading the cavalry of the Zhongxia army to kill one of the 8 banners of the Han army. Artillery roared. Firearms and cold weapons were mixed. A shotgun landed less than 10 meters away from Monk Wan Yinshin, and a piece of flying iron fell into Monk Wan Yinshin's horse, killing it. The war horse died suddenly, due to inertia. Monk Wan Yinshin was thrown off the war horse and fell heavily to the ground. The red cannon was a heavy blow to the morale of the Zhongxia army, especially after entering a distance of 200 meters. The red cannon was replaced with shotgun SH/LS. Compared with solid bullets, the shock and lethality were more terrifying. Ah! Among the tigers and leopards riding, General Xiahou Dun covered his left eye. His right hand twitched due to the sudden severe pain, and blood flowed from his fingers. The thief will die! Murong Lin shot Xiahou Dun in the left eye with a cold arrow, turning Xiahou Dun into a one-eyed dragon. Brother! When Xiahou Yuan saw that Xiahou Dun was attacked by an enemy general, he was furious. He opened his bow and shot an arrow, but Murong Lin dodged it and hit a Xianbei cavalryman. The latter rolled off his horse and was trampled into a pulp by the Longcheng cavalry in the melee. Don't draw arrows! Cao Cao had a close relationship with Xiahou Dun. After seeing that Xiahou Dun was injured, he wanted to pull out the iron arrow and eyeball directly, so he stopped Xiahou Dun. In fact, without a doctor, pulling out the arrow after being hit may lead to death from excessive blood loss. The brutality of the battle in western Liaoning has exceeded the imagination of the 2 princes. Cao Chun and Cao Xiu suffered dozens of serious injuries, and were already seriously injured. Xiahou Dun was almost killed in battle because of an arrow in his left eye. Even Cao Cao's armor had a broken arrow shaft. Murong Ba's Dragon City cavalry was not optimistic either. At least 1,000 of the elite Dragon City cavalry were killed. 2,000 to 3,000 were injured, and some of the injured Dragon City cavalry lost their combat effectiveness. Well done! Murong Ba's eyes were red, and he fought wildly. When he saw that his surviving son Murong Lin shot Xiahou Dun with a hidden arrow, causing the tiger and leopard cavalry to lose a good general, he not only did not blame him, but praised him. Soldiers who deception also. As enemies, we must try our best to destroy each other. Murong Ba's cloak was scarred and torn by swords and crossbows, and there were also knife marks on his armor. On the vast battlefield, Flying General Li Guang once again fought against Duan Xianbei. Duan Xianbei hated Li Guang deeply, so he tried every means to kill Li Guang in this battle. Li Guang, on the other hand, regarded the annihilation of the Duan Xianbei tribe as an opportunity to become a marquis. Zhou Yafu Shiliu camp was depleted in the previous Yuo war. The recruitment of new soldiers reduced the combat effectiveness of Shiliu camp, and it suffered some losses in the battle with Duan Xianbei. Zhou Yafu is responsible for defense and command, while Li Guang is responsible for offense. The 2 people have cooperated for more than 10 years, so the 2 people cooperated tacitly to suppress the Duan family, Xianbei, and the Wuhuan Three Kings. Tanan is here to fight! Li Guang galloped among the rebellious army, chasing Taduan, the leader of Wuhuan's Three Kings tribe. Although Taduan was the leader of the powerful Wuhuan tribe in western Liaoning, due to the gathering of heroes in the Battle of Western Liaoning. Taduan was actually a second and third-rate general, not on the same level as Zhou Yafu and Li Guang. He was chased by Li Guang, and the Wuhuan cavalry was defeated. Duan Xianbei performed slightly better than Taduan. Wei Qing's Yulin Guards fought with Yu Wentai's Wuchuan army. The former Goguryeo military general Ulji Windiok had defected to Mingguan for several years, and led the Goguryeo army to fight with Wei Qing. The emergence of a legendary general like Yu Wentai in the Yuan tribe has raised the status and strength of the Yuan tribe to more than one level. Yu Wentai's Wuchuan Legion came from the 6 frontier towns of the Northern Wei dynasty. It was based on a military town, and was brave and aggressive. It included both Xianbei people and Xianbeiized Han soldiers. Generally speaking, Wei Qing's Yulin Guards could still defeat the Wuchuan army, and then the Goguryeo army with their numerical advantage. However, fighting against the Wuchuan Legion from Juanzhen was not very easy. Mingguan also dispatched Imperial Commander Su De to coordinate the entire Duan Xianbei, Yuan Xianbei, and Goguryeo armies. Su De and Chang Yuchen were the twins of the Ming Empire, while Wei Qing and Hu Xubing were the twins of the Han Empire. They were actually commanders of the same level. In the Battle of Yuzhou, Yu Wentai's Wuchuan army suffered heavy losses in order to cover the main force of Yuan tribe's breakout. Therefore, Yu Wentai lacked troops, and could not actually stop Wei Qing from advancing. The person who really resisted Wei Qing was Su De. The Xia army and the Ming army's central army were fighting to the death. Chang Yuchen's 80,000 cavalry went into battle, while the Shinji battalion and the shooting army consumed a large amount of black powder and lead bullets in order to break the chain of iron horses. At the same time, they suffered heavy losses and began to retreat to the rear to rest and replenish black powder. The Women's Legion and the detachment of women had no time to rest, because Chang Yuchen, Li Wenzhong, and Zhu Nung, 3 generals who were good at attacking and breaking formations, attacked the incomplete Women's Legion, the detachment of women, the Shinji battalion, and the shooting army from 3 sides. At this time, 2 iron tower-like bodies were blocking the front. Dian Wei killed an oncoming war horse with 1 punch. The cavalry on horseback had no time to react before they were thrown off by their horses. The Viking General Harald grabbed the spear that was stabbing him with one hand, pulled the cavalryman off his horse, and then chopped it down with an axe, killing him instantly. Nothing. Harald seemed to be dismissive of the low-level cavalry, but in fact, he was provoking Dian Wei. Dian Wei led the Tiger Guard, and Harald led the Varangian Guard. The two began to compete, and neither one was willing to be outdone. 2 heavily armored infantrymen were aggressive, trying to block Chang Yuchen's 80,000 cavalry advance with infantry. Mingguan adopts wave tactics, and combined with the previous Guan Ning cavalry. This time is actually the 3rd batch of attacks. The momentum of the Ming army grew stronger every time. They came with all their strength and were determined to die. Xia Jun's will to die was slightly lacking. This is determined by power. The Liaodong army has no retreat. Liaodong is still a bitter cold land. Only by entering the pass can the Liaodong army achieve greater results. Therefore, the Liaodong army is fighting a last-ditch battle. Chu Tian's forces have a way out. They can afford to lose, and they can't even say they have a death wish. 2 fierce generals, Dian Wei and Harald, entered the battle, and Tai Shizi's cowardly Shui army also arrived. With 30,000 cavalry, they resisted Chang Yuchen's 80,000 cavalry. Chang Yuchen's cavalry seems a bit brutal. The Qingxue army led by Tai Shizi met Chang Yuchen's cavalry, and found that Chang Yuchen's cavalry was extremely capable of breaking formations. This may be Chang Yuchen's ability. It is said that as long as Chang Yuchen is given 100,000 cavalry, he can sweep through the late Yuan dynasty. Chang Yuchen himself even used a spear to defeat a cowardly Shui Jun. Su De and Chang Yuchen are not afraid of the cowardly Shui army of the Mongolian Empire at all. Let the Polish Hussars prepare. Joan of Arc, Liang Hongyu, Chao Jiui and other generals who can boost morale will come in handy. Chu Tian unceremoniously called on the Polish Hussars brought by Yekaterina. Catherine brought a total of 30,000 people. For elite armies, the Varangian Guards, Polish Hussars, Shooting Corps, and Boyar Cavalry. This time she brought 5,000 Polish Hussars. The exaggerated long lances of the Polish Hussars point forward, forming a dense forest of lances. The double-headed eagles symbolizing the Tsarist Russian Empire are also hung on the lances, guarding the eastern and western territories respectively. For some reason, Chu Tian always found it interesting that the special troops of the Kingdom of Poland were flying the flag of the Tsarist Russia. After all, Poland and Tsarist Russia were mortal enemies. Ula! In the front, after consuming the black powder, the musketeers of the shooting army shouted slogans, picked up their tomahawks, and attacked Chang Yuchen's cavalry on foot. Dot! The generals of the Xiao army, including Chu Tian, were a little stunned. A musketeer who cannot fight hand-to-hand is not a qualified musketeer. Ekaterina disagreed. Chu Tian shook his head. It is indeed a fighting nation. For the Shinji battalion, Chu Tian gave them the best protection. But the musketeers of the Tsarist Empire still had to pick up their own melee weapons to fight the enemy's cavalry. Chapter 843. Something unexpected happened. Chu Tian and a group of Xiao army generals saw an incredible scene. The Tsarist Russian Empire shooting army held long axes and chopped down hundreds of cavalry. The 2,000 musketeers seemed to have pretty good close combat abilities. What a weird military unit. It's still incredibly cold in the summer. In any case, it would be too extravagant to use rare firearms as long-axe heavy infantry. I have made a comparison. The shooting army's hand-to-hand combat capabilities are equivalent to those of 7th-level heavy infantry, so it is not impossible to use them in close combat. Ekaterina disagreed. The shooting army carried long axes and cooperated with the infantry and cavalry to violently attack Chang Yuchen's cavalry. The battlefield once again fell into a stalemate, and even Chang Yuchen was unable to complete the breakthrough. Li Wenjong commanded the cavalry to attack fiercely, but was blocked by Hua Mulan's Iron Eagle Scout cavalry. Although the Iron Eagle Scout was used for reconnaissance, he was still a 6th-level light cavalry. He drew his saber and fought with Li Wenjong's cavalry. Li Wenjong was also a fierce general. After Chang Yuchen's death, he took charge of Chang Yuchen's army, so his cavalry was also quite fierce. The cavalry of Chang Yuchen and others still failed to break through the Xiao army's formation. It seems that only if I go into battle in person can I defeat the Xiao army in one fell swoop. Mingguan saw that Chang Yuchen, Zhu Nung, and Li Wenjong jointly attacked, but they still failed to capture the backbone of the Xiao army. His soldiers brought a sacred horse, and Mingguan had to get on his horse. Sao Luzi, one of the 6 horses of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, hopes to bring me good luck and defeat the enemy like Li Shimin, Jin Wushu, and the other generals. Follow me into battle. The victory or defeat depends on this. If we win, the entire empire will be ours. Mingguan took over the heavy spear and led the last elite of the Liaodong army and a team of Taifutu into battle. This is the last stand of the Liaodong army. Once the Liaodong army is defeated, it is impossible to recover its strength faster than in the populous central plains, Yuzhou, and Jizhou. Therefore, we can only give it a try. Jin Wushu's Taifutu was taken over by Mingguan, who commanded the last tens of thousands of cavalry and launched a charge. In the entire battlefield of Liaoxi County, more than 200,000 soldiers and horses were killed. Approaching the 300,000 mark, teams of soldiers and horses fought. The princes were angry, and blood was shed for thousands of miles. The king of Ming dynasty will march in person. The Ming army suddenly burst into cheers, and their morale was greatly boosted. The Lord's personal exit will increase the morale of the entire legion. Mingguan finally ended up personally. Maybe I should also go and boost morale. Chu Tian could clearly detect the change in the state of the Ming army, and wanted to personally go into battle to resist the Ming army's attack. No! Xiao Liang, Hua Mulan, Yekaterina, Joan of Arc and others all stopped Chu Tian. Chu Tian is different from the gambler like Mingguan. Mingguan could only give it a go, and there was no way out. But Chu Tian still had room to retreat, so there was no need to take risks. Use the morale-boosting abilities of Chao Jiui, Joan of Arc, Liang Hongyu, Li Xiaoning and others to fight Mingguan to the death. Chu Tian doesn't need to die personally. There is also a group of military generals who have the characteristics of boosting morale. All of them can exert their effects and restore the morale of each legion. Xia Jun's war drums roared, and Liang Hongyu beat the drums herself to restore the morale of the entire army. Chu Tian could see from the legion panel that the morale of each legion was rising rapidly. The morale of the detachment of women dropped below 50 due to the impact of the chain of iron horse phalanxes, then rose to 70, then 80, 90, and the momentum was like a rainbow. King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table and Joan of Arc's Protectorate army were all escorted by Chu Tian for a decisive battle with the Ming army. I led the cavalry from the 5th School of the Northern Army to defeat the enemy. Be careful. Hua Mulan drew her Tang sword and led Yueqi Battalion, Chanshui Battalion and Tunki Battalion, with a total of 9,000 cavalry in the 3 battalions, to support, although the presence of the 5th School of the Northern Army is not as strong as before. It is still an elite army that can change the local situation. Almost all of Chu Tian's troops were dispatched. Even the Tiger Guards as personal guards were dispatched to participate in the decisive battle. If this continues, at least 200,000 soldiers will be killed. Possibly 300,000. Chu Tian brought a large number of low-level infantry and cavalry from the pass. And Xiao's army in Liaoxi County had as many as 700,000 to 800,000 troops. The forceful attack on Guizhou City had already resulted in the loss of 100,000 troops. Coupled with the losses in the decisive battle, it was a big blow even to the Chu Tian forces. At the same time, the troops attacking Yurhai and Hedong and defending Luoyang also suffered losses. When the Battle of Western Liaoning entered its climax, Luoyang City once again turned into a sea of fire. The Qin army threw rockets at Luoyang City, and many houses in Luoyang City were reduced to ruins. The number of trebuchets built by the Qin army became larger and larger, and they bombarded Luoyang City. When Luoyang City was rebuilt, a tunnel was left behind, and a section of the city wall was deliberately made of low-quality stones just for today's convenience. Jia Su was at the foot of Luoyang City, observing the defense of Luoyang City with Li Ji. After Luoyang City was burnt down by Dong Zhuo, Lao Qin ordered people to rebuild Luoyang City, deliberately leaving flaws, and he had already thought about it today. Now, advance reservations come into play. Meng Wu, you lead a group of infantry and attack the city along the tunnel. All trebuchets bombard the wall in the northwest corner. Li Ji used the means set up by Jia Su in advance to mobilize his troops and generals. Hundreds of trebuchets were aimed at the weak northwest city wall. Huge stones continued to bombard it, and cracks appeared in the northwest corner of the city wall. Meng Wu led a group of infantry into the secret passage. Luoyang City was surrounded by dangers. As long as the walls of Luoyang City collapse and the ambushed troops in the secret passage emerge, Luoyang City will be at your fingertips. It is best to capture a group of Luoyang City's guards alive to weaken Chu Zimu's power. Otherwise, even if Luoyang City is recaptured, it will eventually be defeated. Fail. Lao Qin came to the northwest corner to supervise the siege equipment to attack Luoyang City. My lord, you look a little ugly. Jia Su's attention was not on the trebuchets bombarding Luoyang City, but on the pale Lao Qin. Lao Qin's expression became worse and worse. Don't worry about my status. Take Luoyang City and put pressure on Chu Zimu, forcing him to give up attacking Liaoxi and return to the Central Plains. Lao Qin seemed to realize that his situation was a bit bad, but he still attacked Luoyang City with all his strength. After losing the Battle of Mongshan last time, Lao Qin wanted to regain some ground from the Chu Tian forces. Otherwise, he would not be willing to give in. Wei Wuji, the defender of Luoyang City, frowned when he noticed that the Qin army used most of its trebuchets to bombard the northwest corner. When the Qin army rebuilt the city of Luoyang, it seemed that they deliberately weakened the city wall in the northwest corner and cut corners. If this continues, the city wall may soon collapse, and the Qin army will invade the city. Peng Wan came to explain the bad situation to Wei Wuji. The northwest wall of Luoyang City was completely devastated. Stones thrown by trebuchets were piled on the wall, and the defenders had almost no place to stand. According to this trend, the northwest corner of Luoyang City will soon be captured by the Qin army. King Qin rebuilt Luoyang City a few years ago. Did he just leave this behind? We are ready to withdraw from Luoyang City. After Wei Wuji learned that the northwest corner of Luoyang City was cutting corners, he felt deeply that he was being set up by Jia Su. And this is the method that Jia Su left behind a few years ago. Even if the Qin army abandons Luoyang City, because they have left means in advance, they can attract the Xiao army to Luoyang City and then capture Luoyang in one fell swoop. They can completely annihilate the Luoyang City defenders. After understanding Jia Su's intentions, what Wei Wuji could do was to join forces with Peng Wan, Li Ling, and Xuerengui to break out of the siege and retreat to Hulao Pass when Luoyang City fell. Hulao Pass is the retreat route for the Xiao army. With Xuerengui's courage and Li Ling's fighting spirit, Wei Wuji was absolutely sure to take away the defenders of Luoyang City. Once Luoyang City is captured, I will kill Xuerengui and take back my weapons. Lu Bu carried Fang Tian's painted halberd and looked up at the majestic Luoyang City. Lu Bu believed that his biggest opponent, Xuerengui, was in Luoyang City. As long as Xuerengui is killed, he will still be the most powerful person on the surface. On the battlefield in western Liaoning, the battle between the Xiao army and the Ming army has become intense. The two huge legions are fighting with their eyes red. Li Guang was hit by several arrows and entered Duan Xianbei. Li Guang, return my brother's life. Duan Pishi, the leader of Duan Xianbei tribe, waved his hand, and the Xianbei cavalry from all over the mountains and plains came to kill Li Guang. Li Guang fought hard, and dozens of cavalry followed Li Guang. Li Guang charged back and forth among the Xianbei cavalry, and as many as 100 cavalry died under Li Guang's sword. The cavalry behind Li Guang also fought desperately and fell into the battle with Li Guang. Li Guang wanted to resolve the feud between Duan Xianbei and Li Guang in one fight, so he went straight to Duan Pishi. No! Duan Pishi did not expect Li Guang to be so ferocious, and his Xianbei cavalry guards could not stop Li Guang's advance. Li Guang advanced all the way and was already less than 50 meters away from Duan Pishi. Duan Pishi was intimidated by Li Guang and retreated uneasily, trying to avoid Li Guang's advance. Li Guang is in hot pursuit. Su De and Wei Qing's cavalry fought fiercely. Wei Qing encountered an evenly matched opponent. The two cavalrymen were entangled like pythons, trying to strangle each other. On the battlefield, straight arrows were flying, and the Chinese army braved the rain of arrows at Mingguan and rushed towards Chu Tian. They were as powerful as breaking bamboo. Kill! 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 Mingguan's offensive is fierce, and there is a strong tendency to counterattack. Iron Buddha's whole body is covered with iron armor, and with the bonus of Mingguan, its offensive is fierce. More than half a ton of Iron Pagoda cavalry trampled past. The Iron Eagle scouts, as light cavalry, were defeated by the Iron Pagoda and retreated backwards. Hua Mulan leads the 5 schools of the Northern Army to come for reinforcements and fight against Tiefu Tuesday. There is also the possibility of being defeated by Tiefu too. Kill! We still have a chance to win! Mingguan Company defeated the Changshui camp and the Yuechi camp, and fought with the Tunki camp as a high-level heavy cavalry. As long as they break through all the way, the Ming army may not be unable to win, and they can severely damage the Xiao army and capture Yuzhou in one fell swoop. Chang Yuchen, Zhu Nung, Li Wenzhong, and Jin Wushu fought extra hard for their lord. Suddenly, a stray arrow hit Mingguan's war horse Sa Lu Zi in the chest. Mingguan was caught off guard and fell off the horse's back. On the battlefield in western Liaoning, the most sudden change occurred. Chapter 844 The Battle of Western Liaoning ends. King Ming was hit by an arrow. Among the soldiers and horses of the Ming army, news suddenly spread that an arrow had been shot in Ming Pass, and the morale of the entire Ming army dropped. No one expected that the brave Mingguan army would suddenly be hit by an arrow. Both the Ming army and the Xiao army were stagnant in their movements. The injury to the head coach of the First Army will affect the entire war situation. The morale of the Ming army has been greatly affected. In fact, it was only Mingguan's mount that was hit by the arrow, not Mingguan himself. However, the Ming army was inevitably affected, and its morale dropped significantly, which was difficult to reverse. Why did the cavalry in Liaodong start to get into chaos? Chu Tian had been nervously paying attention to any changes on the battlefield. The Liaodong army's momentum was fierce and unstoppable, but it was already in chaos. With Chu Tian's rich experience, Chu Tian can detect any slight changes in the opponent's formation. He had noticed the decline in morale of the Ming cavalry. Could it be that timing has changed? Chu Tian has an SSS-level metaphysical characteristic. It's out of the plane, and theoretically anything can happen. Chu Tian also didn't know whether the characteristics had exerted their effect, or whether the battlefield was changing rapidly and accidents would have occurred. Anyway, things suddenly got better. When the morale of the Xiao army rose sharply, the morale of the Ming army declined. One was ebbing, and the other was ebbing, and the balance of victory had tipped to the Xiao army. Chao Jiu's one moment characteristic was triggered. Xia Jun's attributes increased slightly, and Joan of Arc waved the Iris flag. The holy flag of Iris overflows with holy light, covering an army of 100,000. The 100,000-strong army fell into a state of fanaticism, and their morale rose rapidly. How could this be? After falling off his horse at Mingguan, he avoided the trampling of the war horse, and under the protection of his own soldiers, he mounted another war horse again. Emperor Taizong's war horse, Sa Lu, was struck by an arrow and fell down, lying on the ground, wailing. Sa Lu Zi, like Red Rabbit, Juing, and Lu, are all famous horses. So Mingguan has great trust in Sa Lu Zi. However, Sa Lu Zi was directly knocked down by an arrow, and even Mingguan could not believe it. This is an extremely rare war horse. Send the order to the whole army. I will be fine, Mingguan reacted. He was witnessed by the Ming army falling from his horse. The soldiers of the Ming army thought that Mingguan was killed in battle, and the morale of the army was in chaos. The most important thing at the moment is to stabilize the morale of the military. If the morale of the military is unstable, it will suffer a complete defeat, not just a simple failure. If they lose, the Liaodong army's chances of unifying the Han Empire will be slim. As for the total defeat, they will be unable to recover. Lord, the morale of the army is in chaos, and we are afraid. Jin Wushu's face turned pale. The morale of the Ming army was shaken, and it was difficult to reverse. I'm not willing to give in. I'm not willing to give in. Mingguan continued to send soldiers to notify various generals, asking them to regroup. The soldiers and horses around Mingguan learned that Mingguan was still alive, and their morale recovered. However, other legions further away had not yet reacted, and some cavalry squads had fallen into chaos. The Xia army counterattacked in full force. Dian Wei fought on foot among the Ming army. He picked up a heavy infantryman with one hand and threw it as a weapon. The heavy infantry thrown by Dian Wei knocked down several companions one after another. Dian Wei roared angrily and strode like lightning among the Ming army whose morale was declining. It was like entering a deserted land. The Viking general Harold was stimulated by the bloody smell of blood and was on the verge of rage. The special arms of the Viking civilization. The Viking berserkers have violent characteristics and may go into a violent state without control. Harold also did not expect that King Ming's mount would be hit by an arrow. The pressure brought by the Liaodong cavalry was too great. So after Harold rushed into the Ming army's formation, he no longer controlled himself. The Varangian guards went berserk and killed everyone. The violent Varangian guards were equivalent to 9th level heavy infantry. They swung their battle axes and killed more than 2,000 low-level infantry and cavalry wherever they went. Dian Wei, I win this time! Even though Harold entered a violent state, he still remembered the secret contest with Dian Wei. Harold killed 300 people by himself, and his physical strength was quickly depleted. The Varangian guards indeed killed more enemy soldiers after their rampage than the Tiger guards. The Polish hussars entered the battle, their lances stained with blood. The Boyar cavalry is dispatched. Catherine also threw the Boy cavalry into the battlefield. At this point, Catherine sent all 30,000 reinforcements. Although I don't know what happened to the Ming army, there is no doubt that we won this battle. Ekaterina, I owe you a favor. Chu Tian knew that Ekaterina had brought 4 special troops from St. Petersburg to the battlefield in western Liaoning, which had already given him a lot of face. When Chu Tian dealt with the Golden Horde, he only brought tens of thousands of people with him. The Tsarist Empire was surrounded by enemies, and Catherine did not dare to bring more troops. No matter what happens to the Ming army is shrinking its defense line, and Liaoxi is within easy reach. It's just that this victory was a bit sudden. Could it be that your newly acquired characteristics played a role? What happened? Xiao Liang is one of the few players who knows the Chu Tian panel. She had some doubts about the effectiveness of the characteristics of the Sod of the Plane. No one knows what form this magical feature will take or when it will be triggered. Luck is also part of strength. It shouldn't happen unless a meteorite falls and hits the Ming army's camp. Chu Tian thought about it for a while, and it seemed that there were no strange phenomena in the world during the Battle of Western Liaoning. It was hard to say whether the special characteristics had an effect. Xiao Liang rolled his eyes. Do you think you are a magician? Why are you summoning meteorites here? Maybe when it's possible. Chu Tian thought that Lu Xiu could summon meteorites. So why couldn't it be impossible for him if he had his characteristics? The characteristic of the Son of the Plane is to make things with extremely low probability possible. The Xia army suddenly took advantage and pursued them all out, while the Ming army retreated steadily. Military advisor Yao Guangxiu saw that the situation was not good, so he ordered his troops to retreat, hoping to preserve more troops. Su De and Chang Yuchen, as the corps generals of Mingguan, fought tooth and nail to cut off the Ming army's rear and block the Xia army's offensive. Li Guang held his sword and killed Duan Pishi, the leader of the Duan Xianbei tribe. In order to completely solve the problem of Duan Xianbei, Li Guang turned into a bloody man and fought in front of Duan Pixian at the cost of serious injuries. Finally, he raised the knife in his hand and used the sharp ring-shaped knife to claim Duan Pixian's head. Duan Pixi, Duan Wenyang and other generals of Duan Xianbei were all killed by Li Guang. Li Guang killed hundreds of people, but his own physical strength could not sustain such a long battle, and he collapsed suddenly. General! Li Guang's cavalry rushed to rescue Li Guang. The general is still angry. When Li Guang's subordinates felt Li Guang's breath, They immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Li Guang fainted just because he was exhausted. The leader and main generals of Duan Xianbei were killed in the battle, leaving them leaderless. So they fled east of western Liaoning and were defeated. The Chinese army was in chaos just now for unknown reasons. Now the leader of the Duan tribe is dead. Our Wuhuan tribe is unable to support itself. We must retreat immediately. Taduan, the leader of the Wuhuan tribe, saw that Duan Xianbei's cavalry gave up the battle and turned around and fled. So he commanded the Wuhuan cavalry and turned around and fled. Su Da's face was gloomy. He could not stop the defeat of the Xianbei cavalry and Wuhuan cavalry. He was still being pestered by Wei Qing. Wei Qing is a powerful opponent, and Su Da cannot be distracted at all. I didn't expect that I still fell short in the end. It's really a pity. Yu Wentai's Wuchuan army was completely wiped out in 2 consecutive battles, and its losses were considerable. Although Yu Wentai is a tycoon, he has no capital, and it is of no use. Unless I have millions of soldiers and horses, and the territory of the 3 states, I can compete with the king of Xia in the Central Plains. However, leader, we should retreat to Lucheng, observe the general trend of the world, and then decide whether to stay or leave. Seeing that the situation was over, Yu Wentai asked Yuan Yadugi to lead the tribe and retreat to Lucheng near Liaodong. The Mingwan forces built 2 fortresses in Liaodong County. Guzhou City was already in ruins, and only Lucheng remained. The distance from Guzhou City to Lucheng was thousands of miles, so it would take a while if the cavalry were to march alone. Therefore, at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Cao Cao attacked western Liaoning and pursued him all the way to Lucheng, which was actually quite a distance. Guijia also died during the expedition to western Liaoning. Don't God want to help us Xianbei people achieve great things? Yuan Yadugi also had the ambition to establish the Xianbei kingdom. But even the brave King Ming was defeated. So the Yuan tribe did not have much hope. Among the 3 major Xianbei tribes in western Liaoning, the Duan tribe was finished, and the Yuan tribe and the Murong tribe also suffered heavy losses. The Xianbei tribe's idea of establishing a kingdom basically came to nothing. Su Da is really a formidable enemy. Wei Qing and Su Da fought to the death. The 2 cavalrymen fought fiercely from early morning to night. The number of cavalrymen killed by the 2 commanders exceeded 100,000, and they were evenly matched. The collapse of the backbone of the Ming army had little impact on Su Da's partial division. Su Da still caused considerable losses to Wei Qing. Wei Qing chased after him. The Lian Iron Horse failed, and King Ming also failed. Where should our Murong tribe go from here? Half of Murong Ba's cheeks were dripping with blood. The spear of the tiger and leopard rider left a horrific scar on Murong Ba's face. Let's go! Murong took the few remaining cavalry and joined Murong Ba. The 2 generals of the Murong tribe have first-class military talents, but they are also ambitious and unwilling to be inferior to others. Murong Xianbei's cavalry retreated backwards and withdrew from the battlefield in the dark. The 2 armies fought for a long time and lasted for a day. The 2 armies were still fighting until night. My lord, Cao Cao's general Xiahou Dun was shot in the left eye. Cao Chun and Cao Xiu are dying and their lives are in danger. On the defensive legion, Flying General Li Guang killed the enemy General Duan Pishi and was seriously injured. After the end of the Liaoxi War, news came back from various legions. This battle was extremely brutal. Hundreds of historical and ordinary military commanders were injured, and some of them were killed. After this battle, our legion may have lost more than 300,000 lives in the general attack on Lone Bamboo City, and the greatest losses were among the elite troops. Fang Xianling was responsible for counting the losses. Many special units of the Xia army were killed in the Northern War. Some of the regiments had been exhausted when they were in Yuzhou. After reconstruction, they were once again killed in the organic form. It can be said that in order to win the Northern War, Chu Tian paid a high price. Cao Cao looked at the moonless sky. There were only less than 1,000 tiger and leopard cavalry left. Xiahou Dun's left eye was injured. Cao Chun and Cao Xiu were seriously injured, and their lives were uncertain. Even Cao Cao himself was hit by 3 arrows. But fortunately none of them hit the critical point. Father! This Cao Ong, who stayed behind at the tiger and leopard cavalry camp, came to the battlefield and was shocked by the scene in front of him. In the Battle of Western Liaoning, the Yuzhou army and imperial guards of the Xia army fought with almost all the main forces of the Liaodong army. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, especially Cao Cao's tiger and leopard cavalry. In order to fight Murong Ba's Dragon City cavalry, the tiger and leopard cavalry were almost completely destroyed. Likewise, Murong Ba's Dragon City Iron Cavalry was useless. It was the first time that Chaoong saw such heavy losses. The battlefield was filled with the corpses of Tiger and Leopard Cavalry and Dragon City Cavalry. Broken shields were everywhere. The high-level heavy cavalry looked so cheap and was squandered by the two commanders. Xiahou Dun tied his left eye with gauze, leaving only one right eye, and his face looked a little ferocious. In addition to his left eye, Xiahou Dun's chest was also scarred and stabbed by swords. Rather, it is simply a miracle that Xiahou Dun survived. A normal person who is shot in the eye will die due to wound infection. The doctor took out the arrow that had been shot into Cao Cao's body. Guijia and Sun Yu came over. I have rarely experienced such a hard battle in my life. The Liaodong army is really brave. Cao Cao smiled bitterly. This was the most brutal battle since he followed Chu Tian in the war. The Tiger and Leopard cavalry was almost full and reached its peak period because of the life-or-death battle with Murong Ba and Murong Ba's help from the Red Cannon. The morale of the Tiger and Leopard cavalry dropped sharply. Cao Cao's Tiger and Leopard cavalry suffered a lot from fighting against the enemy, who used a mixture of cold weapons and firearms. Cao Cao thought about it carefully. Since following Chu Tian, the enemies he encountered were not at the same level as Yuan Shao, Tuoba Tao, the Taiwu Emperor of the Northern Wei dynasty, and Murong Ba, the Xianbei war god. These people had high-level troops and were very difficult to deal with. No matter what, we finally won a city. Guijia, Sun Yu and other counselors secretly breathed a sigh of relief. On the surface, these counselors are very calm, but on the inside, they are somewhat panicked. If Chu Tian loses, their success in following the dragon will be in vain. When each counselor selected his lord, they were also observing which one could succeed. That was why Sun Bin took the initiative to seek refuge with Chu Tian. From the Ming army's artillery position, Hong Chengzhou led the remaining 8 banner soldiers of the Han army to flee in confusion. Kong Yut under Ming was killed in battle, and his body was trampled by the cavalry of the Zhongshu army. The Zhongxie army and the Heli army faced the 8 banners of the Han army equipped with primitive firearms, and were killed by the shotgun SH/LS of red cannons. Thousands of people were killed. The Zhongshu army at the front suffered the most casualties. Monk Wan Yenshin crawled out from the pile of dead people, his armor stained red by a pool of blood, holding his injured arm. Monk Wan Yenshin was severely injured by the iron fragments fired from the red cannon. Monk Wan Yenshin gasped violently, and his life and death hung on the line. The task assigned to him by Chu Tian was to capture the Ming army's artillery positions and plunder the red cannons. Monk Wan Yenshin only knew how to complete the mission loyally. Since Chu Tian's order was to capture the red cannon, he took thousands of cavalry and repelled tens of thousands of Han soldiers' 8 banners and low-level infantry, destroying 6 cannons. The red cannon and the other 24 red cannons fell into the hands of the Zhongshu army. Chu Tian still underestimated the determination of some foolish and loyal generals. Chapter 845 The Fallen Powerful Enemy. In Guju City, Sun Chuanting led his remaining troops to defeat the generals and defended the inner city. Geng Yan and Cheng Yu were besieging Sun Chuanting, and Sun Chuanting had nowhere to escape. What was the outcome of the war? Sun Chuanting defended the city alone and was unable to leave the city to support Mingwan. Once the defenders leave the city, the Yuzhou assault cavalry stationed outside the city will immediately destroy the defenders. Therefore, Lone Bamboo City almost became a place of death, and Sun Chuanting could only wait anxiously for the result. The Liaodong army has been defeated. Surrender immediately. Geng Yan learned about the outcome of the Liaoxi War from Iron Eagle Scout, and immediately went to Guju City to persuade him to surrender. After the main force of the Liaodong army was defeated, the attack and defense of Guju City was meaningless, because Guju City was already an enclave. If Sun Chuanting knew what he was doing, he should consider surrendering at this time. General, the Xia army outside the city sent a letter, claiming that the Xia king had won the battle and persuaded us to surrender the city. A guard of Lone Bamboo City was holding a letter thrown in from outside the city. His hands were shaking uncontrollably, and his voice was hoarse. The 2 legions of Liaodong and West Liao had strong cohesion. When they learned that the forces they were loyal to had failed, they inevitably couldn't believe it and fell into panic. Failure? How could our Liaodong army fail? Sun Chuanting was unwilling to admit this result. Although all the defenders knew that the Xia army who besieged the city dared to confidently claim victory, then most likely the Xia army had really won. Otherwise, they would not have persuaded the defenders to surrender in the middle of the night, but would have burned the camp and fled in panic. General, what should we do? All the defenders looked at Sun Chuanting. They needed someone to decide whether to abandon this solid fortress that seemed to have no meaning.
Let's hold on for a few more days. Maybe this is just a trap by the Xia army. They want to deceive the city.
Sun Quanting was still unwilling to admit this fact, thinking that this was a swindle scheme used by Chu Tian and Mingguan to defraud Guju City due to their stalemate. Soldiers never tire of deception. During a battle, both sides may use any tactics, including empty city tactics and deceptive city tactics. In fact, Sun Quanting was more deceiving himself.
Sun Quanting is still unwilling to surrender. He is really loyal to his lord.
Gong Yin was not angry when Sun Quanting rejected him. Instead, he admired Sun Quanting's style. If the opponent directly surrenders to the city, Gong Yin will not think highly of him. On the battlefield of Luoyang City, the northwest city wall was crumbling. The Qin army was about to break through the northwest city wall. There was even a group of Qin troops who had already attacked the city wall and fought with the defenders on the wall. The city of Luoyang is within easy reach. However, the Qin army's camp suddenly fell into chaos. Only under the suppression of Li Ji, Jiasu and others did they calm down. The Qin army, which was rushing to attack Luoyang City, responded to Ming Jin's call to withdraw its troops, and the black-armored Qin army dispersed as if the tide had receded. The defenders of Luoyang City breathed a sigh of relief, but were also confused.
This is how the same thing.
Wei Wuji, Pang Wan, Shuai Gui, and other generals came to the city wall and witnessed the chaos of the Qin army. The Qin army, which was good at defense and famous for its rigor, was once in chaos, and it seemed that unimaginable changes had occurred.
It's really strange. Is there a rebellion in Guangzhou? Or has Su Fengyan regained Liangzhou? It may also be a trap set by the Qin army to lure us out of the city and then set up an ambush to annihilate us.
Wei Wuji couldn't help but guess the reason behind the Qin army's chaos. Out of caution, the Luoyang defenders did not leave the city to attack. In the camp of the Qin army, Lao Qin Jiujiu, one of the three major princes in the north, suddenly fell ill and turned pale. Something happened to Lao Qin, who was urging the Qin army to attack the northwest corner of Luoyang City, which had a huge blow to the morale of the Qin army. As a result, the generals had no intention of attacking the city, and they were more concerned about whether Lao Qin could survive. If something happens to Lao Qin, then the entire Guangzhou will fall into a state of leaderlessness. Lao Qin's power is also relatively complex, and there is no shortage of ambitious people. Moreover, Lao Qin did not designate any successor, so Guangzhou was not stable. Whether Luoyang City can be recaptured is not a crucial matter for the Qin army. Sudden changes in front of us will truly determine the life and death of the Qin army. Among the three major princes in the north, only Chu Tian had the most stable power, with heirs and virtuous helpers. Moreover, Chu Tian suppressed ambitious tribes without the help of ambitious generals such as Murong Ba, Murong Ke, Lu Bu, and Li Yuanhao. Chu Tian captured Shirlu, the legendary hero of the Jie people, and sent him directly to the mine-to-mine, without accepting the Xianbei tribe's negotiations. This tough attitude pushed tribes such as Murong Xianbei and Tuoba Xianbei into hostile princes. But the advantage was that Chu Tian did not have to worry about internal instability at all. Even if something happens to Chu Tian himself, Xiao Lian can take over, and there is no need to worry about rebellion. And once something happens to Mingguan and Lao Qin, their power may explode. Each choice has pros and cons. After Lao Qin fell ill, it took a while before he opened his eyes.
Ahem. Luoyang City should have been conquered. Right,
Jiasu replied.
My lord. After you fell ill, the officers and soldiers had no intention of attacking the city, so they offered gold to withdraw their troops. Confused. It was such a good opportunity just now. But we didn't attack the city. Now after the northwest wall collapsed, the defenders used wooden palisades and stones to block the gap. If they want to attack Luoyang City again, they will need to spend more troops. If they don't give Luoyang, the Central Plains is exerting pressure, and the crisis in western and eastern Liaoning cannot be resolved. King Ning and I will fail sooner or later. Ahem. Cough. Cough.
Lao Qin coughed violently. Blood splattered on his black robe. But he was still concerned about the general situation of the world. Jiasu and Li Ji looked at each other, and Jiasu finally reported some bad news to Lao Qin.
Someone from western Liaoning has already claimed that the Xia King has won the battle in western Liaoning, and the Ming King has lost hundreds of thousands of his main troops, retreated to Lucheng in the eastern part of Liaoxi County, and turned from attack to defense. The battle in western Liaoning has been lost?
Lao Qin fell into silence, his face even paler and weaker. Things are taking a turn for the worst.
If the Xiao army wins the Battle of Western Liaoning, it will definitely occupy the entire Western Liaoning County. It is useless to continue to attack Luoyang City at this time. It will temporarily retreat to Guangzhou to defend, and there may be a turn for the better. Don't give up hope at any time.
Lao Qin tried to stabilize people's hearts. Lao Qin was seriously ill, and Mingwan's defeat in Liaoxi County was bad news for Lao Qin's generals. Originally, the Xianying alliance only had one side attacking and one side defending, so that they could have back and forth with Chu Tian. Chu Tian attacked Guangzhou, and Mingwan was in Yuzhou to contain it. Chu Tian attacked the Liaoxi corridor, and Lao Qin sent troops out of Tongguan to contain it. This is also the exquisite design of the Xianying alliance. But the situation suddenly changed in the most unfavorable direction. Both the Guangzhou and Liaodong forces turned to defense at the same time. In other words, two princes were suppressed by one prince. Only by surviving Chu Tian's next two offensives would Lao Qin and Mingwan have a chance in the next round. Although Lao Qin disagreed on the surface, Lao Qin's decision to withdraw his troops inevitably had an impact on the morale of the Qin army. Among the people present, Lu Bu's eyes were a little uncertain. Not only Lu Bu, but also Xixia King Li Yuanhao, who was conquered by Lao Qin, also had something wrong in his eyes. These military generals were loyal to Lao Qin for various reasons, but they were not die-hard or foolishly loyal people. On the contrary, they had strong ambitions. When they saw that Lao Qin was seriously ill, their ambitions were ready to arouse. Lao Qin and Jia Su saw their intentions, so Lao Qin simply gave up attacking Luoyang City and returned to Guangzhou. If they continue to fight, Lu Bu and the others will probably rebel. The Qin army burned the entire camp and retreated to Guangzhou without leaving any loot.
General, the attacking Qin army set fire to the camp and are retreating towards Tongguan. Do we want to go out of the city to pursue them?
After the defenders of Luoyang City discovered that the chaos of the Qin army had been suppressed, they quickly gave up attacking Luoyang City, burned their camp on fire, and slowly retreated towards Chang'an City.
It's really strange. The Qin army was clearly going to capture Luoyang City, but they suddenly ordered troops to retreat and then return to Guangzhou. Is there really a rebellion in Guangzhou? If there is a rebellion in Guangzhou, then it is a good thing for us.
Wei Wuji was keenly aware that something had happened to the Qin army. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to give up the attack on Luoyang City when the situation was extremely favorable. In particular, Lao Qin and Jia Su had already laid the foundation for the capture of Luoyang City a few years ago. If they just gave up, there would be no need for them to spend so much time in the first place.
Pursue appropriately, but do not go deep. Luoyang City should still focus on defense. If this is the enemy's trick to lure them, our entire army may be annihilated.
Wei Wuji still chose a conservative strategy and gave up the opportunity to pursue the main force of the Qin army. And it was not easy to pursue. The new commander-in-chief of the Qin army, Li Ji, was Xuerengui's old boss, and Xuerengui seemed to be more respectful in front of Li Ji. As for force, there is also Lu Bu and Yang Dian, the guard beside Lao Qin. Together, the two of them can actually defeat Xuerengui. Not to mention that the Qin army is several times larger than the Luoyang City defenders. Defending Luoyang City has completed the task assigned by Chu Tian. In order to ensure that the Qin army would not turn around, Xuerengui led 1,000 cavalry to follow the Qin army in the rear to make sure that the Qin army really left. Chu Tian's spies in Guangzhou were asking why the Qin army retreated. They soon figured out the reason. Something happened to another powerful enemy of Chu Tian. Lao Qin was seriously ill, which affected the plan to attack Luoyang City, and also affected the situation in Guangzhou. Chapter 846 finally made a marquee.
The Qin army withdrew its troops. What happened?
After Chu Tian rested for a day, he aggressively annexed half of Liaoxi County and prepared to pursue Liaodong. At this time, news suddenly came from Luoyang that King Qin had withdrawn his troops. Zheojiang Lao Qin was determined to win the city of Luoyang, but he suddenly retreated secretly, which was a bit difficult to understand. After the accident at Mingwan, another strong enemy of Chu Tian, Lao Qin, also had an accident. According to the reports from the alien spies deployed by Chu Tian in Guangzhou, Lao Qin seemed to be ill. Lao Qin is older and his health is not as good as that of Chu Tian and others, so it is normal to get sick. Do you want to be like Sima Yi, Tokugawa Ieyasu and others, and endure powerful opponents one after another? At this time, Chu Tian realized that being young was also a good thing. Some opponents are more difficult to fight, and it takes a lot of effort to fight. So just outlast them. This time it was a real turn of events. Two powerful opponents suddenly overturned, and Chu Tian faced much less pressure.
My lord! The Zhongxia army captured the Ming army's red cannon.
After the sky turned white, the incomplete Zhongxia army and Helihe army returned to camp and brought back a row of large carriages, which dragged red cannons back. The trophies Mingwan obtained from the Battle of Songjin. The red cannons of the Qing army now became Chu Tian's trophies, because Chu Tian was concentrating on dealing with Liao Dong's cavalry. He had somewhat neglected the red cannon. The red cannons brought back by Mingwan caused considerable losses to the Xiao army, but they did not have a decisive effect. It was the various cavalry regiments in Liaodong that really caused losses to the Xiao army. Even so, the destructive power of the red cannon on morale and formation cannot be underestimated. Chu Tian and a group of generals who had survived the disaster came curiously to observe the red cannon brought back by the Zhongxia army. Except for players, ordinary NPC generals don't know much about the red cannon. Even Chu Tian had never seen such an antique-level bronze cannon. In the era of cold weapons, the red cannon has become a cross-era weapon, performing well in both sieges and field battles.
Almost all of the tiger and leopard cavalry were wiped out. I feel so ashamed that I asked to resign and return home.
Cao Cao was injured and resigned, because Xiahou Dun was disabled and Cao Chun and Cao Xiu's life and death were uncertain. So he was discouraged. This battle really shaken the foundation of the tiger and leopard cavalry. Not 1 out of 10 remained. A large number of veterans were killed. Even if it is rebuilt in the future, it will only be a group of new recruits. Cao Cao had never fought such a tragic battle. There were only a few hundred members of the tiger and leopard cavalry left, and none of the generals of the Cao and Xiahou clans, except Chaoang, was uninjured.
I am an old man with ambitions for thousands of miles. A martyr is full of ambition in his old age. Mingda is in his prime. So why should he retire and return to his hometown? Western Liaoning, Eastern Liaoning, and Guangzhou are just a corner of the world. And there are even more vast lands that can be taken with a whip.
When Chu Tian appeased Cao Cao, he was also appeasing other generals. The Liaodong army was bloody and fought without mercy. The generals of the Xiao army were baptized by this battle. Most generals were seriously injured, and they realized the cruelty of the battlefield. If the morale of the soldiers is not appeased in time, they may not dare to continue fighting in the next more brutal battle.
I am an old man, but I am determined to reach 1,000 miles.
Cao Cao seemed to feel something, and did not mention the matter of retiring and returning home for the time being.
Anyone who has made meritorious service this time will be registered, and those who should be granted a title will be granted a title.
Chu Tian knew it was time to start ennobling princes on a large scale. It is only a matter of time to pacify the north, as long as no accidents like Mingwan and Lao Qin happen in the process. He has enough strength to sweep the entire north. At this time, a feudal prince is needed to win over people's hearts. A marquis may not necessarily have power, but he must have status. People die for wealth and birds die for food. For most military generals, the title of feudal lord is attractive enough to make them go through life and death, just like a moth to a flame. In order to capture the red cannon position, Monk Wan Yinchen was hit in the arms and thighs by shotgun SH/LS from the red cannon. Although he survived by chance, he was disabled as a result, and the upper limit of his force was permanently reduced from 96 points to 90 points. Monk Wan Yinchen's current command value is 89, and his force value is 90. He is no longer an emperor-level general, but has fallen into the ranks of a king-level general. Monk Wan Yinchen was not the first person in Chu Tian's power to suffer a decline in force. Zhang Ba, Sun Guan, and Xiahou Dun all suffered a decline in force due to permanent trauma. However, Monk Wan Yinchen's characteristics are still at the level of an imperial general, so he is naturally more practical than Hua Xiong and others. Chu Tian felt somewhat guilty about Monk Wan Yinchen's disability and reduced strength. Monk Wan Yinchen followed his orders to attack the artillery positions guarded by Hong Chengchou and Kongyud, and was injured. Chu Tian's original intention was to let Monk Wan Yinchen try to plunder the red cannon. If the opponent's defenders were large, then he would retreat. Monk Wan Yinchen was too loyal, so he defeated Hong Chengchou, killed Kongyud, and captured the artillery position at the expense of Zhongxiao army and Helihe army. The Zhongxia army and the Helihe did not think there was anything wrong with the general's order, but faithfully fulfilled the order. Chu Tian was also quite moved when he couldn't believe the desperate loyalty of monk Wan Yinshen, Zhongxia army, and Heli Hejuan.
It's good to be alive. This time, the customs are closed.
Chu Tian patted monk Wan Yinshen on the shoulder. If it hadn't been for the special props, Chu Tian would not have been able to recruit monk Wan Yinshen, who was just like Gao Shun. Monk Wan Yinshen clasped his fists and said,
I am willing to go through fire and water for my lord. No matter what.
Chu Tian nodded silently. Monk Wan Yinshen is really not polite. He can sacrifice himself for the Lord. Historically, monk Wan Yinshen led the Zhongxia army and was eventually captured by the Mongols. The Mongolian commander wanted to reuse him, but monk Wan Yinshen still chose to commit suicide.
Female Marquis.
After being seriously injured, Li Guang, who was wrapped into half a rice dumpling, was lying on a stretcher. Seeing Chu Tian's promise to make monk Wan Yinshen the Marquis of Guanyi, he couldn't help but think about it. Monk Wan Yinshen did not pursue the title of Marquis very much, but was quickly granted the title of Marquis, while Li Guang waited for 10 years.
Ahem. General Li Guang killed Duan Pishi, Duan Wenyang and other generals of the Duan family's Xianbei tribe. He was so powerful in western Liaoning that he should also be named a Marquis of Guanyi.
Chu Tian caught a glimpse of the mummy-like Li Guang. Li Guang worked extremely hard in this battle, in order to make up for the losses caused by the previous siege by Duan Xianbei cavalry. He fought bravely. Li Guang assisted Zhou Yafu's army to defeat the Duan Xianbei, one of the 3 major Xianbei tribes in western Liaoning, and almost destroyed the Duan Xianbei's powerful class. The Duan Xianbei officially withdrew from the stage of Lord, which was actually a big achievement. Murong Xianbei and Yuan Xianbei were still jumping up and down because they had more powerful generals. The relatively weak Duan Xianbei was destroyed by Zhou Yafu and Li Guang. Once these tribes lose their core figures, they can easily be disintegrated and assimilated.
Thank you. Thank you. Lord. Lord. Lord.
When Li Guang, who was wrapped in a rice dumpling, heard that he had been granted a title and finally entered the circle of nobles, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. He wanted to struggle to thank him, but his movements couldn't help but be a little funny. The generals who were originally in a heavy mood couldn't help laughing because of Li Guang's behavior.
You take a good rest and return to lead the troops under Zhou Yafu as soon as possible.
Chu Tian asked Li Guang to recover from his injuries, fearing that Li Guang's strength would also permanently decline, like monk Wan Yinshen. The trauma caused by the red cannon to monk Wan Yinshen was too serious. It can be seen that although the number of enemies killed by the red cannon was not large, no one could withstand the bombardment of the red cannon.
Yes.
Li Guang lay back on the stretcher, closed his eyes, showed a peaceful smile, and remained motionless. Didn't this guy pass away just because his wish came true? At Chu Tian's signal, Sun Dan put away his robe and stretched out his hand to detect Li Guang's breath. Showing a helpless expression, Li Guang just fell asleep because he was satisfied. The strange Li Guang shocked Chu Tian. Chu Tian thought that the flying general of the Han Empire would die in this battle. In fact, it is not difficult to become a prince in troubled times. When you attack other civilized areas in the future, the title can be destroyed. It was much more difficult to become a marquis during the period of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, because the period of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty was not considered a troubled time. Wars were not too frequent, and the main focus was on conquering the Xiongnu. In real troubled times, wars continue every year, and millions of people die in battle. For example, in this battle in western Liaoning, as many as 1 million soldiers and civilians were killed on both sides of the war. In the future, when conquering other civilized areas, Chu Tian will definitely reward the military generals for their military exploits. After all, if the generals gain merit and the monarch cannot reward them, they will be dissatisfied and eventually rebel. Moreover, each time the reward is higher than the last time. Not to mention the marquis, even the dukes, princes, and princes traveled everywhere. Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty's feudal lords will be Duke of Yingying, Duke of Liang, King of Hejian, and King of Jiangxia. Zhu Yuanzhang's vassals will be Duke of Wei, Duke of Yi, and so on. All because these generals have made great contributions. The meritorious service in the Eastern Han Dynasty is enough to make him a marquis or a duke. If you conquer the main world, wouldn't you want to be crowned king? I'm afraid even being crowned king may not be enough. These are all issues that Chu Tian needs to consider. In this battle, basically all generals at the level of legion commanders can be granted the title of marquis. And the generals with outstanding performance also have enough military merit to be granted the title of marquis.
such as Li Guang and Monk Wan Yinshin. The generals on other battlefields also tallied their respective merits. Just when Chu Tian was about to turn his attention to the red cannon, another group of prisoners and trophies arrived. One of the injured horses caught Chu Tian's attention. This war horse is Mingguan's mount. Its coat is purple in color, and its eyes are bright. It looks like a divine horse, and is probably at the same level as Juing. However, this divine horse was hit by an arrow, which indirectly led to the collapse of the Ming army. You were hit by an arrow, and you're not dead yet. It's your luck. Chu Tian took Mingguan's mount. Maybe the war horse could survive after some rest. Chu Tian looked at the panel of the war horse. The name of the war horse made Chu Tian's eyes light up. Name, Sa Lu Zi, Emperor level. Load, S, Speed, SS, Endurance, SSS, Impact, S. Special effect Loyal Horse, when the owner is in danger. Within a radius of 100 meters. The attributes of the soldiers will be temporarily plus 20%. And the loyalty will be temporarily plus 30%. Description, the mount used by Li Shimin, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, when he was conquering Luoyang and King Ping Shizhong was in power. In the Battle of Mongshan, Li Shimin was trapped in a tight siege, and Sa Lu Zi was hit by an arrow. The guards fought desperately to protect Li Shimin. After breaking through the siege, Sa Lu Zi was killed. It turned out to be Sa Lu Zi, Emperor Taizong's horse. Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty used 6 horses as mounts to conquer the world, namely Quanmeijin, Shifachi, Baidawu, Talerpu, Qingjue, and Saluzi. There are still 6 sacred horses in Emperor Taizong's cemetery. The stone carvings are also called 6 horses of Jiaoling, which shows Emperor Taizong's love for the 6 horses. Later generations of French and Americans stole the stone carvings of the 6 horses of Jiaoling in the late Qing dynasty. This is another story. I didn't expect to see Sa Lu Zi alive here. Li Shimin's mastermind, Fan Xianling, seemed to be very interested in Sa Lu Zi, saying to herself, Yin Chao leaps. The bone soared like a divine horse. The energy spreads across 3 rivers, and the 8 formations are powerful. It is indeed a divine horse. But such a divine horse can be hit by arrows. Can we find out who shot Sa Lu Zi? Chu Tian saw that Sa Lu Zi had a wound. The person who shot and wounded Sa Lu Zi indirectly led to changes in the battlefield situation. My lord, this is how to remove the arrow shaft from the horse's wound. A veterinarian accompanying the army presented a broken arrow to Chu Tian. Chu Tian took the arrow shaft. This is a specially made armor-piercing arrow, possibly made by O Yezi, or O Yezi's daughter Imosia, or O Yezi's son-in-law in general. Chu Tian recognized him at a glance because the bow and arrows he used were also specially provided by the master forger. Generally, those who use this kind of specially supplied arrows are mostly senior generals of the Xia army. After all, the cost of such an armor-piercing arrow is a few taels of silver, or even dozens of taels of silver. It also requires the work of legendary craftsmen such as O Yezi and Mo Xie. Only generals who are good at bows and arrows are qualified to use it. Chu Tian looked at the words on the arrow shaft and saw 2 small seal characters, Mulan, engraved on it. This is the arrow Hua Mulan usually uses. In other words, in the melee, the person who accidentally shot and injured Sa Lu Zi turned out to be Hua Mulan. Chapter 847 The Second Lord with a Red Cannon. Although I don't know how Hua Mulan shot this arrow that changed the situation of the battle, it is true that only a military commander could hurt Sa Lu Zi. Chu Tian discovered that the arrow that shot Sa Lu Zi was Hua Mulan's usual arrow. He could only think that Hua Mulan almost killed Mingguan in the melee. Maybe Mingguan lost a little unclearly. Mingguan focused on Chu Tian's generals, Wei Qing, Zhou Yafu, Li Guang and others. But the women in Chu Tian are also very fierce, and they basically don't have a vase. Xiao Liang Shinji camp was specifically targeted by Mingguan, but he did not expect that Yekaterina would bring a shooting army, and Hua Mulan would shoot an arrow that determined the outcome. Without this arrow, the probability of losing is actually very low, but it can reduce losses. So why not? This arrow is kept as a souvenir. Chu Tian thought this arrow was very important, and simply took it as a souvenir of the turning point of the Northern War. Chu Tian thought that Hua Mulan had already killed Shagatai, and was made a marquis by the Han court. She lived in Ju County of Langya Kingdom. Hua Mulan's status in the Xia Prince's palace was the same as that of Princess Xia. Her status was already very high, so it was not easy to be granted another title. Hua Mulan's other rewards cannot be sealed as king. After all, Chu Tian is just a king now. Hua Mulan didn't seem to realize the impact of her arrow, and almost killed Mingwan. At that time, the armies were fighting in a melee. Even if Hua Mulan shot an arrow with her eyes closed, she might hit an enemy horse. Chu Tian will pay attention to the red cannon obtained by Zhongxia army. There are 24 red cannons. Generals such as Cao Cao, Wei Qing, Zhou Yafu, King Arthur, etc. all looked at these firearms curiously. The hollow texture of bronze and black iron made people feel numb. The Stone Age transitioned to the Bronze Age, and later to iron. When casting early cannons, bronze was considered because copper cannons were more stable. But the cost of bronze cannons was too expensive, and iron cannons were used that were prone to explosions. Chu Tian was no stranger to the red cannon and knew its principles. But it's useless to know the principle. In Lord, you must get the corresponding drawings to create props. In essence, the red cannon obtained by the Zhongxia army in front of them is also a kind of prop. A special prop. Is this the red cannon that made my Tiger Knight temperament drop significantly? Cao Cao's tiger and leopard cavalry suffered considerable losses due to being bombarded by red cannons, especially the blow to morale, which caused the tiger and leopard cavalry to suffer a big loss in the confrontation with the Dragon City cavalry. Now all the red cannons of the Ming army fell into Chu Tian's hands. King Arthur, Joan of Arc and others also stood around the bronze cannon, weighing more than 1,000 kilograms. Like the trebuchet and the 8-bull crossbow, the red cannon also has its own attribute panel. After all, this is a game world. Chu Tian could see the specific attributes and effects of the red cannon. Name, Hongyi cannon, also known as red cannon. Level 10 firearms. Attack power, related to distance. Type of ammunition. And amount of gunpowder. Conditions of use, black powder. Solid bullets / shotguns. Source, Battle of Songjin, the cannon used by the Qing army to attack Songzhan city, was introduced to the Central Plains in the late Ming dynasty. Quantity of solid bullets, 131, cannot be homemade / requires special drawings. Quantity of shot, LS, 77, cannot be homemade / requires special drawings. Effective range, related to elevation angle and ammunition type. Can reach 500 meters. Subsequent effects, formation destruction. Fear effect, morale blow. Fortification destruction, additional bonus to fortifications. Chu Tian saw a series of data. The data on instruments and equipment such as the red cannon and the Xiangyang cannon, large counterweight trebuchet, were different. The former was a firearm, while the latter was a cold weapon. It's really troublesome. Mingwan has almost used up all the artillery sh. LS, and there is no way to replenish them. Just as Chu Tian guessed. Despite the large number of these red cannons, they look very majestic. But they are consumables. In the world of lords, without blueprints, valuable props cannot be produced. Chu Tian had blueprints for black powder, but no blueprints for solid sh. LS and shotgun sh. LS, and could not replenish the artillery sh. LS consumed by the Ming army. Theoretically, if the game rules allow it, with the player's creativity, not to mention solid bullets, even more powerful explosives can be produced. It's a pity that the physical rules here have technical ceiling restrictions. The red coat cannon is already one of the most advanced firearms. Chu Tian rubbed his temples. In order to deal with him, Mingwan estimated that he had consumed 90% of the solid bullets and shotguns he brought back from the Battle of Songjin, leaving only 10%. This was the trophy that monk Wan Yenshin risked his life to capture. If Mingwan wanted to destroy these red cannons, it would not be difficult. He only needed to use a hammer and nails to nail the cannon holes in the rear. Keep these red cannons for the time being. These sh. LS may serve as a deterrent in the future. In addition, see if you can get the corresponding drawings in the future. If you find the corresponding drawings, then this will be used to destroy the opponent's formation and a weapon for morale. Chu Tian could already think of facing the neat phalanxes of other civilizations' cold weapon units in the future. He would first bombard them with red cannons for an hour or two, and then the high-level heavy cavalry would come forward to harvest them, taking them away easily and happily. In this battle of Western Liaoning, the Ming army has shown such a tactical tendency. When dealing with Cao Cao's tiger and leopard cavalry, they first used red cannons to plow Cao Cao's fields, and then Murong Ba's Dragon City cavalry came up to harvest. Such a simple tactic made Cao Cao miserable. And after the war, Cao Cao even had the idea of resigning to Chu Tian and returning home. It's not that Cao Cao's tiger and leopard cavalry are ineffective.
but that this simple tactic is too advanced. There are not many pure cold weapon legions that can face the opponent's need heavy cavalry phalanx after being blown away by firearms. Even if Wei Qing and Hu Zubing faced the combination of red cannons and Dragon City cavalry, it would probably be difficult. Now that this batch of red-coated cannons has fallen into the hands of Chu Tian will have a new tactic in the future. He can completely use this tactic of red-coated cannons and high-level heavy cavalry to defeat the opponent's cannon head-on array. After all, Chu Tian has not heard of any lords from other civilized areas who have obtained artillery. If Mingguan is the first lucky one, then Chu Tian is the second lord to own such a weapon when he seizes the red cannon from Mingguan. And he is also the only lord to own artillery now. Although the number of cannonballs is seriously insufficient, and they can only pretend to be powerful, as long as Chu Tian does not announce it to the public. Not many lords know how many cannonballs Chu Tian has.
Serial Iron Horse. If the red cannon is combined with the serial Iron Horse phalanx, what will be the effect?
Chu Tian couldn't help but think of Murong Ke from the Murong tribe. His chain of Iron Horse phalanx gave Chu Tian a big shock. He thought it was necessary to recruit several useful generals from Mingguan. In fact, Xia Jun really captured a few generals in Mingguan in this battle. Chapter 848 The Captured General.
Sa Luzi will be kept in the palace's stables from now on.
Chu Tian saw that Sa Luzi was shot and injured by Hua Mulan, so he planned to take in the injured Sa Luzi. After all, Sa Luzi was also one of the 6 divine horses who followed Li Shimin, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. Speaking of which, Li Shimin can be regarded as a legendary figure. He conquered the world in his 20s. He was born into a famous family, had a good wife, a powerful horse, civil servants and generals. He dominated the world and was a winner in life.
You will follow me from now on, and I will be responsible for you.
Chu Tian stroked Sa Luzi's fur. Different from the Black Juing, Sa Luzi was a divine horse with purple hair.
Ding! The SS level achievement mission 6 Horses of Jiaoling has been opened. Collect the 6 war horses of Quanmajin, Shifachi, Baidawu, Talerpu, Qingzhui and Saluzi to complete the achievement mission.
Chu Tian rarely heard the system's reminder. This achievement task turned out to be to collect 6 Tang Taizong's mounts. Chu Tian didn't know where Mingguan got Sa Luzi, but he knew that it was not easy to collect all 6 divine horses. Each divine horse has special effects and is priceless. It's just that Sa Luzi was so unlucky that she was almost killed by Hua Mulan of 95 force with an armor-piercing arrow made by Mo Xie. It would be a pity if the majestic Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty died in battle like this. As for the reward for completing the mission,
6 Horses of Jiaoling,
Chu Tian didn't know what it would be. The red cannon was transported back to Xia City. Needless to say, the power of level 10 firearms. However, the shortcoming of the red cannon is also quite obvious. That is, the mobility of the red cannon is really poor. Next, Chu Tian planned an expedition to Lucheng to see if there was a chance to completely capture Liaodong City. If Liaodong City can be captured, the major troubles outside the customs will be completely resolved, and there will be no need to worry about Liaodong's troubles. Counting the disasters of Goryeo, Liaodong was not at peace. At the end of the Han dynasty, after Cao Cao pacified Yuan Shao's forces, he followed Guijia's suggestion and went on an expedition to western Liaoning. He basically pacified Wuhuan and the remnants of the Yuan clan. And then he had the energy to pacify Shilong and conquer Jingzhou in the south. Chu Tian was in this position and adopted a strategy similar to that of Cao Cao. Hoping to pacify western Liaoning, Guijia originally wanted to suggest Chu Tian to pursue the victory. But he had realized that Chu Tian had the intention to occupy the entire western Liaoning. So he did not specifically persuade Chu Tian. Chu Tian also asked people to bring the captured generals of the Mingguan forces. At the end of the battle, a small number of seriously injured generals were unable to escape and were captured by the Xia army. A general covered in blood was brought to Chu Tian. However, this military general was not the brothers Murong Ba and Murong Ke that Chu Tian was thinking about, but Zhu Ning, a fierce general under Zhu Di, the founder of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Ning seemed unwilling to be a prisoner.
King Ming has been defeated, and there is only a quarter of Liaodong left, unable to achieve anything. With your ability, Zhu Ning, you are enough to be famous in history. Why don't you serve me? Conquer all directions, and establish an immortal cause?
Chu Tian tried to recruit Zhu Ning to surrender. Zhu Ning is a powerful cavalry general. If Zhu Ning can be subdued, Chu Tian's cavalry lineup will become even stronger. Zhu Ning was silent, but unwilling to surrender. Chu Tian frowned slightly.
The military generals in Liaodong have become a group. It is not easy to recruit and surrender these generals. Chu Tian's subordinates also had a tendency to stick together, such as the Women's Army and the Khitan Army. But the Liaodong Army was obviously more united and stronger. The Liaodong Army had a sense of honor established at Mingwan, and they dared to fight head-on even if they were facing the Central Plains Army. In other words, Xu Nong and others had their own pride and would not surrender easily, unless Mingwan, which represents the interests of the Liaodong Army, surrenders. Also captured with Zhu Ning was Zhu Dasho, who was retreating. On the way to retreat, Zhu Dasho was captured by the Knights of the Round Table. Zhu Dasho, a military general in the late Ming dynasty, may not be very loyal to Mingwan. If Chu Tian put his effort into it, he could conquer Zhu Dasho. However, Zhu Dasho did not need Chu Tian to spend so much thought on recruiting specifically.
Would you like to serve me?
Chu Tian just asked Zhu Dasho.
I serve King Ming. How can I surrender?
Zhu Dasho did not surrender directly.
Treat them, and then put them under house arrest.
Chu Tian imprisoned Zhu Nung and Zhu Dasho. Chu Tian values Zhu Nang's ability more. Although Zhu Dasho has loyalty issues, he is still a famous general. The most critical generals such as Su De and Chang Yuchen always followed their cavalry. It was not easy to capture them alive. In Guju City, Sun Chuanting and the defenders finally determined that the Ming army was defeated, because Chu Tian people brought the captured Zhu Nung and Zhu Dasho to the city to show off the Xia army's military power. Since both Zhu Nung and Zhu Dasho were captured alive, and the Xia army had no intention of relieving the siege, it was almost certain that the Ming army had been defeated.
General, our army has been defeated. There is no need to defend this city. Where should we go?
All the generals and junior high schools in Guju City looked at Sun Chuanting. Only less than half of the 100,000 defenders remained. Houses in the outer city were demolished and razed to the ground. Sun Chuanting stood on the city wall, looked to the east, and couldn't help but burst into tears. The generals in Liaodong and Western Liaoning have their own system. If they are defeated now, it is equivalent to the previous efforts and is meaningless.
There are still more than 40,000 soldiers and horses in Lone Bamboo City. It won't be a problem to defend it for another 1 or 2 months. If you are determined to die, you can even defend it for another 3 months. It's just that.
Sun Chuanting intended to continue to defend the city, but the defenders in the city lost their fighting spirit and wanted to surrender. As the commander-in-chief, Sun Chuanting was still in a dilemma. Gong Yan, Cheng Yu, and Lu Yi continued to put pressure on Sun Chuanting. Finally, the gate of Guju City was opened, and Gong Yanzhuzhou suddenly rode into the city. The 40,000 Ming troops in the city were demoralized and had no fighting spirit. Gong Yanzhuzhou took he gained a lot of experience due to their participation in the Western Liaoning War. At this time, they were arrogant and confident that they were the victorious party.
Sun Chuanting, please serve King Xia.
Gong Yan rode his war horse all the way to Sun Chuanting, hoping to recruit Sun Chuanting to surrender and let Sun Chuanting serve Chu Tian. Sun Chuanting just said calmly,
"It's impossible. With your talent, it would be a pity if you died like this. Someone, come and protect Sun Chuanting."
Gong Yan also placed Sun Chuanting under house arrest, and waited until the Liaodong forces were completely pacified before recruiting. The western fortress of Liaoxi County, Guju City, was occupied by the Xia army, and only Lucheng in the east near Liaodong County remained.
I didn't expect that. I still fell short.
Sun Chuanting's face turned pale. 40,000 Ming troops became prisoners. In order to prevent them from rebelling, these Ming generals were imprisoned. After the ordinary soldiers were dispersed, they were divided into various armies. Sun Chuanting's special unit is the Qin Army. They are not soldiers of the Qin state during the Warring States period, but officers and soldiers recruited in the Guangzhou area in the late Ming dynasty to suppress the peasant uprising of Li Zicheng and others. Sun Chuanting once made Li Zicheng suffer a lot, and was almost killed by Sun Chuanting. However, the Ming dynasty had declined after all. Li Zicheng and others could fail countless times, but Sun Chuanting could only fail once. When Sun Chuanting failed once, he was defeated and died. Sun Chuanting was still an above-average second-rate general, so Mingwan asked him to lead an army of 100,000 to guard Guju City. Sun Chuanting did not live up to Mingwan's expectations, but the main force of the Ming army failed, and it was meaningless to continue to defend Guju City. At most, it could only contain tens of thousands of Xia troops. For the Xia army, which occupied the Central Plains, Hebei, Yuzhou and other places,
They could easily send tens of thousands of soldiers and horses to besiege Guju City. 3 months? Chutian can even besiege for 3 years. Sun Quaning's Qin army was guarded alone. These people only obeyed Sun Quaning's orders and were not stable. The news that Guju City was captured by the Xia army spread throughout the Han Empire. The fall of a single city in Guju City would not affect the overall situation. What really affected the situation of the Han Empire was the loss of the main force of the Liaodong army. In the Northern War of the Han Empire, Chutian had a 90% chance of winning. In Lujiang County, Sun Jian was mobilizing troops and generals. He was about to attack Hefei for the 3rd time. He heard that the Xia army had captured Guju City, and the main force of the Ming army was defeated. He looked complicated. Sun Ce had grown to the peak at this time. He was tall and resolute. He and Zhou Yu were called the second commanders of Jiangdong. He learned that the main force of the Ming army had failed. So he came to persuade Sun Jian to stop attacking Hefei.
Father! The Xia army defeated the Ming king in western Liaoning. The majority of the Ming king's main force defeated. A few generals were captured by the king of Xia, and Liaodong was in chaos. At this time, we led the Jiangdong army to attack Hefei, and the main force of the Xia army could arrive in Sichuan at any time. Not to mention that Hefei cannot be captured by then. But in case the king of Xia himself comes to Sichuan to gather troops, if we counterattack Lujiang County, wouldn't even Lujiang County be lost?
Sun Ce's worries are not unreasonable. Because of the existence of the teleportation array, the Xia army could gather troops very quickly over long distances. The cost of the teleportation array was originally high. But during the unification war of the Han Empire, all the princes poured real money into it regardless of the cost. Therefore, the cost of the teleportation array was not considered a big deal in the eyes of the red-eyed princes. As long as the opponent is destroyed before financial bankruptcy, then it will be worthwhile. Sun Jian stared at Sun Ce.
Bo Fu, although your martial arts and ability to command troops have grown, you must consider factors other than the battlefield to be a qualified head of the family. Do you want to inherit my position and become son? The head of the family still needs to study hard. The child is puzzled. Although King Xiao won and King Ming lost most of western Liaoning, King Ming still had the most important Liaodong. The area of Liaodong was originally just one county. King Ming conquered east and west, and now the land of Liaodong is comparable to the size of Jingzhou. The main force of the Xia army in order to pacify Liaodong. We will definitely be trapped in Liaodong in a short time and spend a lot of time and money to pacify the tribes in Liaodong. King Xia cannot escape, so there is no need to worry that the main force of King Xia will suddenly come to Sichuan City. I see. Not only that, my sworn brother urged me to send troops, and I must give him an explanation. Then we have a secret agreement with Lu Su. In order to save trouble when attacking Hefei, King Xia will only increase the price for us. His.
For the first time, Sun Ce discovered that his father, Sun Jian, was not just a general who was only good at leading troops in battles. Sun Jian can build his own team. Under the command of Wu King Tongke, Sun Jian is relatively independent, equivalent to half a state pastor, and also has some means. Daddy? A little girl about 4 or 5 years old, with a beautiful face, grabbed Sun Jian's trousers. Because Sun Jian was discussing extremely secretive matters with Sun Ce. He was frightened by the sudden appearance of Sun Xiangxiang.
Xiangxiang, why did you sneak in?
A maid came in and reported.
Master, the young lady beat several children around again and made them cry. Dot!
Sun Jian and Sun Ce looked at each other, helpless towards the usually restless Sun Xiangxiang. Sun Xiangxiang didn't look like he had done anything wrong at all, but took it for granted. The children of the surrounding families were also descendants of Sun Jian's generals, and they did not dare to ask for an explanation from the daughter of the family head. Chapter 849 King Wu's Troubles. In Guiyang County and Shen County, the Beifu army led by Tong Ke was overwhelming and broke through the city defended by Han Shizhong. Han Shizhong, the general of Song dynasty King Yang Shirlang, was ultimately defeated by the Beifu army and was captured by Lu Laoji, the fierce general of the Beifu army. Zhou Yu's navy cut off Yang Zhulong's reinforcements, while the Beifu army commanded by Xie Xian was responsible for breaking the formation and attacking the city. The southernmost fortress in Jingnan fell.
Han Shizhong, serve me, and I will make you the new king of Song in the future.
Tongke learned that the Beifu army captured Han Shizhong, who was also a famous general.
Impossible.
Han Shizhong struggled hard, but the ropes that tied him became tighter and tighter, making it impossible to escape. Lu Laoji's big hand pressed on his shoulder. making Han Shizhong despair.
When I capture Xianyang City, maybe you won't think so.
During the Northern War, Tong Kai still fought bloody battles with its old rival Yang Zhulong. With the help of the navy of Zhou Yu and Xie Xian, they were invincible in the Yangtze River basin. After conquering Xiakou, they divided Jingnan and Jingbei and focused on attacking Jingnan. Jingbei tried to use the teleportation array to dispatch reinforcements to support Jingnan. But this was just in line with Tongqua's tactics of encircling the point to fight for reinforcements. No matter how many troops from Jiangling and Xiangyang in northern Jing dynasty went to support southern Jing, they would all be annihilated by the Beifu army. And southern Jing became a bottomless pit. As for the Beifu army, the more they fight, the stronger they become. The current Beifu army, ranging from high-level arms to low-level arms, already has 300,000 soldiers and horses.
Further south is the Ling'an area, which is the territory of Defa, the Muwang of Jiaozhou, and cannot continue southward.
Tong Kai captured Jing'an, but was not very willing to continue south to attack Jiaozhou. The main force in Jingbei is still there, and the troops will be divided into two groups to attack Jia Jingbei and Jiaozhou, which will lead to a two-front battle. Now in the entire Han Empire, only Chu Tian has this ability, while other princes try to avoid fighting on two fronts. And
it is said that the herdsman Wang Defa of Jiaozhou was at war with the Dai Viet kingdom. Wang Defa had always disliked the monkeys of the Anan kingdom and wanted to destroy the Dai Viet kingdom. The biggest reliance of the Dai Viet kingdom was the jungle between Dai Viet and Jiaozhou.
Tong Kai looked towards the south. When the Northern War broke out, the southern princes actually had all kinds of troubles. For example, Liu Bei and Yang Su colluded to unify Yizhou and attack Nanman and Hanzhong. Tongqua's Jiangdong forces are at war with Yang Shilong's Jingzhou forces. Defa, the herdsman king of Jiaozhou, was not idle. He knew that with the strength of Jiaozhou, neither Yangzhou nor Jingzhou was easy to fight. So he simply went south to attack Daiyue Kingdom. The kingdom of Dai Viet no longer belongs to the eastern Han district, but to the Anan district. Historically, Anan district was affiliated with Jiaozhou. Later, after the collapse of the Tang dynasty, and during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, Anan broke away from Chinese rule, and the Song dynasty was unable to take back Anan, causing Anan to become another civilization. The Ming dynasty once occupied Anan, but due to the poor management of the local area by the officers and soldiers, the local area separated from China for hundreds of years, and did not want to be ruled by the Ming dynasty. Rebellions continued, and the Ming dynasty finally abandoned Anan. It can be considered that Anan was part of the separation from ancient China. And now the two sides have turned against each other. Therefore, Defa, the Muwang of Jiaozhou, wanted to conquer Anan under the banner of ancient times. As long as the royal city of Daiyue Kingdom is captured and the teleportation array is controlled, Jiaozhou's soldiers and horses can continuously enter the hinterland of Daiyue Kingdom. And it is entirely possible to implement local rule. This is also Wang Defa's plan. Tong Kai was naturally willing to see Jiaozhou Mu and Daiyue Kingdom at odds with each other, so that Wang Defa would be less likely to attack him from behind. At the same time, Tong Kai was not very willing to fight Wang Defa, because even if he occupied Jiaozhou, he would still be disgusted by the monkeys of Dai Viet. Instead of doing this, it is better to let Wang Defa consume Dai Viet's national power. Wang Defa's generals should be better at fighting in jungle areas. If you want to conquer the civilizations of Southeast Asia, cavalry generals such as Wei Qing and Wu Zibing may not be practical, because in Lords, the units of Southeast Asian civilizations have special bonuses in jungle combat. When Tongqua's Beifu army arrives in the jungle, they may be attacked by Dai Viet troops using guerrilla tactics.
I ordered Sun Jian to attack Hefei City. Why did he move so slowly this time? In the previous 2 attacks on Hefei, his Jiangdong army responded quickly and quickly approached Hefei City. The first time he almost captured Hefei, but this time,
while Tong Kai was concerned about things in the south, he turned his attention to his sworn brother Sun Jian. He had vaguely noticed that Sun Jian was a little abnormal. At least this time, Tong Kai ordered Sun Jian to attack Hefei for the 3rd time. Sun Jian was a bit procrastinating and not so forthcoming.
It is estimated that he is a little irritated because of the repeated failures in attacking Hefei, and is no longer willing to continue attacking Hefei. Hefei is indeed difficult to deal with. Perhaps he should focus on attacking the 2 big cities of Jiangling and Xiangyang. As long as he uses the navy to enter the Han River cuts off the connection between Xiangyang and Nanyang. And Jingzhou is in my pocket. If Sun Jian still cannot conquer Hefei this time, then I will send him to attack Jiangling. and I will attack Xiangyang myself.
Ta Ke didn't know that there was a secret agreement between Sun Jian and Lu Su, and thought that Sun Jian was discouraged about attacking Hefei. So he had a negative attitude. So he wanted to transfer Sun Jian to mainly attack Jingzhou to find a new breakthrough. There are two approaches to the northern expedition to the Central Plains. One is to attack Huainan, and the other is to send troops out of Xiangfan, pass through Fanchengxia Road, and attack Xuchang. Of course, there are also bizarre routes such as attacking Qinzhou and Liaodong by sea. It's not that it's impossible, but it's not easy to supply. While Ta Ke was considering the next plan, a fast horse galloped back. Because the speed was too fast, the horse fell to the ground and foamed at the mouth. The scout cavalry on horseback broke away from their horses in time and went straight to Ta Ke. Tongque's guard, the fierce General Xiaomok, lifted it up with one hand to prevent the cavalry from attacking Ta Ke. Ta Ke disagreed.
Don't panic. This person must be in such a hurry. He must have something important to report.
Sure enough, the cavalryman said anxiously.
Your Highness, Gan Ning, the leader of the Jinfan bandits who fled from Yizhou to Jingzhou, defeated the first part of our navy. General Ling Chao of the navy was defeated, and Ling Chao was captured alive by Gan Ning. That's unreasonable.
Ta Ke originally captured Yang County in Jingnan and brought Jingnan into its sphere of influence. They were about to reward the entire army and capture Jingbei in one go. At this time, news came that Zhou Yu's naval corps General Ling Chao had been defeated. Ling Chao was a native of Wu County and one of the naval generals conquered by Ta Ke. If Ling Chao were to die in battle, it would be a big loss for Ta Ke. Ta Ke is different from Chu Tian. Chu Tian has many generals and even ignores second and third-rate generals such as Zhu Dazhou. But Ta Ke cherishes every general. Gan Ning was originally a powerful man in Yizhou. He formed a band of Jinfan thieves. However, he rebelled under Yang Shilong's instigation and welcomed Jingzhou soldiers and horses into Shu. Later, Lu Yin received help from Liu Bei and Yang Su and defeated the Jingzhou army. The Jingzhou army was defeated. Gan Ning knew that he could not stay in Yizhou any longer, so he had to flee to Jingzhou and temporarily serve Yang Shilong. A young man in white clothes who followed Ta Ke leaned forward and said to Ta Ke,
Gan Ning, this man is cheerful, bold, brave and strategic, and he is also a tiger general. However, he is rough and fierce, violent and murderous, often breaks his promises and pays attention to loyalty. Now the king of Song dynasty if we lose power. I am willing to go and persuade Gan Ning to surrender to our army, and at the same time return General Ling Chao. How confident is Zimming?
Ta Ke looked at the young man in white. In fact, even if Ling Chao is harmed, Ta Ke thinks it will not affect the overall situation. But the person in front of him is 10 times more important than Ling Chao, because Zimming is Lu Meng's name. At this time, Lu Meng was only 18 years old.
In the end, I will be 100% certain to persuade Gan Ning to surrender.
Chapter 850 Sun Jian's New Conditions.
Why did spies learn that Sun Jian, the governor of Lujiang, was preparing troops to attack Hefei? Didn't you, military advisor, meet with Sun Jian in private to coordinate a truce?
Lu Su wiped the sweat from his forehead with his robe and was unable to answer the question of Hefei guard Zhang Liao for a while. Each force will send spies to the other side city. As long as the city starts preparing food, grass, and weapons, it will probably be impossible to hide it from the eyes and ears of the spies. There are various signs that Sun Jian is raising grain, grass, troops and horses for the third attack on Hefei city. Lujiang County has assembled at least 150,000 troops. This made Lu Su, who was responsible for the peace talks with Sun Jian, quite passive when facing the questioning from his colleagues. In order to prevent Hefei city from being besieged again by Jiangdong's army, Chu Tian took the initiative to negotiate peace with Sun Jian. Lu Su was the person in charge, and also the Minister of Foreign Affairs. However, the war broke out again, and Lu Su, as the peacemaker, had no choice but to shoulder the responsibility.
No matter what, the troops assembled in Lujiang County may exceed 200,000, mainly from Jiangnan. We in Hefei city must prepare troops and horses immediately to meet Sun Jian.
Generals Ma Yuan and Tian Ji were newly transferred to guard Hefei to increase the strength of defending Hefei. Chu Tian was not willing to find that Huainan and even Xuzhou had been captured by Jiangdong's army during his expedition to Liaodong. Now Xuzhou has become the richest state after Chu Tian's development. It is as rich as the country and provides Chu Tian with a steady stream of financial support. The Mi family almost monopolized private trade with Japan, and benefited greatly from the rise of Chutian, which was Chutian's reward for the Mi family. Ma Yuan and Tianji were transferred to Hefei, but they actually did not object to going to war with Sun Jian, so that they could gain military exploits. From a selfish point of view, the general group naturally hopes that the world will be in chaos so that they can use their force. After all, no one knows whether there will be a day when all the birds are gone and good bows are hidden in Chutian.
Prepare for war.
As a general who was familiar with the Hefei area, Zhang Liao ordered martial law, and the people in Hefei were panicked. Hu Sanyang was wandering on the street with her son when she noticed the mobilization of soldiers and horses in the city. So she went to Zhang Liao and asked,
"Is Jiandong soldiers and horses are going to attack Hefei again?"
Zhang Liao replied solemnly,
"The world is in chaos. Only the hinterlands such as Shuzhou and Qingzhou can be stable. You and your children will go to Xiaqing to take refuge. If Jiandong's army comes with all their strength, I'm afraid Hefei may not be able to be defended."
Zhang Liao was also a little unsure. Jiangdong Jun is growing into a ferocious beast. King Wu Tankei is a player, not the historical Sun Sherwan. He has two branches under his command: Xie Xian's Beifu army and Sun Jian's Jiandong army. In addition, Tankei also formed the Navy Corps and the Southern Dynasty's Corps, Shan Yu Legion and other legions to strengthen their strength. If Tankei desperately attacks Hefei, and Hefei does not receive effective support, there is a possibility of losing it.
I will order my subordinates to send Hur to Xia City, and then stay with you to defend the city. You?
Zhang Liao saw Hu Sanyang's firm eyes, and couldn't bear to refuse. The war broke out again in Huainan, and the shadow of the war lingered over Hefei City. Hefei City gathered 100,000 troops, including high-level troops and low-level troops, mainly low-level troops. The elite legions were basically transferred to participate in the Northern War, so the legions in Hefei City were not elite and relied on solid city defenses. Sun Jian's Jiandong army seemed to have arrived as promised, under the transportation of the boat division. It landed at Ruxiku. The Xia army's navy went to contain the troops and horses of the Koryo kingdom and prevented Li Chengui, King Kanxian of the Koryo kingdom, from supporting Mingguan. Therefore, the Xia army was actually completely unable to gain a foothold in the Yangtze River Basin and ceded the Yangtze River Basin to the Wu kingdom. Sun Jian relied on his boat division to come and go freely in the Yangtze River Basin. It would be extremely difficult to truly annihilate Sun Jian. Lujiang County was in the north of the Yangtze River, but Chutian did not attack Lujiang County. The reason was that even if Lujiang County was captured, it would have to endure the constant harassment of the Jiandong Navy. So it simply ignored Lujiang County and stuck to Hefei, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Jiandong's army appeared under the city of Hefei, and there was a darkness with no end in sight.
I need to talk to Sun Jian, the governor of Lujiang. Alone!
Lu Su went to the meeting alone and went out of the city to call for formation. Zhang Liao, Ma Yuan, Tianji, Zhang Ba, Sun Quan and others were on the city. As the general, Zhang Liao agreed to Lu Su's request, and Lu Su was allowed to attend the meeting alone. This kind of behavior is really dangerous. Lu Su also has a little bit of force, but it's not enough at all. In addition to Jiandong generals, Sun Jian's Jiandong army also had Song Jiang's Lianshan generals. But Lu Su was tricked by Sun Jian, and it was really shameless. Soon Sun Jian left the camp and met Lu Su in front of the two armies. The soldiers on both sides had no way of knowing the content of their conversation. Even though Lu Su was a good man, he couldn't accept Sun Jian's reneging on his word. So he accused Sun Wutai.
Sun Wutai, we, the king of Xia, are willing to form a good relationship with the Sun family between Qin and Jin to avoid fighting between the soldiers of both sides and increase casualties. Why did you violate the oath today and send troops to attack Hefei? Sun Jian calmly replied,
The king of Wu ordered me to attack Hefei, and I had to obey.
Lu Su was not a mediocre person, and he captured the negotiable meaning from Sun Jian's simple answer.
Just for show? No. Sun Wutai. What do you want? I thought the price would have to be increased.
Sun Jian made a gesture. Lu Su finally understood Sun Jian's intention. Sun Jian was dissatisfied with the conditions previously negotiated between the two parties. When he came to the city, he could not only sell Tankei to save face, but also propose new conditions to Chu Tian. From this point of view, Sun Jian is really a heroic figure. In other words, troubled times turned Sun Jian into a hero. When he saw various princes displaying their talents and competing in the Central Plains, Sun Jian was also growing. Lu Su asked helplessly,
"What other conditions do you want? You are already reaching a high level for the son of King Xia to marry your daughter."
Sun Jian said,
"I have pity on the hearts of parents in the world. My daughter is like the apple of her eye. If she wants to marry the son of King Xia, she must be the first wife."
Lu Su did not expect that Sun Jian wanted to become a relative of the emperor. And he was the most important relative of the emperor. If Sun Jian's daughter becomes the future prince's concubine, then the status of the Sun family will be much higher than that of Lu Su. Lu Su really couldn't agree to Sun Jian easily, and he actually had no power. Chu Tian can only make the final decision.
I will ask the king of Xia for instructions to see what happens to him. During this period, you can only attack Hefei in a symbolic way.
Although Lu Su didn't know whether Chu Tian would agree, he could at least delay Sun Jian's attack on Hefei.
Zhu Ning, Zhu Dasho, and Sun Chuanting were all captured by me. Kong Yud and Duan Pishi were killed in the battle. It seems that Mingwan will bleed heavily this time. We should pursue the victory, and not give the Ming army a chance to breathe.
In Liaoxi County, the various armies under Chu Tian's command went through a simple rest and preparation, and prepared for the expedition to Lucheng, all the way to Liaodong. He summoned various counselors, including Sun Bin, Fang Xianling, Zhang Bin, Guijia, Sun Yu and others. Suddenly, Chu Tian saw that Guijia's face was not very good. He thought that Guijia had the negative characteristic of
heaven is jealous of talents,
and might die of illness during the expedition. So he said to Guijia,
"In this expedition, I will serve as a filial piety.
You stay behind for the time being and go to Luoyang City to serve the Wei Wuzu army. In addition, pay attention to your health. Don't be addicted to alcohol. And don't use 5-stone powder."
This expedition to Lucheng was very difficult as there were hundreds of miles of drought and waterlessness along the way. The Liaoxi corridor is a long and narrow section. Guzhou City is close to Jixian County, Yuzhou, while Lucheng is close to Liaodong. The Han Dynasty, the Three Kingdoms, the Sui Dynasty, the Tang Dynasty, and the Ming Dynasty all launched campaigns against Liaodong. The later they went, the more difficult it became because the population of Liaodong increased. Chapter 851 Chu Tian's Decision.
This guy Sun Jian is actually willing to raise the price. His daughter even wants to become Wu's first wife.
Before Chu Tian set out to conquer Liaodong, he received an urgent message from Lu Su. Sun Jian persevered and besieged Hefei for the third time. The army pressed on the border and put new conditions on Chu Tian. Chu Tian did not expect that Sun Jian would suddenly propose new conditions. Sun Jian put his family's interests above the battles between princes. He wanted to protect the interests of the Sun family, and he even wanted his daughter to become the future prince and concubine.
Should I agree to Sun Jian's conditions?
Chu Tian found Xiao Liang. Sun Jian directly controlled at least 200,000 troops, which was considered a mid-level prince. Sun Jian attacked Hefei many times, causing Chu Tian a lot of trouble. Now Sun Jian is sitting on the ground raising his price, threatening Chu Tian by attacking Hefei's city.
Wu is your son. It's too early to confirm the marriage now. If you just lied to Sun Jian and regretted it later, then that's a different story.
Xiao Liang didn't know whether to agree to Sun Jian's conditions. This is already a complete political marriage. What Sun Jian wanted was the family interests of the Sun family in Wu County, while Chu Tian wanted to end Jiangnan army's almost endless attacks on Hefei's city. Both of them had demands.
The higher the status, the more emphasis is placed on commitment.
Chu Tian knows the importance of integrity. This is not because Chu Tian is a good person, but because of the need to win people's hearts. A capricious lord, the loyalty of his subordinates is questionable, and when dealing with other lords will not have confidence in cooperation. Huan, Miuk, Zhang Dao and other lords cooperated with Chu Tian, mostly because Chu Tian rarely broke his promises.
If you don't want to go back on your word, then you can just find a crime and wipe out the Sun family. If the Sun family is gone, then my lord, you will not break your promise.
When Xiaochua heard about this, he said very calmly, This woman is really ruthless. In order not to break her promise, she would directly destroy someone else's entire clan. This kind of logic is simply outrageous.
Sun Jian has dozens of generals and 200,000 to 300,000 troops. If we can win over him, it might be good.
Xiao Liang waited and found that there were very few princes in the Han Empire now. Chu Tian directly suppressed the princes who were evenly matched with Chu Tian, and there was no marriage. After the marriage, If the other party is unwilling to surrender, then it will be difficult to start a war. During the Warring States period of Japan, Eastern-style political marriages often occurred between daimyo. After two daimyo got married, it was not uncommon for them to betray each other.
Promise Sun Jian for the time being. There will be a long time to come. No one can guarantee what will happen.
In the end, Chu Tian couldn't bear Sun Jian's attack on Hefei and temporarily tolerated it. When the time came to reap the rewards of the Northern War, Chu Tian did not want Tong Kai and Sun Jian to intervene. The combined power of Tong Kai and Sun Jian is no worse than either Mingguan or Lao Qin. And the territory they occupy is also quite large. In Lords, the population of Jiangnan is actually quite large, because the number of players in the south is no less than that of the northern states. When each player lord establishes a village, an initial NPC population will appear, causing the populations in Jingzhou, Yangzhou, Yizhou, Jiazhou, Liaodong and other places to be larger than expected. Sun Jian was the breakthrough point for Jiangdong's forces. Although Chu Tian was in western Liaoning, he was already thinking about pacifying the southern princes. After solving the two powerful enemies of Mingguan and Lao Qin, the next target is naturally Tong Kai, Liu Bei, Yang Su and other princes who oppose Chu Tian.
There should be no conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the future.
Chu Tian looked at Xiao Liang. She was a smart person. Logically speaking, Sun Jian's daughter Sun Shangxiang should be manipulated by her.
Do I look like that kind of person?
Xiao Liang seemed to see what Chu Tian was thinking and glared at Chu Tian.
Wu seems to be a little weak. If his wife is good at force, maybe she can neutralize it. So be it.
Because Chu Tian was worried about history repeating itself, he transferred Guijia to Luoyang and personally led the various legions participating in the Battle of Western Liaoning to pursue the Ming army in the east of Liaodong. After a short rest, hundreds of thousands of troops marched towards Liaodong city. 1 million strong men in the rear were responsible for escorting the grain and grass. The grain trucks stretched for hundreds of miles, which was extremely spectacular. The middle section of the Liaoxi corridor is sparsely populated, and it is basically impossible to obtain supplies from the local area. Chu Tian adopted the safest tactics and worked step by step, planning to extend the supply line to Liaodong. So he recruited millions of strong men to forcibly open a supply line. Such a large-scale project can only be realized by a lord with a large territory and population.
The final general is willing to be the vanguard and pursue the lead.
Khitan military general Yelu Xiugu volunteered to be the vanguard to pacify Liaodong. During the Battle of Western Liaoning, the Khitan army absorbed a group of Pishi army cavalry. Probably Brother Yelxia wanted revenge, so he recommended himself. Mingguan had defeated the Khitan tribe in the past, and Yelu Abaoji was killed in battle. There was still a lot of grievances with the Khitan tribe. Since the Khitan generals want revenge, Chu Tian doesn't mind using them as vanguards. Hundreds of thousands of Xia troops swept through the nearby tribes of Wuhuan and Xianbei, and advanced all the way to Lucheng. They were invincible, and the remaining soldiers in western Liaoning were unable to withstand the hundreds of thousands of troops. Until now, Chu Tian has captured Yuyang County, Yubiping County, and half of Liaoxi County from the Mingguan forces. If we work hard at one go, we can take over the entire western Liaoning. As for Liaodong, Chu Tian may need more time to fully digest it. After all, Liaodong is no longer just a county. Liaodong County plus Fuyu State, Goguryeo, and Heilongjiang. The area is already quite large. This does not include the Goryeo Kingdom with a population of tens of millions. Including the Kingdom of Goryeo, the area of Liaodong is larger than that of most states, which is unimaginable. Therefore, the battle with Mingguan will appear to be strenuous. The power of Mingguan is not the size of a county governor at all. Its size is larger than that of a state pastor. This is why Chu Tian would prefer to compromise with Sun Jian before completely pacifying Liaodong, so as to prevent the Huainan War from being too brutal and affecting Chu Tian's pacification of Liaodong.
War's matter will depend on the next generation's thoughts in the future. If Sun Jian's daughter can't do it, then find an opportunity to destroy the Sun family.
Chu Tian unknowingly had almost the same idea as Xiaochua. After all, the selection of the prince's concubine has a great impact on the fate of the empire. The fire was raging among the Wuhuan tribe. Monk Wanyanshan held a long sword and rode a majestic war horse, looking up at the billowing black smoke. Keeping the Wuhuan tribe is a hidden danger after all. Monk Wanyanshan burned the Wuhuan tribe and moved the population to the pass. After dismantling it, after 2 or 3 generations, the Wuhuan tribe will disappear, and no one will mention it. Monk Wanyanshan had a knife mark on his cheek, extending from the corner of his eye to his chin. which looked particularly ferocious. In order to defeat the 8 banners of the Han army and the red cannon, monk Wan Yin-chen was permanently injured and his temper became more surly. Seeing the fire burning, monk Wan Yin-chen was excited. In Hefei City, Sun Jian's Jiangdong army besieged the city. It seemed that the offensive was fierce, but in fact, the casualties were limited.
As expected, King Xia will agree to my terms. How can a descendant of our Sun family be a dog girl? It would be an advantage for King Xia's son.
Sun Jian thought for a moment. And there may be no one better than Chu Tian in the entire Han Empire. The family became more prominent and
we will report more losses then to show that we have lived up to King Wu's request.
Several generals who defended Hefei City were relieved when they discovered that Sun Jian's offensive had loud thunder and light rain. Sun Jian obviously did not want to fight to the death with the Hefei defenders, but symbolically attacked Hefei City for the 3rd time. Hefei City's 3rd offensive and defensive battle seemed too easy compared with the previous 2.
Diplomacy is really magical.
As the defender of Hefei, Zhang Liao rarely experienced the role of diplomacy in person. In the past, Sun Jian had a life-and-death attitude, but now he is very ambiguous, flirting with the Xia King's forces. Outside of the battlefield, there are many means to determine victory or defeat. Negotiation, dissension, birth, old age, illness and death can all be conditions for victory. Lu Su saw that Sun Jiao kept his promise and did not attack the city violently, so he knew that Sun Jian was interested in genuine negotiations. As long as the other party has demands, the conversation can continue and avoid meaningless fights on the battlefield. A war eagle circled down and landed on the shoulder of the Iron Eagle scout stationed in Hefei City.
Lord Lu Su, my lord has given me an order, and I will personally sign it.
Lu Su took the note, and there was only one word on it.
I didn't expect that my lord agreed in the end. Is this a tactic to delay the war? Or does my lord really want to form a good relationship with the Sun family? It's really elusive.
Lu Su knew what this meant. Sun Jian may be the most prosperous among the local princes. He still has huge power, holds troops and horses, and has left a way out for the future. Whether they divide the river to rule, serve the king of Wu, or unify the Han Empire and become relatives of the emperor. The Sun family of Wu County is a famous family. This is also in line with Su Chu's style of making a fortune quietly. Lu Su secretly told Sun Jian, and Sun Jian continued to besiege Hefei City, causing hundreds of casualties every day, and claimed thousands of casualties. Wu King Tongke believed that Hefei City was difficult to capture, so he finally transferred Sun Jian, who had been inactive, to attack Jiangling, and personally led his troops to attack Xiangyang City. Zhou Yu led the navy into the Han River. Sun Jian was relieved after receiving Teng Que's transfer order. Being besieged Hefei City, and not being able to attack it with all his strength was actually unsettling for Sun Jian. Tongke transferred him to attack Jiangling. But Sun Jian showed no mercy at all against Song King Yang Shirlang. The king of Song was unlucky. After the failed attempt to enter Shu, the Jingzhou army suffered heavy losses and was attacked by the Jiangdong army, making it even more declining. In the Yunming's area, Gan Ning used a surprise attack to defeat Ling Chao, the general of Zhou Yu's navy regiment, and captured him alive. For a time, he was in the limelight. Ling Chao was tied up by Gan Ning. The Jin Fan thieves laughed at him. Ling Chao suppressed his blush and glared at Gan Ning.
Jing'an has been captured by my lord. Jiangxia has also been captured a long time ago. Your lord only has Nanjun and 1 county left.
Land. Although he is the king of Song dynasty and the shepherd of Jingzhou, what is the difference between him and the governor of Nanjun?
After Gan Ning heard Ling Chao's words, his hand holding the wine bowl couldn't help but stop. Ling Chao also told the truth. Now only Nanjun is left in the Song kingdom. Although Nanjun has the largest population, it is only a county after all, and its territory and military strength are far less than the current king of Wu. It is only a matter of time before Jingzhou is annexed. A Jin Fan thief who is responsible for patrolling the perimeter reported, "Boss, there is a general in the Wu army who claims to be Lu Meng, and he wants to meet him. I have never heard of this person. Why did he come? I don't know. Bring him here." "Boss, what if he is an assassin sent by King Wu? There is no assassin in the world who can hurt me." Gan Ning was not afraid.
His martial arts are already top-notch. Soon Lu Meng, who was dressed in white, arrived and saw Ling Chao, who was tied up with 5 flowers, and specially brought up by the Jin Fan thieves to show off to Lu Meng the Jin Fan thieves' prowess.
Gan Xingba is worthy of being a tiger general. But your luck is really bad. As time goes by, life will be long. With your talents, you should find another wise king so that you can have a place to display your talents. Are you a lobbyist?
Gan Ning was not completely reckless. As soon as Lu Meng opened his mouth, Gan Ning knew that Lu Meng wanted to persuade him to surrender. The sound of a sword being drawn was heard everywhere, and the Jinfan thief pulled out his sword. If Lu Meng was not good, he might not be able to leave this place. Chapter 852 for Assassins. Baishui Pass in Yizhou is the main battlefield where the Yizhou army and the Hanzhong army fought. The ambitious Yang Su, the emperor-level commander of the Sui dynasty, wanted to capture Baishui Pass and open the way to Hanzhong. The person defending Baishui Pass is the alien Prince Luan, who is also the player lord who originally cooperated with Yizhou Mu Lu Yin. He has always been the sworn enemy of the Hanzhong Lord Zhang Dao. The two men had been tit for tat for many years, but Liu Bei and Yang Su entered Yizhou and occupied Luan's territory. In anger, Luan turned to cooperate with his mortal enemy Zhang Dao to defend Baishui, blocking the dangerous passage between Chengdu and Hanzhong, and disgusting Liu Bei and Yang Su. There are many ways to attack Hanzhong, and they can attack from Baishui Pass and Bajuan. Relatively speaking, the Yizhou army tends to take Baishui Pass because it is relatively easy to supply, because Luan insisted on guarding Baishui Pass, and the terrain of Shu was dangerous. Yang Su was unable to capture Baishui Pass quickly for a while. He was blocked by Baishui Pass for 47 days, unable to advance even half a step.
Luan is a serious problem for me and must be eliminated.
In Yang Su's military tent, Yang Su invited a strange player. For their own benefit, players are often active in the struggle for hegemony among princes, seeking profits, maybe for status, or maybe for gold and silver. This player has been dealing with Yang Su for several years, and the two parties have cooperated. Initially, this player's allegiance was to Cao Cao, but later he was bribed by Yang Su's Lord Zhao Long. After Zhao Long was killed in battle, this man has been following Yang Su, and Yang Su gave him the status and gold and silver he wanted. He was recruited by Yang Su and immediately guessed Yang Su's intention.
You want me to send someone to assassinate Luan? The price is not cheap.
The player made a gesture to Yang Su asking for gold and silver. Yang Su already understood the player's greed.
In the past 3 years, I have rewarded you with no less than 3,000 taels of silver free of charge every year. This is not a small amount. I have a few assassins who need to be supported. They are the best assassins in the world. Even people at the level of princes can be assassinated smoothly. Cao Cao and Zhao Long used the hands of assassins to achieve their goals. If you want to assassinate Luan, you must have 1,500 taels of gold. If the assassin accidentally dies in battle, you will need an additional 1,500 taels. In other words, a total of 3,000 taels of gold are needed.
Yang Su's eyes were a bit stern. The player's asking price was high, but this person did recruit a group of assassins, including NPCs and free players. Both Cao Cao and Zhao Long used this group of assassins to work for themselves. This player said,
even if it costs 3,000 taels of gold to kill Luan and capture Baishui Pass while the defenders are leaderless, it is still quite valuable. Why should you hesitate? What's more, top assassins value chivalry, not gold and silver. In order to find a way, it took me a lot of time to make them owe me a favor. It took me 5 years to find a way to establish a relationship with the top assassin. So 3,000 taels of gold is not a lot at all. That's all. Then 3,000 taels of gold. If the assassination is successful,
1 tael will not be less.
In order to open the passage to Hanzhong as soon as possible, Yang Su has become crazy and even resorts to any means. The siege of Baishui Pass by Yang Su's army ended, and 200,000 troops left Baishui Pass one after another. The defenders of Baishui Pass were originally prepared for a deadly battle with Yang Su's army, but Yang Su suddenly withdrew his troops. The defenders of Baishui Pass breathed a sigh of relief and celebrated the retreat of the enemy troops.
It seems that Yang Su retreated when he saw that Baishui Pass could not be captured for a long time, and he lost tens of thousands of troops. If Liu Bei and Yang Su had not fled to Yizhou and occupied the Magpie Nest, I would have succeeded Liu Yan and become the Lord of Yizhou. I'm really unwilling.
Luan still grits his teeth when he thinks that the status of Yizhou Mu that he had at his fingertips was snatched away by Liu Bei and Yang Su. Baishui Pass was not easy to attack, so Yang Su led his troops to retreat. In Luan's view, it was natural. When Yang Su withdrew his troops 200 miles away and had a tendency to return to Zitong, the defenders of Baishui Pass became more relaxed. They thought that Yang Su had completely given up attacking Baishui Pass and immediately relaxed. The city gate of Baishui Pass was opened, and grain and grass were transported from surrounding villages and towns into the pass for supplies. At this time, it was a mixed bag. I heard that Liu Bei personally went on a crusade against the southern barbarians and suffered a lot of losses in the mountains and forests. Yang Su had Han Qinhu, Hu Luguang, Gao Su and others who were brave and good at fighting. If Baishui Pass was not easy to defend but difficult to attack, maybe it would be, has long been captured by Yang Su. It is wise for Yang Su to retreat now. Otherwise, his head will be broken and bloody. Luan led a group of generals to inspect the city defenses of Baishui Pass and ordered people to repair the damaged walls. Outside Baishui Pass, Yang Su ordered people to burn the siege equipment, and the ruins made the defenders of Baishui Pass convinced that Yang Su would retreat. The king of Xia heard that I resisted Yang Su at Baishui Pass and delayed Yang Su's army, and he praised us very much. After the king of Xia pacifies Liaodong, he will receive me. In the future, if we join the king of Xia, we will have the opportunity to become marquises. As an inconspicuous Yizhou prince, Luan is not as popular as Zhang Dao, or even as much as Muk in the Nanman region, but he is also the target of Chu Tian's wooing and has the opportunity to become a prince. Luan's generals learned that their lord planned to rely on the most powerful Xia king, and that they would become Xia king's generals with a bright future. So their morale was greatly boosted, and they were even more motivated to defend Baishui Pass. Hundreds of wheelbarrows transported grain and grass to Baishui Pass to make up for previous losses. Suddenly, a wheelbarrow tipped over near Luan, causing a small commotion. Food and grass are a major matter for the military. Go and help and transport the food and grass to the granary quickly. Lu Anling came forward to help. Suddenly, the sharp sword was unsheathed, and the farmer who was transporting food looked calm and strode towards Luan. Help! When murderous intent suddenly appeared, Luan's soldiers turned pale and became a mess. No one would have thought that after it was almost clear that Yang Su had withdrawn his troops 200 miles away, a professional assassin would take action, planning to decide the outcome with one sword. Luan has a group of soldiers around him. They are either high-level soldiers or generals. The soldiers approaching Luan hurriedly drew their swords, trying to stop the assassin who suddenly attacked. The cold light flickered, and the assassin's attacks were deadly, almost always killing him with one move. With the determination to never return, he headed straight for Luan. One by one, the soldiers were killed by sharp swords, and as many as 13 people fell under the assassin's sword. Don't hurt my lord. A diamond-level general took action, trying to stop the assassin. When the assassin launched the attack, he had already considered the position of this diamond-level general. The broadsword slashed at the assassin's sword and knocked him away. At this moment, the assassin abandoned his sword and used the scabbard to crush Luan's throat and assassinate him. For top assassins, even the scabbard can be used as a killing weapon. The second sword of the diamond-level military officer came immediately. The assassin wanted to dodge, but in order to kill Luan, it was too late and was slashed by the diamond-level military officer. Kill him! Luan's soldiers surrounded the assassins heavily. The assassin was small, only over 5 feet tall. He held the only remaining scabbard of his sword and looked indifferently at the hundreds of soldiers who had just reacted at this moment, as well as the dark Baishui Pass defenders, surrounded by tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. Even the best assassins in the world cannot escape. In a small-scale sneak attack, a top assassin can bleed 5 steps and be almost invincible, but he cannot compete with the army on the battlefield head-on. A hail of arrows or a phalanx attack from the army will kill any assassin. If you kill my lord, you must pay for it with your life. Luan usually treats his generals fairly well, but when Luan was suddenly killed by an assassin, these generals became furious. I want to kill Luan, not for the sake of honor and salary, but to repay my kindness. My wish is fulfilled. The assassin held the scabbard and charged into the army. Although there are thousands of people, there is no hesitation. A dense forest of guns stabbed the assassin. One person, with only the scabbard of his sword, killed 27 more people. In the military formation, the assassin's force seemed to be suppressed, and he could not fully display it. He was severely injured, and the spear left bloody holes in his body. In the end, the assassin who claimed to be Yao Li took a soldier's sword and committed suicide. Thousands of eyes were focused on this assassin. He agreed to assassinate Luan, but he didn't think about leaving alive.
Yao Li fell in a pool of blood, and Baishui Pass was in chaos. The defenders at Baishui Pass didn't care who was leaving. The lord of Baishui Pass was assassinated, leaving Baishui Pass without a leader.
Yang Su's cavalry is here again!
Before the defenders of Baishui Pass had time to deal with the chaos after Lu En's assassination, the enemy's cavalry came to the city again. The cavalry general Han Qinhu led his cavalry to hide day and night, attack over long distances, and killed a carbine. The chaos at Baishui Pass turned into fear.
Yang Su! It must be the assassin sent by Yang Su to assassinate our lord.
By now, the Baishui Pass defenders have understood that this assassin was sent by Yang Su, and that Yang Su's withdrawal was an out-and-out trap. At Baishui Pass, the player who sent an assassin to kill Lu En couldn't help but feel sorry for the injured assassin. Yao Li was a famous assassin in the spring and autumn period, and some people rank Yao Li among the 4 major assassins. A real assassin who goes to assassinate princes will basically never return, because no matter whether the princes are alive or dead, the anger of their subordinates will be vented on the assassins. Yang Su saw that the assassin was so easy to use, so he said to the player,
I didn't expect to take Lu En's life so easily. I wonder if it is possible to assassinate King Xia and take King Xia's life. King Xia is now in the limelight. Sooner or later in the future, we will become our enemies.
The player who recruited the assassin shook his head.
In order to assassinate Lu En, a legendary assassin has been sacrificed. The guards around King Xia are not at the same level as Lu En's guards. It is reported that King Xia always has the fierce General Dian Wei as his personal guard. I'm afraid even a legendary assassin can't get close to him, and the assassination is difficult to succeed. Besides, how easy is it to recruit a legendary assassin? I only have 1 legendary assassin left with no use for my kindness.
There is another reason that the player did not explain clearly. He took advantage of the legendary assassin's repayment of kindness and ordered Yao Li to assassinate Lu En. But he did not dare to assassinate Chu Tian. To assassinate Lu En, Lu En's subordinates may not be able to retaliate against him, because Lu En is no longer a powerful prince and is unable to fight back. He is currently only a bottom prince, and the tree will fall and the monkeys will scatter. But Chu Tian is different. Chu Tian is the most powerful prince, not to mention the pitiful success rate of assassins assassinating Chu Tian. Regardless of whether the assassination of Chu Tian succeeds or fails, he will suffer crazy revenge from Chu Tian's forces. Players are greedy for gold and silver, but it does not mean they are desperate for their lives. It's okay to assassinate the small princes, but you will die if you assassinate the big princes. Therefore, it is rare for big princes to be assassinated. Chapter 853 Ambush Guan Yu.
Lu En was assassinated by an assassin, and Yang Su's troops have crossed Baishui Pass.
The Hanzhong leader Zhang Dao recruited a large number of yellow turban soldiers in order to prevent Yang Su from entering Hanzhong. He supported Lu En with a lot of food, grass and weapons, and asked Lu En to help him defend Baishui Pass. Yang Su did not win on the frontal battlefield, but adopted a method that many princes disdained to use to assassinate him. Assassins have always been active in history. There were 4 major assassins in the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. During the 3 Kingdoms period, Yuanshu also used assassins to assassinate Shenhuang Lucheng. The real great princes are basically not afraid of assassins, and their escorts are strong enough. Lu En is now just the guard of Baishui Pass, because the lords of the Han Empire rarely use assassins. Instead, he was caught off guard and was assassinated by the assassin sent by the players. It is also difficult to find a legendary assassin like Yao Li. If you want to make Yao Li work hard, you can't do it with gold and silver. He must be owed a favor.
This guy Lu En has been my enemy for several years, and then became an ally. I didn't expect that he would die at the hands of Yang Su. I must ask Yang Su for an explanation for this revenge.
Zhang Dao transferred his hatred to Yang Su, but in fact it was Yang Su who was behind it.
Hanzhong has a population of less than 10 million, but it has to maintain an army of 400,000 peasants. To me, it seems a bit difficult.
Zhang Dao has never been able to get out of Hanzhong, which is related to the closed terrain of Hanzhong. The population of Hanzhong was several million, but Zhang Dao forced an army of 400,000 peasants, together with the farmers transporting grain. He mobilized almost all the young men. For Hanzhong, having one county to shoulder such a burden meant that the 400,000 peasant army was destined to be too many but not capable.
Li Zi became the general in charge of the army, and Zhang Jiao became the military advisor. He followed me to resist Yang Su.
Although Zhang Dao was depressed, he still had to bite the bullet and resist Yang Su's army. As the beacon fire reached Hanzhong, Zhang Dao once again detonated his troops, hoping to use the human sea tactic to block Yang Su's attack. In the Nanman area of Yizhou, the battle was even more fierce. A battle broke out between the two armies of Liu Bei and Miuk. Miuk relied on the mountains to fortify themselves layer by layer. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were in the southern barbarian mountains and forests, suppressed by the local terrain, and did not feel comfortable. The Nanman area is also dotted with special terrains, such as poisonous springs. A small group of soldiers from Zhang Fei's army accidentally drank the water from the poisonous springs, and hundreds of them were killed. Wudong Feijuan was still lurking in the mountains and forests, sneaking attacks on Liu Bei's army. As many as 4,000 people died in Liu Bei's army because they were not harassed by flying troops. The tribesmen of various southern barbarian tribes successively caused tens of thousands of casualties to Liu Bei's army. When Liu Bei faced the southern barbarian tribes, it was actually quite difficult to deal with him. If we try our best to suppress the southern barbarian tribes, it will damage Liu Bei's image of benevolence and righteousness, and it will not be easy to win people's hearts. If a gentle policy is adopted, it may indeed be possible to win over a small group of southern barbarian tribes. But the southern barbarian tribes who support Miuk can be unscrupulous and use Liu Bei's gentle policy to guerrilla at any time. Therefore, Liu Bei could only be as gentle as possible, and he could only suppress the southern barbarian tribes that were against him. The Qinglong Yanyu sword beheaded a Nanman general. Guan Yu, holding the Qinglong Yanyu sword, broke through a Nanman tribe stronghold and was invincible. Once Liu Bei's army finds the location of the mountain stronghold, it will be basically difficult for these tribes to defend it. Liu Bei has two powerful generals, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, but the southern barbarians only have one Wudigu who can fight with him. Wu Tugu is still a little short of peaking in terms of martial arts. Facing Guan Yu or Zhang Fei alone, he would actually suffer a lot. Miuk and Huan mainly used the commander's bonus to the legion to deal with Liu Bei with terrain and guerrilla tactics. The southern barbarian tribesmen who escaped from this village hid in the forest, looking at the billowing black smoke in the village where they lived. They couldn't help but burst into tears. This is the village where they have lived for generations, and it was destroyed by the war.
Let's go find the clan leader.
Thousands of Nanman tribesmen, with their families, simply did not dare to fight against Guan Yu, an enemy of 10,000 people. 10,000 enemies does not mean that Guan Yu can kill 10,000 people, but without corresponding strong generals or tens of thousands of soldiers, Guan Yu cannot be defeated. This village is Meng Hua's tribe. Meng Hua's father, the current clan leader, firmly supports Miuk to maintain the collective interests of the southern barbarian tribe. When he heard that a village under his jurisdiction was burned down by Guan Yu's troops, he couldn't help but became furious.
Gather 20,000 Qingzhuang people, and we will definitely destroy this Guan Yu. Yes, we must kill him.
The young Meng Hua was also very vengeful at this time. When he learned that his tribe's village was destroyed by Guan Yu's troops, he supported his father in leading his troops to take revenge.
You stay in Dianji Lake and are not allowed to participate in the war.
Meng Hua's father did not take young Meng Hua with him. At this time, Meng Hua had no force at all, and his departure would only be an additional burden.
My child and many clan members share the same spirit. Now that clan members are being killed, how can we survive alone?
Meng Hua waved his fists angrily, as if he was not afraid of causing trouble, and he didn't know how terrifying Guan Yu was.
Ha ha. Meng Ba, your son is quite brave.
A middle-aged man, wearing a military commander's armor, came in. Meng Hua looked at this man. He vaguely remembered that this Han was a powerful man in the southern barbarian region, named
Yong Kai. Liu Bei's subordinates are not easy to deal with at all. Regarding the wisdom of Zhang Zhiyong, Wang Meng and Chen Shi,
Meng Hua's father, Meng Ba, said to the powerful people arriving at the place, the native tribes of the southern barbarians are still in the form of tribes. And among the Han people who settled here, there are also people similar to tribal leaders. That is, local powerful people. At the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, aristocratic families and powerful people were everywhere. Even the princes had to give them some face, and even marry them to ensure that there would be no flaws in their rule. Yong Kai is one of the powerful people in the Nanman area. Historically, Yong Kai secretly communicated with Sun Quan and betrayed the Shu Han, but was later put down by Zhuge Liang. Yong Kaiyan, Lord, is one of the local powerful people in the southern barbarian region and is won over by Miuk. So Yong Kai currently stands in Miuk's camp.
How about I send 3,000 Han soldiers to help you destroy Guan Yu?
Yong Kai advocated that Meng Ba send troops.
Can
Ming Ba was about to raise 20,000 troops to take revenge. And Yong Kai sent 3,000 troops to help, which was a big boost. In the mountains and forests, as long as you make good use of clever opportunities, you can completely annihilate the small group of soldiers led by Guan Yu with more enemies and fewer enemies. Guan Yu alone, in a jungle full of traps, may not be a match for the 20,000 southern barbarian tribesmen. It can be said that if Guan Yu can be successfully surrounded, Guan Yu will definitely be captured by the Nanman soldiers. Because Myuk and Huan implemented guerrilla tactics, Liu Bei's army never achieved great results, which made the southern barbarians relax their fear of Liu Bei's army. Liu Bei's army conquered the southern barbarians for 3 months. And the greatest result was when Wang Meng introduced the Wutu Bone into the valley, and annihilated 2,000 fine armor soldiers, and thousands of low-level soldiers. Other than that, some cottages were burned down. In fact, Liu Bei's army is still quite powerful. If it is in the plains, Liu Bei's army can completely suppress Myuk and Huan's troops. Ming Ba's 20,000 men joined forces with Yong Kai's 3,000 men to attack Guan Yu. Qin Liangyu led the White Pole soldiers and the Wudong flying army and captured tens of thousands, which also gave Ming Ba confidence.
Guan Yu is brave. Our more than 20,000 troops may not be enough. I will worry about the surrounding tribes and gather 40,000 to 50,000 troops to feel more at ease.
After all, Ming Ba was somewhat afraid of Guan Yu, so he summoned more soldiers and horses from the southern barbarian tribes. Ming Hu was guarded by a small group of soldiers and horses left by Ming Ba, and could not go out with the army. He pouted and sat on a branch with dissatisfaction, watching groups of southern barbarian soldiers attack Guan Yu and disappear into the jungle. The jungles in the Nanman area are the best defenses. The combat strength of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's legions here must be reduced by at least 20%. The next day, a group of Han cavalry came on horseback. Qin Liangyu looked heroic in his military uniform. A southern barbarian soldier was kicked over by Qin Liangyu. As soon as Qin Liangyu came up, he said with murderous intent,
"Why didn't you report the mobilization of troops and horses to the prefect?"
The southern barbarian soldiers of the Minghua tribe were afraid of Qin Liangyu's majesty and hesitated.
Liu Bei's second brother Guan Yu set fire to our village. The Patriarch and Lord Yongkai led their troops to attack Guan Yu and wanted to kill Guan Yu. Revenge. Idiot!
Qin Liangyu rarely gets angry at ordinary times. But in the real battle, the leaders of the southern barbarian tribes and local powerful men became more impulsive than the others. If they win, it can be said that the southern barbarians are brave and brave. If they lose, they have well-developed limbs and simple minds. A southern barbarian general who stayed at the camp asked tanglingly,
"Our clan leader and other powerful people from all over the country can gather at least 40,000 to 50,000 soldiers and horses to ambush Guan Yu. If the ambush is successful, we can kill Guan Yu and present Guan Yu's head to the prefect."
"Sir, how can you be stupid? Idiot! If Guan Yu is so easy to deal with, why should I adopt guerrilla tactics and kill hundreds of people before retreating?"
Qin Liangyu rubbed his smooth forehead and felt a splitting headache. Myuk's generals, except for Qin Liangyu, whose IQ is above average. The other southern barbarian generals have extremely low intelligence. As long as they think they are at an advantage, they will rush over without saying a word. The Nanman region is powerful and has average attributes. Qin Liangyu, a general who commanded both force and intelligence, led a group of southern barbarian generals who were highly skilled in martial arts but low in intelligence. She couldn't help but feel a headache. Liu Bei at least has Wang Meng and Chen Shi, an NPC strategist and a player strategist. They complement each other and are basically invulnerable. That's why Muke and Huan used jungle guerrilla tactics that even counselors couldn't figure out. Now Ming Ba and Yong Kai dared to mobilize their troops to ambush Guan Yu, and they didn't know who was ambushing whom.
"Your clan leader is very likely to be in danger. You should follow me to respond."
Qin Liangyu's tone left no room for doubt. In the absence of Ming Ba, the southern barbarian soldiers who stayed behind in the camp were frightened by Qin Liangyu's momentum.
So they followed Qin Liangyu to support Ming Ba and Yong Kai.
"Let's follow too,"
Ming Hu urged the small group of Nanman soldiers who were guarding him.
"But the Patriarch ordered us to keep an eye on you, young master, and not let you take risks. Didn't you hear Sister General say that the clan leader is in danger?"
Ming Hu's face was ferocious. Although he was very young, he frightened this small group of southern barbarian soldiers. Chapter 854 Guan Ping and Zhang Bao appear on the stage.
The man holding the Qin Liangyu sword was Liu Bei's General Guan Yu. He killed 2 generals of our tribe. beheaded more than 700 people, and burned down our village.
The Nanman tribe army ambushed Guan Yu in the mountain road. The men of Mengba tribe recognized the evil man Guan Yu as the vanguard of Liu Bei's army. Guan Yu took the lead in every battle in order to maintain his second position in Liu Bei's forces. He destroyed 11 mountain strongholds of the southern barbarians in a row, which shocked the southern barbarians. Therefore, in the eyes of the southern barbarians, Guan Yu is an out-and-out leader, the villain. Whether it is just or not depends on the position. Mengba now holds a grudge against Guan Yu, who was like a god of war during the battle with the southern barbarians. Guan Yu has gradually adapted to fighting in the mountains and forests. He no longer mobilizes a bloated army. Instead, he leads 3,000 soldiers and horses to mop up the tribes that oppose Liu Bei on a small scale, and gradually approaches Tianqi Lake, the seat of Muk's power. At the same time, Guan Yu's 3,000 vanguard kept a relatively close distance from the rear army, competing for Liu Bei's army's view. If Muk and Qin Liangyu's main force came to attack, Liu Bei's army could provide timely support. Mengba and Yongkai joined forces with soldiers and horses from many surrounding Nanman tribes. A total of 42,000 people were gathered, including Nanman soldiers and Han soldiers sent by local powerful forces.
My military strength is 10 times that of Guan Yu, which is enough to destroy him. Later, Yongkai, your troops will cut off Guan Yu's retreat and resist the reinforcements. My main force will be responsible for annihilating Guan Yu. Each of us will take half the credit for killing Guan Yu.
Mengba made arrangements for Yongkai. In this battle, Mengba's tribe had 20,000 troops, accounting for half of the troops who ambushed Guan Yu. So Mengba was the main general.
Can!
Yongkai agreed with Mengba's idea. Guan Yu led 3,000 soldiers and horses, riding a divine horse himself, dragging the heavy Qin Longyanyu sword with one hand, and stroking his beautiful beard with his left hand. A general who was about 18 years old followed on horseback and said worriedly,
Father! The terrain here is suitable for an ambush and can accommodate tens of thousands of people. The southern barbarian tribe is elusive. If there is an ambush of tens of thousands of soldiers and horses here, there will be elites who can't do anything.
We are in danger of flying troops, white pole soldiers, or vine armor soldiers. The vine armor soldiers are afraid of fire attacks, but our cavalry does not carry fire arrows. My son, what should I be afraid of? Even if the opponent has an army of 100,000, he will have nothing to fear.
Guan Yu narrowed his eyes. There is no general in the southern barbarians who can be his opponent, except that the elusive Qin Liangyu is a bit tricky, because Qin Liangyu has special bonuses in such terrain. Guan Yu is really helpless against Qin Liangyu in the mountains and forests. Qin Liangyu rarely falls into the trap. Guan Yu's eldest son Guan Ping is still a little worried. In any case, this terrain is really suitable for an ambush. Since Wang Ming served as Liu Bei's military advisor, he has paid attention to cultivating various generals in Liu Bei's forces. Guan Ping, as the eldest son of Guan Yu, not the adopted son in the novel, was also one of the trained generals. When he became an adult, he followed his father Guan Yu to participate in the battle to pacify the southern barbarians. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the second generation of civil servants and generals, including Sun Tzu,
Guan Ping, Meng Hui, Zhuge Liang and others, had begun to gradually appear. Guan Yu raised his eyebrows. The nearby mountains and forests were too quiet.
There is indeed an ambush. Dismount and form a formation.
Guan Yu was not afraid and ordered the 3,000 cavalry to dismount, take off the shields hanging from the saddles, and use the horses as city walls. In the mountain forest, thousands of arrows were fired, covering Guan Yu's circular shield formation. Many of the arrows used by the southern barbarian archers are coated with poison, which can seal the throat with one arrow.
Kill!
42,000 southern barbarian soldiers and local Han soldiers fought out, and the deafening shouts of killing echoed in the valley. They had the momentum to annex Guan Yu's 3,000 soldiers and horses in one fell swoop. As a powerful local tycoon, Yongkai was quite courageous and led 3,000 Han troops to cut off Guan Yu's retreat. At this time, Guan Yu, Guan Ping and his son were in danger.
There's an ambush!
Guan Ping held the big shield, and at least 6 or 7 poisonous arrows hit the shield, and one of the arrows even penetrated into the shield. Guan Ping saw Nanman soldiers all over the mountains and plains charging from a high position. Many of the Nanman soldiers used swords and spears as weapons. The only good news is that Guan Ping did not see the feared Wudong flying army and vine armor soldiers among this group of southern barbarian soldiers. In other words, It was not Muk's main force that ambushed their father and son, but the soldiers and horses of the southern barbarian tribe. In the southern barbarian army, the Wudong flying army, white pole soldiers, and vine armor soldiers are the mainstays, while the soldiers of the southern barbarian tribe are the most common and have average combat power. However, Ming Ba is not without means to attack difficulties. He knew that Guan Yu was an enemy of 10,000 people, so he ordered people to drive away the war elephants and attack Guan Yu's shield array head-on. When the tall war elephant appeared on the battlefield, the 3,000 cavalry led by Guan Yu changed color slightly. On the sharp tusks of the war elephant, there is a sharp blade coated with poison, which is as long as a sword. If he was stabbed by a violent war elephant with a poisonous blade, even if he was as powerful as Guan Yu, the consequences could be imagined. War elephants trampled over, and the war horses blocking the front were knocked down by the huge impact, and their stomachs were ripped open with sharp blades.
Hold on for half an hour. Reinforcements are coming.
Guan Yu was not worried, because he was waiting for the Nanman army to ambush him to appear. Outside the mountain road where the shouts of killing echoed, Liu Bei's military advisor Wang Ming stood on a mountain, the mountain wind ruffling his robes.
Muk and Huan are strangers, and their guerrilla tactics are unbearable. We have been marching for 3 months and have not yet arrived at Tianqi. However, the leaders of the southern barbarian tribes are braver and less resourceful than Muk and Huan. It's far from enough. It's time for us to decide the outcome with the southern barbarian army.
Wang Ming asked people to wave the flag, and 2 fierce generals, Zhang Fei and Ashina Shir, quickly attacked with cavalry. Zhang Fei held a snake spear that was 8 feet long in his hand, and his horse galloped with lightning speed. Behind Zhang Fei, there is a young general, who also uses a snake spear as a weapon, and is 70% as brave as his father. Zhang Bao, the eldest son of Zhang Fei, came out of the mountain at the same time as Guan Ping, and got involved in the disputes in the world of lords. When Yongkai saw that Guan Yu was besieged, he did not want to break out, but defended to the death. Sooner or later he would be consumed and die, so he despised Guan Yu.
Guan Yu thought he was an enemy of 10,000 people, but now it seems that it is nothing more than that.
Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the cavalry scouts deployed on the periphery came back to report.
For some reason, many Liu Bei's soldiers and horses appeared in the nearby mountains and forests, and they are approaching this place quickly.
When Yongkai heard the report from the scout cavalry, his face turned pale. By now, he has understood that Guan Yu is just a bait for Liu Bei's army. Using Guan Yu, Liu Beijun second in command, as bait, the price seems a bit high, but only Guan Yu can hold on until reinforcements arrive. Zhang Fei's cavalry was the closest and came the fastest, under the speed of lightning and with the amazing impact of the horses. The scene in front of him quickly reversed. Zhang Fei plunged into Yongkai's army and killed all the soldiers along the way. Yongkai's low-level soldiers were completely unable to resist a blow in front of the fierce General Zhang Fei. Soldiers at the 8th or 9th level can still be regarded as low-level generals, but low-level soldiers are really just ordinary soldiers. Zhang Bao followed his father Zhang Fei and pierced a low-level infantry with his snake spear, then carried him flying and threw him several meters high. This shows that Zhang Bao's strength is not low. The cavalry of Zhang Fei, Zhang Bao, and his son easily overcame Yongkai's 3,000 Han soldiers, rushed into the mountain road, and fought with the southern barbarians.
Second brother, third brother is here.
Zhang Fei laughed wildly and ran rampant among the thousands of troops, dripping with joy. Without the high-level troops such as the Wudong Feijuan, white pole soldiers, and vine armor soldiers, which make generals feel like they are stuck in a quagmire, it would be difficult for ordinary soldiers to resist Zhang Fei, Zhang Bao, and their cavalry. When facing low-level troops, a strong general can feel like he is in an uncharted territory. Yongkai fled in despair. As a 3rd or 4th-rate general among the late Eastern Han dynasty, he was no match for a first-rate general. Moreover, his infantry could only be slaughtered in front of Zhang Fei's cavalry. Ming Ba's southern barbarian soldiers were also attacked by Zhang Fei and Zhang Bao. The Turkic cavalry of the Turkic prince Ashina Shir followed, including fierce Turkic guards, and fiercely attacked the southern barbarian soldiers. The war elephants could not change the situation. Ashina Shir released a large number of war horses to attack the war elephants. The war elephants panicked and turned around to trample the southern barbarian soldiers. Ming Ba's southern barbarian army was in chaos.
They really fell into the trap.
On the way to support Ming Ba, Qin Liangyu encountered the defeated Nanman soldiers. His eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and his face was quite beautiful. But now Qin Liangyu really has a headache. Her teammates kept giving Liu Beijun military honors, and it was difficult for her to handle it. Chapter 855 Nanman Crisis. On the battlefield where the Shuhan army was ambushed, Guan Yu sheathed his sword, and corpses lay everywhere on the battlefield. Ming Ba's tribal army was defeated by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, because Qin Liangyu repeatedly defeated the Shuhan army in the mountains and forests. The southern barbarian tribe underestimated the combat effectiveness of the Shuhan army, and also underestimated the abilities of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. As long as you meet a suitable military advisor, you can give full play to the abilities of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Correspondingly, if Liu Bei did not have a suitable military advisor, and Guan Yu and Zhang Fei commanded the army, the results may not be as great. They need a strategist to create a fighting opportunity, and then rely on their force to achieve results. The tribes of the southern barbarians are just fine. The only ones who are difficult to deal with are Qin Liangyu and Wang Zhongxi, who came from the protectorate of the western regions. In this battle, Guan Yu killed more than 10 generals of the Nanman tribe, large and small, and once again shocked Nanzhong. In Ming Ba's tribe, more than 7,000 southern barbarian soldiers died in the battle, and the rest of the soldiers fled. Soldiers from other tribes also died or fled. This time the second brother and the third brother have made great achievements in battle. Even as a general, no one will think that the eldest brother is partial. Liu Bei and a group of generals arrived and saw Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's meritorious service. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's status in Liu Bei's force is high, and they also need military merit to support them. Otherwise, other generals will complain. Brother, we are less than 100 miles away from Dianji Lake. Even if there are mountains and forests blocking our way, it will only take 2 or 3 days. Second brother and I will capture Dianji Lake and help eldest brother achieve his great cause. Zhang Fei had a great time fighting here, and the haze of being attacked by Qin Liangyu was gone. His confidence was greatly increased, and he wanted to capture Dianji Lake and completely pacify the southern barbarians. Nuke has been operating in Dianji Lake for many years. Many free players live in the city, with a population of 1 million. It is also Muke's most important main city. Once the main city is captured, Muke's power will definitely collapse, unless Muke wants to continue to resist in the mountains and forests. Muke is a stranger. She has a way out. So after losing the main city, she will definitely not risk her life to continue the war. All she needs to do is capture the main city. As a foreign military advisor, Chen Shi's judgment on Muke's decision-making was quite accurate. Muke still had 2 places to go: the protectorate of the western regions and Xia City. It was impossible for him to lead his defeated soldiers and flee into the barren mountains to continue fighting after losing the main city. Unless there is deep hatred between players, it won't reach that level. Therefore, we only need to capture Dianji Lake, and the southern barbarians will at least appear to surrender to us. Wang Ming also realized that for most lords, when the main city fell, they basically lost their fighting spirit and fled to other places. The hatred of destroying the country will make a civilized lord rebel repeatedly. Liu Bei's army swept the battlefield and continued to march towards Dian Lake. The battle to pacify the southern barbarians lasted for 3 months and was unbearable. Only then did Liu Beijun see hope of pacifying the southern barbarians. As China sure of the Shuhan army pursued Ming Ba's tribal army, Qin Liangyu led the White Pole soldiers and Wudong flying troops to meet Ming Ba and Yong Kai. As China Shure's Turkic cavalry lacked combat effectiveness in the mountains and forests, so they were not necessarily white soldiers. The Pole soldiers and Wu were no match for the flying army, so they retreated. Ming Ba and Yong Kai were injured in the battle. When they saw Qin Liangyu again, they were ashamed. If they win, they can still claim credit from Qin Liangyu, but they are defeated by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei and lose their troops, which will actually affect Muke's deployment. Qin Liangyu still felt a headache and ignored Ming Ba and Yong Kai. Southern barbarian generals are not very reliable. During the expedition to the western regions and the battle in Yuzhou, the enemies he faced were even more powerful. Qin Liangyu didn't have to worry about his teammates, because the people he cooperated with at that time were all first-rate or second-rate generals, and they were not on the same level as Ming Ba and Yong Kai. The Nanman tribe army lost tens of thousands of people in total, and the remaining Nanman soldiers were dejected. The young Ming was sat on the back of a war elephant and couldn't help but remain silent when he saw the demoralization of his tribe and their defeat. During the Southern Barbarian War, the reckless leaders of each tribe suffered repeated defeats, and many people were tricked by Wang Ming. It is estimated that when Zhuge Liang pacified Nanzhong, These leaders suffered a lot. A girl wrapped in a bee's skirt was crying. Qin Liangyu came over and cast a questioning look at the tribe's general. The tribe's general had a gloomy expression.
Our patriarch was killed in battle. And she was the patriarch's daughter.
Qin Liangyu picked up the girl and asked,
What's your name? Zhu Rong. From now on, you can follow my sister for now.
Qin Liangyu temporarily adopted Zhu Rong after the clan leader of the entire tribe was killed in battle.
General Qin, what should we do?
Yong Kai was defeated and frustrated. So he could only ask Qin Liangyu for help.
By blocking the Shuhan army, I may be able to buy time and allow the prefect to make adjustments.
Qin Liangyu knew that he could not rely on Ming Ba, Yong Kai and others, and could only support the overall situation alone. As long as Wudong Feijun appears in the mountains and forests, the advancement speed of the Shuhan army will definitely be affected. Gianchi City. Muk looked to the north. Liu Bei's army went south, raided various tribes, collected food and grass, and fought steadily all the way, less than 100 miles away from Gianchi Lake. If this place were a plain, the cavalry could reach it in a day.
Central Asia is not very peaceful. Ajudai took control of the Indus River basin and planned to rebuild the Mongol Empire and combine the four major civilizations of the Seljuk Empire, the Kingdom of Khwarezm, the Kushan Empire, the Ilkhanate, and Timurid. The city of Delhi they occupied was merged into a great empire spanning Central Asia, South Asia, and West Asia. Wokuatai and the others were at home in other places except East Asia.
Huan was no longer so concerned about the affairs of the southern barbarians, and was more worried about the safety of the Western Region Protectorate. In the final analysis, the war of the southern barbarians was still an internal dispute among the princes of the Han Empire, and the strong rise of Wokuatai gave Huan an uneasy premonition. His many years of experience in running the Western Region Protectorate have given Huan an extraordinary understanding of the situation in Central Asia. In fact, without the support of the Central Plains, the expansion of the Western Region's Protectorate's military front to Dewan is already the limit of the Western Region's Protectorate.
Are we going to give up on the southern barbarian tribe? This is the territory I finally conquered. It would be a pity to give it to Liu Bei like this.
Muk looked down at the millions of people in the city with some reluctance. She has been running the city for 10 years.
Of course we can't give up this place so quickly, at least until Chu Zimu pacifies Liaodong. In addition, even if we lose to Liu Bei in the end, there will still be some hidden dangers. By then, as long as you want to take back the southern barbarians, it will only be at your fingertips. You mean to use the southern barbarian tribes? That's right. A war broke out between the southern barbarian tribes and Liu Bei's forces. Many tribes were separated from their wives and children, and they must have grudges. Even if Liu Bei occupied the southern central area, there would be no peace in a short time. At the right time, you can spread the message to each tribe, and every call will be answered. Liu Bei is still very anxious.
Huan has been competing with Central Asian civilizations for a longer time, so he has more experience than Muk. Sometimes, even if you occupy the other side's territory, you may not be able to rest assured. It is more difficult to rule the world than to conquer the world. In Lucheng in western Liaoning, various Ming army units that had retreated from Guju City, as well as soldiers and horses from many tribes in eastern Liaoning, gathered here. Lucheng has a teleportation array, and you can escape from this city back to Liaodong.
Liaodong is the most important place for our army, and we can definitely make a comeback. You and your troops will be stationed in Lucheng, which is at the horns of Liaodong City. If the Xiao army attacks one of them, the other army will cut off its food route. If the Xiao army divides its forces at the same time, on both sides, we will stick to the city and retreat when the Xiao army runs out of food and grass.
At this time, Yao Guangxiao, the Prime Minister in black, still had a clear understanding of the situation. Lucheng and Liaodong City are both solid fortresses. It can be imagined how difficult it is for the Xiao army to divide their troops into two groups and capture two solid cities at the same time.
Murong Ba, Murong Ke, it is up to you to personally decide the matter in Lucheng. I will summon the troops of Goryeo, Goguryeo, and Fuyu to assemble in Liaodong City to lure the enemy deep into the city. We can still fight.
Mingguan's face was solemn. The winning rate of the Liaodong forces was less than 10%, but he still wanted to turn the tide. For the current plan, leading the Xiao army to the distant Liaodong City and Lucheng and lengthening the Xiao army's supply line may be the only way to break the situation. Some generals died or were captured, and Mingguan had to reuse the ambitious brothers Murong Ke and Murong Ba, stationed in Lucheng. Murong Ke and Murong Ba were the governors of the Xianbei and Wuhuan tribes. Duan Xianbei, Yuan Xianbei, and the Wuhuan people whose language and customs were the same as the Xianbei people were temporarily placed under the command of Brother Murong. Many generals in Mingguan were injured. Their strength declined, and their military power gradually declined. Only if part of the power is given to Murong Ke will the Murong tribe sacrifice their lives to the Lord in order to maintain their power.
Murong Xianbei. This leader actually wants to obey their orders.
Yuan Ido, the leader of the Yuan tribe, returned with a frown on his face. Almost all the senior officials of Duan Xianbei died under the swords of Zhou Yafu and Li Guang's army. The Yuan tribe also suffered heavy losses, with only one legendary general named Yuan Tai. In comparison, Murong Xianbei had two legendary generals, Murong Ke and Murong Ba, as well as Murong Lin and others, who were completely superior to the two tribes.
Brother, although King Ming has handed over all the Xianbei and Wuhuan cavalry in Lucheng to our commander, the Xiao army is coming fiercely, and it may be difficult to defend Lucheng.
After Murong Ba left Mingguan, he said to Murong Ke worriedly, the entire army of the Linlian Iron Horse was wiped out, and most of the Dragon City Iron Cavalry was lost. Even if they were to be re-recruited, it would take 2 or 3 months. Moreover, the high-level troops recruited were new soldiers, and their combat power would be greatly reduced compared to that of a battle-hardened division.
If you fight the Xiao army head-on, you will most likely lose. You can only defend the city while recruiting and training new soldiers in the city, giving priority to recruiting high-level troops. If the situation in the world changes, time will turn and new soldiers will be recruited and the troops will be replenished. Then, maybe there is still a chance.
Murong Ke placed his hope in the general trend of the world changing, such as meteorites falling from the sky and hitting Chutian. Murong Ba also shook his head.
This is the only way. The Xiao army has not received supplies after the battle in western Liaoning, and may not be able to capture Lucheng and Liaodong cities.
Chapter 856 Lao Qin's Inheritance Issue. The Xiao army's cavalry swept in a mighty manner along the Liaoxi corridor, preparing to take Lucheng first, and seize a teleportation formation to gain a foothold east of Liaoxi County. News from various parts of the Han Empire continued to flow into Chutian's hands. After Chutian agreed to Sun Jian's conditions, Sun Yat-sen finally lifted the siege of Hefei City and led his navy to attack Jiangling. Jiangdong's army relied on the natural mode of the Yangtze River to come and go freely. Xiao's army was helpless against Jiangdong's army. Unless the Fubo army is deployed to the Yangtze River basin, it is possible to punish Sun Jian. Chu Tian knew that the Jiangdong army was devouring Jingzhou, but it was difficult to use troops against Jiangdong and Jingzhou. If Sun Jian doesn't come to harass Hefei, Chu Tian already wants it. The situation in Hanzhong and Nanman is not very good either. Yang Su actually has a legendary assassin to leave. To get closer to the limit, he took away the player Lord Luan, who had been active in Izhou for several years, and was killed by Luan's legions. Chu Tian has never seen a legendary assassin so far. Legendary assassins refer to Jing Ke, Yao Li, Nie Zheng, Yu Rang, Xuan Zhu, and other famous historical assassins. They are not free players. There are a very small number of free players who are assassins as a profession. But these assassins have less and less room to play, because the small lords have disappeared, and the big lords are not easy to assassinate. So now no one wants to be an assassin. Only legendary assassins have a chance of assassinating the big lord, because they have the characteristic of stealth and high personal force. When fighting on the battlefield, their force will be reduced, and they can only use their force through assassinations and single fights. The Chutian forces actually have a similar talent. That is the sword master Li Bai. Li Bai has more than 90 force in private, but if he goes into battle to kill the enemy, his force value will decrease. Knights, assassins, and generals may have the same weapons, but their uses are completely different. A military general leads a team of soldiers and horses to attack, and knights and assassins will be easily slaughtered. Assassins, on the other hand, may assassinate enemy generals or monarchs, and reverse the situation through methods other than the battlefield. Luan's death taught Chu Tian a lesson. He has Dian Wei as his guard. It is estimated that few legendary assassins can get close. Chu Tian usually stays with a group of wives and concubines. Hua Mulan, Joan of Arc, and Xiao Chua are all armed, while Xiao Liang, Rufu Diji, and Hui Qing are partial to weak. But Xiao Liang has Li Xiaoning as his guard. Emperor Rufu lives in Prince Xiao's mansion all year round, and Hui Qing has a team of guards from the Protectorate of the Western regions. So Chu Tian is still quite safe. That doesn't mean there's no chance at all. The legendary assassin's assassination method is often unexpected. So he is called the legendary assassin. Xuanzhu assassinated King Liao of Wu and hid the dagger in the belly of the fish as a sacrifice. To avoid assassinating Qingji, resort to the cruel trick of killing his wife and body, pretending to defect to Qingji, and then assassinate him. Jing could stab the king of Qin. But the plan failed. Yurong stabbed Zhao Xiangzi, painted his body, and swallowed charcoal. Among the legendary assassins of the spring and autumn period and the warring states period, only Nie Zheng directly entered the Korean Prime Minister's mansion and forcibly assassinated Han Prime Minister Xiao Lei in front of everyone. Of course, the fate of all assassins, whether the assassination is successful or failed, is basically death. Chu Tian had to consider adding more bodyguards. His status forced him to be cautious.
In addition to Dian Wei, Taisher Ci, Monk Wan Yanchen, and King Arthur took turns leading the Qiexia army, the Shonxia army, and the Knights of the Round Table as captains of the guard. In addition, Mi Fang's 5 schools of the Northern Army were stationed on the left and right, and Mi Fang, the 5 tiger generals of the Northern Army, Sheng Durong, Wu Anhua, Chun Yuqiang, Lu Kuang, and Lu Xiang took turns patrolling.
Chu Tian has formed a 3-tiered security system. The first level is the unreliable 5 schools of the Northern Army. The second level is the Qingxia Army, the Shonxia Army, and the Knights of the Round Table. Each soldier is equivalent to a low-level general. Any assassin is discovered, can be killed. The third level is the Tiger Guards. When Chu Tian went on an expedition, the Tiger Guards were basically inseparable. In addition to Dian Wei, Chu Tian also wanted to recruit another specialized guard. Zhao Yun, Xuerengui, King Arthur and others are all capable of the job, but they are just overqualified and underused.
Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin's Xuanjia army took turns with the Tiger Guards day and night.
Chu Tian incorporated the Xianjia army into Su Wei's list. No matter how strong Dian Wei is, he still needs to rest. So he needs a personal guard to replace Dian Wei. Yu Qigong plus Cheng Yaojin and the Xuanjia army were stronger than Dian Wei and the Tiger Guards. After all, the Xuanjia army was the elite cavalry of Emperor Taizongli Shimen of the Tang dynasty. With such layers of defense, even a legendary assassin would be almost unable to assassinate Chu Tian. Although the 5th school of the Northern Army led by Mi Fang is mediocre, it can already handle assassinations in most situations. The assassins have to cross the 2nd and 3rd lines of defense. Chu Tian's martial arts is not low either. Therefore, no one would attack Chu Tian and win by assassination, because the probability of success is too low. The Xiao army, which stretched for hundreds of miles, arrived under Lucheng one after another and besieged Lucheng, which was defended by the Xianbei and Wuhuan people. As for a strong attack or a long-term siege, Chu Tian has not decided yet. The banners of the Xiao army fluttered, making Murong Ke and Murong Ba, who were responsible for defending the city, awed. Xia Jun followed closely and came thousands of miles away. The high-level troops in Lucheng are still being recruited, and the troops will not be replenished for a while. I am afraid that even if the high-level troops in Lucheng are recruited, the Xiao army will also recruit high-level troops from the Central Plains. The supply of troops and equipment for high-level units is also a problem. Hedong County, Puban City, Wuqi stormed the city, and Wang Jian defended it with strong walls. However, the morale of Wuqi's legions was maintained, and they continued to attack Puban City, hoping to capture this important stronghold east of the Yellow River. The Xiangyang artillery continued to bombard Puban City, and Wang Jian seemed to be struggling with the siege towers and chariots. The Yufei army and the Invincible army are attacking Yinchuan City and cannibalizing Lao Qin's power. Puban City and Yinchuan City are both important cities, and it is impossible for the Qin army not to save them. Lao Qin returned to Guanzhong and continuously sent troops to support Puban City and Yinchuan City to delay time. The Qin army was waiting for Lao Qin's condition to improve. But for a moment, they were not interested in fighting. They were suppressed by Wuqi and Yufei. The monarch is in danger, and all the generals have their own thoughts and have no desire to fight. Only commanders Wang Jian and Li Ji were fighting seriously.
Things seem a little bad.
Jia Su saw doctors constantly coming in and out of Lao Qin's residence in Xining City. It seemed that Lao Qin's physical condition was deteriorating.
If my lord cannot survive this disaster, and no one can inherit Guanzhong's legacy, and Wu Qi and Yufei are coming from outside, I'm afraid Guanzhong will become someone else's wedding dress.
A civil servant appeared next to Jiasu. Li Si, a civil servant who served Lao Qin very early, and like Sun Yu, was one of the two major civil servants of Lao Qin. Sun Yu was mainly responsible for maintaining the operation of the Han court, while Li Si was more like Lao Qin's confidant, and Jiasu was Lao Qin's confidant. Both of them have realized that Lao Qin may not get better. After all, Lao Qin is old and has a terminal illness that even miracle doctors cannot help. So the chance of getting better is slim.
Who could have imagined that in such a way we would lose the qualification to compete in the Central Plains?
Jiasu was a little sad. He assisted Lao Qin, who dominated the Guanzhong, helped Lao Qin control the Han court, annex Xiliang, and conquer the Central Plains. However, Lao Qin was not defeated. He only failed in Meng Mountain, but fell down due to age and physical reasons.
No, someone has already thought of it, and that is the Lord himself. He must have known that he might be suffering from an incurable disease a few years ago.
Jiasu suddenly thought of Lao Qin's behavior in the past. Sometimes Lao Qin could clearly target Chu Tian, but he didn't go too far. During the expedition to the western regions, Lao Qin also sent troops, and Chu Tian sought official positions. So Lao Qin also gave up the official position of general to Chu Tian. At these times, Lao Qin could clearly do more ruthlessly.
What you mean is that the Lord knew that such a day would come to him. So, what did he do when he devoted himself to competing in the Central Plains?
Li Si couldn't understand Lao Qin's thoughts. Li Si was a little puzzled to try, even though he knew it was a doomed outcome.
Perhaps my lord is not sure whether he will have an accident. Or maybe he just wants to be king, compete with King Xia, and leave a mark. As time goes by, life will be long.
Jiasu seemed a little out of this world at this time.
If the Lord has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, maybe we should look for a successor in advance, or ask the Lord about the candidate.
Li Si is more concerned about his own interests.
We go and ask for an audience with the Lord.
Jiasu also had to protect himself wisely at this time. The struggle for hegemony between the King of Qin and the King of Xia has not yet reached a tragic level, so the Qin generals will not be angered. Li Si had a flash of inspiration, as if a thought suddenly occurred to him.
My lord has no heirs, so why not support the Emperor of Han? The Emperor of Han is still the common ruler of the world, and he is young.
Jiasu looked at Li Si. He and Li Si are both smart people, so they naturally know what Li Si really thinks. If you support a cowardly Han Emperor, all power will fall into the hands of powerful officials. Li Si and Jiasu are powerful officials.
If the world is at peace at this time, and the young emperor is supported, you and I are above 10,000 people, in charge of political affairs, and enjoy endless glory and wealth. But the world is in chaos, and no hero can unify the Han Empire. A cowardly emperor cannot win over if the human heart suppresses powerful ministers and generals. It will perish sooner or later.
Jiasu is still very sensible. Unless Lao Qin was the most powerful, it would be possible for him to support the Emperor of Han and become a powerful minister like Sima Yi. Otherwise, Chu Tian could easily destroy the forces led by Emperor Han. Historically, Li Si supported Hu Hai, the second emperor of Qin, but was eventually eradicated by Zhao Gao. Now, Li Si still wants to support the weak monarch and become a powerful minister. Jiasu was unwilling to take such a dangerous approach. Li Si was persuaded by Jiasu and fell into a dilemma.
It is true that the times are in trouble and the emperor of the Han dynasty is unable to preside over the situation. Although Lu Bu, Li Yuanhao, and others have ambitions, they are unlikely to achieve great things, while Wang Jian, Li Ji, and others can be generals. But it is not suitable to be a master. I am afraid I will be greatly disappointed. That's the difficulty.
Jiasu and Li Si could not find a suitable candidate. If Lao Qin had a son, then the choice of successor would naturally be the eldest son, which would ensure that Guanzhong would be safe. But the problem is that Lao Qin has been trapped in the world of lords for nearly 50 years. He has no descendants and no relatives, so he can only choose a successor from his subordinates. This issue of successor selection stumped 2 ministers, Jiasu and Li Si. Even with their resourcefulness, they could not come up with a suitable internal candidate. The 2 of them came to see Lao Qin and wanted Lao Qin to personally decide on the successor. When the carriage stopped at the Prince of Qin's mansion, Guard Yang Dian looked a little anxious and said to Jiasu and Li Si, who arrived,
2 adults. My lord suddenly fell into a coma just now.
Jiasu and Li Si, 2 people who were usually very calm, could not help but change their expressions at this time. Chapter 857, Retreat as Advance. A young man came to the camp outside Lucheng and met Sun Bin, one of the teachers. Zhuge Liang had many civil servants and generals as his teachers, and at this time, he came to Lucheng to practice. Sun Bin is also one of Zhuge Liang's teachers. Now Sun Bin is fully qualified to serve as Zhuge Liang's teacher. At this time, Zhuge Liang was 15 years old. He had only 1 year left before he was released as a lord, so he participated in the military in advance.
Lucheng seems to be extremely strong. It must have stored a lot of weapons and food.
Zhuge Liang went into battle for the first time and observed the walls of Lucheng. He found that Lucheng was indeed a fortress that the Liaodong army had invested countless efforts in building before. And it was another lonely bamboo city. The defenders of Lucheng were CNA and Wuhan people, with a tribe of 200,000 to 300,000 people.
Lucheng is difficult to attack. We suffered heavy losses trying to storm Lucheng. The Liaodong army will cut off our army's food routes and turn defeat into victory.
Sun Bin was quite satisfied that Zhuge Liang could see that although Lucheng was not big, it was not easy to attack. Zhuge Liang has not yet reached his peak, but he already has some experience.
Sir, how do you think Lucheng can be captured?
Zhuge Liang looked at Sun Bin.
After the defeat in Western Liaoning, the prestige of King Ming declined. Eastern Liaoning changed drastically, and various ministries were ready to make moves again, such as...
Sun Bin also looked at Zhuge Liang, hoping that he could follow his words.
If we sow discord between various tribes and King Ming, Liaodong will be in chaos. And some tribes that originally disagreed with our conditions will compromise and surrender.
Zhuge Liang's eyes were bright, which made Sun Bin even more satisfied.
Exactly. Sometimes, it may be better to retreat in order to advance. But the Lord also hopes to obtain a teleportation array here.
Sun Bin also had many considerations. Chu Tian was in the military tent, planning to pacify Western and Eastern Liaoning, and then return to Xiaoqing, or turn back to deal with Guangzhou. Catherine bid farewell to Chu Tian and returned to St. Petersburg. The Western continent is not peaceful either. There are constant battles between various civilizations.
Whenever you are free, bring Peter and Anna to see me.
Chu Tian said this to Yekaterina before Yekaterina left. Chu Tian has not seen his youngest daughter Anna a few times since she was born. Chu Tian had no objection to Yekaterina naming a son and a daughter Peter and Anna. After all, Yekaterina was responsible for raising them. Chu Tian just handed over to the boss. And it was not easy to ask Yekaterina to follow everything. Act on your own will. Before Harold left, he had another fight with Dian Wei, and both of them were bruised and bruised. Harold couldn't beat Dian Wei under normal circumstances, but Harold entered a violent state and could quickly close the gap between the two. So Dian Wei also felt uncomfortable.
If you want to see your daughter, come to St. Petersburg by yourself.
Ekaterina rolled her eyes. Chu Tian was also very big-hearted, and he didn't even meet his little daughter. Chu Tian was helpless. The battle did not stop, and Chu Tian was unable to do anything. Catherine led her troops out of the camp.
Lord, there is an urgent report from Guangzhou. King Qin is unconscious, and the whole Guangzhou is in chaos.
Just when Chu Tian was lamenting that he had no time to clone himself, another important news came to him. Mingguan was suppressed to Liaodong, and another powerful enemy, Lao Qin, Jiao, was in trouble again. Last time, Lao Qin was seriously ill, and the Qin army gave up attacking Luoyang city and retreated to Guangzhou. But this time, Lao Qin fell unconscious, and the Qin army came under pressure from Wu Qi and Yufei, causing chaos in Guangzhou. Chu Tian was keenly aware that this was his once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to annex Guangzhou. Guangzhou is leaderless, so they can take advantage of this opportunity to occupy the prosperous Guangzhou area.
Is this what is called luck?
Chu Tian suddenly opened up a two-pronged situation. Whether it annexed Liaodong or Guangzhou, it was a good opportunity.
Take Liaodong first, or Guangzhou first. If Lao Qin wakes up and the situation improves, then he will miss the opportunity to annex Guangzhou.
Chu Tian fell into a short-term decision. In theory, Guangzhou is more important. Chu Tian immediately summoned Sun Bin, Sun Yu, Zhang Bin, Fang Xinling, Chao Jiyui and others. When the young Zhuge Liang appeared in the military tent, Chu Tian was a little surprised. Unknowingly, the children who were still suffering from runny noses in the late Eastern Han dynasty had grown up and were involved in troubled times. Thinking about it carefully, Chu Tiandu made a private engagement for his son Chu Wu and Sun Jian's daughter Sun Shangxiang. Chu Tian has also reached his 30s, and it feels quite amazing to witness a group of little guys growing up.
Kong Ming, You came just in time to participate in the decision-making together.
Chu Tian didn't mind letting Zhuge Liang get involved in military affairs in advance. Although Zhuge Liang is better at internal affairs, it is not necessary to know a few things before he can be a general or a general.
I have received the exact news that King Qin is unconscious. It is very likely that he will pass away.
As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, all the counselors present knew what it meant. The leader of the Guanzhong group is unconscious. And there is no better opportunity than this to annex Guanzhong. Now the Chu Tian forces are in a great situation.
The purpose of calling you all is to decide whether to concentrate the main force and capture Liaodong City, or to move to Guanzhong and pacify it.
Chu Tian glanced at the many counselors present. Sun Yu, who has always been low-key, said,
I and Guo Shao once tried to drive a wedge between the Wuhuan tribe. If the Yuzhou War and the Liaxi War had not broken out, they might have succeeded. When the war broke out, the Lu Xiaobei tribe was at a loss. Under pressure, they came under Murongka's control. Under the call, we temporarily joined forces. At present, King Ming has lost his prestige. If the Lord does not push too hard and continues to alienate, Liaodong may fall into chaos. It seems that you and Fo Shao had other ideas while you were in Yuzhou.
Chu Tian was not a mediocre person and knew Sun Yu's specific suggestions. Sun Yu thought that he could stop his attack on Liaodong and move to Guanzhong. Although the attack on Liaodong has stopped, alienation tactics can still be used to muddy the waters of Liaodong and weaken the power of Mingguan. It will save more effort to pacify Guanzhong and then resolve the chaotic Liaodong. When Sun Yu and Gui Jia assisted in guarding Yuzhou, it was not that they did nothing, and they were always trying to sow discord. Sun Bin said,
Kong Ming and I have similar thoughts. Since you all believe that the attack on Liaodong should be temporarily slowed down at this time, and Guanzhong should be captured first, but Lucheng must be captured. With a teleportation array, there will be no need to transport grain and grass all the way to attack Liaodong in the future. The Lord can encircle one of the three towers, leaving a way for the Xianbei and Wuhuan tribes to survive, and then rush to attack the other three directions, forcing the Xianbei and Wuhuan tribes to abandon the city and flee. During the siege of Lucheng, a large army was assembled in Guanzhong, and they can immediately switch to war. Guanzhong. Very good.
Between Liaodong City and Guanzhong, Chu Tian chose to occupy the chaotic Guanzhong. A decisive battle broke out between Liaoxi County and Mingguan, and the losses were huge. It is estimated that the decisive battle with Lao Qin in the future will also be huge. Now there is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to avoid a decisive battle with Lao Qin and capture Guanzhong at a relatively small cost. Chu Tian can only dream of it.
Gongda, you continue to contact the Xianbei and Wuhuan tribes and try to recruit them to surrender. In the Battle of Western Liaoning, our army won a great victory. The Xianbei and Wuhuan people should not dare to make any more excessive demands.
Before Chu Tian started the war, it was possible that he had not recruited many tribes from Xianbei and Wuhuan to surrender. But the conditions proposed by these tribes were difficult for Chu Tian to accept. What Chu Tian needs is for them to surrender completely, and the nobles to hand over their power. But the nobles of various tribes are not willing to hand over their power at all. Only if they are frightened will they agree to Chu Tian's harsh conditions. In terms of power, Chu Tian generally does not retreat easily to avoid endless troubles in the future. Chu Tian asked Sun Yu to try to win over some Xianbei people and deal with other Xianbei people. On the surface, the Xia army continued to attack Lucheng. But in fact, Chu Tian secretly ordered all troops to gather in Hedong County, intending to bypass the majestic Tongguan and conquer Guanzhong.
Bring the red cannon.
Even though the red cannon didn't have many SHLs, Chu Tian still chose to take the red cannon captured from Mingguan and go to deal with the Guanzhong army. Maybe it could be used. The last time Chu Tian fought with Lao Qin, he captured Hanoi County and Luoyang City. During Chu Tian's conquest of western Liaoning, Wu Qi almost captured the entire Hedong County. Now, Chu Tian's goal is the entire Guanzhong. The Mingguan forces have been crippled by Chu Tian. The threat has become smaller, and various tribes are ready to make moves. Xia Jun slowed down the pressure on Liaodong. According to the speculations of various counselors, Liaodong would fall into chaos.
This time, Kong Ming, you follow me to Guanzhong.
Chu Tian decided to take Zhuge Liang to practice. The siege of Lucheng took a long time. Chu Tian gave the task of besieging Lucheng to Wei Qing, Zhou Yafu, Cao Cao and other generals, but did not attack it. He even left a city gate to allow the Xianbei and Wuhuan cavalry to escape to Liaodong to avoid the tragedy. Secondly,
Once the Xianbei and Wuhuan cavalry enter Liaodong, the conflict with Mingwan will become more intense. In Yurhai, a large number of 8 banners cavalry, Mongolian cavalry, and Zhao Bianchi were killed. The Battle of Liaoshi was tragic, and the Battle of Yurhai was equally tragic. A battle broke out between Prince Yin and Huma and Nurhisai and Wanyan Agu. The battle lasted for more than 20 days, and both sides lost troops and generals. In the end, Nurhisai and Wanyan Aguda learned that the battle in western Liaoning had failed, so they were forced to withdraw from Yurhai and retreat toward Liaodong. For a time, Liaodong was also turbulent. The defeated soldiers of various tribes poured into Liaodong County. A few towns were sacked by defeated troops, and the order was chaotic. Mingwan was already unable to suppress the leaders of various tribes. Chapter 858 Hedong is obtained. If my lord has 3 advantages and 2 disadvantages, only I, Lu Fengxian, can turn the tide. Lu Bu summoned Li Ju, Guasi and other generals from Dongzhuo's faction to discuss the future. Lao Qin has not had a chance to determine his successor so far, and the civil servants and generals are in panic. As the top general of Lao Qin's forces and Lao Qin's adopted son, Lu Bu theoretically has a chance to inherit the Guanzhong forces as long as he gets enough support. Li Ju, Guasi, Fan Chou, Zhang Xiu and others looked at each other in shock. Originally, Li Ju and Guasi had a higher status than Lu Bu when they were under Dongzhuo, but Lu Bu's military exploits were higher than the two of them. In order to win over Lu Bu, Lao Qin now has a higher position than the two of them. When Lao Qin was healthy, he could still control Lu Bu, but when Lao Qin was unconscious, Lu Bu had no one to order him and became a force of his own. A force needs its own generals. Gao Shun, the most skilled general under Lu Bu, was captured by Chu Tian. Zhang Liao rebelled, and Wei Su, Ho Chung and others were only 3rd and 4th-rate generals. Lu Bu needs to win over Li Ju, Guasi and others. Lu Bu even found the original Xixia king Li Yuanhao and Li Yuanhao's subordinates. The king of Qin has not yet woken up, and the Xiao army is aggressive outside. If we want to succeed, we should immediately lead our troops to control Xianying City and Chang'an City, and call on soldiers and horses from all over Guanzhong and Xiliang to obey orders. Even if the king of Qin wakes up by then, it will be a foregone conclusion. Li Yuanhao encouraged Lu Bu to become the king. As a later general who was demoted and a party member, the probability of Li Yuanhao inheriting Lao Qin's legacy was almost 0. Therefore, Li Yuanhao simply supported Lu Bu in seizing power in exchange for an improvement in his status, and was looking for opportunities to restore the country in the future. If it comes to pass, then I will make you the king of Yinchuan, Li Ju the king of Hongnong, Guibin the king of Longxi, Zhang Xiu the king of the north, and Fan Chou the king of Anding. Do you have any objections? Lu Bu held Fang Tian's painted halberd and glanced at the generals he invited. Li Ju and Guasi also have ambitions. But in the Lord, Lu Bu's force is still very scary. When they saw Lu Bu holding Fang Tian Huaji, they knew that Lu Bu was not coming to discuss with them at all, but was forced to do so. They agree. If Li Ju and Guasi didn't agree, they would most likely die under Lu Bu's Fang Tian painted halberd in the next second. So be it. Li Ju looked calm on the surface, but he was already sweating profusely. In Puban City, Wu Qi's army launched an unprecedented offensive. Wei Wuzu once again engaged in a fierce offensive. The Xiangyang cannon threw a large number of stones and fireballs, and the entire Puban city was shaking. Stones were piled up on the city wall, and the defenders didn't even have much room to stand. General Wang Jian of the Qin army defended the city. Guanzhong had successively supported Wang Jian with 100,000 troops, except for 30,000 of them, who were defeated by Qin Qingji and Zhao Yun's White Rogue army. The remaining 70,000 troops entered Puban city. Even so, Wang Jian is still under unimaginable pressure. The Saint-level commander Wu Qi has the characteristic: no rebel against the north. Even in unfavorable situations such as lack of food and being besieged, he will not defect, will not be confused, will not retreat without permission, and will not be affected by fear effects. His morale will not be affected under any circumstances. Below, it will not be lower than 50. Therefore, Wu Qi's army's continuous combat capability is terrifying. As long as the morale is not lower than 50, there will be no negative effects. The only way to limit Wu Qi's army from slowing down the siege is to consume Wu Qi's army's physical strength. If Wu Qi's army's physical strength drops below 50, then Wu Qi's army will have to slow down the demolition of Puban city. However,
The recovery speed of morale decline is slow. For elite divisions that often fight on the battlefield, their physical strength can be restored to above 80 or 90 after a day of rest. Therefore, Wu Qi only needs to split the legion into 3 groups and attack in turn. The offensive against Puban City continued, and the morale of the Puban City defenders had dropped to an unsustainable level. Even if Wang Jian, one of the 4 famous generals of the Warring States period, saw the morale of the defenders in Puban City drop below 40, and the recovery speed was slow, it would be difficult to turn the tide under such conditions. The even more ominous news is that his lord Jiujiang Lao Qin is ill. Li Si, Jia Su, and Sun Yu are currently in charge of the overall situation, and people's hearts are unstable. Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao are ambitious people, and they might become rebellious if something happens to their lord. Such examples are not uncommon. As soon as Qin Shi Huang died, the Qin dynasty immediately fell into chaos. Emperor Chai Rong of the later Zhou dynasty died of illness. Xiao Kuangyin and Qin Xia mutinied, and the yellow robe was added to his body. Not to mention that Lao Qin has no heirs. Perhaps surrender is the most beneficial option for me. But as a human subject, I have to fulfill my duties as a human subject. My lord has not yet died of illness. So how can I surrender without a fight? It is really too shameful. Wang Jian thought about it for a while, and finally decided that he could not surrender until he was sure that his lord was dead. No one knows if a miracle will happen. General, 2 adults, Li Si and Jia Su, have ordered General Meng Tian to respond on the other side of Puban City. The 2 adults suggested that the general withdraw to the Luoshui area. Puban City can no longer be defended. When Wang Jian hesitated, Li Si and Jia Su, who were in charge of the overall situation, recalled him. Although it is difficult for Li Si and Jia Su to become convincing successors, their ability to grasp the overall situation is still quite amazing. The 2 of them must have known that our army's morale is unavailable, so they need to retreat to Luoshui to rest and recuperate. They will withdraw their troops tonight and give up the land east of Hedong. After Wang Jian's army was demoralized by Wu Qi's army, they had to escape from Puban City overnight. For the Qin army, it was undoubtedly a complete relief. On the next day, Wu Qi successfully entered Puban City and occupied the last city in Hedong County. Puban City is close to the Yellow River. Crossing the Yellow River is Guanzhong, so the city is the bridgehead for attacking Guanzhong. Wu Qi also lived up to Chu Tian's expectations. The Battle of Hedong and the Battle of Liaoxi ended almost at the same time, successfully winning the important place of Hedong County for Chu Tian. The Xia army does not need to assemble in Luoyang City, but in Puban City. The important thing about Puban City is that it has Tongguan to the south and Luoshui to the west. They are separated by the Yellow River in the middle. It is not far from Chang'an City and Xining City. In the Battle of Hedong, 100,000 Qin troops were annihilated. Our troops suffered 80,000 losses due to the attack on the city, most of which were low-level troops. Wu Qi mobilized a large number of low-level troops from Jizhou and Bingzhou as cannon fodder to attack the city, instead of taking the lead and considering Wei soldiers. So the casualties appeared to be almost the same as Wang Jian. Wei soldiers were used by Wu Qi in field battles. Generally speaking, low-level troops were used to siege a city to consume the number and morale of the defenders. King Xia is here. Wu Qi had just entered Puban City, looking at the rolling water of the Yellow River passing south. Chu Tian had already emerged from the teleportation array in Puban City. It has to be said that the existence of the teleportation array allows troops to mobilize very quickly. Chu Tian was wealthy and used the teleportation array directly wherever he went. He learned that Wu Qi had captured Puban City, so he went directly to Puban City to fight against the Guanzhong army's front line. If the teleportation array did not exist, it would probably take Chu Tian several months to travel from Liaoxi to Hedong. Chu Tian met Wu Qi, as well as Qin Qingji and Zhao Yun, who cooperated with Wu Qi to capture Hedong County. The pacification of Hedong can be regarded as a great achievement. Sili has 7 counties, among which Hanoi County, Hedong County, and Hunan-in have been captured by our army, leaving only Hongdong County. Zhuifengling, Jingshaoyin, and Yu Fufeng order the Luoyang garrison to capture Hongdong County. I will personally lead a large army to cross the Yellow River to the west, and then cross the Luoshui River. A partial force will cross the Yellow River to the south, attack Tongguan, open the mountain road between Chang'an and Luoyang, and join forces in Chang'an. This arrangement is the safest. Chu Tian's troops divided into 2 groups, and did not give the Qin army a chance. The Guanzhong army and the Liaodong army are different. The main force of the Guanzhong army had not been completely disabled in the Mongshan battle. After Lao Qin retreated to Guanzhong, this period of time was enough to recruit a group of new soldiers to replenish his strength. If the lone army goes deep, with the Yellow River behind it, it will be difficult for the Xia army to receive support. And there is a certain probability of being besieged in Guanzhong. Assign a partial division to capture Tongguan and open up the passage with Luoyang. Then the legions from the Luoyang direction can continuously enter Guanzhong and cooperate with the Xia army from the east of the river to attack Chang'an City. At this time, the importance of Wu Qi's determination to capture Puban City became apparent. After capturing Puban City, one can cross the Yellow River south and attack Tongguan from behind, which is undoubtedly much less difficult than attacking Tongguan from the front. Moreover, the defenders in the Luoyang direction can send an army to attack from both sides and force the Tongguan defenders to surrender. This is why some cities must be captured. Chapter 859 Lubu Rebels.
My lord, I personally think that you should not act rashly for the time being.
Chu Tian deployed his troops to attack Guanzhong in two groups. When they were sweeping Guanzhong, Wu Qi dissuaded Chu Tian.
Soldiers are so valuable and so fast. Why do we have to temporarily stop the offensive?
Chu Tian looked at Wu Qi. Maybe Wu Qi noticed something. Wu Qi replied,
When I attacked Puban City, I kept sending scouts to Chang'an City and Xining City. I thought that if the King of Qin hadn't woken up in 3 to 5 days, something might happen. At that time, our army would be ready. If it is more sufficient, and if there is chaos in Guanzhong, we can pacify Guanzhong in one go.
Chu Tian thought that his main force would come out from several teleportation formations in Hedong County at the same time, and it would indeed take 3 to 5 days to assemble on the edge of the Yellow River. So he agreed to Wu Qi's suggestion. In order to storm Puban City, Wu Qi's army of Wei warriors expended a lot of physical strength and morale, and it took some time to recover.
Is there really going to be an accident in Chang'an City?
Chu Tian knew that Lao Qin's power was not stable. Generals Wang Jian, Li Ji and others were fighting abroad. Old Qin was divided into several factions, including the Ambition camp represented by Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao, the Xiliang camp represented by Xia Ai and Fu Jian, the Qin army camp represented by Wang Jian and Meng Tian, and the Han Emperor camp with a weak voice. If something happens, it will probably be Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao who start the trouble. In Chang'an City, people were panicked. Situ Wangyan summoned the ministers left over from the Eastern Han dynasty to plot major events together. It has been almost 10 years since the ministers of the Eastern Han dynasty were plundered by Dong Zhuo and sent to Guanzhong. 10 years is enough time for blacks to turn gray and beauty to fade away. Wang Yun was still alive at this time, already in his 60s, with gray hair.
10 years. Exactly 10 years. The Han dynasty has declined. The government has been hijacked by the Dong thieves and the King of Qin. And the government orders have not left Chang'an. But Xining, you and I are just decorations. Now the King of Qin is critically ill. The purple energy has come from the east. The time has come. And the world has risen and fallen. It's all within a thought of you and me. We should get rid of the national traitors and restore the Han dynasty.
Wang Yun discussed with the Eastern Han dynasty veterans such as Sun Rui and Yang Zan to help the Han dynasty. When he talked about the deep love, he couldn't help but burst into tears. A group of elderly ministers couldn't help crying, wiping their eyes with their robes. Wang Yun saw that the time was almost here. So he said to everyone,
Everyone, listen to me. The King of Qin holds the Emperor to order the princes, and all government orders are controlled by him alone. There are also the traitors Li Si and Jia Su as his minions, who help the Emperor to do evil. They should be eliminated. They will eradicate evil and evil. Then we will restore the Han dynasty. Order all the princes in the world to stop fighting and return to the control of the Han dynasty. Then the world will be peaceful, and the people can live and work in peace and contentment. Wang Situ. The soldiers and horses of Chang'an City and Luoyang City are all the eagles and dogs of King Qin. We have no soldiers and no power. How can we remove King Qin's minions?
All the ministers were frightened when they heard that they were going to break with King Qin's confidence. Are you kidding me? Almost all the military officers and soldiers guarding Chang'an City and Xining City are Qin Ruishi.
General Lu and General Li can serve as internal correspondents. In addition, we can force the minister to order Sun Yu to join us. Sun Yu should be willing to help the Han dynasty.
Wang Yun is a bit ruthless. He clapped his hands, and Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao appeared at the secret meeting wearing iron armor. Lu Bu held Fang Tianhua Ji, and Li Yuanhao had a sword on his waist. Lu Bu said.
Before he fell into coma, King Qin had already intended to give up the throne of King Qin to me. If you, my lords, are willing to help me achieve my goal, Lu Bu is willing to help the Han dynasty. I wonder if you have any objections.
After Lu Bu finished speaking, he smashed a desk with a halberd, scaring a group of helpless civil servants present into panic. After Lu Bu convinced people with his virtue, he successfully gained the support of Wang Yun and a group of ministers.
Wang Jian, Li Ji, Meng Tian, Xie Ai and others are fighting abroad. They only need to control the Qin palace where the King of Qin is located and declare to the outside world that the King of Qin has a general who will be the next King of Qin. Then they can order the army to defeat the King of Xia. Then in the name of the Emperor of Han, command the princes of the world. And great things can be accomplished.
Li Yuanhao acted as Lu Bu's dog-headed military advisor and advised Lu Bu.
In the palace of the King of Qin, General Yang Dian serves as the guard. This man's bravery is second only to you, the general.
When Lu Bu heard about Yang Dian, he couldn't help but sneered.
Yang Dian's military power is not as good as mine, but the King of Qin uses Yang Dian as his guard. Now that I think about it, the King of Qin doesn't trust me. Damn it!
At this time, Lu Bu did not think of the reward and kindness his adoptive father Zhejiang Lao Qin had shown him. And he also resented Lao Qin's bad treatment of him. Some people are just like that.
Yang Big Eye, I can kill him!
After a brief discussion, Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao decided to gather all their forces to attack Xining City. Wang Yun was responsible for contacting the civil and military ministers of Chang'an City, who opposed Lao Qin to respond to Lu Bu. Wang Jian, Li Ji, Meng Tian, Xie Ai, Li Xian, Zhou Bo and other military generals, who had great intimidation power against Lu Bu, and Li Yuanhao were out fighting because they resisted the Xia army and Su Fengyan, and no one could control them for a while. Li Ju, Guisi, Fan Shou, Zhang Xiu and other remnants of Dong Zhuo had to be involved in the conspiracy of Lu Bu, Li Yuanhao and Wang Yun. Although Wang Yun was somewhat loyal to the Han dynasty, Wang Yun's ability to see people was very poor, and he was an idealist, and his military ability was quite poor. The actions of Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao were a big temptation for Li Ju and Guisi, who also had ambitions. Old Qin's generals are also full of talents. Even among the conquered Chang and Di tribes, many civil servants and generals are more talented than Li Ju and Guisi. Therefore, Li Ju and Guisi's status in Old Qin's forces is not the same. Hi! If Lu Bu ascends to heaven in one step, and they are also crowned kings, it will just meet their expectations. Of course, some people are worried. Zhang Xiu is the nephew of Dong Zhuo's general Zhang Ji. He is considered a second-generation military general, but he thinks this move is very dangerous.
The Xiao army is about to advance to Luoshui. At this time, there is still internal fighting. I'm afraid.
Although Zhang Xiu was worried that the internal fighting would lead to the Xiao army being a fisherman, he did not dare to openly speak like this to Lu Bu. Otherwise Lu Bu would kill him. Now Lu Bu can no longer listen to any good advice. In Lu Bu's view, with Wang Jian, Li Ji, Meng Tian, Xie Ai, Li Xian and other generals fighting outside, the Xiao army will not be able to kill Chang'an City for a while. As long as he seizes power and orders the generals will have to obey him. The command? But is it really so? Zhang Xiu was suspicious of this. In Zhang Xiu's view, Wang Jian and others may not obey the orders of a power grabber. Even if Lu Bu is Lao Qin's adopted son, if Wang Jian or Meng Tian were promoted to the position, the result would be better than Lu Bu. After all, the Qin army camp is Lao Qin's direct legion and the most powerful legion. While Zhang Xiu was hesitating, Lu Bu had already summoned the troops of Li Ju and Zhang Xiu to rush into the fortified Luoyang city. Li Yuanhao's iron kites also participated in this power seizure. Lu Bu planned to kill his father again. Chapter 860 The Fall of King Qin. In Xining City, a large number of cavalry broke through the city gate. Meng Wu, the general in charge of garrisoning Xining City, was alerted. However, Lu Bu's cavalry drove straight in. Lu Bu held Fang Tian's painted halberd, and the red rabbit horse galloped into the city, killing the defenders along the way. The residents of Xining City didn't know why, but they thought the Xiao army had attacked Xining, and it was a mess.
The Xiao army has just captured Puban City. It is impossible to reach Xining so quickly. Even Chang'an City has not been lost yet.
Meng Wu was still very wise, knowing that Wang Jian, Li Ji, Li Xian, Shou Bo and others still formed an iron wall of defense on the front line. It was impossible for the Xia army to directly attack Xianying. Not to mention that there was Chang'an City blocking the west. A panicked soldier came to Meng Wu and said,
General, it seems that there are rebels attacking Xianying City. Who dares to rebel? No matter what, they must be captured.
Meng Wu, as Meng Tian's father, remained calm at this time, mobilizing various troops to suppress Lu Bu's rebellion. Two groups of soldiers and horses fought in Xianying City, and the war spread to this prosperous giant city. The main city that Lao Qin worked so hard to manage was destroyed in this way.
What happened in the city?
Li Si was handling affairs in the Prince of Qin's mansion, when he heard a commotion among the soldiers and horses stationed at the Prince of Qin's mansion. He couldn't help but get up. The cavalry dispatched by the Prince of Qin's palace to investigate reported back in a hurry.
Sir, there are rebels entering the city. Rebels?
Li Si looked at Jiasu.
As you guessed, Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao will probably rebel. Now it seems that the rebels who invaded Xianying City are mostly their troops. At a time when life and death are at stake, instead of trying to quell foreign troubles, you keep fighting within yourself. You know it is stupid. But why are there so many people flying into the flames?
Jiasu didn't feel happy because his guess was correct, but shook his head. Lu Bu's behavior may seem stupid, but it's not uncommon.
My lords, His Highness King Qin looks a little better. I would like to invite you to see me.
Yang Dian called Jiasu and Li Si in. When Jiasu and Li Si heard that Lao Qin had woken up, not only did they not relax, but their faces became even worse, because this is likely to be a flashback. The two entered the backyard. Lao Qin seemed to be in good spirits, but Jiasu and Li Si were even more worried.
I have already thought that today. The soldiers and horses in the city will rebel. It must be Lu Bu's inner rebellion. This has nothing to do with me. Ahem.
Lao Qin probably also knew that this was a sign of coming back to his former glory, and already looked down upon Lu Bu's rebellion. Li Si asked,
Lord, what should happen in the future?
Lao Qin shook his head, his expression a bit vicissitudes of life.
You make your own decisions. It is enough to be king in this life. You can give these things to Chu Zimu, and also tell Chu Zimu on my behalf.
Lao Qin asked people to hand over several precious props to Jiasu and Li Si. Lao Qin and the two of them are both wise people, so they are compatible. However, Lao Qin does not have much time to lead them to conquer the world. Jiasu and Li Si were silent. Finally, Jiasu broke the silence.
If my lord were 30 years younger, Chu Zimu would still be no match for my lord today.
Lao Qin shook his head and closed his eyes. In the 12th year of the Lord's calendar, the second largest prince in the Han Empire, Jiujiu Lao Qin, died of illness. Until the unification of the Han Empire, Chu Tian had no chance to fight to the death with the real main force of Lao Qin. The only time they fought was only the local Monchan battle. Chu Tian, who was relatively young among the princes, just stalled for time and defeated his biggest opponent.
It's hard to let go of losing in such a way. It's hard to let go.
Jiasu kept shaking his head. In addition to protecting his own life, Jiasu may not have the ambition to assist Mingjun in unifying the empire. He could lose due to the layout of the battlefield, but he couldn't accept defeat because his lord died of illness. Yang Dian, who was in charge of Lao Qin's guards, and the other guards had red eyes and a dead silence.
Lu Bu and other generals have rebelled, and we still have many difficult things to deal with. Before that, we must save our lives. Otherwise we will fall into Lu Bu's hands and be killed by him.
Li Si frowned. Jiasu said,
Don't worry that Lu Bu will kill us. He needs us to manage the internal affairs. The generals who are fighting abroad may not obey even Lu Bu's orders without our orders.
Li Si said,
Lu Bu seems not to be a qualified monarch, and I'm afraid he won't last long.
Outside Prince Qin's palace, the noisy shouts of killing were getting closer and closer. Meng Wu could not resist Lu Bu, Li Yuanhao, Li Ju and other rebels, so he retreated to the Qin palace.
Please protect the lord and leave Xianying City temporarily. The main force is outside, and with the support of all the troops, Xianying can be recaptured.
Meng Wu didn't know what happened in Prince Qin's palace. When he saw Jiasu, Li Si, Yang Dian and others who looked wrong, he seemed to suddenly understand something, and the sword in his hand clattered to the ground.
Could it be that the lord has already? General Meng Wu, my lord has passed away, and there is no point in resisting the rebels.
Jiasu and Li Si are considering longer-term issues. With Jiasu's wisdom, Even if there is a change of power, he can still survive. Jiasu's ability to protect himself wisely is top-notch. Whether the Lord is Lao Qin, Lu Bu, or someone else, Jiasu has a way to deal with it. Meng Wu followed Lao Qin for a longer period of time, for 12 years, and was Lao Qin's earliest general. When he heard that Lao Qin died of illness, the expression on his face twitched, and the veins on his forehead popped out.
General, what should we do?
Meng Wu's subordinates saw their general's expression was abnormal, and Lu Bu's rebels were approaching. So they hurriedly asked Meng Wu for instructions. Meng Wu still made no movement, his expression gloomy. Lu Bu's cavalry rushed to the Qin palace and commanded the troops. Yang Dian stood up and shouted sternly.
Lu Bu, my lord is dead. But you are sending troops into Xianying City. Do you really ignore your past kindness? What? The foster father is already here.
Lu Bu originally made up his mind and decided to kill his third adoptive father. But when he heard that Lao Qin had just died of illness, he was speechless when faced with Yang Dian's questioning.
Since my adoptive father is dead, as his son, I should inherit the great cause, command the 3 armies, and repel the king of Xia.
Lu Bu thought for a while, and still followed the established plan, asking everyone in the Lao Qin forces to recognize his status as monarch. Li Si glanced at the generals who followed Lu Bu, Li Yuanhao, Li Ju, Guasi, Fan Chou, Zhang Xiu, and others all participated in the rebellion and wanted to seize power. Except for Lu Bu, these generals were not highly used by Lao Qin. They participated in the rebellion for their own status. Meng Wu and Yang Dian glared at Lu Bu, seeming to be dissatisfied. They were military commanders, and it still depended on the attitude of Li Si and Jiasu, who were the main civil servants. After all, when Lao Qin was seriously ill, it was Li Si and Jiasu who took charge of major affairs on his behalf, and the public was convinced by them.
Since Marquis Wen is the adopted son of King Qin, it is okay to inherit him as King of Qin.
Unexpectedly, Jiasu seemed to be afraid that the world would not be in chaos. So he was the first to admit that Lu Bu had inherited the power of Lao Qin. Meng Wu, Yang Dian, and even Li Si all looked at Jiasu in surprise. They did not expect that Lao Qin's most trusted counselor, who was also the counselor who had cooperated with Lao Qin for the longest time, would choose to be loyal to Lu Bu.
Survive first. Otherwise, with Lu Bu's character, we will inevitably die.
Jiasu said this to Li Si in a low voice. Li Si understood and seemed to reluctantly acknowledge Lu Bu's status. Lu Bu didn't expect that Jiasu and Li Si would agree so readily, so he couldn't help but be overjoyed.
To defeat King Xia, it's up to the 2 of us.
Jiasu had something to say.
Marquis Wen, some ministers in the court think that we are the hawks and dogs of King Qin, and may intend to harm us. If the outside armies do not have our letters, they may not be willing to obey orders.
Lu Bu understood what Jiasu meant and said to Jiasu,
I understand what you mean. Sir, I won't let Wang Yun and others kill you.
Since Jiasu was so aware of current affairs, Lu Bu believed that Jiasu could serve as a confidant. Lu Bu also knew about Jiasu's abilities.
Wang Yun.
Jiasu easily got words out of Lu Bu's mouth, with a bit of ruthlessness in his eyes. Wang Yun and other Ilao actually wanted to kill them. Lao Qin's confidants. Jiasu is not a good person. The sky is hazy, and the Yellow River flows from north to south in Haddon County, with the water lapping on both sides. Chu Tian stood on the high lush slope beside the Yellow River and looked towards the Guanzhong area to the west. He seemed to have a premonition that a powerful enemy might fall. Without the steady Lao Qin, the Guanzhong army would have less difficulty defeating the Guanzhong army. But a strong enemy suddenly disappeared, and Chu Tian also felt a little lonely. The Xia army was collecting wooden boats to cross the river. It would take a lot of time to transport hundreds of thousands of troops to the other side of the Yellow River.
Send people to Guanzhong and win over a group of local civil servants and generals. Maybe it will be easier to conquer Guanzhong,
Chu Tian said to a civil servant. Wang Lang had a frown on his face. He had been to Guanzhong once before, but was rejected. Even an important civil servant and general from the old Qin could not be won over. This time, he was sent to Guanzhong by Chu Tian to try to persuade the civil servants and generals in Guanzhong again. Wang Lang complained,
My lord, those people in Guanzhong have become a force of their own and are extremely stubborn. I'm afraid they won't be able to lobby smoothly. This time is different from the past. There should be someone willing to surrender. Just don't bring Lu Bu and others back to me.
Chu Tian felt troubled by Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao, who could not determine their loyalty. Ambitious generals such as Xiao Chua and Cao Cao were already at the limit of what Chu Tian could tolerate. But the hidden ambitions of generals such as Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao exceeded Chu Tian's tolerance. When Lao Qin was alive, he could control Lu Bu. But no one could guarantee whether something unexpected would happen to him. And then some ambitious generals would rebel or take over power. When Cao Cao was alive, Sima Yi did not accomplish much.
My lord, Xianyang city spies have sent back news again that Lu Bu, Li Yuanhao, and other generals have launched a rebellion and have taken control of Xianyang city.
When Chu Tian assigned Wang Lang a task, the spies deployed by Chu Tian in Xianyang city returned even more surprising news.
It seems Wu Qi has already expected it.
Chu Tian fell into a brief silence. Although Wu Qi was a commander-in-chief, he was intelligent enough to serve as a counselor and also a civil servant. Chapter 861 The Ambition of the Second Mongol Khan.
Old Qin actually died of illness.
Chu Tian received the exact news that the great Prince Jiujia Lao Qin, who had dominated Guanzhong for many years, was still defeated by Tianming. Chu Tian's people repeatedly confirmed that the news they got was the same. Jiujia Lao Qin died of illness. And Lu Bu took control of Xianyang and Chang'an and took over as king of Qin. Not only was Chu Tian not afraid of Lu Bu taking over Lao Qin's position, he actually thought it didn't matter. As a monarch, not to mention the undecided nature of Lu Bu's ability. His ability is also questionable, and he basically relies on the advice of others.
It's really hard to describe something like destiny.
Sun Bin could not calculate a person's life, old age, illness and death, and couldn't help but sigh. After Jiujiang Lao Qin died, the layout of the Guanzhong campaign changed again.
Wang Lang, you should know by now that if you go to lobby the civil servants and generals in Guanzhong this time, you will most likely gain something,
Chu Tian said to Wang Lang. Wang Lang already knew that the most influential king of Qin in Guanzhong had died of illness. As Chu Tian said, people in Guanzhong were panicked. And there would definitely be a group of people willing to secretly collude with Chu Tian's forces. Therefore, Wang Lang taking on the task of lobbying was simply a credit given to him by Chu Tian.
I will definitely use my sharp tongue to persuade the generals in Guanzhong to surrender.
Wang Lang was satisfied and immediately went to lobby. Jiujiang Lao Qin's name disappeared from the Lord rankings. Almost all players in the Eastern Han district noticed it, and there was an uproar. Lao Qin was once the second largest prince in the Han Empire. With one person under 10,000 people, he pacified Guanzhong and Xiliang. And Guanzhong returned to prosperity because of Lao Qin's management. Lao Qin was also regarded as a powerful figure to the common people of Qinchuan. There is no small favor. Jiujia Lao Qin withdrew from the war in the Central Plains, and the situation of the Northern War was already quite clear. It was only a matter of time before the Xiao army conquered the north. And there was basically no suspense. There is not much time left for the southern princes. King Wu Tongke led the navy to besiege Xiangyang and attack Fancheng. The Wu army's military front was so powerful that it was almost as powerful as the Qin army and the Ming army in the Northern War. Bronze Bird's navy is invincible. The mastermind Shen Ping followed Tongke. Tongke swept through Jingzhou. In addition to Xie Xian's Beifu army, Xiaomok's Southern Dynasty army, Zhou Yu's navy army, and Sun Jian's Jiangdong army, Shen Ping, the mastermind, strategized and encroached on Jingzhou step by step.
Jingzhou is really difficult to capture. It took me many years to capture Xiakou first, then Jing'an, and finally besieged Xiangyang. It actually took me 12 years to capture the two states.
Tongke stood on the bow of the warship and couldn't help but sigh at the vastness of the Han Empire. Unifying the Han Empire is not that simple. If you encounter an equally matched opponent, or if the opponent is slightly weaker, but not much weaker, there will be multiple checks and balances. At this time, the competition will be protracted. From 203 AD to 208 AD, almost 5 years, Sun Quan attacked Jiangxia County 3 times, and finally killed Huang Zu and annexed most of Jiangxia County. It took another 10 years before Sun Quan stabbed the Shu Han in the back and captured most of Jingzhou. The 3 kingdoms of Wei, Shu and Wu were at a standstill and fought for decades. No one could do anything to anyone, and the war lasted for decades. The troubled times in the southern and northern dynasties lasted for hundreds of years. It is not easy for the various princes in lord to annex each other, not to mention the existence of other civilizations, making the competition even more complicated. The Han Empire was so big that it would be very rare to be able to unify it within 1 or 2 generations.
Fortunately, there is a teleportation array and the Yangtze River waterway. Otherwise, It would be a waste of time.
Tongke looked at the majestic Xiangyang city. This was a huge city. It was not easy to capture Xiangyang city.
Sun Jian's attack on Hefei was unfavorable, and he lost many troops. Unexpectedly, his attack on Jiangling was overwhelming. He captured all the villages and small towns around Jiangling city. The capture of Jiangling is just around the corner.
Tongke also learned an important news. When Sun Jian attacked Hefei, he was very passive and seemed unwilling to fight the Xia army. Tongke transferred Sun Jian to attack Jiangling. Sun Jian worked extra hard and led Sun Ce, Zhou Tai, Huang Gai, Cheng Pu, Song Jiang and other generals to defeat the Jiangling defender. As a guard, Xiao Mo came to report to Tongke.
My lord, there is a man in Xiangyang city who claims to be Su Yuanji, who represents the king of Song and has come to negotiate with us. Su Yuanji?
Tongke then thought about it. Wasn't this Su Shu? There are many outstanding civil servants and generals in the three kingdoms. Su Shu is a counselor-type talent who has been serving the king of Song. A soldier dies for his bosom friend. And many NPCs believe in different moral standards than players.
Let him come to me.
Tongke finally agreed to meet Su Shu. Su Shu's expression was not very good-looking. Although Su Shu was also a famous counselor, the mastermind behind Tongke was Chen Ping, the second counselor during the Chuhan struggle for hegemony, second only to Zhang Liang. The Wu army suppressed the Song army, and Su Shu could not change the result with one person. Su Shu said,
The king of Song wants to have a talk with the king of Wu in the river. If we continue to fight like this, it will just be a dead fish and a broken net. What are the conditions of King Song? King of Song.
Tongke listened to the conditions put forward by Su Shu, thought for a long time, and then bargained with Su Shu. In South Asia, Peshawar, the royal city of the Kushan Empire, was besieged by Mongolian and Turkic cavalry troops from Qitai for 3 months. King Kushan repeatedly requested reinforcements from the Western Region Protectorate, but the Western Region Protectorate was unable to do anything. The Western Region Protectorate only has a population of tens of millions, so it is not omnipotent. The situation in the Kushan Empire has deteriorated, and the Western Region Protectorate is unwilling to consume its few young troops for the sake of other civilizations. Many nobles in the Kushan Empire have already pledged their allegiance to Qitai, which is like a bottomless pit. The troops sent by the Western Region Protectorate will only be continuously consumed in the Kushan Empire. King Kushan had no choice but to lead his guards to break out of the siege and fled everywhere.
Order to capture the king of Kushan alive. Tie him to a horse's tail and parade him through the streets.
Ogdi led the cavalry into Peshawar. The style of this city is different from that of other civilizations.
The Kushan Empire has a large population, which is an important source of military strength and tax revenue. It is really ironic that the Kushan king failed with such a huge population,
yelled Dacian generals such as Mahmud, Badu, Subutai, Oliang Hitai, and Wang Baobao entered the city and found that Peshawar had a population of 1 million and was like a huge city. Each of these people can compete with the king of Kushan. But the king of Kushan does not have many worthy generals. He defeated the many with less and fled in embarrassment. The Mongol and Turkic coalition forces have taken control of this great empire, with a population of tens of millions, plus the Turks, Turkmens, and Persians from the Seljuk Empire, the kingdom of Khwarezm, and the Ilkhanate. The Mongol-Turkish coalition became as terrifying as Temujin's Mongol Empire. Power.
The lords of various civilizations have not experienced the terror of the sabers on the grasslands for a long time. We need to make each civilization surrender to our sabers. The sabers of our Mongolian cavalry, and the sabers of the Turkic cavalry.
Wokuatai completed the conquest of the Kushan Empire and said to his son Mingda sent by Tuolei.
Tuolei sent troops to help me attack the Kushan Empire. Then I will divide my troops to help Tuolei conquer Persia. Is Persia easy to conquer?
Mingda replied.
Persia is an ancient civilization with a profound foundation. I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort to destroy it. It's okay. I recruit 1 million soldiers from the Kushan Empire and go to attack Persia. With the population of the Kushan Empire and our generals, we can sweep through Persia.
Ogdi's confidence soared at this time, and the ancient Persian civilization did not take it seriously. The only one worthy of Wokuatai's attention is probably the Han Empire.
Persia's undead army and the Holy Meteor cavalry are quite difficult to deal with. My father has attacked Persia many times, but it is difficult to conquer it. The Kushan Empire Legion is probably no match for the Persian Empire Legion.
Mengge did not underestimate the Persian Empire lords, who had recruited many Persian generals. The Persian Empire in lords, should have been a powerful empire. After all, the Persian civilization was once vast, and had many special units and legendary heroes. However, the geographical location of the Persian civilization zone is not very good. The Persian Empire was surrounded by the Arab Empire, the Ottoman Turkish Empire, and the Ilkhanate, none of which was good. Tughlaq, Hulagu, Mengku, Kublai Khan, Ghuikan and others of the Ilkhanate were all ruthless characters. The Arab Empire launched excessive conquests, clashed with the Tang Empire in the east, and invaded Europe in the west. It was also a powerful civilization. At the peak of the Ottoman Turkish Empire, North Africa was its colony, and the entire Europe was shrouded in the shadow of the Ottoman Turkish Empire for 200 years. Therefore, the territory of the Persian Empire has almost no changes in lords. Instead, due to the advent of the Ilkhanate, part of the territory became the sphere of influence of the Ilkhanate. Persian civilization is relatively unlucky. Now, Ajadai wanted Tolai to completely conquer Persian civilization and incorporate it into the territory of the newly born Mongol Empire, because Wakuatai believed that even the new Mongol Empire could not defeat the Han Empire. So he needs a larger territory and a larger population. With territory and population, more troops can be recruited. And with more troops, more territory and population can be conquered. The Mongol Empire was born for conquest. Mengku added,
My father believed that before destroying Persia, we should take the lead in conquering the Mughal Empire in India. The Mughal Empire in India had a population far greater than that of the Kushan Empire. My grandfather failed and was defeated by the Han Empire because of population. Too little. The Mughal Empire in India? Timur has captured the royal city of Delhi. Was Timur loyal? This person is quite ambitious, but he is also capable. Anyone who has the ability can use it. Only in this way can the princes of the Han Empire be defeated.
Wakuatai Jingmengu asked this question and answered everyone. He naturally knew that Timur was not easy to control. But the Han Empire had left a psychological shadow on Ajadai. That's why Ajadai accepted many ambitious generals and heroes, so that he could avoid Temujin's failure again when he competed with the princes of the Han Empire again in the future.
Speaking of which, I have invited Timur to come to Peshawar. If Timur dares not come to see me, it means that he is rebellion. I will send someone to kill him.
OGDI mentions Timur. Chapter 862, Divide the Kingdom of Poland. Timur controlled the Delhi region of the Mughal Empire in India. The population of the Mughal Empire in India was almost the same as that of the Han Empire, with hundreds of millions of people. In Delhi alone, there were tens of millions of people. So Timur has become a lord with a population of tens of millions. From a cripple from 1,000 households in the Western Region War to a great lord with a population of tens of millions. Timur has proven his ability. A true hero will always have a chance to stand out as long as he appears in Lord.
Great Khan, Sir Timur has teleported from Delhi to Peshawar to see you. The teleportation array between Peshawar and Delhi has been opened. In the future, troops can be transferred between the two empires. Timur came to see me.
He can be reused.
Wakuatai put down some murderous intent. Tamerlane took his 100,000 cavalry and established his stronghold in the city of Delhi. The allegiance of these 100,000 cavalry is still to Ajadai. As long as Ajadai recalls these 100,000 cavalry, Timur will lose his core legion and will suffer crazy revenge from the nobles of Delhi city. Timur came from Delhi to see Ajadai, and he still showed great respect to the second great Khan of the Mongol Empire. Wakuatai's subordinates, Yaludashi and Mahmud, were also conquerors similar to Timur.
Your Majesty, the great Khan, will finally live up to his expectations and capture Delhi.
Timur paid homage to Ajadai, the titular second great Khan of the Mongol Empire.
Timur, I heard that you are at war with the foreign Lord Brahmin. Are you confident in conquering the Mughal Empire in India and turning the Indus River, Ganges River, and Deccan Plateau into our pastures? The territory of the Brahmins has a population of hundreds of millions. In the end, it will only be Delhi, with a population of 1/10 that of the Brahmins. Even if their army of 100,000 is destroyed, the Brahmins can easily recruit 200,000, 300,000, or 500,000 troops. This Khan will help you conquer the Mughal Empire in India, and you will be granted the title of King of Delhi by virtue of your military merits. The 300 miles of Delhi will be your fief. Thank you, Khan.
Timur looked courteous on the surface, but he was in a turmoil in his heart. The second great Khan of the Mongol Empire planned to personally command his army and conquer the Mughal Empire in India. Timur originally wanted to conquer South Asia with his own strength and become the Lord of South Asia. But Timur's master Ogidi had a hand in it, and it was difficult for Timur to stop him.
Timur asked, why didn't the Great Khan intervene in the Han Empire civil war and recapture Mabe in one fell swoop? The princes of the Han Empire have many soldiers and generals. If this Khan intervenes in the civil war of the Han Empire, most of the princes will cease fighting and be the first to defeat this Khan. They cannot repeat the same mistakes. The weather in the Mughal Empire in India is hot and humid, which is not suitable for our cavalry operations. If we want to conquer the Mughal Empire in India, we will probably have to make use of local dignitaries. Please leave it to the general. Timur, you don't seem to want me to interfere in the affairs of the Ganges Plain and the Deccan Plateau? It's not true.
There was sweat on Timur's forehead. Ogidi had already seen that Timur wanted to turn the entire Mughal Empire in India into his fiefdom.
Conquer the Mughals in India, and your fiefdom will change from 300 miles to 1,000 miles. People should learn to be content.
Ogidi's tone was indifferent. Timur lowered his head and said, yes. In St. Petersburg, Ekaterina returned to her main city, the princess of the Russian Empire. Her and Chu Tian's youngest daughter, Chuana, hugged Ekaterina's boots and walked very awkwardly.
Sophia, while I was away, was there any news about the new emperor of the Holy Roman Empire?
Hohenzollern? Ekaterina picked up her little daughter and asked her deputy, Duke Sophia.
The Holy Roman Empire declared war on the Kingdom of Poland. The Teutonic Knights, the Knights of the Sword, and the German princes' allied forces invaded the Kingdom of Poland. Obviously, they were not satisfied with the territory ceded by the Kingdom of Poland last time. The Kingdom of Poland deserves its punishment.
Catherine had no intention of helping the Kingdom of Poland, because the Russian Empire and the Kingdom of Poland were enemies.
But we can't let Hohenzollern annex the Kingdom of Poland so easily. We also need to obtain territory from the Kingdom of Poland. We ordered the hero of the glacier, Alexander Nevsky, to lead an army of 100,000 people to attack the Kingdom of Poland from the east. He dealt with the Teutons. The knights have some experience.
Catherine learned that the Holy Roman Empire, dominated by German civilization, was advancing on the Kingdom of Poland. So she sent a partial army to forcibly carve up the Kingdom of Poland with the Holy Roman Empire. The Kingdom of Poland was caught between two increasingly powerful civilizations and was destined to end badly.
Yekaterina already has elites such as the Tsarist Guards, Shooting Corps, Boyar Cavalry, Polish Hussars, and Novgorod Heavy Infantry. And the Teutonic Knights of the Holy Roman Empire is one of the three major knights in Europe. It is also the largest knight order. Sophia once again confirmed to Catherine.
Are we really going to go to war with the Kingdom of Poland? Hohenzollern has regarded the Kingdom of Poland as his own. If we carve up the Kingdom of Poland, it will arouse the dissatisfaction of Hohenzollern.
And even a war breaks out with the Holy Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire has little room for expansion, and they may change the direction of expansion to the east. You should know that if a war breaks out between the Holy Roman Empire and our Tsarist Empire, it will turn into a war that sweeps the entire Western continent.
Ekaterina looked into Sophia's blue eyes. Sophia is also a player, so she naturally knows what the war between the German civilization dominated by the Holy Roman Empire and the Tsarist Russian Empire means.
The Poles, Mongols, Swedes, French, and Germans all want to capture Moscow, but they will all fail in the end. Don't worry about the Hohenzollern going to war with us. We have enough depth, and the cold winter is our best great wall.
Yes, now that Catherine has decided to divide the Kingdom of Poland again, Sophia, as a subordinate, only needs to faithfully carry out Catherine's orders. On the Polish plains, the mighty Teutonic Knights charged towards the Polish Hussars on the opposite side, and the grasslands were trembling. The first few rows of Teutonic Knights were even equipped with expensive full-body plate armor, armed with lances, and broke into the Polish Hussars. The super-long carbine of the Polish Hussars pierced the plate armor of the Teutonic Knights, and the Teutonic Knights' cavalry followed, and the same sharp spears pierced the breastplate of the Polish Hussars. Two elite cavalry are engaged in a brave night duel.
Your Majesty, Queen Catherine of St. Petersburg, has gathered forces. 100,000 troops have entered the Kingdom of Poland and want to carve up the Kingdom of Poland with us. This is unreasonable. The Kingdom of Poland is the prey of this emperor. This time, hundreds of princes have been summoned to hunt on the plains of Poland. Yekaterina wants to intervene.
Hohenzollern's expression was grim. The Tsarist Russian Empire poses a huge threat to other civilizations in the Western continent. and is incompatible with the civilization of the Western continent, especially since the royal family of the Tsarist Russian Empire is half Han Chinese. Its alliance with the Han Empire will pose an even greater threat to the Western continent in the future.
Perhaps it is necessary to unite France, Macedonia, and Sweden to carve up the Russian Empire and not allow it to grow.
Hohenzollern was very dissatisfied with Catherine's behavior of taking food from the tiger's mouth. The Tsarist Empire was surrounded by powerful enemies. Catherine fought everywhere, but various civilizations were helpless against her, unless several big empires joined forces. Chapter 863 Wang Lang lobbies Jia Su.
Lu Bu actually ordered me to wait for him to defeat the Xia army.
Wang Jian, the general of the Qin army, received Lu Bu's order. Now Lu Bu regarded himself as the king of Qin and dispatched the legions of various generals to fight the Xia army decisively. A commander of Wang Jian's level was not very willing to talk to Lu Bu. Li Ji, Meng Tian, Li Xian and others also received orders from Lu Bu, asking them to assemble in Luoshui. The Xia army began to take action. Chu Tian asked Chen Qingji and Zhao Yunan to cross the Yellow River to attack Tongwan, while he crossed the Yellow River to the west and reached Luoshui.
You go and help Chen Qingji and Zhao Yun. I don't want any accidents to happen.
Chu Tian also sent Xiao Chua's Khitan army as backup for Chen Qingji and Zhao Yun. As long as Tongwan is captured, you can enter and exit the pass at any time.
We will definitely capture Tongwan.
Xiao Chua agreed. Bai Pao hunted. Chen Qingji and Zhao Yun went straight to Tongwan without stopping. In Luoyang City, Wei Wuji, Peng Wan, and Shuai and Gui sent troops to capture Hongnong County and attack Tongwan from the front.
The guard of Tongwan will be Wan Yinshuk, a Jin military general who appeared in the Battle of Jingkong.
The Xia army will definitely divide its forces and attack Tongwan from the rear. The Xia king is very cautious. Perhaps he can use this cautious approach to break the team attacking Tongwan first, forcing the Xia king to stop attacking Wang Jian, and perhaps curbing the Xia army's offensive.
Li Ji's army was stationed in Huang County south of the Wei River to rest and recuperate. When Li Ji learned that the Xia army had launched the third round of offensive after the Battle of Mongshan and the Battle of Hedong, he was still trying to break the situation with Wang Jian. This is no longer a battle between princes. Once Lao Qin died, the generals of the Qin army acted more like they were out of anger, acting based on their own ideas, without even considering Lu Bu's orders. They wanted to have a hearty battle and show off with Xia Jun, Meng Tian, Li Xian and Wang Jian's army merged, while Li Ji's army, Wanyan Zonghan and Wanyan Yinshuk's troops guarded Tongwan and waited for opportunities to support. Tuoba Tao and Zhou Bo's legions were besieged in Yinzhou city by Yu Fei and Yang Yi. Lu Bu seemed to be issuing orders, but in fact the Qin army deployed its defenses as before.
The general sent by King Xia to attack Tongwan must not be mediocre.
Wanyan Zonghan and Li Ji discussed how to defend Tongwan. They had discovered that the Xia army was divided into two groups and attacked Luoshui and Tongwan at the same time.
There are two groups of soldiers and horses. Only by defeating one group first, no matter what, will we have a chance to win by fighting to the death. Otherwise, we might as well surrender to King Xia.
No matter what Li Ji did, facing the dangerous situation of Xia's army pressing down on the border, he basically didn't have much choice.
Then let's make one final attempt.
Wanyan Zonghan agreed to Li Ji's proposal to defeat the Xia army attacking Tongwan first. After Lu Bu took control of Xianying city, he led his troops to support Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Li Xian in Luoshui. Because Chu Tian's main force attacked Luoshui, Xia's army attacked Tongwan with a partial force. Lu Bu's simple mind also knew that if Chu Tian was allowed to cross the Luoshui River and then the Wei River, his troops would be able to reach Chang'an within a few days, and there would be no danger in Guangzhou. At Jia Su's instigation, Lu Bu sent troops to attack Chu Tian, hoping to establish his prestige by defeating Chu Tian. If even Zhejiang Lao Qin could not do something, and Lu Bu successfully accomplished it, then Lu Bu would establish his dominance among the Qin army from then on. Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, the newly recruited Iron Kites, Iron Eagle Ruishi, Qin Ruishi, as well as Li Ju's Flying Bear Army, Zhang Xiu's Shiliang Iron Cavalry, the Han Dynasty's Sana Cavalry, and the 5 schools of the Northern Army were all dispatched, stretching for several 10 miles. These were originally the elite troops retained by Zhejiang Lao Qin to deal with Chu Tian. But Lao Qin had no chance to borrow the power of these elite legions for the final decisive battle with Chu Tian, and instead fell under Lu Bu's control. Without Lao Qin's characteristic bonus, Precious characteristics such as
Chu He-han boundary
and
reform is strengthened
disappeared together with Lao Qin's death. Lu Bu's commanding ability is far inferior to that of Zhejiang Lao Qin, and his soldiers may not be convinced. This time, the Qin army's decisive battle with the Xia army greatly reduced the strength of the Qin army. If Wang Jian, Li Ji, Zhou Bo, Tuoba Tao, and others were not struggling to support the front line, perhaps the Xia army would have captured Chang'an City. Players and civilians in Chang'an City and Xining City all know that the Xia army has entered Guangzhou and is about to break out with the main force of the Qin army to decide the decisive battle in Guangzhou. Even if the Xia army is defeated, they can return to the Central Plains and take advantage of the huge population of the Central Plains to recuperate. The Qin army has no retreat. As soon as King Qin died, all the legions were already disorganized and defeated again, and Guangzhou immediately collapsed. Some players in Chang'an City and Xining City were worried that the war would spread to the two giant cities, so they fled overnight. There are also some players who are reluctant to part with the property of Chang'an City and Xining City, believing that even if a war breaks out between the two sides, the decisive battle will be in the wilds of Weinan, not Chang'an City and Xining City. In addition, because all the commanders of the Chutian forces are relatively upright, even if they capture Chang'an City and Xining City, they will probably not destroy these two prosperous cities. If the Han Empire wanted to compete for Central Asia and South Asia, then the two cities that Lao Qin worked so hard to manage were very important, because it is cheaper to mobilize troops from Chang'an City and Xining City to the Western Region Protectorate than to mobilize troops from the Central Plains. The teleportation array is cheaper. Despite this, people in Chang'an City and Xining City are still panic-stricken. Situ Wangyan personally followed Lu Bu to send troops, commanding the 5 schools of the Northern Army, the Sana Cavalry, and the Iron Eagle warriors, who were originally controlled by Lao Qin, in order to bring down the rebel King Xia. In the eyes of the stubborn ministers of the Eastern Han dynasty, various princes destroyed the order of the Han Empire and deserved death. But in fact, a new order has been established in the territories controlled by various princes. Shuzhou has become the richest state because it is located in the hinterland of Chutian's influence. After Chutian pacified Shuzhou, Shuzhou basically did not experience war. At the same time, it also had conflicts with there were trade exchanges between Japan, and silver from Japan continued to flow into Shuzhou. Wang Yun and others petitioned the emperor to order all princes to immediately stop fighting and return power to the court. In particular, the most powerful king of Xia was attacking Guangzhou, where the emperor of Han was. In the imperial edict to Chutian, it first blamed Chutian for offending the emperor, then asked Chutian to withdraw his troops immediately, and then hand over his military power. Wang Yun and the others are really a bunch of rotten people. They don't understand shit. Chutian threw the so-called emperor's edict into the brazier, and soon the fire spread and burned the emperor's edict to ashes. In troubled times, the weak are the strongest. If Chutian surrenders his military power, Chutian will not survive the next day. Cao Cao pacified the north and held the emperor hostage. Even if he died without usurping the throne, he would not hand over power to support the Han dynasty. Regardless of whether Cao Cao really only wanted to be the prime minister of the Han dynasty, Cao Cao would not dare to step down in that position. Otherwise Cao Cao's life would be lost soon. Even if Liu Bei defeated Cao Cao and rescued Han Xian Emperor, Liu Bei would not be willing to hand over power to Han Xian Emperor. At most, he would proclaim himself emperor, and the country's title would still be Han. As a prince, you must have the consciousness of a prince and rely on your fists to speak. Otherwise you will die without knowing how. Wang Lang will not disappoint me. Chutian sent Wang Lang to lobby Lao Qin's old troops. At this time, Wang Lang was received by Jia Su. I am Wang Lang, a native of Xia Donghai, who advises the officials and is also the prime minister of Pei. Wang Lang was somewhat in awe of Jia Su, the first counselor of the old Qin forces, and first reported his family status. The last time Wang Lang went to Guangzhou to lobby, Jia Su closed the door to thank the guests. But this time Jia Su unexpectedly received him. Dr. Wang, there is no need to say more. I understand your purpose of coming. It is undoubtedly to make me surrender to King Xia. Jia Su directly interrupted Wang Lang's lobbying and got straight to the point. Wang Lang was a little surprised to see Jia Su being so direct. So what do you mean? Sir, there is nothing wrong with surrendering to the King of Xia. Jia Su and Lacey obtained Lao Qin's props. and Lao Qin asked Jia Su to convey a message to Chu Tian, although Lao Qin did not specify a successor. With the intelligence of people like Jia Su and Li Si, they may not be unable to understand the implication of Lao Qin's words. It is obvious that although Chu Tian is Lao Qin's opponent, Lao Qin still thinks highly of Chu Tian. So he entrusts Jia Su and Li Si to hand over the props to Chu Tian, which also implies that Jia Su and Li Si can go to Chu Tian, on the premise that he had no heirs. Lao Qin regarded Chu Tian as a descendant, which could be regarded as giving Chu Tian a chance. Wang Lang was stunned after hearing what Jia Su said. He hadn't even begun to use his sharp tongue to lobby Jia Su. But Jia Su had just surrendered? But now Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao serve me as military advisors and secretly send troops to monitor me. If I act rashly, I will be killed. Jia Su has noticed that Li Yuanhao doesn't trust him very much. Lu Bu was a warrior, and Jia Su could manipulate Lu Bu with applause. But after all, Li Yuanhao was the historical leader of the Xixia kingdom, and he had a way of suppressing dissidents. He thought that Jia Su and Li Si recognized Lu Bu's status too happily, and the two of them must have something problem. So he sent trusted generals to secretly monitor Jia Su and Li Si. Jia Su could naturally discover the troops spying on him. Jia Su actually had some force, but it didn't mean that Jia Su could leave calmly under the surveillance of hundreds of soldiers and horses. When Wang Lang heard that someone was spying on Jia Su, he was sweating profusely. So, if I come to see you, I've already been arrested. No, you have been discovered and will most likely die. Jia Su patted Wang Lang on the shoulder and couldn't help but sigh. Wang Lang's legs went weak and he smiled bitterly. In this case, sir, you still want to meet me because you really want to harm me. Don't worry. I have a way to keep you alive. Give this token to King Xiao and he will understand. If he doesn't understand, then his ability is not worthy of my service. Jia Su handed a token to Wang Lang, and then called his attendants. Come here, beat him up, and then fork him out. After a while, Wang Lang was beaten to death and was dragged out by the soldiers. It is said that King Xiao wanted to persuade Jia Su to surrender, but Jia Su scolded Wang Lang in a serious manner and drove him away with a stick. The unlucky Wang Lang almost crawled back. Jia Su is indeed loyal, but you are worrying too much. When Lu Bu learned about Jia Su's attitude, he did not let people hunt down the inconspicuous Wang Lang. So he said to Li Yuanhao, Wang Lang didn't have much sense of existence. So Chu Tian sent him to lobby, and even Lu Bu disdained him. Li Yuanhao frowned. Besides me, there is really no need for you to trust Jia Su and Li Si. They are very dangerous. Chapter 864 Chang Di Rebellion. Ming Gong has placed great emphasis on me. Within a few years, I will be appointed as the governor of Lianzhou, and will be the governor of Lianzhou. Chang and Di troops. How come God is not treating Ming Gong so kindly? I resisted Su Fengnian's offensive in Lianzhou, and couldn't help but feel sad when he learned that Jiujiu Lao Qin had passed away in Guanzhong. When Lao Qin was conquering Lianzhou, he discovered the opposition general Xie. This low-key military general during the Jin and 16 Kingdoms period was reused by Lao Qin, which made Xie burst into tears of gratitude. He guarded Lianzhou for Lao Qin and resisted Temujin's attack. Shi Liang repeatedly repulsed Zhang Dao, who invaded Lianzhou, and conquered the Chang and Di tribes. However, only 2 or 3 years after Xie became the governor of Lianzhou, Lao Qin passed away due to illness. It is no wonder that Xie became sad. The death of Zhejiang Lao Qin not only shocked Guanzhong, but also the Xiliang soldiers and horses were also upset, and Xie tried his best to suppress it. Xie is undoubtedly a loyal minister, and he wants to know who the heir chosen by Jiujiu Lao Qin is. As long as Jiujiu Lao Qin chooses his successor, Xie will firmly support the successor. However, Lao Qin never publicly chose his successor. Originally, Lu Bu had a chance, but Lu Bu failed to successfully complete the mission in the Battle of Mang Mountain. Xie did not think that the always steady old Qin would choose a warrior to become the next king of Qin. It is precisely because Lao Qin did not mention an heir that Xie doesn't know how to choose now. Should he continue to hold on to Xiliang, surrender to the Xia King's forces behind Su Fengnian, or find another way out? Xie doesn't know. He was not in Xianyang, so he didn't know Jiujiu Lao Qin's last words. There were only 3 people present: Jia Su, Li Si and Yang Dian. Jia Su is the most trusted counselor of Zhejiang Lao Qin. Li Si is the most trusted civil servant of Zhejiang Lao Qin, and Yang Dian is the most trusted guard of Zhejiang Lao Qin. We must ask Jia Su
and the others what Ming Gong said at the end. I don't believe that with Ming Gong's character. He would not have left arrangements for his funeral.
Xia still had to find Jiasu, Li Si, and Yang Dian before he could make a decision. Jiasu and Li Si's decision was very strange, and they chose to support Lu Bu. Yang Dian had always disliked Lu Bu, and he was a military commander. So Xia believed that if he had the chance to meet Yang Dian would tell the truth about Lao Qin's last words. In the Chong tribe, the Chong leader Yao Yizhong and his son Yao Xiang learned that Zhejiang Lao Qin had died of illness, and they became rebellious and began to plot. If they had not been defeated by Cai, Su Huang, and Pang De, Yao Yizhong, Yao Xiang, their father and son, and the many Chong tribes in Liangzhou they represented would not have easily succumbed to the pressure of the Guanzhong army.
After the death of King Qin, people in Liangzhou were panicked. Father, we should unite with Li Wenhou, the leader of Yizhonghu in Huangzhong, to rise up together and establish the Chong kingdom to dominate Longxi, Qinghai and other places. Wouldn't it be much easier than living under someone else's roof?
Yao Xiang encouraged his father Yao Yizhong to rebel. The Xiqiang tribe is brave and aggressive and refuses to surrender.
What if Liangzhou is repacified by the Xia king's forces, and the Xia king recruits a large army to attack our Chong kingdom? Our Chong kingdom is located in a remote place. If the king of Xia wants to attack, he will definitely be defeated by the children if there are few soldiers and horses. If there are too many soldiers and horses, it will consume countless energy, and we can threaten that once the king of Xia mobilizes the soldiers and horses, we will join forces. The Xia king will definitely be wary of the power of Sichuan and Shu, and he will not dare to do too much to us. So the Chong kingdom can last long. It is much better to be a local emperor than to live under the fence of others. What's more, it is said that the Xia king, as a great Chanyu, deprived the nobles of all tribes. If we are ruled by King Xia, we will not be able to control the Chong tribe. Wouldn't we feel aggrieved? What my son said makes sense.
After hearing Yao Xiang's analysis, Yao Yizhong became even more rebellious. Chu Tian's power is too ruthless. In order to completely avoid the situation of Wuhu chaos, Chu Tian would either completely destroy a tribe after conquering it, such as the Jie tribe that was sent to the mines, or move inland and then disperse them to various counties and forcibly integrate them. The names of tribes are no longer allowed, such as the Wuhuan tribe who moved inland, because of the need for grazing on the prairie. The remaining tribes, such as the Khitan, Xianbei, and Xiongnu tribes, Chu Tian stipulated the grazing area of each tribe and prohibited private circulation. At the same time, the power of all tribal nobles was removed, and the king of Xia appointed officials to govern each tribe. Therefore, the tribal nobles who surrendered to Chu Tian basically lost their power. This is why various tribes resisted being annexed by Chu Tian, and instead chose to rely on other princes who delegated power. Chu Tian still went its own way and did not mind whether these tribes would defect to other princes. If they are unwilling to surrender, Chu Tian will use the army to beat them up, and then the winner can naturally deprive the losers of their rights, which is more trouble-free than peaceful annexation. Peaceful annexation means negotiation and concessions, whereas waging war gives the winner everything. Yao Yizhong and Yao Xiang only saw that Chu Tian would deprive the nobles of various tribes of their power, but they did not expect that Chu Tian would deliberately provoke wars with various tribes in order to eliminate the nobles of each tribe, and naturally establish a new ruling order. Maodun Chanyu of the Xiongnu tribe was killed by Chu Tian, and the leader of the southern Xiongnu was obedient and surrendered his power, thus escaping the fate. Temujin of the Mongol Empire abandoned Mobei. A large number of nobles fled, and Chu Tian took over the Mongolian tribes. The Jie tribe was directly wiped out. If Yao Yizhong and Yao Xiang understood this, they probably would not have made the choice to rebel. However, Yao Yizhong and Yao Xiang could not imagine this level. In addition to the Chong tribe, the Di tribe is also restless. This time it was not the Di leader Fu Jian who became rebellious. On the contrary, Fu Jian believed that since he had surrendered to the power of the king of Qin, he was a minister and should fulfill his duties as a minister. However, Fu Jian did not want to rebel, so his Di people General Lu Guang and others broke into Fu Jian's camp. Also rebelling with Lu Guang were Deng Chong, Zhang Hao, Su Chung and others.
What do you mean?
Fu Jian held the book in his hand and didn't understand why a group of subordinates broke in.
The king of Qin is dead, and the leader can call himself the king of heaven, establish the kingdom of Di, and dominate one side.
Lu Guang forced the palace.
We have already surrendered to the imperial court. How can we rebel? What nonsense!
Fu Jian was furious. He really didn't want to rebel.
Come here. Take the Lord with you.
Lu Guang, however, did not give Fu Jian a chance to object and directly held Fu Jian hostage.
What on earth are you going to do?
Fu Jian was confused.
Attack Wudu in Hanzhong and establish the kingdom.
In Xiliang, after Zhejiang Lao Qin died of illness, I could no longer control the Chang and Di tribes. The two tribes launched rebellions almost at the same time and went to establish their own forces. I, the governor of Xiliang, was unable to do anything about it. The hidden dangers left by Lao Qin's subjugation of various tribes finally exploded. Only Lao Qin can suppress them. And now that Lao Qin is dead, Liangzhou has also fallen into chaos. Chapter 865 Iron Eagle Sharp Soldier Talisman.
I lived up to my expectations and successfully persuaded Jia Su to surrender to His Highness. However, I was noticed by Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao and had to find a way to escape, unable to persuade others.
When Wang Lang saw Chu Tian, he burst into tears and almost cried while hugging Chu Tian's thigh.
Have you been noticed by Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao?
Chu Tian had to admit that he had underestimated Lu Bu. To be precise, he had underestimated Li Yuanhao, Lu Bu's dog-headed military advisor. Li Yuanhao is the king of Xixia after all. Wang Lang was injured by Jia Su's men, which can be regarded as a work-related injury. But Wang Lang was able to convince Jia Su, Lao Qin's most important advisor, and he had already made a contribution. As the #1 military advisor of Lao Qin, Jia Su had relationships with many of Lao Qin's generals. As long as Jia Su was loyal, he would be able to win over a group of Lao Qin's generals.
This is the item Jia Su Tuachin gave to His Highness.
Wang Lang handed a token to Chu Tian. Chu Tian didn't care at first, but when he took the token Wang Lang brought back, he was shocked. This is a military talisman with the 4 characters
Iron Eagle Ruisher
engraved on it. It turned out to be the weapon talisman of the 9th level soldier Iron Eagle Warrior. Chu Tian had seen the sharpness of the Iron Eagle Warriors in the Mongshan battle. This was one of the most elite arms of the Qin Empire. Lao Qin handed the Iron Eagle Warriors military talisman to Jia Su, and Jia Su gave it to himself. Chu Tian took over the extremely precious and rare props. He probably already understood what Jia Su meant. Name, Iron Eagle Scout Talisman, the only prop. Grade, Imperial Treasure. Effect 1, those who hold the weapon talisman can select suitable soldiers from Qin Rui warriors and transfer to the 9th level Iron Eagle warriors, with an upper limit of 1,600. Effect 2, if the person holding the soldier talisman already has a special military type, his military type will be overridden. A general can only hold 1 Iron Eagle soldier talisman at most, and it conflicts with other military talismans. Effect 3, those who hold the soldier talisman can obtain the SS level characteristic, military merit, when commanding the Iron Eagle Warrior. The Iron Eagle Warrior's attack power plus 25%, combat morale plus 20%, and morale decline rate minus 20%, producing a fear effect on the enemy. Current situation recruited
Iron Eagle Warrior.
In Chu Tian's hand, there was an extra piece of Shui's army and an Iron Eagle Sharp Soldier Talisman. Both of these talismans are priceless. The troops of Iron Eagle Ruisher come from ordinary Qin Ruisher. This mechanism is the same as the Zhongxia army comes from Heli Hejuan. Iron Eagle Rui is now controlled by Lu Bu and Wang Yun. If Chu Tian wants to recruit Iron Eagle warriors, he needs to capture or surrender the existing Iron Eagle warriors, or the Iron Eagle warriors controlled by Lu Bu and Wang Yun die in battle. Chu Tian could see the introduction of the Iron Eagle warrior from the military symbols. Arm, Iron Eagle warrior. Level, 9th level infantry / 9th level heavy cavalry. Basic attack power, 35. Basic defense power, 25. Comprehensive speed, 6/12. Skills, special grade Fenshuan, infantry system. When in a tough battle, can greatly improve morale. Can only be used once a day. Special grade shield formation, infantry system. When forming a shield formation, defense plus 8. Special grade spear formation, infantry system. When forming a spear array, the damage to cavalry is greatly increased. Special level cavalry shooting, cavalry type. Special level heavy cavalry charge, when charging. Attack power plus 15. Armor piercing damage plus 20%. The effect disappears when the speed decreases, and the physical strength when exhausted. The charge effect decreases. Iron-blooded strong Qin exclusive skill. When launching a charge, own army's morale plus 15%. Attack power plus 15%. Enemy morale decrease speed plus 10%. Enemy defense power minus 10%. The effect lasts for a period of time. Characteristics: Jiujiu Lao Qin. When a Qin faction general serves as the chief general/deputy general. Attack power plus 8. Defense power plus 2. After the war, morale will be restored by 15% immediately. Military pay, 25 taels/month. Recruitment conditions: Diamond level heavy cavalry horses, Diamond level infantry general heavy armor, Platinum level swords, and Platinum level cowhide shields. Chu Tian had rarely seen a combination of 9th order infantry and 9th order cavalry. The mounted soldiers were cavalry, and the dismounted soldiers were infantry. Similar to the white-robed army. It's just that the white robes are light cavalry. Different from the Iron Eagle warriors.
My lord, what does Jiasu mean by presenting this military talisman to you? It's very simple. Jiasu is on our side. Let's go and fight Lu Bu.
Chu Tian put away the Iron Eagle warrior's military talisman. For such an important prop, Jiasu's meaning is self-evident.
My lord, Wang Jian and Meng Tian's army retreated from Lu Shui to Wei Shui.
Chu Tian's army had just crossed the Yellow River, and Wang Jian and Meng Tian retreated again and again.
Instead of guarding the Lu Shui River, they guard the Wei Shui River. What are Wang Jian and Meng Tian's intentions?
Both Wang Jian and Meng Tian were first-rate military generals. But their attitudes were not yet obvious, and they still wanted to continue fighting to avenge their past humiliation. Lao Qin died of illness, so they acted completely according to the instinct of military commanders, and wanted to fight Xia Jun. Chu Tian was somewhat wary of the actions of Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Li Xian. They withdrew from Lu Shui to Wei Shui, with unknown intentions. Jiasu was being monitored by Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao, and he might not have the opportunity to discuss with Wang Jian and Meng Tian. Therefore, Chu Tian thought that Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Li Ji and others were really unwilling to give in, and wanted to fight Xia Jun. A large number of Qin warriors and Golden Fire cavalry gathered north of the Weishui River, their armor shining brightly. The armies of Lu Bu, Li Yuanhao, Li Ju, and Wang Yun set out from Chang'an and Xianying, marched along the Wei River, and then crossed the Wei River to join Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Li Xian, and others. The three commanders-in-chief Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Li Xian were not very respectful to Lu Bu, and they did not look good on Lu Bu. Lu Bu was also sullen because of the cold attitude of many generals towards him. But because Wang Jian and Li Xian were in charge of Qin Ruishi, and Meng Tian was in charge of the Golden Fire cavalry, Lu Bu was afraid of their military strength and did not dare to act rashly. Wang Jian looked at Jiasu and Li Si who came with the army, trying to see their attitudes. When Lao Qin died of illness, Jiasu and Li Si were present, and Wang Jian also wanted to know if Lao Qin had any last words. Because Jiasu and Li Si were under surveillance by Li Yuanhao, they were calm on the surface and could not see any tendency. Li Yuanhao led two elite troops, Taiyozi and Bubazi, to observe the terrain north of the Wei River.
North of the Wei River, the reeds are deep and the soil is muddy. Tens of thousands of troops can be ambushed on the left and right, and an iron cavalry can be ambushed. King Qin, you will lead the main force and attack the front. Attract the Xia army to attack. Use all the ambushed troops on the left and right, and attack with cavalry, and the Xia army will be defeated. Lu Bu's eyes lit up after hearing Li Yuanhao's plan. The Xixia king Li Yuanhao, who was ambitious and capable, was regarded by Lu Bu as a close comrade in arms, and also Lu Bu's think tank. However, before the decisive battle, Lu Bu still asked Jiasu for his opinion.
What do the military advisors think about ambushing the troops among the reeds?
Jiasu said slowly.
This is a good strategy, and can lead to a great victory.
Lu Bu couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw that Li Yuanhao's strategy was approved by Jiasu. By guiding the Xia army to the north of the Wei River, the Qin army would have a chance of victory. If Li Yuanhao's ambush and cavalry cross-attack tactics can successfully cut off the Xia army and annihilate it in the reed swamp, the Qin army will win a great victory.
Why not kill Li Ju, Guisi, Jiasu, Li Si and others? They are all people who bring disaster to the country and the people.
Wang Yun followed the army and was dissatisfied when he saw that Lu Bu still reused Li Ju, Guisi, Jiasu, Li Si and other ministers who had caused trouble in Guanzhong.
The Xia army is approaching. They have the talent to lead troops. Only by using them carefully can they defeat the Xia army.
Lu Bu is not completely reckless. In the Battle of Mongshan, Lu Bu personally experienced the terror of the Xia army, so even Lu Bu needed to rely on the power of Li Ju. Guisi, Jiasu and others.
If you want peace in the world and the restoration of the Han dynasty, you must get rid of the troublemakers.
Wang Yun was always worried about it, thinking that Li Ju, Guisi, Jiasu and other princes, as well as Chu Tian, Lao Qin and other princes, were harming the world. So the war continued. Maybe he was too idealistic and didn't know that many lords were in trouble, and it was impossible to hand over power.
Wait until the Xia army is defeated, and then try to get rid of them.
Lu Bu also had to compromise with Wang Yun. After all, some civil servants represented by Wang Yun were the only group that supported Lu Bu.
Do you really think that the king of Xia will be planning an ambush with such a piece of reeds? Once the king of Xia discovers the ambush, the king of Xia will use fire to attack it.
Li Si watched Qin Ruishi, the Flying Bear army and other elites enter the reeds to ambush, and said to Li Si beside him,
even if it is discovered, tens of thousands of people will die.
Jiasu didn't take it seriously. To him, soldiers are just pawns. The Xia army under the command of Chu Tian crossed the Yellow River and crossed the Luozhui River. Their troops arrived north of the Wei River and were about to meet Lu Bu's main force. This place is not far from Chang'an City. Chu Tian had been trying to seize Guanzhong for a long time, and Lao Qin's defense was watertight. Chu Tian had little chance to break through the Qin army's defense line when the monarch was changed to Lu Bu.
In Chu Tian's view, the Qin army's defense was full of flaws. The War Eagle landed on Hua Mulan's arm, and Hua Mulan stroked the War Eagle's wings. Hua Mulan found Chu Tian.
My lord, we found a large number of soldiers and horses of the Qin army 10 miles south. It seems that Lu Bu, Wang Jian and others want to fight us to the death north of the Wei River.
Because of the War Eagles of Iron Eagle Scouts, the position of the main force of the Qin army was not easily hidden and easily noticed by Chu Tian. Chu Tian discovered Lu Bu's main force and sent a large number of Iron Eagle Scout cavalry to investigate. War Eagle could only obtain rough information, so Chu Tian still needed to send cavalry to explore the terrain of the area.
On the banks of the Wei River, there are thick reeds. Lu Bu's main force is fighting with his back to the river. The Qin army numbers about 200,000. A last-ditch fight? Does Lu Bu think he is Han Xian?
Because the two armies were very close, the Iron Eagle Scout cavalry quickly brought back the information. Lu Bu gathered 200,000 troops and horses, hoping to create a miracle in a last-ditch battle north of the Wei River. Han Xian fought with his last resort. Xiang Yu was desperate, and Lu Bu was forced into a desperate situation. Today is the day to turn the tide. Chu Tian didn't think that a last-ditch battle was that simple. If he wasn't careful, his entire army could easily be wiped out.
Reeds.
Chu Tian noticed that the information provided by the Iron Eagle Scout cavalry mentioned the local terrain. The reeds can be 3 meters high, enough to hide soldiers and horses, making them a good place for ambush. In Lords, special terrain has a bonus, and reed terrain has an ambush bonus, which means that the probability of an ambush being discovered is reduced. When the ambush is successful, the enemy's morale is greatly reduced. Chu Tian has been in the world of Lords for 12 years, and he is fully aware of the effects of various terrains. The premise of becoming a famous general in hundreds of battles is to experience hundreds of battles. Chu Tian participated in dozens of battles, not hundreds, so he was no stranger to the reed terrain by the river. He intended to test the young Zhuge Liang who was accompanying the army. So he asked,
Kongming, what do you think our army should make?
Zhuge Liang and other counselors knew the intelligence brought by Iron Eagle Scout. He thought for a long time.
Maybe we should send a cavalry to surprise Chang'an. Lu Bu was eager to fight our army decisively, and the main force of the Qin army was gathered north of the Wei River, in Chang'an and Xianyang.
Empty. If we use a small force of light cavalry to capture the city of Chang'an quickly, most of the Chang'an defenders will surrender without a fight. The Qin army will be frightened, and our army will definitely win. Good.
Chu Tian was a little surprised that the opinions provided by the young Zhuge Liang were somewhat radical. The old Zhuge Liang's tactics are relatively conservative and cautious, and his style may be related to his age. When you are young and energetic, you are more aggressive and enterprising. When you are old, you are less energetic and more cautious. This is why Jiasu believes that if Jiuzhou Lao Qin is a young man at the beginning, he may develop as well as Chu Tian later. The tactic of taking Chang'an City quickly is very tempting. Logically speaking, with Jiasu as the military advisor, Lu Bu should not go out with all his troops, but should at least leave heavy troops to guard Chang'an City. But Lu Bu brought almost all the main forces to attack Chu Tian. Then, It is estimated that Jia Su had no intention of stopping Lu Bu at all.
Who was willing to lead a cavalry force to capture Chang'an?
There was no shortage of cavalrymen under Chu Tian's command. So he asked the generals. With Wu Qi and Lu Bu fighting in the front, Chu Tian could completely detach a cavalry force, and it would not affect the front battlefield.
The last general is willing to lead the cowardly Shui army to capture the city of Chang'an.
Taisher Ci had the ambition to be promoted to the emperor's palace with a 3-foot-long sword. So he volunteered.
Allow.
Chu Tian asked Taisher Ci to attack Chang'an City,
a city with a population of 1 million. Chapter 866 Recapture Xiliang.
General. The Chang leaders Yao Yizhong and Yao Xiang led the Chang army to burn the camp and flee back to the land of western Chang. Huang Zhongyi rebelled against the Hu leader Li Wenho and led Huang Zhongyi to escape from Hu and return to Huangzhong. Jincheng County. The D general Lu Guang rebelled, and the military generals Deng Chang, Zhang Hao, and Su Cheng took Fujian hostage, and the entire D army was taken away by them.
Cai, the governor of Xiliang, was greatly reduced in power due to the rebellion of the Chang and D people. Currently, only 2 loyal generals, Su Huang and Pang De, are left beside Cai. Moreover, Cai's elite troops were the only ones left with the Xiliang cavalry available. Huang Zhongyi followed the Hu and the elite troops of the Chang and D people and left the Xiliang army. Cai was no longer able to resist Su Fengnian's offensive. Su Fengnian has the fierce General Ma Chao, and Huan supports his General Hu Xibing. Pang De was not as brave as Ma Chao. Su Huang was not as good as Hu Xibing in commanding troops, and he had no advantage in terms of military strength. The morale of the Xiliang army has dropped to a certain level. Cai can hardly sing with his palm alone.
The governor of the 3 counties saw that the situation was not good and defected to the Chang people.
Not only the Chang and D people rebelled, but also the 3 governors were afraid of falling into Su Fengnian's hands. So they led the troops of the 3 counties and fled to the Chang tribe, joining Yao Yizhong and Yao Xian to avoid Su Fengnian. Of edge. Each of the 3-player governors had at least 20,000 to 30,000 county soldiers, so they were valued by Yao Yizhong and Yao Xiang. They became guest generals in the Chang tribe, and their status was not low. Cai's army was even weaker, with less than 100,000 troops left. On the opposite side, Su Fengnian's troops reached more than 200,000.
Lord Governor, what should we do?
Su Huang admired Cai's strategy and was still very convinced of Cai. At this time, the Xiliang army fell apart. He and Pang De, led by Cai, wanted to know Cai's specific attitude. Pang De was young and energetic, and said to Cai,
"It is better to fight to the death with Su Fengnian and Hu Xibing. I am willing to raise my sword and fight to the last person."
Cai said,
"The dead are heavier than Mount Tai and lighter than a feather. Ming Gong has passed away, and there are still 70,000 soldiers and horses accompanying him. We can die in battle, but there is no need to risk the lives of 70,000 soldiers and horses for nothing. It is better. Retreat to the right of Fufeng and observe the situation again."
After Cai made his decision, Cai, who had only 2 generals left, withdrew his troops from Xiliang, completely gave up Liangzhou, and retreated to Yufeng and Guanzhong to rest and wait and see. In fact, in Cai's view, with the death of Lao Qin, Lu Bu's accession to the throne, the Changdi rebellion and other events, the probability of the Qin army's victory was very slim. What Cai needs is to meet with any one of Jiasu, Li Si, and Yang Dian to know what Lao Qin's plans are. Cai's Xiliang army retreated, and Su Fengnian, the original lord of Longxi, recaptured Xiliang again.
I never expected that Liangzhou would be recaptured in this way. Lao Qin, a powerful opponent, was defeated by me.
After Su Fengnian learned that Cai had withdrawn from Liangzhou, he did not lead his troops to pursue him. Cai also has 2 generals, Su Huang and Pang De, among whom Cai is a wise general. Su Huang is one of the 5 good generals, and Pang De is a fierce general. Cai also has 70,000 troops. If he pursues, Cai will looking back. The fish will die, and the net will be broken, and it is inevitable that there will be greater losses. Secondly, Su Fengnian believed that there was no need to pursue. Cai fled back to Guanzhong, and Chu Tian and Su Fengnian attacked Guanzhong from Hedong and Xiliang respectively. Most of Cai's legions were unable to fly.
If Cai can be persuaded to surrender, then Chu Zimu will get a wise general, as well as Su Huang and Pang De. So there is no need to form a deadly feud.
Su Fengnian's army advanced all the way and conquered Wei County, Hanyang County, and Longxi County. When entering Longxi County, Su Fengnian, Ma Teng, Han Sui, and others couldn't help but sigh when they saw the familiar Didao, which used to be their main city. After many years, they fought back to Longxi. It's just that things are different and people are different.
My lord, when we return to Longxi, can we still separate ourselves?
Han Sui asked Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian was only in his 30s, and there was still time to reseparate the regime. Now most of Liangzhou is in the hands of Su Fengnian. As long as Su Fengnian is willing, he can take charge of Xiliang again.
No, since you have agreed to join Chuzimu, there is no need to go back on your word. Liangzhou has experienced many wars, and should calm down from now on.
Su Fengnian has lost his original sharpness, and is now in low spirits. Now Su Fengnian regained Liangzhou just to make up for the regret of losing Liangzhou in the first place.
What's the reason for CAI's withdrawal? The spies have found out that the Chang people, the D tribe, and the prefects of the 3 counties rebelled and betrayed CAI. The Chang people separatized the Huangzhong area of Jincheng County and the Qinghai area, calling themselves the Chang Kingdom. The D tribe separated themselves from Wudu County and blocked the Qishan Mountains. Shandao calls itself the Kingdom of D. I see. I said that Xie I had many fierce generals and was resourceful. Why would he voluntarily give up Liangzhou? It turned out to be an internal rebellion. Jincheng County and Wudu County and Liangzhou were occupied by the Chang and D people. It seems that it's not that easy to completely pacify Liangzhou.
As the original lord of Longxi, Su Fengnian knew that it was not easy to pacify the Chang and D tribes. It's not that they can't defeat the Chang and D tribes, but because the Chang and D people live in deep mountains and forests, and on plateaus and mountains. It takes a lot of time and energy to pacify these tribes.
Wait a minute. The D people ran to Wudu County. Then,
Su Fengnian guessed the march route of the D rebels. The last time Zhang Dao sent troops to attack Liangzhou, he attacked Wudu County and sent troops out of Qishan. Now that the D rebels are going against their will, entering the Qishan Mountain Road and capturing Wudu County, their next target is likely to be Hanzhong. The D rebels were large in number and needed a rich place to supply supplies. Hanzhong County, run by Zhang Dao, was a piece of fat in the eyes of the D rebels. Moreover, the terrain of Hanzhong is relatively closed, and it can completely form its own country.
Zhang Dao seems to be fighting with Yang Su. The D rebels have entered Hanzhong at this time. Hanzhong, which has always been peaceful, is probably going to suffer.
It is not easy for Su Fengnian to save Zhang Dao, because the Qishan Mountain Road has been controlled by the D rebels. As long as an army is stationed in Qishan, Su Fengnian can be delayed for a long time. There are also Chang rebels, and the prefects of 3 counties in Liangzhou. In Wudu County, Fu Jian was kidnapped by the Chang rebels, and his expression was gloomy. He was kidnapped by the rebels, and forced to become their leader. Various rebel generals wanted to conquer Hanzhong and establish a kingdom. Fu Jian is not very optimistic, because the troubled times of feudal rule have entered the later stage. The princes who were powerful in the early stage have become stronger and stronger, and the princes who have risen in the later stage have no chance. The D people's fierce general Lu Guang, as well as the Han people's fierce generals Ding Chong, Zhang Hao, Su Cheng and others all wanted to achieve great things. Lu Guang ordered people to spread out the sheepskin map.
Hanzhong opened the way and fought with Yang Su, the governor of Bajuan. The troops gathered in the south of Hanzhong. We will set out from Wudu County and attack Hanzhong. Hanzhong will definitely be ours. I heard that Zhang Dao has the 3 brothers Zhang Jiao, as well as generals Li Zicheng, Chen Sheng, and Wu Guang, who can quickly recruit troops. A few of us join forces. Although there are many soldiers and horses in Hanzhong,
they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Then march to the Hanzhong army immediately.
The D rebels captured Wudu County and marched towards Hanzhong. The monarch Fu Jian was once again kidnapped by a rebel general. The leader of Hanzhong advocated the deployment of scouts in Wudu County. He frowned when he learned that the D rebels were marching straight in to capture Hanzhong.
My luck seems to be very bad.
Chapter 867 Surprise Attack on Chang'an. North of the Wei River, the main forces of the Xia and Qin armies met, and the third and final battle broke out after the Battle of Mongshan and the Battle of Hedong. The strong wind blew the grass, and the reeds fell down. Lu Bu held the Fang Tian painting halberd in his hand, and his face was ashen. The Xia army camped opposite, and there was no fighting for 3 consecutive days. The 2 armies faced each other, as long as Chu Tian did not launch an attack. Lu Bu's ambush had no effect. Li Yuanhao was not in a hurry.
The Xia army has come all the way, and they should be running out of food and grass, and they will soon be forced to attack.
In Chang'an City, beneath the majestic and vicissitudes of the ancient city wall, a valet galloped over, and the sand and dust rolled in, covering an area of the sky.
What is that? Dust? Cavalry. That's cavalry. King Qin's cavalry?
The garrison of Chang'an City discovered the cavalry and immediately went on alert. Thousands of garrison troops climbed onto the city to watch. When the cavalry outside the city approached, the defenders of Chang'an City quickly realized that these were not Lu Bu's cavalry, but the Xia army's cavalry. Because the Xia army's battle flags were ringing, the sand and dust were billowing, making it impossible for the defenders of Chang'an City to tell how many enemies there were. Taisher Ci held a long bow and led the Shui troops to stop one after another, while low-level cavalry continued to arrive from behind. In accordance with the opinions of various military advisors, Taisher Ci divided the 3,000 low-level cavalry into 3 groups, tied branches to their horse tails, and arrived in batches, pretending to be a large number of troops. The defenders of Chang'an City were indeed caught in the trap and were extremely horrified. Taisher Ci's cavalry of less than 5,000 men managed to create an aura of tens of thousands of cavalry. The garrison of Chang'an City was 20,000 to 30,000, but they were intimidated by Taisher Ci's thousands of cavalry. Taisher Ci held his bow, rode his horse to the city, bit his bow, and knocked an arrow.
What does he want to do? Bed crossbow. Bed crossbow ready.
The defenders of Chang'an City panicked because Taisher Ci approached the city gate alone. Guard General Wei Su stared at Taisher Ci, wanting to know what the Xia army general wanted.
Is it possible that he wants to capture Chang'an by himself? That would be too arrogant.
Wei Su saw Taisher Ci bending his bow and aiming an arrow at him. Wei Su suddenly felt an uneasy sense of crisis. The arrows were like meteors. Wei Su had no time to dodge. An arrow passed through the red tassel on Wei Su's helmet and was nailed to the wooden pillar of the tower. As long as Taisher Ci is willing, then maybe what this arrow will hit will not be Wei Su's red tassel, but Wei Su's appearance. Wei Su was frightened for a while and couldn't help sweating.
I have 50,000 cavalry to attack Chang'an. There are still 500,000 troops in the rear. The Qin army has been defeated. Lu Bu has been captured, and the king of Xia has won a great victory. If Chang'an City had surrendered early, you would still be alive and forget about it. Otherwise, we will break through the city gate. On that day, all those who are unwilling to surrender will be punished.
Taisher Ci's voice was loud and clear, and he persuaded the defenders to surrender. The defenders of Chang'an City heard that the Qin army in front had been defeated and the Xia army had won. They didn't know the truth and couldn't help but panic. Almost all the defenders looked at each other, and then all looked at Wei Su, the general who defended the city. Wei Su was at a loss when he thought that Taisher Ci's bow and arrow almost killed him,
which was the result of showing mercy. Taisher Ci immediately ordered the preparation of siege equipment.
Open the city gate. Surrender. Surrender the Xia army.
Wei Su saw that Taisher Ci really wanted to attack the city, and there were cavalry coming in turns from the rear. He thought that at least 50,000 Xia troops had arrived outside Chang'an. Otherwise, how could they confidently attack the city? Moreover, with such a large number of Xia troops approaching the city, it is very likely that the main force of the Qin army on the front line has been defeated. So in panic, Taisher Ci surrendered without resistance. The gates of Chang'an City were wide open, and the timid Shui army seized the gates and marched straight in. Wei Su took the initiative to see Taisher Ci, and was even more frightened when he saw the brave and capable Shui Jun. He followed Lu Bu, and Lu Bu, under the command of Zhejiang Lao Qin, participated in the expedition to the western regions and other battles with Temujin. So Wei Su had seen the terrifying and timid Shui army. At the peak of Temujin's life, the Qishui army and the Ninth Order cavalry numbered 10,000 people, which was enough to defeat many civilizations. Wei Su believed that even if he led an army of 50,000, he would be defeated by Taisher Ci's army of less than 2,000 Shui.
The guilty minister Wei Su has seen this general. I wonder where King Xia is.
Wei Su looked at Taisher Ci, who was nearly 8 feet tall and good at shooting, and knew that this person was not the king of Xia. The king of Xia was not powerful enough to snipe and kill the generals guarding the city under the city. Taisher Ci said coldly,
The king of Xia is still facing Lu Bu north of the Wei River. Oh, it turns out that King Xia is still north of the Wei River.
What? Wei Su's pupils suddenly dilated.
He thought that Taisher Si's attack on Chang'an City was because Lu Bu's main force on the front line had been defeated. Unexpectedly, the Xia army had not yet fought Lu Bu at all. In other words, he was intimidated by Taisher Si's force and threats, and was tricked into opening the city gate. Now Chang'an City is in my hands. If Lu Bu knows about it, you will be killed by Lu Bu and quartered. Do you know the consequences? Taisher Si was no longer worried about Wei Su's rebellion at this time. According to the information provided by the player, Lu Bu's General Wei Su is not that loyal and is timid. In addition, Lu Bu will definitely kill him after he is deceived. Wei Su was sweating profusely. He knew that it was useless to blame himself. He had given away the city of Chang'an with a population of 1 million. And he could only follow the king of Xia from now on. So Wei Su hurriedly said, "The reason why the last general is offering the city is not because he is afraid of King Xia's military strength, but because he has long wanted to abandon the dark side and surrender to the bright side. Now that King Xia's army has arrived, it is too late for the last general to eat the pot of pulp. How can it happen again? That's good." Taisher Si led the cowardly Shui army and drove straight to the palace. Many ministers in the court were panicked and ran around. The Xia army invaded Chang'an City and approached the imperial palace. Will the Xia army massacre the city? I haven't heard of Xia Jun massacring a city in the past. Even when suppressing various tribes, Xia Jun never massacred a city. That's good. That's good. These ministers include veterans left by Emperor Ling of the Han dynasty, as well as a group of ministers appointed by Lao Qin. Among all the ministers, only Sun Yu, who was actually responsible for the operation of the Han court, was very calm. Sun Yu served in the Chutian forces, while Sun Yu was still maintaining the weak Han court and assisting Li Si in managing the internal affairs of Guanzhong. Li Si governed Xianying, while Sun Yu governed Chang'an. A group of gray-haired ministers found Sun Yu. They all knew that Sun Yu served as a counselor in the Xia army and was one of the main counselors. They approached Sun Yu and sought asylum. "Don't worry, gentlemen. The situation can't get any worse." When Sun Yu faced the noisy ministers, what he said made them confused. A servant said, "The Xia army is at odds with the imperial court. Now the Xia army cavalry has entered the city, and the situation is critical." "How can you say this?" Sun Yu shook his head. "The imperial court's decrees do not leave Chang'an City. Even in Chang'an City, the army, horses, and public security are not under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. The imperial court has no power in power. It is just a vassal of the princes. The Xia army occupied Chang'an, and the Qin army occupied Chang'an. What's the difference?" After Sun Yu finished speaking, all the court ministers were silent and weeping. The court was indeed just a dispensable decoration. The reason why Jiuju Qin kept the Han court was to deal with the surrounding civilizations. There was a name to order everyone. The princes stopped fighting and united to deal with the outside world. The princes within the Han Empire fought fiercely. But when the Han Empire faced threats, the imperial court could step in. Apart from foreign wars and official appointments, the imperial court really had no sense of existence. Taisher Si wielded his sword and commanded a group of cavalry to walk up the stone steps of Chang'an Palace. The timid Shui army, who had experienced hundreds of battles, was so murderous that most of the ministers trembled. "The imperial guards of the Chang'an Imperial Palace have been replaced by Jie Shui's army. All those who cause trouble will be killed without mercy." Taisher Si was righteous and spoke upright. Even if some ministers had opinions, they were afraid of Shui Jun's virtue and persuaded others. They dared to be angry and dare not speak out. There is nothing to say to these ministers, except for some ministers who are valuable. The rest of the team will basically be replaced by people from the Chutian influence. After all, most of the ministers left behind by Emperor Ling of the Han dynasty have reached the age of retiring and returning to their hometowns. The city of Chang'an was filled with solemnity. After Taisher Si entered the city, Wei Su discovered that Taisher Si had less than 5,000 soldiers and horses, and he regretted it even more. However, without the regret medicine, Wei Su could only follow Taisher Si. Since he chose to surrender, Wei Su tried to find a way to please Taisher Si and wanted to become Taisher Si's deputy general. As one of the guards of King Xia, Qiu Shui Jun can become the deputy general of Qiong Shui Jun. Such an opportunity is not common. Taisher Si had not yet recruited any decent lieutenants, and Taisher Si did not refuse Wei Su's overtures. Maybe Wei Su doesn't know that the military strength of Jie Shui's army with thousands of households is at least 80 and above, and the command value is not low. Wei Su's attributes may not be as good as those of Jie Shui's army with thousands of households,
The players in Chang'an City were alarmed. Chang'an City, the capital of the Han Empire, and Xianying City, the new city built by Lao Qin, the two most important cities, were occupied by the Xiao army. So it was only a matter of time before the Xiao army wiped out the entire Guangzhong. Suddenly, the world was shaken. The one who was most shocked was the Qin army commanded by Lu Bu, who was arrayed north of the Wei River. Lu Bu couldn't wait to fight Chu Tian and decide the world in one battle. But before the Xiao army launched the attack, news of the fall of Chang'an City came. Ho Chung, the defender of Xianying City, realized that the situation was not good and subsequently surrendered to the Xiao army. It is a miracle that Taisher Ci easily captured two huge cities with less than 5,000 cavalry. The rear was attacked by surprise, and the morale of the Qin army began to inevitably decline. Boom! Lu Bu was furious, and the table was hit by Fang Tian's painted halberd, causing pieces of wood to fly everywhere.
If the Xiao army doesn't attack again, we will take the initiative to attack. I, Lu Fengxian, have unparalleled cavalry in the world. How can I be afraid of Chu Zimu?
Lu Bu was completely angered this time, and veins popped out on his forehead. Lu Bu's general Song Xian hurriedly entered the camp.
Your Highness the King of Qin, the Xiao army has come out of the camp and launched an attack. Is the Xiao army finally willing to attack? The armies will attack.
Lu Bu held Fang Tian's painted halberd and led the generals to fight against the odds.
Wait until Chang'an City and Xianying City fall, and the enemy's morale drops,
and then launch an attack to increase the winning rate. Just as I imagined.
Jia Su thought about the time for the Xiao army to launch an attack, which was just after the fall of Chang'an City and Xianying City. On the left and right side of the reeds, Li Ju and Guobin's troops and horses, as well as Li Yuanhao's iron kite, were ambushed. According to the Qin army's plan, Lu Bu and Wang Yin led the main force of the Qin army to fight north of the Weishui River to attract the Xiao army to attack. Then Li Ju and Guosi led an ambush to attack from both sides. Li Yuanhao led the iron kites to attack the Xiao army. Xia Jun intercepted the ball from the waist. Although the three Qin generals Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Li Xian thought there was a problem, Lu Bu succeeded to the throne in the name of the adopted son of the King of Qin. He forced the order, and Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Li Xian had to reluctantly obey the arrangement. Suddenly there was thick smoke billowing outside the reeds, and the fire spread deep into the reeds with the help of the northwest wind. Before the decisive battle, Xia Jun did everything possible and did not leave a way for the opponent to survive. He simply set fire to the entire reed swamp. The fire took advantage of the wind. The smoke filled the air. The reeds burned out, and the fire dyed the Wei River red. Chapter 868, Burning Wei Bay.
The fire is really fierce. No wonder. As the saying goes, fire and water have no mercy.
Chu Tian witnessed with his own eyes that the fire spread across the entire north bank of the Wehe River, with raging fire and black smoke billowing. In addition to waiting for Taisher Siji to take Chang'an City and Xianying City, Chu Tian was also waiting for the wind. When setting fire to the reed marsh, you need to observe the wind direction. Otherwise the fire will burn to Xia Jun's side. Tens of thousands of Xia troops were responsible for arson. The flames flew in the strong wind and spread everywhere. Tens of thousands of Qin troops, who were ambushing among the reeds, suffered. No matter how elite the army is, it cannot fight against the fire. Zhou Yu relied on fire attacks to defeat the Song army in Jingzhou. Xia Jun did not step into the reeds at all, but set fire to it. Withdraw? Li Ju and Guobang, who were ambushing, were greatly frightened and knew that they could not extinguish the fire, so they hurriedly escaped from the reed swamp. Li Yuanhao, who was responsible for the cross-attack against the Xiao army, was also severely injured by the fire and fled in a hurry. The entire reed swamp turned into a sea of fire, and the fire spread. The Weishui River reflected the light brought by the raging fire. At least thousands of the ambushed Qin troops were burned to death by the fire because they had no time to escape from the dense reeds, making miserable screams. The main force of the Qin army, where Lu Bu and Wang Yin were located, also had to move their positions to avoid the choking smoke. If Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Li Xian and others had not set up an isolation zone in advance, perhaps the fire would have even affected their army. Although they didn't care about Lu Bu's loss of soldiers and horses, they valued their subordinates very much.
The fire is burning in Wei Bay. The king of Xia must have calculated the direction of the wind.
Li Si could clearly feel that the wind direction was in favor of Xia Jun. When Xia Jun was in the upper hand, He could use fire attacks arbitrarily. With a fire, thousands of people were killed and tens of thousands injured. The morale of the Qin army was even lower, and the formation collapsed. Compared with the direct casualties, the morale blow caused by the fire attack was more fatal.
Don't talk about the matter of making a marquee. One general can make thousands of bones wither. Since the world is in chaos, tens of millions of people have died in battle.
Jiasu couldn't help but sigh when he saw the fire roaring and screams coming from the fire. Li Si said,
I didn't expect you to be so emotional. I thought you didn't care about the lives of these soldiers. It's a sigh of relief. The price you have to pay must still be paid. Cough, cough, cough.
Li Ju and Guisi led their troops to escape from the reeds in disgrace. Thick smoke entered their throats, and they couldn't help but cough.
Xia Jun took advantage of the wind direction and burned the reeds. Qin Jun's planned ambush strategy was completely ruined.
Damn it! They actually know how to use fire attacks. Our ambush must have been discovered by Xia Jun. Xia Jun! Xia Jun is coming!
Before Li Ju and Guisi had time to react, a large number of Xia army soldiers and horses took advantage of the Qin army's formation being disrupted by the fire to press against the Qin army. Chu Tian has the highest cavalry bonus, while Wu Qi has the strongest infantry bonus. The two of them cooperate with each other, with cavalry galloping all over the place. King Arthur led the Knights of the Round Table to attack Li Ju and Guisi, who escaped from the reeds. Li Ju and Guobin have no choice but to retreat. It's either the reeds where the fire is spreading, the Bottomless Way River, or King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table and the Knights of the West. Li Ju and Guobin can only choose one way. Chu Tian captured a group of Western Knights and incorporated them into King Arthur's army. So far, there are less than 2,000 knights left in the army and hundreds of Knights of the Round Table. Even so, when the morale of Li Ju and Guisi's remaining soldiers was low and their formations were in chaos, the Knight army, which was mainly composed of chain armor and plate armor, launched a charge and directly defeated the remaining soldiers of Li Ju and Guisi. The remaining soldiers of Li Ju and Guisi were crowded between the fire and the river. Many Xiliang soldiers fell into the Wei River and were washed away by the river. King Arthur holds the holy sword and kills hundreds of people. The Knights of the Round Table then reap the rewards, killing thousands of people and completely defeating Li Ju and Guisi. On the front, the army of Wei soldiers commanded by Wu Qi assembled about 20,000 Wei soldiers as the main force to attack Lu Bu and Wang Yun's central army. When the women's army came out, Jianyan's crossbowmen, commanded by Liang Hongyu, fired a crossbow arrow, killing hundreds of Qin troops. Fan Li Hua's Xiliang cavalry and Hua Mulan's Iron Eagle scouts galloped out, and Mu Guiying's heavy infantry followed Wei Wuzu's advance. Xiao Liang's Shinji battalion used firearms to advance, and Li Xiaoning's women's army was responsible for providing close combat protection for the Shinji battalion. Monk Wan Yanqin had a ferocious expression, and was also very crazy. He led the Zhongxi army and the Heli army, and took the initiative to enter the battle. In addition, there were a large number of low-level troops dispatched from Qizhou, Bingzhou, and Yuzhou, about 300,000, who used the human sea tactic to storm the Qin army. Chu Tian rarely uses the human sea tactic, but in special circumstances, it is not impossible to use the human sea tactic. The advantage of low-level troops is that the recruitment period is short. There is no upper limit on the number, and all counties with low-level military camps can recruit. Therefore, after the Battle of Western Liaoning, high-level troops suffered a lot, and Chu Tian could only rely on the low-level troops. Strength pacifies Guanzhong. The low-level troops are not weak in combat power either in Chu Tian or under the massive bonuses from generals like Wu Qi. The high-level troops take the initiative to attack, and the low-level troops follow up.
Whoever defeats Xia's army will be crowned king.
The veins on Lu Bu's forehead became thicker and longer, and he ordered the entire army to attack. He personally led the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, Iron Eagle Warriors, and Sanhe Cavalry to attack. As a cavalry general, Lu Bu's bonus to cavalry is not low, so he wants to give it a try. Lu Bu's target was Monk Wan Yanqin's Zhongxia army. He found Monk Wan Yanqin, and Fang Tian painted his halberd and struck with all his strength. Monk Wan Yanqin was caught off guard and could only fight with his gun. His body swayed, the two horses clashed, and Monk Wan Yanqin was almost killed by Lu Bu. In the Battle of Western Liaoning, Monk Wan Yanqin was severely injured by Hong Yi's cannon, and his military force was permanently reduced. His personal military force was far from Lu Bu's opponent. After the battle in Western Liaoning, the Zhongxi army and the Heli army had less than half their strength. They were attacked by the Iron Eagle Ruisher, Sanha cavalry, and Bingzhou Wolf cavalry, and were quickly defeated.
Xia Jun. It's nothing more than that.
Lu Bu fell into a desperate situation and entered an unparalleled state, sweeping away the surrounding cavalry. But what Lu Bu didn't expect was that the main force he relied on to defeat the Xia army was actually the elite left by Lao Qin. If Lao Qin was commanding the Qin army, Chu Tian would definitely avoid a confrontation with Lao Qin given Chu Tian's state just after the Liaoxi War. But the current commander-in-chief is Lu Bu. So Chu Tian dared to launch the Guanzhong War immediately after the Liaoxi War. From the rear, more than 80,000 low-level cavalry came to attack. Chu Tian wanted to use the human sea tactic to crush Lu Bu to death. Lu Bu relied on his personal force and the speed of the Red Rabbit and horse. Chu Tian didn't believe that with his terrifying bonus, Lu Bu could kill tens of thousands of low-level cavalry.
It seems there is no need to use the Hongyi cannon.
Chu Tian brought back the level 10 firearm Hongyi cannon from the battlefield in western Liaoning. But it was not used because there was no need to use it. The main function of the Hongyi artillery is to destroy the enemy's army formation and reduce morale. And the current Qin army is already quite chaotic. The Xia army had no time to drag the Hongyi cannon to the front. And Lu Bu was already on the verge of defeat. Zhang Xiu led a group of Shiliang cavalry and low-level cavalry to stay in the camp. He saw Lu Bu taking the initiative to join the battle, counterattacking the Xia army, and even defeated monk Wan Yanqian's Zhongxia army. He couldn't help but look at Jiasu hesitantly. Zhang Xiu didn't know whether Lu Bu would win this battle. Jiasu glanced at him. Zhang Xiu hesitated again and finally said to his subordinates,
Lu Bu intends to murder his old master, and he is throwing an egg against a stone. We should abandon the secret and surrender to the light, and join the king of Xia.
Zhang Xiu's subordinates were in an uproar. They did not expect that when Lu Bu resisted the war, Zhang Xiu chose to betray Lu Bu and join the Xia king. Many legions may not be loyal to the monarch. They sometimes trust their generals more, especially since Lu Bu has just come to power and lacks prestige and unsettled people's hearts. After Zhang Xiu decided to surrender, his subordinates followed their general in mutiny.
How dare you betray the imperial court?
Wang Yun and other imperial supervisors wanted to contain Zhang Xiu. However, since Zhang Xiu had decided to rebel, he had to do it. He said to Hu Che, the #1 warrior behind him,
kill them!
Chapter 869 Qin General's Allegiance A.
This is how the same thing.
Chu Tian, who was watching the battle, discovered that a cavalry group among the Qin army betrayed Lu Bu, causing the Qin army to become even more chaotic. Sun Bin on the side said,
it's probably because the Qin army was in chaos, and some generals defected before the battle. Oh! Jiasu hinted that our army can attack boldly. It seems that he already has a hand in reserve.
Chu Tian saw that there was a rebellion within the Qin army, and victory was almost certain. The morale of the Qin army was already low, and they were constantly betrayed, and they were unable to fight anymore.
The generals guarding the camp seem to have betrayed Lu Bu. There is no need for me to fight again. This battle has been lost.
In order to save his own army, the general of the Qin army, Wang Jian, gave up a fight to the death with the Xia army. Originally, Wang Jian still had some hope of repelling the Xia army. But when Lu Bu came to fight, Wang Jian simply gave up. Rather than letting Lu Bu become the king, it would be better to take refuge with the king of Xia. At least there is not much stain on King Xia at present. The only thing that creates a gap between the generals of the Guanzhong forces is that Chu Tian was their enemy not long ago.
Wang Jian won't move. There's no need for us to fight to the death.
Li Xian mainly depends on Wang Jian's attitude. Wang Jian is Qin Ruishi's coach, and his attitude basically represents Li Xian's attitude. Li Xian was just Wang Jian's lieutenant.
The Qin Ruishi Legion is motionless, and neither are our Golden Fire Cavalry.
Meng Tian's Golden Fire Cavalry also stood aside and watched. Lu Bu defeated the Zhongxia army and then the Iron Eagle Scouts, but was defeated by Lu Bu's cavalry. Xia's elite army numbered thousands. Tens of thousands of low-level cavalry overwhelmed Lu Bu. After the defeat of the elite, the Xia army used a large number of low-level cavalry. Chu Tian's forces have millions of war horses and countless people, so they can recruit troops very quickly, especially low-level troops.
Damn it! Why aren't there any movements from other legions?
Lu Bu killed an Iron Eagle scout of Qinhu, looked to the left and right, and found that Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Li Xian were silent as they saw the slim chance of winning, and couldn't help but get angry. In Lu Bu's view, if the legions of Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Li Xian joined the battle,
they have a complete chance of winning. However, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Li Xian were loyal to Jiujiu Laoqin, not Lu Bu. Without the help of the three generals, Lu Bu would be unable to fight alone. The dark mass of low-level cavalry pressed up, stretching as far as the eye could see, because this was the final battle to determine the overlord of Guanzhong. Chu Tian did not hesitate to sacrifice 300,000 low-level soldiers to defeat Lu Bu and others in order to shock Guanzhong. The endless low-level arms are like a vast ocean. After the high-level arms such as Iron Eagle warriors and Bingzhou Wolf cavalry are swallowed up by the massive low-level arms, they may be completely wiped out. In the hands of top commanders, low-level troops can exert quite good combat power. Coupled with the human sea tactics, they can still dominate the world. The low-level cavalry commanded by Chu Tian was equivalent to the high-level cavalry commanded by third and fourth-rate generals. Even as a fierce general, Lu Bu also experienced the horror of the top commander's human sea tactics. Several low-level units were replaced by a high-level unit. Even if the casualties were several times that of Lu Bu, it really didn't matter to Chu Tian. Soon, he will be able to obtain the prosperous Guanzhong, with a population of tens of millions, and replenish low-level troops with ease. Wang Jian and others have failed by not taking action and must be withdrawn. The Xixia king Li Yuanhao, who was blackened by the fire, led the Iron Kite cavalry and Bubazi infantry into the black low-level cavalry, killed thousands of low-level cavalry, and joined Lu Bu. I cannot be reconciled. After Lu Bu entered the unparalleled state, he killed a school captain with a halberd. The latter's breastplate was penetrated by Fang Tian's painted halberd, and his internal organs ruptured and died instantly. All the low-level cavalry approaching Lu Bu were killed by Lu Bu. No matter how unwilling you are, defeat is defeat. If you don't leave, you and I will both die here. Are you willing to die in Weibei? Li Yuanhao's words completely stimulated Lu Bu. Just as Li Yuanhao said, if they continue to stay here, the consequences will most likely end with the annihilation of the entire army. Walk! Lu Bu flew a Xia military captain and instantly killed this ordinary general with 70 strength. Lu Bu tried his best to break through. Wu Qi's Wei soldiers fought again with Wang Jian's Qin Ruishi. But Wu Qi discovered that Wang Jian only formed a circular formation and did not actively fight back. Stop attacking! Wu Qi sensed from the momentum of Wang Jian's army that Wang Jian had no fighting intention. So he stopped wasting the lives of Wei soldiers in vain. After such a period of fighting, the ranks of Wei soldiers have risen. For Wu Qi, every Wei soldier is very important. The Battle of Weibei was extremely strange. Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Li Xian almost all stood aside and did not engage in much fighting with the Xiao army. However, Zhang Xiu betrayed Li Ju and Guisi and suffered heavy losses. Only a few generals such as Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao fought alone. The result was no surprise. Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao fled. The Xiao army won the decisive battle of Weibei after paying the price of tens of thousands of low-level troops and thousands of high-level troops. The cost of pacifying Guanzhong was so small that Chu Tian was quite surprised. In the Battle of Liaoxi and the Battle of Yuerhai that broke out during the attack on Mingguan, the number of high-level soldiers killed by the Xiao army plus the low-level soldiers totaled at least 400,000 killed. If Lao Qin was still alive, with the cohesion of the Guanzhong army, the Xiao army that fell in the Wei River area would be at least 300,000. If we mainly use low-level troops, the casualties will be doubled. North of the Wei River, when the battle was over, the reeds were still burning, and black smoke obscured the battlefield. Part of the Qin army dispersed in a hurry, or fled. Only the 4 legions of Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Li Xian, and Zhang Xiu, with more than 100,000 people, remained in place. They confronted Xia Jun and wanted to negotiate with Chu Tian. Lu Bu escaped, but Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Li Xian ignored Lu Bu's arrangements. In their view, Lu Bu was just a warrior, and he was not part of a small group with them. So when Chu Tian burned Weibei and Lu Bu resisted the war, they simply remained indifferent. Wang Jian and the others still have a few elite troops, and they probably want Chu Tian to promise them something before they surrender. Fang Xianling, go and negotiate with me. At this time, Chu Tian did not send Wang Lang, but sent Fang Xianling, who was more capable, to negotiate with the Qin army generals. The Qin army could not elect a second capable lord, and Lu Bu dissatisfied many military generals. At this time, the Qin army generals no longer considered electing a qualified heir from within, but chose to introduce an heir from the outside. As commanded?
Fang Xianling took Wang Lang as envoy to the Qin army camp opposite. More than 300,000 Xia troops and more than 100,000 Qin troops were facing each other in Wei Bei. A total of 500,000 people were living in peace. And the two sides were negotiating. The generals of the Qin army and the Guanzhong faction have their own small groups and interests. And it will be difficult to get them to give in before Chu Tian makes a promise. Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao fled, while Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Li Xian met with Jia Su, Li Si, and Zhang Xiu, and negotiated with the arriving Fang Xianling and Wang Lang. Fang Xianling met Jia Su, the earliest counselors of Chu Tian and Lao Qin respectively.
If King Qin hadn't died of illness, today would have been a fierce battle.
Wang Jian felt somewhat regretful. Originally, he was ready to fight to the death with the Xia army. But when Lu Bu came, he no longer wanted to fight. Meng Tian was silent. He followed Lao Qin earlier than Wang Jian and Li Xian. Lao Qin's death was a greater blow to Meng Tian. After all, for him, Lao Qin was equivalent to the first master. Fang Xianling knew that there were useful people in front of him, and every one of them was a good general.
You are heroes of the moment. You are in the past, and you have the ambition to compete in the Central Plains. Now that the king of Qin has passed away, Lu Bu is just a clown and is not worthy of your service.
Wang Lang interjected.
The king of Xia inherited the great power through divine literature, sacred arts, and martial arts. He was in harmony with heaven and people. He followed Yao and Shun. He was in the Central Plains and came to all nations. You all turned against each other and surrendered with courtesy. But you still did not lose your status as a prince. Cough, cough, cough.
Fang Xianling interrupted Wang Lang. This guy Wang Lang is simply a genius at negotiating. He has a condescending attitude and wants to recruit the generals of the Qin army to surrender. Although the Xia army did have an advantage, Wang Jian and others still had elite troops. And the Xia king brought mainly low-level troops with an arrogant attitude. The generals of the Qin army would be resistant and would not be able to surrender.
Wang Lang is just outspoken and has no other intentions. If you surrender to the king of Xia, your official positions will remain the same, and you can still command the troops of the various tribes. The king of Xia promises to treat you equally with the generals of the Xia army. Your family wealth in Chang'an City and Xianying City will be treated as such.
All of them will be kept. But whoever has descendants from the clan can be appointed as appropriate. The conditions proposed by Fang Xianling were indeed very tempting. And the transformation from a general of the Qin army to a general of the Xia army was basically completed without many twists and turns. The generals of the Qin army only changed the monarch, restored the officials to their original posts, and took charge of the legions. There was not much difference from before.
Acceptable.
Wang Jian had nowhere to go. For him, who didn't want to be a lord but just wanted to be a commander, joining Chu Tian was the best way out.
We are the same.
Meng Tian and Li Xian had the same attitude as Wang Jian and agreed to Fang Xianling's suggestion.
I'm afraid our positions need to be lowered.
The official positions of Jia Su and Li Si were too high in Chang'an City, almost ranking among the three princes. After joining Chu Tian, because Chu Tian had a group of senior ministers, their status could not be the same as before. With one person below 10,000 people, Li Si, who attaches great importance to official position and status, is actually not very willing to become the fourth or even fifth minister in the Chu Tian force. The Xia kingdom, represented by Chu Tian forces, had ministers such as Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Li Kui, Sang Hong'an, Zhang Zhao, etc. Many of them were elders, such as Fang Xianling and Li Kui were the first batch of elders. Their status is definitely above Li Si. Zhang Zhao and Sang Hong'an are the second group of veterans, and can also challenge Li Si in terms of status. In addition, there are the rising stars Zhuge Liang and Sun Yu who manage the Han court, both of whom are capable of challenging Li Si. Fang Xianling said,
The king of Xia is determined to pacify the world. The two of you and I are all working for the king of Xia, regardless of the superiority or inferiority of each other.
As the elder Fang Xianling said this, Li Si felt better. From being the number one civil servant of one force to being unable to rank among the top 3 civil servants of another force. This gap somewhat disappointed Li Si.
You can go and see King Xia. I believe King Xia will be very happy to see you.
Fang Xianling brought Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Li Xian, Zhang Xiu, Jia Su, Li Si and others to see Chu Tian. Chu Tian was still cleaning the battlefield and counting the general's military achievements. Because Wu Qi captured Hedong County and provided a springboard for the pacification of Guangzhou. His status in Chu Tian's army was officially established. No matter how powerful a famous general is, if he doesn't make military exploits in the main world, other generals will be dissatisfied. When Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Li Xian and other generals from Guangzhou were brought back to the camp, Chu Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Lao Qin indirectly left him a good team. Although these generals in Guangzhou are not very willing to surrender to the new master. Chapter 870 Qin General's Allegiance B.
This man has a strong back and a powerful general. I don't know his name.
Chu Tian saw a strong general behind Zhang Xiu with a burly figure. He had already guessed it. But he still took the initiative to ask about his origin. The fierce general behind Zhang Xiu said in a loud voice,
"A certain person's name is Hu Che." Hu Che.
Chu Tian was silent. Of course Chu Tian knew about Hu Che. In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Hu Che got Dian Wei drunk and stole Dian Wei's halberds, causing Dian Wei to die in battle to cover Cao Cao's escape when fighting Zhang Xiujuan. This guy and Dian Wei are mortal enemies. No wonder Chu Tian just noticed that something was wrong with the way his bodyguard Dian Wei looked at Hu Che. Some generals are naturally incompatible with each other. Phase is also one of the basic data of military commanders. Mainly the character of military commanders. In addition to the superficial personality, there is also a hidden personality. For example, Cao Cao loves and hates Liu Bei. Liu Bu likes to kill his father. And Liu Shou has extremely high luck. These are also part of the compatibility. Hidden ambition value is also part of the phase. Generally, lords do not pay too much attention to compatibility. But they cannot completely ignore compatibility. That is, a general's character, luck, ambition, hidden preferences, and dislikes. Dian Wei and Hu Che are obviously at odds with each other. If Dian Wei and Hu Che were allowed to serve as his bodyguards at the same time, they would probably fight among themselves.
Ding! Diamond-level General Hu Che pledges his allegiance to you.
Chu Tian could see Hu Che's attributes. Name, Hu Che. Talent, Diamond-level General, Infantry type. Commander, 51, Force, 89, Intelligence, 35, Politics, 10, Charm, 38. Character, Reckless. Feature 1, Weight-bearing, A-level feature. When facing battle, Strength plus 30%. Lasting for a long period of time. Characteristic 2, Speed, A-level trait. Hu Che and the infantry under his command have a marching speed of plus 15%. When fighting, the battlefield mobility of his infantry plus 20%. Lasting for a long period of time. Special arms, none. Chu Tian had expected Hu Che's ability. So it was no surprise. Basically, Hu Che can only see force. And he even has the speed characteristic. However, the number of infantry that Hu Che can add is not much. His command value is only 51. And he can only command 1,000 infantry at most. The status of commanders is higher than that of generals. Mainly because commander-type generals can provide bonuses to more soldiers. For a command value of 50 to 70. The number of bonus soldiers and horses ranges from 1,000 to 10,000. With a command value of 70 to 80. The number of bonus soldiers and horses ranges from 10,000 to 30,000. With a command value of 80 to 90. The number of bonus soldiers and horses ranges from 30,000 to 100,000. With a command value above 90. You can command an army of more than 100,000 people. A general with a command value of 80 is not unable to command an army of 100,000. But it is just that if the army exceeds 30,000, no bonus will be obtained. Hu Che's commander value is too low, and he is only a bodyguard candidate. The quick feature is better than nothing. Chu Tian didn't have much expectations for Hu Che. Because Hu Che was just a bonus for Zhang Xiu's surrender. And he was Zhang Xiu's bodyguard. Chu Tian turned his attention to Zhang Xiu again. Zhang Xiu was the son of Dongzhu's General Zhang Ji, and one of the princes in the late Eastern Han dynasty. Zhang Xiu was considered a vassal of Liu Biao, and did not achieve any major achievements on his own. However, with the help of Jia Su, he attacked Cao Cao secretly. Cao Cao was defeated. His eldest son Cao Ang and nephew Cao Anming were killed. And the fierce General Dian Wei was killed in battle. It can be said that Zhang Xiu changed the pattern of the subsequent three kingdoms. Whether Dian Wei died in battle or not did not affect the overall situation. Later, Cao Cao had Su Chu. But Cao Cao's eldest son Cao Ang was killed and Cao Pai came to power, which completely changed the situation of the three kingdoms. If Cao Ang comes to power, will the three kingdoms still be the original three kingdoms? Can Sima Yi take over again? Unfortunately, there is no if.
Chu Tian is now more concerned about Zhang Xiu's ability in Lord. Name Zhang Xiu. Talent, Diamond Level General, Cavalry Type. Level, 77. Identity, Zhang Ji's nephew. One of the heroes who separatized Wancheng in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Loyalty, 75. Commander, 80, Force, 83, Intelligence, 65, Politics, 45, Charm, 67. Character, Chivalrous. Favorability, 40. Characteristic 1, Liangzhou Hero, A-level trait. When the troops of the Legion under its jurisdiction come from Xiliang. Legion loyalty plus 15%. Attack power plus 11%. Marching speed plus 4%. Characteristic 2, using a gun, A-level trait. When using a long gun as a weapon, the weapon's power is an additional plus 30%. Characteristic 3, obedience, B-level trait. Obey the strategies of the military advisor. Special unit, Xiliang Iron Cavalry, 7th level heavy cavalry. Upper limit of 2000. Object of hatred, Mongolian civilization. Roman civilization, in the Battle of Yumen Pass. Zhang Ji died in the Kreiso-Roman Legion under Temujin. Zhang Xiu's abilities are quite average, and he is not the legendary Spear King of the North. If at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Zhang Xiu could be considered a hero. But among all historical figures, he became a second and third-rate general. At present, Chu Tian has Hua Xiong's 1,000 Xiliang cavalry, Zhang Xiu's 2,000 Xiliang cavalry, and Fan Lihua's 5,000 Xiliang cavalry. The upper limit is a total of 8,000 Xiliang cavalry, which is quite popular. As for Zhang Xiu's characteristics, Chu Tian didn't care much. Chu Tian's forces had no shortage of talents to serve as generals. Zhang Xiu's characteristics would only come into play when Zhang Xiu led a partial army. What is more interesting is Zhang Xiu's B-level characteristic, obedience, which is the characteristic of following the advice of the military advisor. In other words, if Zhang Xiu decides that a counselor will become a military advisor, he will most likely accept any strategy proposed by this counselor. In a sense, this is a more useful feature for Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu's resourcefulness is not very good, so he just listens to his military advisor. Some of the more reckless generals simply ignored the advice of their military advisors, which was truly terrifying. This time, Zhang Xiu defected under Jia Su's lobbying and betrayed Lu Bu. Both Zhang Xiu and Hu Che were considered local military generals of the Eastern Han Dynasty, and they were not considered the core military generals of the old Qin force. The real core military generals were Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Li Xian. In history, Li Xian was the deputy general of Wang Jian and Wang Bin. He participated in the destruction of Zhao, Yan, and Qi. He chased King Yan to Liaodong, forcing King Yan to kill Prince Dan and sacrifice it to Qin. Prince Dan planned Jing Ke's assassination of the king of Qin. So when Li Xian handed Prince Dan's head to Qin Shi Huang was very satisfied. Then, Qin Shi Huang asked Li Xian and Meng Wu to lead an army of 200,000 to attack Chu. If Li Xian could destroy Chu with an army of 200,000, then Li Xian would probably become a general as famous as Wang Jian. However, Li Xian was followed and attacked by Xian Yan, the general of Chu. The Qin army was defeated and Qin Shi Huang felt that he had lost face. So Li Xian, he was always just the lieutenant of Wang Jian and Wang Bin and his son. Unable to act alone, Chu Tian was still aware of Li Xian's experience. He had great military achievements. But after all, he was outnumbered by Xian Yan, the famous general of Chu state. So he was not a first-rate commander. Name, Li Xian. Talent, King-level commander, infantry/cavalry. Level 80. Identity, famous general of the Qin state at the end of the Warring States period. Loyalty, 75. Commander, 90, Force, 85, Intelligence, 72, Politics, 50, Charm, 70. Phaseality, Brave. Favorability, 35. Characteristic 1, Destruction of the country, S-level characteristic. During the War of Annihilation, the Legion's damage to enemy soldiers is plus 15%. After each battle, the soldiers' physical strength and morale are immediately restored by 10%. Feature 2, Pursuit, S-level feature. When chasing the enemy, the Legion's march speed plus 12%. Force march speed plus 18%. Special unit, Qin Ruishi, 7th level heavy infantry. Upper limit of 10,000. Destroy the country and Pursuit are both practical characteristics. However, Li Xian's country-destroying characteristics need to be effective during the country-destroying war.
What is a war to destroy a country? Chu Tian thought for a while. And probably the princes of the Han Empire were aiming to destroy the Japanese country. So before the two civilizations ceased fighting, it was during the war to destroy the country. The hunting feature can expand the results of the battle. No matter what, Li Xian is considered a good general. As long as he doesn't encounter Xiang Yin and others, he will definitely not be defeated. Next are Meng Tian and Wang Jian. These two Qin generals are 1 or 2 levels higher than Li Xian. They were also one of the 2 generals that Lao Qin valued most before. Name, Meng Tian. Talent, King level commander, cavalry type. Level, 85. Identity, a famous general of the Qin dynasty, who led an army of 300,000 to attack the Xiongnu in the north and recapture Hatao. Loyalty, 85. Commander, 94. Force, 88. Intelligence, 83. Politics, 60. Charm, 92. Phaseality, brave. Favorability, 41. Feature 1 Great Wall, SS level exclusive feature. When defending the border fortress, your own army's defense power plus 40%. The aura of the whole army to jointly defend the border fortress for more than 1 year. The friendly troops' defense power plus 10%. When jointly defending the border fortress for more than 3 years, the defense power of friendly forces that have been guarding the border for more than 5 years plus 15%. The defense power of friendly forces that have jointly defended the border for more than 5 years plus 20%. Feature 2, Beimi Xiongnu, SS level feature. Extra plus 15% damage to aliens. Plus 20% morale decline rate of alien legions fighting against Meng Tian's legion. Characteristic 3, Open a straight road, S level internal affairs feature. When building a straight road. Efficiency plus 30%. Special unit, Golden Fire Cavalry, 8th level heavy cavalry. Upper limit of 4,000. In Chu Tian's opinion, Meng Tian, who possesses 2 SS level traits and 1 S level trait, is already considered a famous general. Meng Tian is suitable for guarding the border. When guarding the border fortress, he has a high defense bonus, a defensive aura, and a damage bonus against foreign races. Meng Tian's SS level trait, Great Wall, is an enhanced version of Mulan's S level trait, Great Wall Guard. Self-defense plus 25%. Friendly defense plus 10%. A very practical defender. It may be 1 level worse than Wang Jian, who conquered the world, but he is already quite strong. Chu Tian looked at Meng Tian's attribute panel, remembered it in his mind, and then turned his attention to Wang Jian. Among the 4 famous generals of the Warring States period, Chu Tian got 2 of them, Li Mu and Wang Jian. Wang Jian has always been the core commander of Lao Qin in the later period, because Wang Jian was more capable. Asterisk, the number of Saint level and Emperor level commanders in this book is very small. The levels are clear, and the values are basically fixed. The upper limit is 100. There will not be a large group of generals with attributes of 100 plus, and they will continue to be strengthened. In that case, the distinction between Saint level commander, Emperor level commander, and King level commander would be meaningless at all. Personally, I think that among the commanders from the Qin state to the Qin dynasty, Bai Qi and Wang Jian were the only ones, followed by generals such as Sima Qiu and Meng Tian. In the same way, Han Xian, Wei Qing, and Wu Zibing in the Han dynasty were the only ones, followed by Zhou Yafu, Zhou Bo, Huang Fusong and others. Li Guang, Ben Kuai and other powerful generals are not handsome, so consider them separately. Meng Tian's 300,000 men drove the Huns from the north, which was indeed a great achievement. During the Warring States period, Li Mu also had a record of defeating the Huns with an army of more than 100,000 men and killing more than 100,000 people. During the Warring States period and the early Qin dynasty, the Huns were not yet powerful. The Huns faced by Wei Hua were different from those faced by Meng Tian. After the death of Qin Shi Huang, Mao Dun Shanyu killed his father and stood on his own initiative, unified the Huns, destroyed the eastern Hu, conquered the western regions, and controlled the people. More than 300,000 people were extremely powerful. They besieged Emperor Gaozu of the Han dynasty on Baishan Mountain and were extremely powerful. After Xiongnu, Wei Qing and Wu Zibing destroyed the main force of the Xiongnu and fought all the way to Mobei. They pushed the cavalry tactics to its peak and made the cavalry the king of cold weapons. Therefore, Wei Hua was on the same level as Wang Jian. Of course, the significance of Meng Tian's recapture of Hatao is more important than his military achievements. He built the Great Wall and maintained unity, so he can be called a famous general of Qin and has high popularity. In addition, The main general who destroyed Chu was Wang Jian, and his deputy was Meng Wu. Meng Tian may have followed Meng Wu to fight against Chu at that time. But it was only when Qi was destroyed that Meng Tian became a real general and participated in the destruction of Qi. The main general who destroyed Qi should be Wang Jian's son Wang Bin, and his lieutenant are still Li Xian, the second in command for thousands of years. Chapter 871 Wang Jian, Jia Su and Li Si.
Ding! The Imperial Commander Wang Jian pledges his allegiance to you. Ding! The SSS level achievement mission for famous generals of the Warring States period is now open. Recruit the famous generals by Qi, Wang Jian, Li Mu, and Lianpa to complete the achievement mission and obtain special rewards.
Following the system's reminder, Wang Jian, one of the 4 famous generals of the Warring States period, formally pledged his allegiance to Chu Tian as an enemy of Lao Qin. Chu Tian was reluctantly recognized by Lao Qin's first general. Chu Tian was able to check out this famous general second only to Bai Qi and Qin. Wang Jian secretly planned to kill Li Mu, destroy Zhao, and destroy the capital of Yen. 600,000 Qin troops conquered Chu. His son Wang Bin flooded the capital of Wei and leveled Qi. He made great contributions to the unification of the 6 kingdoms by Qin Shi Huang. Wang Jian only has one word: stability. The combination of Lao Qin and Wang Jian has extremely strong defensive capabilities. Wu Qi also spent a lot of energy to conquer Hedong. And now, Wang Jian became Chu Tian's general. Name: Wang Jian. Talent: Imperial Commander, Infantry. Level 80. Identity: a famous general of the Qin dynasty. One of the 4 famous generals of the Warring States period. Loyalty: 80. Commander: 98. Force: 67. Intelligence: 90. Politics: 75. Charm: 90. Phaseality: calm. Favorability: 35. Feature 1, Ilu Wa, SSS level exclusive feature. During the war to destroy the country, Legion attack power plus 30%. Siege ability plus 30%. Enemy morale decline rate plus 15%. Whole army aura, friendly attack power plus 7%. Siege ability plus 13%. Characteristic 2, the more the merrier, SSS level trait. Can serve as the leader of all soldiers and horses on a battlefield. The number of bonuses is unlimited. Feature 3, Qin State General, SS level feature. Qin Ruisher's defense power plus 30%. Formation maintenance plus 30%. Morale before battle plus 10%. Applicable effect for non-Qin Ruisher is halved. Characteristic 4, managing the army, characteristics of S-level troops. Morale decline rate minus 50%. Troops are less likely to fall into chaos when encountering unfavorable situations such as ambushes, fire attacks, water attacks, sieges, etc. Special Unit, Qin Ruishi, 7th level heavy infantry. Upper limit of 40,000. Chu Tian saw Wang Jian's ability, and was shocked by the SSS level characteristic of the more, the better. When Han Xian ordered troops, the more the better. And Wang Jian was a general similar to Han Xian, who could command an army of 600,000 to destroy Chu. This characteristic is extremely powerful. Basically, Wang Jian can act alone as a general with a deputy general. Of course, although there is no upper limit to the number of troops and horses commanded by Wang Jian, they are limited to one battlefield. And the capacity of the battlefield has an upper limit. Moreover, Wang Jian is mainly an infantry commander. On a battlefield, he also needs to cooperate with cavalry, siege equipment, and other units and generals. In any case, on a battlefield, it is enough to have Wang Jian and an infantry commander. Wu Qi and Wang Jian were under Chu Tian, and each of them could dominate a battlefield. Chu Tian doesn't even need many other infantry generals. Before the Han Dynasty, infantry generals were the main ones. After the Han Dynasty, cavalry began to dominate the battlefield. This is why the Chu Tian forces mostly had cavalry generals. Chu Tian noticed that the generals who surrendered to him did not have a favorability score of more than 50. And the favorability score of Wang Jian and others was only 35. It seems that Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Li Xian are still a little unconvinced. But it's also true that the force to which he was loyal fell apart, and he was forced to take refuge with a hostile monarch. It's strange to have a favorable impression. Loyalty is different from favorability. Loyalty is high just because the general will not betray easily after he chooses to be loyal. Favorability is mainly reflected in whether the military commander gives himself face. In the future, he will also try to close the relationship between himself and Wang Jian, Meng Tian and others.
Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao fled to who knows where. A reward is offered for their capture.
Li Ju and Guobang were driven into the Wei River by King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table and his army, and disappeared. For the remnants of Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao's army, Chu Tian mainly offered rewards.
Ming Gong should notify the generals of Tongwan and Huayin as soon as possible and ask them to surrender. At the same time, command the troops and horses to enter Chang'an and Xianyang to stabilize the people's hearts.
Jiasu reminded Chu Tian at this time. In the Tongwan and Huayin areas, the Qin army and other legions commanded by generals were resisting the Xia army. In order to avoid unnecessary losses, Jiasu believed that people should be sent to recruit Li Ji, Wanyan Zhonghan, Wanyan Yinshuk and other Tongwan defenders to surrender. Now that Wang Jian, Ming Tian and others have surrendered, it is likely that Li Ji, Wanyan Zhonghan and others will also surrender.
When he and Jing Xing, you two go to recruit Li Ji, Wanyan Zhonghan and other guards to surrender.
Chu Tian asked Jiasu and Wang Lang to recruit Li Ji and others to surrender. Li Ji was also a famous marshal, second only to Li Jing and Li Shimin in the early Tang dynasty.
Yes.
Jiasu and Wang Lang are leaving now. Before leaving, Chu Tian looked at Jiasu's dashboard again. Name Jiasu. Talent, Imperial Advisor. Level 90. Identity, one of Chao Wei's counselors. Official to Tai Wei. Loyalty, 83. Commander, 81. Force, 70. Intelligence, 98. Politics, 81. Charm, 55. Phaseality, : Favorability, 76. Characteristic 1, Chaotic Martial Arts, SS level exclusive trait. Good at inciting people, improving the success rate of alienation schemes, and providing strategist auxiliary aura, randomly reducing the enemy's defense by 1% to 15%, and does not conflict with the aura of the entire army, but it conflicts with the strategist auxiliary aura of other counselors. Characteristic 2, Mastermind, SS level trait. When accompanying the army in battle, there is a high probability of putting forward proposals, and a high probability of increasing the success rate of the strategy. Characteristic 3, Protect oneself wisely, S-level trait. Tends to be non-partisan and selfish, and protect oneself. Characteristic 4, Imperial Master. Characteristics of S-level troops. When teaching the prince's attributes have a probability to increase, and the prince's prestige increases. It was the first time Chu Tian saw someone's compatibility showing 2 question marks. Question mark means hidden, unknowable. In other words, Jiasu's character is too complicated to show. What a strange man. This time Lu Bu was played to death by Jiasu. If Jiasu is really willing to assist Lu Bu, then he will definitely recommend Lu Bu to replace reliable generals to defend Chang'an and Xianyang. With Chang'an City and Xianyang City being such huge cities, it would be impossible for Taisher C's thousands of cavalry to capture them. The strange thing is that Jiasu's favorability towards him is unexpectedly high. Unlike Wang Jian, Ming Tian and other generals, Jiasu is not disgusted with changing lords. For him, it may be just a job. However, when changing jobs, Jiasu does consider every boss. Jiasu's trait, Chaos Wu, is the second strategist auxiliary trait Chu Tian has ever seen. The last strategist with the strategist auxiliary trait was Sun Bin. There will be conflicts between the auxiliary characteristics of the strategist. That is to say, only one strategist can be effective on a battlefield. This does not have much impact, because Chu Tian is used to fighting on multiple fronts, and during the war to destroy the country, the number of troops that can be accommodated by one official road is limited. So it is very common to divide the troops and advance simultaneously. Naturally, the more candidates for military advisors, the better. It is the first time Chu Tian has seen the negative characteristics that can reduce the enemy's defense. Generally speaking, a general's ability is to gain benefits for his own army, but Jiasu's ability is to add negative effects to the enemy's army. Jiasu actually had the characteristics of an emperor's teacher. He was the teacher of Emperor One of Wei Chao Pai, ranking first among the 3 princes. It's a pity that Chao Pai died young. Otherwise, if Chao Pai had killed Sima Yi, maybe things would have been different later. Jiasu and Wang Lang received Chu Tian's order and went to Tongwan area.
Qin Qingji and Xiao Chua went to attack Tongwan and may have fought with Li Ji.
Chu Tian did not expect that it would be so simple to pacify Guanzhong. It would be as if he was facing a powerful enemy and his troops were divided into 2 groups. The punch seemed to hit the air. About half of the reed swamps north of the Wei River were burned by the fire and turned into scorched earth.
The Xia and Qin armies merged into an army of 500,000. While burying the bodies of the war dead, the body of Fan Shou, the original Dongzhuo general, was discovered. When Xia's army set fire to Xia's army, Fan Shou had no time to escape and was burned to death by the fire. The Iron Eagle warriors, who were originally controlled by Lu Bu, were captured and finally became Chu Tian's subordinates. Chu Tian possesses the special soldier talisman, Iron Eagle Soldier Talisman, so he can command the Iron Eagle soldiers that have been recruited. There are about 600 surviving Iron Eagle warriors. It doesn't matter. Chu Tian only needs to give the military talisman to a general, and he can select qualified soldiers from Wang Jian or Li Xian's Qin Rui soldiers, and then transfer them to Iron Eagle Rui soldiers. In addition to the time required to transfer, you can inheriting the level of Qin Rui Shi. Iron Eagle Rui Shi supplies are easier than other 9th level soldiers. After the Xia army and the Qin army joined together, they marched towards Chang'an city. Only by entering the city of Chang'an and taking the emperor to command the princes could the Chu genius be considered the real leader, placed in the Japanese civilized area. This is called Shanglua. Lao Qin's first civil servant also pledged his allegiance to Chu Tian, and Chu Tian could see Li Si's ability. Name, Li Si. Talent, Imperial Civil Servant. Level, 85. Identity, Prime Minister of Qin Dynasty. Loyalty, 70. Commander, 52. Force, 47. Intelligence, 91. Politics, 98. Charm, 50. Phaseality, Calm. Favorability, 48. Feature 1, Great Unification System, SSS Level Feature. Unified Laws. Weights and Measures. Currency. Cars on the same track. Fight foreigners. Unify the empire. Economic development speed of all territories of the force plus 10%. Legalist influence plus 20%. The recognition of the empire by the empire residents has been greatly improved. Feature 2, Shu Tungwen, SS Level Feature. The influence of the civilization where you are located plus 20%. The speed of assimilating surrounding civilizations and barbarian tribes plus 15%. The recognition of the empire by the residents of the empire is increased. Feature 3, County System, SS Level Feature. When the county system is implemented, the fear of the officials of each county towards the court plus 30%, reducing the probability of rebellion. Characteristic 4, Criticism is greater than humiliation, negative trait. Li Si believes that criticism is greater than humiliation, and sorrow is greater than poverty. So Li Si is very concerned about his status. Keen to climb to the top of power, and can be easily exploited by others. Oh ha ha! Chu Tian saw that Li Si had an SSS level characteristic. Great Unification System. For Chu Tian, who wanted to build a great empire, this characteristic was very important to improve the identity of the empire's residents. But Li Si has a negative characteristic. Only an emperor of Qin Shi Huang's level could suppress Li Si. It is estimated that Li Si will compete with the civil servants of the Chu Tian power for the position of future prime minister. Among the Chu Tian forces, the earliest civil servant was Li Kui, followed by Fang Xianling. Li Kui is relatively low-key and currently serves as the governor of Qinzhou, which is considered the highest-ranking local official. Fang Xianling was also one of the original elders of the Lenga Kingdom, Li Shimon's counselor and prime minister, and currently the #1 civil servant of the Chu Tian forces. The status of the first civil servant does not necessarily depend on the data panel, but on contributions and political connections. Fang Xianling pushed Xiao Liang, Hua Mulan and others into the harem. Just this relationship can ensure his status. It's almost becoming a drama between officials and palaces. Chu Tian shook his head. He could already see the majestic and vicissitudes of the city wall of Chang'an City. Chapter 872 Li Ji surrenders. Near Tongguan, Qin Qingji led the white-robed army and joined forces with Zhao Yun to attack the cavalry of Li Ji and Wanyan Zonghan. As the vanguard of the attack on Tongguan, Qin Qingji and Zhao Yun brought about 50,000 cavalry, while Li Ji and Wanyan Zonghan had more than 100,000 troops. As a result, Qin Qingji, Zhao Yun and other troops attacking Tongguan from the rear fell into a bitter battle. Li Ji was the commander-in-chief of the emperor-level cavalry, and Wanyan Zonghan was the commander-in-chief of the king-level cavalry, because they were camping in the wild. The news was lagging behind, and they did not know that Wang Jian, Meng Tian and others had surrendered to the Xia army. The two men joined forces and took advantage of their strength to push back the cavalry of Qin Qingji and Zhao Yun. After Qin Qingji and Zhao Yun had just crossed the Wei River, they immediately launched an attack and surrounded Qin Qingji and Zhao Yun on the shoal south of the Wei River. Due to lack of space,
Chen Qingji and Zhao Yun's cavalry were unable to launch a large-scale cavalry attack and were in danger of being wiped out. Zhao Yunting jumped on the horse and led a group of white-robed soldiers and White Horse eats Song, hoping to use his own force to break through the encirclement. Zhao Yun had 1 man and 1 horse, and hundreds of cavalry fell to Zhao Yun's gun. The blood dyed Zhao Yun's white robe red, and the white of all the white-robed soldiers and White Horse followers was tinged with bright red. Zhao Yun finally broke through Wang Yanzhonghan's defense line, but he had not yet broken through the layers of siege set by Li Ji, who was trying to encircle and annihilate the White Robe Legion. Li Ji borrowed Yanzhonghan's cavalry to set up a second line of defense, providing considerable support for the cavalry to attack Zhao Yun's cavalry. The commander of the Imperial Cavalry increases the combat power of the cavalry and confronts Zhao Yun head-on. On both sides, there are 5,000 crossbowmen on each side, equipped with divine arm bows, firing thousands of arrows to cover Zhao Yun, who came out. Zhao Yun originally killed Wang Yanzhonghan's cavalry, but wanted to fight back, broke up Wang Yanzhonghan's formation, joined up with Chen Qingji, who was still on the shoal, and rescued Chen Qingji. However, Zhao Yun's situation was also quite dangerous at this time. Tens of thousands of crossbow arrows were used to harvest hundreds of white-robed troops and White Horse followers. The Jin Guizi cavalry on the front galloped over to fight Zhao Yun. The Guizi Horse cavalry was a Jin cavalry that flourished in the late northern Song dynasty and the early southern Song dynasty. They fought against Song dynasty generals such as Yu Fei, Zongzi, and Han Shizhong. They were also high-level cavalry. When fighting against the White Robe Army and the White Horse icon, they had the bonus of Li Ji. Unexpectedly did not fall behind. A cavalry under the command of different commanders will have completely different capabilities, just like Wei soldiers in the hands of Wu Qi and Pang Wan, or Qin Rui soldiers in the hands of Wang Jian and Li Xian, will have completely different combat capabilities.
Li Ji is indeed a famous commander of the Guanzhong army. After Chen Qingji crossed the river, he forced Chen Qingji to fight.
Xiao Chua was riding a horse on a hill, with a war eagle on his shoulders. Next to the horse, there was a wild wolf that had just been subdued, providing intelligence to Xiao Chua. This is also one of Xiao Chua's hidden abilities. He is friendly to animals, and can use wild wolves for reconnaissance. Xiao Chua was ordered to serve as Chen Qingji's backup, but Chen Qingji was blocked on the shoal. So Xiao Chua secretly crossed the Weishui River from another ferry and approached the battlefield.
The morale of the Qin army and the White Robe army has declined. It is time to join the battlefield.
Xiao Chua deliberately waited for Chen Qingji and Zhao Yun to consume the physical strength and morale of Li Ji and Wang Yanzhonghan's cavalry, although it was a bit dangerous for Chen Qingji and Zhao Yun. Xiao Chua didn't care. All she cared about was Chu Tian's order to capture Tongguan. Just get the win. The battle in Weinan was in full swing. Xiao Chua's Khitan army, which had absolute visibility, appeared from behind the Qin army. The fierce Khitan general Xiao Talon took the lead and attacked the flank of the Qin army.
Die!
The mace weighing dozens of kilograms was as light as nothing in Xiao Talon's hand. The mace hit the helmet of a kidnapping cavalryman. The iron nails on the mace pierced the thin helmet iron sheet, and the head of the kidnapping cavalryman was struck. Transform and die immediately. The 2 Khitan commanders Yelu Xiuge and Yel Xiezhen joined forces to advance. The Khitan legion of about 40,000 cavalry fiercely attacked the Qin army's cavalry and joined Zhao Yun in a bloody battle.
Before setting off, my lord thought that he could trust Miss Xiao, and that was indeed the case.
Zhao Yun was panting. He personally killed more than 400 enemy cavalry and killed 2,000 households. His physical strength had reached its limit. At this time, the Khitan Legion and the White Robe Legion merged, and the 2 legions worked together to repel the cavalry of Li Ji and Wang Yanzhonghan. The 2 armies are still facing each other west of Tongguan. Xiao Chua took action and took advantage of his vision to launch a surprise attack, severely damaging the Qin army and capturing about 20,000 soldiers. Li Ji and Wang Yanzhonghan were not ordinary commanders. They had not collapsed yet. When Xiao Chua appeared, they fell into a confrontation.
It's such a pity. If another legion hadn't appeared on the battlefield, the troublesome White Robe Legion among the Xiao army might have been wiped out.
When Li Ji faced the combined Khitan army and the White Robe army, it would be difficult to annihilate them all, and both sides would probably suffer losses. Xiao Chua and Chen Qingji are not so easy to deal with, as are Zhao Yun and Xiao Talon.
It is said that Luoyang's defenders Wei Wuji, Pang Wan, and Shuai and Gui have sent troops to march westward, and Tongguan is unable to defend it.
Wang Yanzhonghan's attitude turned negative. The strength shown by Xia Jun was a major blow to them.
The Western Liaoning War had just ended, and the Xia army used its remaining troops and low-level troops recruited from various places to forcefully annex Guangzhou. The opportunity is fleeting. If we lose the opportunity to annihilate the White Robes, we will never have another chance. Perhaps the only way is to surrender to King Xia. Li Ji also lost confidence. The main reason was that Lao Qin passed away, and Li Ji had no reason to fight. Two generals, Master Jia Su and the envoy of King Xia, are asking for a meeting outside the camp. When Li Ji and Wanyan Zhonghan were helpless with Xiao Chua, Jia Su and Wang Lang had already arrived outside the camp. Why did Jia Su come here? There are also envoys from King Xia. So many of the Wei army have surrendered. Li Ji was a wise general. When he heard that Jia Su and the Xia King's envoys had arrived, he immediately guessed that the Wei army had surrendered. At present, there are still 3 groups of soldiers in Guangzhou who have not surrendered. Li Ji, Wanyan Zhonghan, and Wanyan Yinshuk from Tongguan, Cli, Su Huang, and Pangda from Yufufeng, and Zhou Bo and Tuoba Tao from Yinzhou City. Zhejiang Lao Qin's team is still quite good, and can definitely be regarded as the 2nd or 3rd vassal. But it is completely advantageous to Chu Tian. Chu Tian used Jia Su to try to conquer various soldiers one after another, and strengthen his own power. Conquering Lao Qin's team and merging the generals of the 2 forces will take a big step towards unifying the Han Empire. Let's go see Jia Su. Li Ji seemed to be relieved. He did not serve Lao Qin for 2 or 3 years, and Lao Qin died of illness. At this time, Jia Su arrived to prevent the Qin army from continuing to fight with the Xia army. In a sense, it was indeed a good thing. Jia Su and Wang Lang were outside the camp, waiting for Li Ji and Wanyan Zhonghan to come out. Jia Su and Li Ji looked at each other, and Li Ji instantly understood what Jia Su meant. If something cannot be done, there is no need to force it. After Li Ji said this, he led the soldiers and horses to surrender. However, Wanyan Zhonghan's ability was not as good as that of Li Ji, so he could not resist stubbornly. So he surrendered immediately. Wanyan Yinshuk, the guard inside Tongguan, learned that Li Ji and Wanyan Zhonghan, who supported Tongguan, had surrendered. So he planted a white flag at Tongguan and surrendered to the Xia army. The majestic Tongguan was not attacked and surrendered without a fight. The strongest passes are often breached from within. It's really boring. Xiao Chua captured more than 20,000 men and was originally planning to lead the Khitan army to continue fighting with Li Ji. But she soon went to take over Tongguan in person. Chapter 873 Red Sky Sword. Chang'an City. Weiyang Palace. Xu Tian, surrounded by his generals, stepped onto the stone steps and entered the majestic hall. Emperor Xian of the Han dynasty and the ministers were trembling as they were supported by the old Qin. Chu Zimu, the largest prince in the Han Empire, conquered Chang'an City, replaced Jiuzhou and Lao Qin, and became the master of Chang'an City. No one knows whether Chu Tian will depose the emperor of Han and replace him. At present, it seems that no one can stop Chu Tian from proclaiming himself emperor. Zhejiang Lao Qin died of illness. Mingguan retreated to Liaodong, and the princes in the south were unable to make the northern expedition for a while. So no matter what ridiculous things Chu Tian did in Chang'an, theoretically no one could check him. As a player, Chu Tian didn't pay attention to etiquette at all. He walked straight into the palace with a sword on his waist, and his eyes swept across the ministers in Weiyang Palace. Emperor Xian of the Han dynasty was now about 15 years old, and the imperial power was declining. After the death of Lao Qin, the emperor's power was only restored for less than a month. The new princes entered Chang'an City, occupied the capital, and held the emperor hostage again. I love you. Why? Emperor Xian of the Han dynasty trembled. Not only Emperor Xian of the Han dynasty, but also many court ministers were also walking on thin ice. Although Chu Tian was not in Guangzhou before, his reputation had already spread throughout Guangzhou. There have been rumors in Chang'an City that Xia's army is going to attack Chang'an City. But now, King Xia has really attacked Chang'an City and arrived at Weiyang Palace. Chu Tian's generals were in sharp shape and were approaching menacingly, and the emperor and ministers were trembling with fear. Chu Tian felt like a villain, and he felt somewhat like Dong Zhuo's feelings. Now that he has become a villain in the eyes of the court, he can only continue to be a villain. I have led the troops from the Central Plains to serve the king. Please do not panic. Your Majesty, all ministers are performing their duties, so there is no need to panic. Chu Tian didn't mind continuing to support the Emperor of Han and a group of ministers. Emperor Ling of the Han dynasty did not leave many ministers, so he could not spend much money. Before the complete unification of the Han Empire, Chu Tian supported Emperor Xian of the Han Dynasty in order to win people's hearts. I love you so much that you are eager to save me. You are the pillar of the country. If you come, I will give you a reward of 3 to 30 taels. Emperor Xian of the Han Dynasty was still calm and did not react excessively. After thinking for a while, he was forced to flatter a prince and king, and was forced to reward Chu Tian. 30 taels? Chu Tian thought that under Xiao Liang's management, the assets of Prince Xiao's mansion were already worth tens of millions of taels of silver. And, Lord, 30 taels of gold is equivalent to 300 taels of silver. The reward given by the Emperor of the Han Empire to the princes and kings was only 30 taels of gold. This shows that Emperor Xian of the Han Dynasty really had no property. I would like to donate 300 taels of gold to the royal family to improve their lives. As a prince, Chu Tian, in turn, rewarded Emperor Xian of the Han Dynasty with 300 taels of gold. To Chu Tian, 300 taels of gold was really nothing. Emperor Xian of Han and all the ministers were stunned. But Chu Tian turned against the guests and directly gave Emperor Xian of Han 300 gold. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. The main force of the Xiao army settled in Chang'an City and Xining City, controlling each city gate, and at the same time moved the families of each surrendered general to Xia City, in order to ensure that the loyalty of each general will not drop sharply. The family members of each general generally live in the main city. Once a general rebels while away on an expedition, it means that the clan members will be implicated. Zhang Xiu moved his family members, including Zhang Ji's relatives, who originally lived in Xining City, to Xiachen. Chu Tian led the cavalry into Xining City and took over the arsenal left by Lao Qin. He noticed Zhang Xiu's carriage team. Zhang Xiu's carriage team also saw King Xiao's cavalry arriving, so they took the initiative to stop the carriage. The woman in one of the carriages saw the carriage stop, opened a curtain, and took a quick look. Chu Tian caught a glimpse of the people in the carriage, who looked graceful and graceful. Who is in this carriage? Uncle Zhang Jiji's widow. Zhang Xiu was a little defensive. After all, he didn't know if Chu Tian had any special hobbies. I see. You have to watch out for a man named Cao Cao. Chu Tian already had many women around him, but he didn't have Cao Cao's hobbies. However, Chu Tian still reminded Zhang Xiu to beware of Cao Cao in order to make the same mistake again. Historically, Cao Cao was cheated by Zhang Xiu because of his desire for beauty. Now Cao Cao and Zhang Xiu are serving as generals under Chu Tian. So Chu Tian does not want a conflict to break out between Cao Cao and Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu was puzzled. Why should we be careful about Cao Cao? Chu Tian shook his head. Cao Cao should not have any intersection with Zhang Xiu. There were still many props in Lao Qin's arsenal, and Lu Bu had no time to take them away. One of the swords attracted Chu Tian's attention. Li Si took off the sword and presented it to Chu Tian with both hands. This sword is called Qi Shao Dot. It turned out to be the Qi Shao's sword. Chu Tian had seen this sword before. It was a long sword that Lao Qin often wore. It came from Liu Bang, the great ancestor of the Han Dynasty. It was the sword Liu Bang used to kill the White Snake during the uprising. Later, in 295 AD, there was a fire in the Luoyang arsenal of the Western Jin Dynasty, and the Qi Shao sword was destroyed in the fire. And now, Chu Tian has obtained another famous sword among the top 10 famous swords. Chu Tian pushed the sword, and the Qi Shao sword was unsheathed. The sword had patterns, a cold light, and a blade like frost and snow. Name, Qi Shao sword, one of the top 10 famous swords. Quality, Imperial level. Effect, attack power plus 15. Slashing damage plus 20%. Blocking ability plus 15%. With Imperial coercion, making enemies prone to fear during battle. Special effect Sword of the Imperial Way, for those who hold the Red Sky Sword. The probability of rebellion by aristocratic families, civil servants and generals will be reduced, and the ambition value of alien generals will be temporarily reduced. It is indeed a famous sword. Chu Tian stroked the blade of the Red Sky Sword. Famous swords and famous horses have special effects. Although the effect is not as good as that of famous generals, they can also improve their strength. Zheojiang Lao Qin's ability to suppress ambitious generals such as Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao probably had something to do with possessing the Red Sky Sword. The Red Sky Sword has a suppressive effect on aristocratic families, civil servants, generals, and foreign heroes. Chu Tian put away the Qi Shao sword and hung two long swords, the Ganjiang sword and the Qi Shao sword, on his waist. Sometimes, the Ganjiang sword, combined with Xiao Liang's Moi sword,
can indicate danger. So he doesn't leave his body often. Theoretically, the existence of Ganjiang sword and Moi sword makes it impossible for assassins to assassinate. In addition to the Qishao sword, Li Si handed over to Chu Tian the talismans of the 5th School of the Northern Army and the Sanha cavalry left by Lao Qin. As the elite arm of the Eastern Han dynasty, the 5 schools of the Northern Army had more than just the 15,000 people in Chu Tian. There are 3 military talismans in the 5 schools of the Northern Army. And Lord, they are held by Huang Fusong, Lu Ji, and Zhu Jun, the 3 heroes of the late Han dynasty. Lu Ji's military talisman was in Chu Tian's hands, and Huang Fusong died in battle. Seeing that there was no hope of restoring the imperial court, Zhu Jun resigned and returned to his hometown. 2 military talismans from the 5th School of the Northern Army and 1 military talisman from the Sanha cavalry now fell in Chu Tian's hands. Here, the 3 Rivers Cavalry soldier talisman can recruit up to 15,000 3 Rivers Cavalry. The Sanha cavalry is a 5th level light cavalry, and its troops come from young men from Yin, Hanoi and Hedong counties in Hunan. Suddenly getting so many military talismans, Chu Tian needed to decide which generals to reward. Soldier symbols need to be given to the corresponding generals before they can be recruited.
For Mi Fong and others?
Chu Tian didn't care. Generals such as Mi Fong and Xing Darong did not have the ability to take charge of their own affairs. So Chu Tian always took them with him. In other words, Mi Fong and other generals were in charge of the military talismans. And the troops they recruited were actually commanded by Chu Tian. So Chu Tian threw the Sanha cavalry soldier talisman to Mi Fong, and 2 Northern Army 5th School soldier talisman to the general Xing Darong and Wu Anhua. It is a pity that Pen Fong was killed by Lu Bu. Otherwise the 5 tigers of the Northern Army would have been even more popular. The Sui Imperial Army around Chu Tian became the 45,000-strong Northern Army's 5th School and the 15,000-strong Sanha cavalry. A total of 60,000 elites, inheriting the last elite of the Eastern Han dynasty. Such a huge forbidden army is equivalent to a large army.
The final general is willing to go through fire and water for the Chu family.
Mi Fong couldn't help but be overjoyed when she got the Sanha cavalry talisman. After so many years, he finally got his own exclusive unit, and it was 15,000 Sanha cavalry. Such treatment is comparable to that of a king-level commander. Among the 2 brothers of the Mi family, one served as the bodyguard of the Xia king, and the other almost monopolized the private trade with Japan. They were extremely prominent. Chu Tian helped Mi Fong up.
I will rely on you from now on. Don't let me down. Yes.
Mi Fong couldn't wait to recruit the Sanha cavalry. Ironing Ruisher and coward Shui Jun. These 2 military talismans are even more precious. Chu Tian did not give them to the likes of Mi Fong, Xing Darong, and Wu Anhua. The 5th Academy of the Northern Army and the Sanha cavalry are positioned as the Forbidden Army. But the Iron Eagle Army and the Cowardly Shui Army are not necessarily so. Chu Tian still hopes to leave these 2 military symbols to his son. In case Chu Wu didn't realize his own exclusive military type, he would need a military talisman. His daughter might also be able to get a military talisman.
There are 2 other generals who were imprisoned by Lu Bu in a cell in Xianying City. Originally, Lu Bu wanted to deal with these 2 men after defeating the Xia army.
Li Si reminded Chu Tian.
Who? Meng Wu and Yang Dian. It turned out to be them.
Chu Tian was no stranger to the 2 of them. Meng Wu is Meng Tian's father, and the first general of Jiuzhou Lao Qin. Yang Dian is the bodyguard of Lao Qin Jiuzhou, and is at the level of the 5 tiger generals. Lu Bu probably didn't like them, so he imprisoned them, and took away their soldiers to prevent the 2 from rebelling. Until now, the unlucky Meng Wu and Yang Dian are still imprisoned in the cell. These 2 people, one is the commander-in-chief, and the other is a fierce general. They are also the talents Chu Tian wants to conquer.
Let's go to the dungeon.
Chu Tian and Li Si walked towards the dungeon of Xianying City.
Greetings to Mr. Ming.
2 military generals stopped Chu Tian. Chu Tian took a closer look and saw that they were Wei Su and Ho Chung, 2 generals of Lu Bu. Lu Bu's general, Zhang Liao, was already serving under Chu Tian. Gao Shun was still unwilling to surrender after being captured, followed by Wei Su and Ho Chung. Wei Su and Ho Chung were the 2nd and 5th sons. They directly surrendered and allowed the Xia army to occupy Chang'an City and Xianying City without any effort. It is a pity to say that without Wei Su and Ho Chung, Chu Tian would have to spend a little more effort to pacify Guanzhong. Therefore, Chu Tian also gave them a good look. Don't underestimate every little person. They sometimes affect the entire situation. Name, Wei Su. Talent, platinum level general, cavalry type. Level 82. Identity, General of Lubu. Loyalty 67. Commander 70. Force 79. Intelligence 56. Politics 45. Charm 30. Character reckless. Favorability 38. Characteristic 1. Charge, B-level trait. When facing battle. Personal attack power plus 13%. Characteristic 2. Brave General, B-level trait. When taking the lead. Legion attack power plus 8%. Characteristic 3. Betrayal, negative trait. When the monarch is at a disadvantage. It is easy to betray. Special arms, none. To Chu Tian now. Wei Su was already a very ordinary general. If in the early stage, when Chu Tian was still fighting hard in Lengya Kingdom, then Wei Su would still be considered a good general. Ho Cheng's attributes are similar to Wei Su's.
Those who serve me will be rewarded based on their merits. You just need to fight hard.
Chu Tian calmed Wei Su and Ho Cheng a little. Chapter 874 Dominate the North. In the cell in Xianying City, Yang Dian destroyed the wooden pillars. The soldiers guarding Yang Dian were no match for Yang Dian and were beaten to pieces.
Lu Bu thinks that by imprisoning me here, he can restrict my movements?
Yang Dian easily lifted a soldier, but the latter was unable to struggle at all. The soldier guarding Yang Dian hurriedly said,
General, we were just ordered to guard, and now the Xiao army is gone. Yang Dian, calm down. The Xiao army has occupied Xianying. We will go out sooner or later. Why bother destroying the cell?
Mengwu saw that after the cell was destroyed by Yang Dian, there were broken wooden pillars everywhere. Yang Dian almost demolished the cell in which he was imprisoned.
Lu Bu betrayed his old master. If I meet Lu Bu again, I will definitely kill him.
Yang Dian still holds grudge against Lu Bu for his betrayal. If Lu Bu started the rebellion after Zhejiang Lao Qin died of illness, then Yang Dian would not blame him. But when Lu Bu rebelled, Lao Qin was still unconscious.
The king of Xia is here.
Yang Dian and Meng Wu were among a group of soldiers. When they entered a deserted area, Chu Tian, Li Si, Dian Wei, and others arrived. Dian Wei was tall and both Yang Dian and Dian Wei were among the top 5 tiger generals. The two seemed to feel each other's momentum and looked at each other.
It turns out to be King Xia.
Yang Dian had met Chu Tian before, so he recognized Chu Tian immediately. But he was not very satisfied with Chu Tian either. Chu Tian looked at the fierce general in front of him. The lords of the Eastern Han dynasty may all know about the reforms of Emperor Xiaowen of the Northern Wei dynasty. And Yang Dian was a fierce general under Emperor Xiaowen. Although the Northern Wei dynasty was a kingdom established by the Xianbei people, Yang Dian was from Di. This is a fierce general who can kill tigers, bravely championing the 6 armies. And whoever is in the vanguard will destroy law. His name is Jir crying at night in Huainan, which is similar to Zhang Liao. In the Northern Wei dynasty, generals such as Yang Dian and Shi Kan Sheng were the most powerful. However, Yang Dian was not a clever commander, and was defeated by the generals of Qin Qingji's Nanliang forces in the Battle of Zhongli. Therefore, Lao Qin will use Yang Dian as his guard instead of appointing him as commander-in-chief.
Yang Dian, are you willing to serve me? I also need a qualified personal guard.
Although Chu Tian had Dian Wei as his personal guard, Dian Wei also had to rest. As for the Xuanjia army, the Night Army, and the Qishu army, they need to be dispatched whenever there is a war. But Yang Dian didn't care about Chu Tian's solicitation at all.
I want to retire and return to my hometown.
Chu Tian saw that Yang Dian was in his prime, but wanted to retire and return to his hometown. Wasn't this deliberately not giving him face? Some generals have weird tempers and may not pay attention to fame and fortune, but rather act based on their own preferences. Chu Tian didn't care much, because he had reasons to recruit Yang Dian.
Yang Dian, don't you want to avenge your old master? Don't you want to defeat Lu Bu?
Chu Tian deliberately provoked. Most of these warriors can't stand the stimulation. Sure enough, when Yang Dian heard about Lu Bu's name, he couldn't help but became furious.
Of course, I will find this traitor. Lu Bu led the remaining soldiers and fled. Only by serving me can you have a chance to fight Lu Bu.
Chu Tian's words undoubtedly shook Yang Dian's thoughts. In the end, Yang Dian chose to surrender.
Ding! Emperor-level warrior Yang Dian pledges his allegiance to you.
Finally, another fierce general came under his command. Chu Tian took a look at Yang Dian's force. With 97 points of force, he was considered to be in the ranks of fierce generals, enough to serve as a guard. Name Yang Dian. Talent, Emperor-level warrior, cavalry type. Level 90. Identity: Northern Wei Dynasty Fierce General. Loyalty: 70. Commander: 71. Force: 97. Intelligence: 57. Politics: 25. Charm: 74. Character: Reckless. Favorability: 41. Characteristic 1. Bravely championing the three armies, SS level trait. When attacking the enemy formation. Own attack power plus 40%. Characteristic 2. Jump like flying, S level trait. Own running speed plus 30%. Attack speed plus 15%. Characteristic 3. Prestige, A level trait. Enemy morale decrease rate plus 10%. Probability of chaos increases. Characteristic 4. Powerful mountain barbarian, A level characteristic. When attacking the mountain barbarian tribe. Personal attack power plus 20%. The mountain barbarian surrender probability increases. Special arms, Northern Wei Tiger Pattern Cavalry, the most elite cavalry in the Northern Wei Dynasty. 8th level. Upper limit of 800. Yang Big Eye's characteristics are almost all related to personal force. What is more surprising is that Yang Dian has a small, but very elite armored cavalry. Chu Tian had seen the power of the armored cavalry of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Muronka's chain-linked iron horses were also the armored cavalry of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Yang Dian's loyalty is not enough to become a personal guard. And he still needs to wait and see.
You are under Dian Wei for the time being.
Chu Tian handed over Yang Dian to Dian Wei's jurisdiction. He believed that two strong men would make friends through fists and develop feelings. In addition, there is a military commander, Meng Wu, the father of Meng Tian. Meng Wu is Qin's deputy general who destroyed Chu. Compared with Meng Tian's reputation, he was far behind. After conquering Yang Dian and Meng Wu, the Qin army still had two groups of troops. One in Yinzhou City and one in Yufeng. In Yinzhou City, Guard Zhou Bo received an ultimatum from the Xia army. Yufei asked Zhou Bo to surrender Yinzhou City and surrender to the Xia king's forces. Tuoba Tao Xianbei's soldiers surrounded Zhou Bo's location.
Tuoba Tao, what do you want to do?
Zhou Bo was slightly angry when he was surrounded by soldiers and horses from the Tuoba Xianbei tribe. Tuoba Tao and a dozen of Tuoba Xianbei's military generals were filled with murderous intent.
Yinzhou City can no longer be defended. There are even broader pastures to the west. I cannot lose power.
Zhou Bo's expression was low.
Tuoba Tao, although the king of Qin thought that your ambition was not small a long time ago, he ordered me to monitor the Tuoba tribe in Yinzhou City, so that the Tuoba tribe would fight with the Xia army and guard the northern gate. But there was no thinking of this situation. You still have ambitions. However, the world is so big, and now it is the territory of King Xia. Where can you go?
Tuoba Tao disagreed.
As early as a year ago, I had chosen a retreat for myself. As early as that time,
King Qin had already shown a trend of defeat. So I naturally had to prepare a retreat for my people in advance. King Xia's each tribe is too harsh. Serving the king of Xia can only command tens of thousands of soldiers and horses at most. And the military power can be taken away by the king of Xia at any time. The situation is precarious. It's impossible. Both Monan and Mabe are under the control of the king of Xia. In the whole world, it's not the king's land. And it's the king's ministers who are on the shore of the land. The world is not just a corner of the Han Empire. A year ago, Yeludashi, the envoy of Akutai, and I went hunting in Helan Mountain. You want to seek refuge in Ajadai? Yes. Ajadai promised to give me 10 times the pasture of Helan Mountain and named me king of Xianbei. Ajadai must have learned a lot from Temujin's failure. Temujin had issued a recruitment order for the world earlier, recruiting talents from all over the world. But he has never recruited decent generals. Ajadai is different from Temujin. He has recruited a group of generals from various civilizations and tribes. Once the Mongols, Turks and Xianbei joined forces,
Tuoba Tao looked in the direction of Central Asia, and a new steppe empire was rising. Because of Temujin's failure, Ogdi learned many lessons and avoided confrontation with the Han Empire. He instead expanded to South Asia. At the same time, he recruited soldiers from various tribes, made kings on a large scale, and won people's hearts. Ogdi's military talent was not as good as Temujin's, nor as good as his brother Tolai, but he was good at politics and winning people's hearts. When everyone thought that the Yinzhou City defenders were about to surrender, Tuoba Tao took the defender Zhou Bo hostage and fled to Liangzhou. Yu Fei successfully captured Yinzhou City and sent Yang Zixing to pursue Tuoba Xianbei. I have the Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry. The Xia army wants to pursue and intercept them. But it's not easy. There was a war eagle on Tuoba Tao's shoulder. The Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry of the Northern Wei Dynasty owned by Hua Mulan. As the Tuoba Tao of the Northern Wei Dynasty monarch was in charge of 2 arms at the same time. The Tiger Pattern Armored Cavalry and the Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry. He was also a hero of the generation. On the right side of Fufeng, Xia was stationed here, collecting food and fodder, and watching the situation. Liangzhou was occupied by Su Fengyan. Chu Tian controlled Chang'an City and Xining City, and Xia Ai's army was in a dilemma. Now, you can surrender to King Xia, or enter Hanzhong via Qinsong. I need to see Jiasu, Li Si or Yang Dian. Xia Ai is still waiting. General, Master Li Si has set out from Xining City and has arrived at Yufufeng. He's finally here. Xia Ai wore a white robe and met Li Si, who arrived from Xining City. I want to know if King Qin had any plans before he died of illness. Xia Ai stared at Li Si's expression. If there was any change in Li Si's expression, Xia Ai could see it. Li Si replied unhurriedly. The King of Qin only entrusted me and Jia Su to hand over the military talisman, Qishao's sword and other treasures to the King of Xia, and conveyed a message. That's all. It seems that rather than selecting a suitable successor from among the internal generals, King Qin is more inclined to let King Xia inherit his family fortune. Xia Ai is a wise general. When he was the commander-in-chief, he also served as a military advisor. He already understood this. That's right. Maybe King Qin won't admit defeat until his death, so he won't get straight to the point. With Duke Ming's character, he will not admit defeat. At this point, we can only save everyone's lives by surrendering to King Xia. All 70,000 soldiers and horses will surrender to King Xia. Xia Ai just sighed, and finally chose to surrender to Chu Tian. The 70,000 soldiers and horses on the right side of Fufeng have nowhere to go. Su Huang and Pang De also accepted this fact. In the 12th year of the Lord's calendar, the Chu Tian forces officially annexed the vast territory from Guangzhong to Xiliang, and merged with Hua An's Western Region Protectorate. Except for Liaodong, almost the entire north fell into the hands of Chu Tian. Strictly speaking, the Chang and Di tribes have not yet been completely pacified. When Chu Tian annexed Guangzhong, Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao led the remaining defeated generals to flee. Knowing that there was no place in Guangzhong, Chu Tian has ordered a reward for Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao. We take the Ziwu Road and enter Hanzhong. Hanzhong is now a place of right and wrong, and we may not be able to survive. If we fall into the hands of King Xia, we will not escape disaster. All this is because of your trust in Jia Su and Li Si. Li Yuanhao had a knife mark on his chest. He was seriously injured after losing in the battle in Weibei. Chapter 875 Chaos in Hanzhong. If I meet Jia Su again, I will definitely kill him. There were only a few thousand remnants of Lu Bu's troops left, and as they entered the difficult and dangerous Ziwu Road, they might lose some of their troops as they marched along the way. You can go to Hanzhong via Ziwu Road near Chang'an City. During the Shu Han period, Wei Yin once planned to attack Chang'an City via Ziwu Road. In fact, Chao Xin, the general of Chao Wei, really tried to attack the Shu Han via Ziwu Road. But it was the rainy season. It took Chao's army a month to cover half of the journey, and Chao Xin was ordered to retreat. One of the reasons why Zhuge Liang rejected the Ziwu Road scheme was probably that it was difficult to walk on the Ziwu Road. Lu Bu and Li Yuanhao fled into Ziwu Valley to avoid Chu Tian's soldiers and Xian Na. The only one you can rely on is me. When we get to Hanzhong, we can still make a comeback. Li Yuanhao still didn't give up. There are cliffs on both sides of Ziwu Road, connected by ancient and even damaged plank roads. Some of the plank roads even hang halfway up the mountainside, shrouded in clouds and mist. Hanzhong County has a closed terrain, but it is turbulent and has become a battleground for all forces. The leader of Hanzhong, Zhang Dao, felt bitter in his heart and could not express it. He helped Chu Tian send troops to attack Xiliang. As a result, Hanzhong now became a refuge for some ambitious generals and was in chaos. No matter how closed the terrain was, the beacon fire finally burned from Guangzhong to Hanzhong. The rebels of the Di tribe have invaded Hanzhong from Wudu County. The leader of the Di tribe, Fu Jian, was unable to dismount from the tiger and face the generals of the Hanzhong army, Qin Sheng and Wu Guang. The main generals of the Hanzhong army, Li Zicheng and Zhang Jiao, resisted Yang Su's offensive, leaving Qin Sheng and Wu Guanglai to resist the Di rebels who invaded Hanzhong. The generals in Hanzhong did not know how many soldiers and horses had arrived from Wudu County, and who was leading them. In addition to the large number of low-level peasant troops, Zhang Dao did not have many first-class commanders.
He had no choice but to send Qin Sheng and Wu Guang to command more than 100,000 peasant troops. The peasant armies of Qin Sheng and Wu Guang outnumbered the D rebels who entered Hanzhong. However, Qin Sheng and Wu Guang still don't know that they are at a disadvantage. The D people were brave and aggressive, and they were led by fierce generals. Although Qin Sheng and Wu Guang were leaders of the peasant army, they were not necessarily qualified commanders.
Ding Chong! Zhang Hao! Do you dare to go with me and defeat the enemy's formation?
Lu Guang, a fierce general of the D people, challenged two enemies of 10,000 to fight.
Why don't you dare?
Ding Chong is holding a spear and has a majestic body.
Happy to accompany you.
Zhang Hao waved his spear. Before charging into the battle, Ding Chong said to his lieutenant Su Cheng,
"Keep an eye on your lord and don't let him get hurt." Yes.
Su Cheng was ostensibly responsible for protecting Fu Jian, but in fact, he was also monitoring Fu Jian. Fu Jian was inclined to sinicization, but Lu Guang, Ding Chong and others wanted to establish themselves as kings and wanted to conquer Hanzhong and merge with Wudu County to establish a kingdom. This group of generals would become the leaders of the D kingdom. Fu Jian lacked the force to protect himself, so he could only let Lu Guang, Ding Chong and others command the troops. 3 fierce generals, leading about 20,000 cavalry and 10,000 infantry as backup, with only 30,000 troops, took the initiative to attack Qin Sheng and Wu Guang's more than 100,000 people. Qin Sheng and Wu Guang's army of more than 100,000 people was covered in darkness. However, Hanzhong's population of several million could not produce enough armor to equip an army of hundreds of thousands in a short period of time. Therefore, the armor of most of the Qin Sheng and Wu Guang legions was only leather armor, or even no armor. The elites who were actually equipped with iron armor mainly wore half-body armor, facing the D cavalry who were smaller in number than themselves but took the initiative to attack. Qin Sheng and Wu Guang's regiment had no intention of retreating.
The D people don't take us seriously. Prince and General Xiang Ning has the guts.
Qin Sheng and Wu Guang seemed to be provoked by the D people's generals. The enemy attacked more with less, which meant that they looked down on Qin Sheng and Wu Guang. Therefore, Qin Sheng and Wu Guang took the initiative to set up their formations to meet the D people's rebels. Qin Sheng and Wu Guang have the ability to inspire morale. Before the decisive battle, their legions are full of energy and morale. The mountains roar and the tsunami roars, and their combat power reaches its peak. The infantry in the front row hold large cowhide shields, and the infantry in the rear hold long spears, forming a dense phalanx of spears. The front was defended by an indestructible phalanx of spears, supplemented by a large number of crossbowmen on both sides. In an attempt to suppress the D cavalry, the war horses were galloping, and Lu Guang was not afraid of the majestic peasant army of the late Qin dynasty. Among the peasant armies at the end of the Qin dynasty, the 2 really strong ones were Liu Bang and Xiangyu, while Qin Sheng and Wu Guang were a little behind and were suppressed by the Qin army who reacted. If they were facing Liu Bang and Xiangyu, the D rebels would not dare to be so arrogant. Facing Qin Sheng and Wu Guang, they galloped and attacked directly. Lu Guang was responsible for the frontal breakthrough, while Ding Chong and Zhang Hao cooperated tacitly, each leading a cavalry force, separated from the main force of the D rebels, and attacked the flanks of Qin Sheng and Wu Guang. 3 fierce generals joined forces, and the D-Ren cavalry rolls up the billowing dust. They have the ability to weaken the opponent's morale. When the D cavalry launched an attack, the morale of the peasant army, which was originally high in fighting spirit, began to decline rapidly. Ding Chong was already engaged in a fierce battle with the peasant army on the left. From time to time, war horses fell to the ground after being shot by bows and arrows. However, Ding Chong completely ignored the casualties of his cavalry. The war horses trampled the large cowhide shields. Ding Chong swept across with his spear. More than a dozen spears in front were shot. Ding Chong kills. Ding Chong relied on his own strength to forcefully open a small breakthrough for the D cavalry in the rear. The D cavalry then came, and a large number of cavalry attacked the breakthrough. After hundreds of D cavalry were killed by crossbows, Ding Chong's cavalry tore apart the left-wing peasant army. 10,000 D cavalry relied on the impact of their horses to forcefully break the formation. Tens of thousands of peasant troops were routed by war horses. The high morale bonus brought by Qin Sheng and Wu Guang quickly disappeared, and the peasant army's formation collapsed.
Come forward and fight the enemy soldiers!
A peasant army general drove the reserve team forward to block the advancing Ding Chong. However, the peasant army reserves hesitated to move forward, and the ferocity of the D cavalry made them greatly feared and panicked. Ding Chong's war horse did not know when it had arrived. The hoofs of the war horse were raised high. Ding Chong was condescending, and nailed the peasant army general to the ground with a spear. The sharp spear penetrated the armor of the peasant army general with almost no effort. Kill him instantly with one spear. Ding Chong reached out again and pulled out the spear, which was covered with blood. Hiss! The surrounding peasant soldiers were even more frightened. Ding Chong's bravery exceeded their imagination.
Who dares to fight?
Ding Chong shouted loudly, and the Huanshou sword in the hand of a peasant soldier fell to the ground. He was frightened by Ding Chong and dropped the weapon. On the front, Lu Guang used light cavalry to interfere with the formation of the peasant army, and then used heavy cavalry to attack Chen Sheng's peasant army in batches. Lu Guang attacked the peasant army 4 times with a spear, and Chen Sheng's peasant army collapsed.
The D people are fierce and invincible.
Chen Sheng gradually became unable to control the peasant army. Once the morale of the peasant army was shattered, there would be no way back. It seems that the peasant army has an advantage in strength, but most of the peasant army is a low-level unit recruited by Zhang Dao based on the characteristics of explosive troops. They lack experience and are attacked by the D cavalry, who have experienced hundreds of battles, and they are defeated thousands of miles away. Chen Sheng and Wu Guang fled. The D cavalry took advantage of the situation to pursue, expand their victory, and occupy surrounding cities and villages.
This is a complete betrayal of the Han Empire, and it is difficult to deal with it.
Facing the difficult situation, Fu Jian had no choice but to control his subordinates. When troubled times lose order, these out-of-control generals act according to their own preferences, and as leaders, they can only follow the trend.
In this battle, 20,000 people were killed, 40,000 people were captured alive, and the rest of the people ran away. It was really a pleasure.
After defeating Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, former Qin generals such as Lu Guang, Deng Chong, and Zhang Hao gathered around the fire. It was the end of the 12th year of the Lord's calendar, and the cold winter had begun, and Hanzhong was also in a state of mourning. The D cavalry did not go well with Su Fengnian's army, but they were invincible after entering Hanzhong. This also indirectly shows that the Hanzhong peasant army was much different from the brave and fighting regiments Su Fengnian brought back from outside the pass.
My lord, in less than a day, we will arrive at Nanjing County. At that time, you will be the king of heaven of the D Kingdom, the great Chan Yu, and the king of Hanzhong.
Lu Guang, Deng Chong, Zhang Hao, and other generals congratulated Fu Jian in advance. Fu Jian was forced into position by his subordinates, looking like a bitter melon. Zhang Dao was still fighting the invading Yangsu army in the south of Hanzhong. He frowned when he heard that Chen Sheng and Wu Guang were defeated. Although Zhang Dao still has the status of a prince, his situation is the same as Zhang Lu in history. The population of Hanzhong is really not enough. A few million people have to block the attack of the princes with a population of tens of millions. At present, Li Zicheng is still Zhang Dao's #1 general, and there is a big gap between him and Yang Su and others. Yang Su is the #1 commander-in-chief of the Sui dynasty, and he is resourceful, but Li Zicheng cannot compare with him. Zhang Dao could still rely on the steep terrain between Hanzhong and Chengdu to defend, but Chen Sheng and Wu Guang were defeated, and the D rebels looted everywhere, leaving Hanzhong in danger.
The situation in Hanzhong is out of control. The teleportation array can only transmit a limited number of troops every day. If we don't retreat in time, we may be trapped in Hanzhong.
Zhang Dao learned that Chen Sheng and Wu Guang were defeated and lacked the strength to resist Yang Su's entry. He knew that he had to give up Hanzhong, which he had been operating for a long time. Hanzhong became a dangerous place. At present, the 3 forces of Yang Su, Fu Jian, and Lu Bu are attacking Hanzhong from 3 different directions. Zhang Dao is unable to defeat the 4 forces with his 2 fists. He is tired of coping and simply preserves his strength. After Yang Su used assassins to assassinate Luan, the lord of Baishui Pass, he tried to use assassins to assassinate Zhang Dao's generals. Assassins have limited effect on princes of Chutian size, but for Zhang Dao, who has a population of several million, assassination has considerable deterrent effect. After all, Zhang Dao didn't have a bodyguard of Dian Wei's level, so he needed to be careful on his own to guard against assassins. Zhang Jiao asked Zhang Dao,
Lord, shall we withdraw to Guangzhou? No. Nanjing County may be attacked by troops, and the teleportation array is lost. We cannot use the teleportation array in Nanjing County to escape. If we take the mountain road to Guangzhou, we will definitely lose countless people. It is better to evacuate Shangyong City.
When Zhang Dao was running Hanzhong, He also prepared a retreat for himself, which was the 3 cities of Fangling, Shenyang, and Xicheng. Among them, Shenyang City had a teleportation array. Zhang Dao lost 100,000 troops in Mianyang County, and was forced to lead the remaining troops down the Han River. During the cold winter of the 12th year of the Lord's reign, soldiers and horses from all walks of life entered Hanzhong. Hanzhong was in chaos. Zhang Dao, the original prefect of Hanzhong, was forced to retreat to Shenyang City. Chapter 876 The Nanman Restores Calm. In the Nanman area, at Dianqi City in Ezhou County, Liu Bei's army approached the city. The Nanman tribesmen were defeated many times. They were calculated by Liu Bei's military advisors Wang Ming and Chen Shi many times. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's troops finally advanced to the Dianqi City.
The Nanman generals come out to fight Grandpa.
Zhang Fei held a snake spear that was 8 feet long and called a formation under the city. For a while, no one in the southern barbarian army dared to go out of the city to fight with him.
I'm going to kill him!
Wu Tugu saw that Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were powerful in the southern barbarians. Among the southern barbarian generals, he was the only one with the strength to fight Guan Yu and Zhang Fei alone.
We cannot go to war. In other words, Liu Bei wants us to go to war.
Nyuk stopped Wu Tugu, who wanted to go out of the city to fight. Wu Tugu is no match for Guan Yu and Zhang Fei combined. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei combined forces to defeat Liu Bu. In fact, Liu Bei didn't need to intervene in the 3 heroes' battle with Liu Bu. Instead, he would become a burden.
Chu Zimu annexed Guangzhou and Xiliang and dominated the north. Only Liaodong has not yet been pacified. His power is as strong as that of Chao Wei at its peak. No, perhaps more powerful than Chao Wei at its peak. Because Chu Zimu controlled Monan, Ma Bei, and has extremely strong control over various tribes. He shouldn't need us to continue to contain Liu Bei here. We need to retreat in order to advance.
Huan came to the city tower, put one hand on the vicissitudes of the battlements, and looked down at the endless Liu Bei army. He teamed up with Nyuk and adopted guerrilla tactics to prevent Liu Bei's advance, which had delayed enough time for Chu Tian to concentrate on killing one of Lao Qin or Mingguan and complete the break. Originally, Huan and Nyuk thought that Chu Tian would take the lead in pacifying Liaodong. But Chu Tian instead took advantage of Lao Qin's death from illness to first pacify Guangzhou and Xiliang, and expand its sphere of influence to the northwest. Their mission is accomplished.
Ban Chao and Gao Xianji, who stayed in Dewan, sent people to report many times. Wakutai was recruiting troops in Central Asia and recruiting defeated generals from various civilizations. He has gathered a considerable number of generals, made them princes, and rewarded them with land. I'm afraid even if Ban Chao and Gao Xianji are also unable to contain it, what they are facing is not the scattered small countries in the western region, but a new grassland empire, which is disturbing.
Huan did not pay attention to the Nanman area, compared with the threats encountered by the Western Region Protectorate. The tug-of-war in the southern barbarians is nothing.
Has the nationwide recruitment order issued by Temujin a few years ago begun to take effect?
Nyuk also knew that before Temujin's Mongol Empire collapsed, in order to fight against the princes of the Han Empire, Temujin once issued a recruitment order to all civilizations to absorb military generals from all civilizations. It was just that at that time. The generals of each civilization had their own lords, and not many famous generals responded to Temujin.
It should not be that Temujin's world recruitment order had an effect. Ajadai and his men recruited all forces in various civilized areas. The defeated from each civilization could take refuge under his command. The grassland established by Ajadai the Empire is a refuge for all rebel generals in civilized areas. The rebel generals in various civilized areas can even be crowned kings in the grassland empire established in Wakutai. With this method, Wakutai has attracted a group of ambitious people. As the second great Khan of the Mongolian Empire, Ajadai has some tricks up his sleeve. This is also something that Ajadai is difficult to deal with. The failure of the last battle in the western regions, and the Battle of Mabei taught Ajadai a lesson. If this continues, Wakutai's empire will cut off the connection between the eastern continent and the western continent. The Dewan Kingdom and the Ili Valley controlled by the Western Region Protectorate will all be exposed to the Wakutai Empire's military front. Losing Dewan, the country needs to cross the Songling Mountains, lose the Ili Valley, and need to cross the Tian Shan Mountains. In order to avoid organizing another military expedition, I must return to the Western Region's Protectorate to monitor Ajadai's every move. Huan was already a little uneasy. Ahijemen was born in Central Asia, and the influence of the Western Region Protectorate in Central Asia dropped significantly.
No matter what, we have completed the task assigned to us by Chu Zimu. We will leave some hidden dangers for Liu Bei, and then go to the Western Region Protectorate.
Muk also believes that the Western Region Protectorate is more important. The Mongol Empire rebuilt by Ogdi was more like a Turkic empire, with more Turkic cavalry than Mongolian cavalry. She summoned Meng Ba and several other trustworthy leaders of the southern barbarian tribes, and gave the order,
if Liu Bei wants to pacify Nanzhong, he will definitely win over you all. You can put it aside for the time being. I will return to Nanzhong in the future and respond to every call. Your Excellency, do you want to abandon us?
Several big leaders of the southern barbarian tribes looked at each other. Muk was unable to defend Dianji Lake and had already planned to retreat to the protectorate of the western regions. Between the Western Region Protectorate and the Southern Barbarians, Huan and Muk chose to protect the Western Region Protectorate. Not only that, after Su Fengnian recaptured Liangzhou, Huan recalled his general Wu Xuming to defend the Duan Kingdom and intimidate Wukutai.
Liu Bei will relax only if I leave Nanzhong.
Muk had no choice. The leaders of the Nanman tribe she controlled and the powerful men in southern Izhou gave Liu Bei many heads. But Liu Bei's army still came to Dian Lake. Dianji Lake is besieged. Once she is captured by Liu Bei, the southern barbarians will be completely pacified by Liu Bei. As long as Muk is still alive, it will not be easy for Liu Bei to conquer the southern barbarians. Muk temporarily went to the Western Region Protector's mansion to avoid the limelight, and his prestige among the various tribes of the southern barbarians was still there. The powerful Yong Kai took the initiative and asked,
I heard that King Xia unified the north, and we resisted Liu Bei's offensive. If King Xia can succeed in the future, can we make contributions? Of course credit will be given. Many tribes have temporarily returned to peace and surrendered to Izhou Mu, waiting for my return.
Muk made deployment before withdrawing from the Nanman area.
This trip is going to the protectorate of the western regions.
Xin Liangyu received Muk's order. Although the northern war is not over yet, there is no suspense about Chu Tian's victory. After buying time for Chu Tian, Muk fully assisted Huan in stabilizing the Western Region Protectorate. The pressure brought by the Ajadai Empire was unprecedented. The shadow of the Mongol Empire was cast, and the Western Region Protectorate was shrouded in shadow.
Zhu Rong, do you want to go to the western regions with your sister?
Xin Liangyu took in a young Mrs. Zhu Rong.
Take her with you.
Muk appeared and asked Xin Liangyu to take Zhu Rong away without waiting for Zhu Rong's answer. Not only that, the young Menghua and other descendants of several large southern barbarian tribes were all taken away by Muk, reducing the possibility of these tribes being won over by Liu Bei in the future.
Western region?
Zhu Rong still doesn't know the world outside Nanman. Muk's elite legion gathered, preparing to break out of the encirclement. Liu Bei's army besieged Dianji Lake and was bound to win.
There was a loud cry of killing, and the Wudong flying army responded outside the city and joined the defenders inside the city. Muk successfully fought his way out of the siege. Wudong Feijun desperately blocked Liu Beijun and bought enough time for Muk to retreat. To the south of Dian Lake, there is another city with a teleportation array as a retreat. Muk only took away the elite troops and withdrew from Nanman to the Western Region Protectorate within 2 or 3 days. In addition, when Liu Bei advanced towards Dian Lake, Muk had already begun to transfer troops and gold and silver to the Western Region Protectorate. Liu Bei's army was still unable to annihilate the main force of the southern barbarians. The gold, silver and weapons of Dian Lake were also taken away by Muk. After the deployment, Muk left the southern barbarians, and the various southern barbarian tribes dispersed and returned to their respective tribes. What Liu Bei was left with was a seemingly peaceful Izhou County. After the various southern barbarian tribes calmed down, the southern barbarian war came to an end. Liu Bei's army paid a heavy price and still won. But under the calm, there was still an undercurrent. The southern barbarian tribes living in the deep mountains and old forests only surrendered on the surface and were not injured.
I heard that Chu Zimu had annexed Guangzhou and Xiliang. I only spent a lot of time pacifying Izhou County.
In order to capture Muk's main city, Liu Bei paid a high price.
In today's general situation, it is a foregone conclusion that Chu Zimu will dominate the north. It will be a matter of time to pacify Liaodong. The Lord will decide Bashu, and the King of Wu will decide Jiangong. I am afraid that the world will be divided into 3 parts and Chu Zimu will dominate the family. The Lord can only join forces with the King of Wu, and Yangsu must capture Hanzhong before he can compete with the King of Xia.
Wang Ming discovered that unknowingly, the world had changed from a group of heroes to a situation of 3 kingdoms. However, the power of Chu Tian is so strong that no matter Izhou, Jingzhou or Yangzhou, they are all facing a formidable enemy. When Chu Tian completely cleans up some of the remaining forces in the north, Liu Bei will most likely be the next unlucky one. Wang Ming and Chen Shi both realized this. As a northern prince, if you want to unify the Han Empire, you usually take Sichuan and Shu first, then go down the river to take Jingzhou and Jiangdong, and then conquer Baiyu to achieve success. There are exceptions. For example, Cao Cao's strategy is to capture Jingzhou first, and then hunt Su Chao. But Cao Cao suffered a defeat at Chibi. If the troops are strong enough, they can also launch attacks from Sichuan, Shu and Jingxiang at the same time. When Kublai Khan of the Yuan dynasty destroyed the southern Song dynasty, the Mongolian army divided into two groups and attacked Chengdu and Xiangyang at the same time. As long as the force is strong enough, fighting on two fronts is not impossible. At the peak of the Mongol Empire, multi-front warfare was the norm. In 1235 AD, when Ogi served as the Great Khan of the Mongolian Empire, the Mongolian troops attacked the Song dynasty in two directions. In the same year, Subutai and Bata led the eldest son army to march westward. In other words, the Mongolian army was on at least three fronts at the same time. Combat. Fighting on multiple fronts is enough to prove the strength of a dynasty's military force. At its peak, the Mongol Empire was actually more terrifying than most people imagined. And various civilizations faced tremendous pressure. No matter what. Sichuan and Shu, represented by Liu Bei, are likely to be Chu Tian's next target after sweeping the north. Chu Tian may even repeat the battle between Yuan and Song dynasty. Using a two-pronged approach, Liu Bei began to panic. The Chu Tian force's military strength was strong enough to support multi-front operations. Chu Tian fought with the two northern princes, Zheojiang, Lao Qin and Mingwan at the same time, which has proved that Chu Tian has the ability to fight on at least two fronts. After annexing the forces of Guanzhong and Xiliang, it is also said that Chu Tian has the ability to fight on three fronts. Not surprisingly, Chu Tian was already considering reorganizing the legions. This time Chu Tian mainly divided the legions according to regions. Chapter 877.
Xiliang, Guanzhong, Central Plains, Huainan, Hebei, Chidi, Yuzhou, Monan, Mabei, and Liaodong.
Chu Tian counted the territory he occupied and roughly divided it into 10 regions. 10 military leaders could be established to take charge of 10 armies. The reason why Liaodong is included in the establishment is because Chu Tian has already regarded Liaodong as something in his pocket. When Chu Tian reorganized his army, Su Fengyan came from Longxi to see Chu Tian. Chu Tian asked Su Fengyan to come out and capture Xiliang. Su Fengyan was originally the great lord of Liangzhou. He knew the heroes of Liangzhou and the local Chang tribe leaders, so it was relatively easy to capture Liangzhou. Su Fengyan also lived up to Chu Tian's expectations. There was no need for Chu Tian to take action personally, as Liangzhou had been incorporated into Chu Tian's territory.
The Chang and Di people rebelled against Cai, the governor of Xiliang appointed by Lao Qin. Jinqing County in Liangzhou was occupied by the Chang people, while Wudu County was occupied by the Di people. Therefore, Liangzhou cannot be said to have been completely occupied. These two, the county has deep mountains and old forests, and the people are fierce and difficult to control. In the past, when I took charge of Longxi, I only made them surrender on the surface, just like Liu Bei conquered the southern barbarians.
When Su Fengyan saw Chu Tian, he was not complacent about taking credit for Liangzhou, because the most troublesome Chang and Di tribes in Liangzhou had not yet been pacified.
Chang people and Di people. Once someone takes the lead in causing rebellion, it is indeed difficult to pacify them. Do you have any good ideas?
Chu Tian asked people to give Su Fengyan a seat. Su Fengyan replied,
besides conquering by force and killing the general, there is no other way. Perhaps we need a group of generals who are good at mountain warfare, or generals who have the characteristics of reducing the adverse effects of terrain, or who can increase damage to foreign races and create fear. Effective generals can lead a small number of elite soldiers and horses to conduct conquests, which can minimize the cost. For fighting in the mountains, Myuk has Wudong flying troops, Vine armor soldiers, and White Pole soldiers. On my side, Ma Yuan, one of the 28 generals of Yuntai, is suitable for quelling the Chang rebellion. As for the Di rebels, I have received accurate information that they have entered Hanzhong and are causing trouble. When I clean up Liaodong and attack Hanzhong, I will destroy them in one fell swoop.
Chu Tian thought of General Fubo Ma Yuan. Ma Yuan was undoubtedly a suitable candidate to conquer the Chang kingdom. Su Fengyan thought about it for a while.
Ma Yuan, it would be really good if he goes to Huangzhong, Jinqing County, to suppress the Chang rebellion. It would be best if there is another high-level unit that is good at mountain warfare. I want to borrow a high-level army from Yuk.
Chu Tian planned to borrow troops from Yuk unceremoniously.
I want to set up a Xiliang army. How about you as the general?
Chu Tian believed that there was no better candidate than Su Fengnian to serve as the commander-in-chief of the Xiliang army. Ma Chao is the most powerful general in Xiliang. But he has more than enough courage, but lacks in strategy. Xie was resourceful. But his contribution to the Chu Tian forces was not enough. And Ma Teng, Han Sui, and others looked down upon him. After Su Fengnian regained Liangzhou, he had the opportunity to establish himself as king. But Su Fengnian gave up the opportunity to establish himself as king and proved his loyalty to Chu Tian. Su Fengnian was Chu Tian's trade partner a long time ago. He sold many war horses to Chu Tian. Later, he developed into an ally and is still active today. Moreover, Su Fengnian had a group of generals as his team. Therefore, Su Fengnian is undoubtedly a suitable candidate to lead the Xiliang army. Su Fengnian seemed to have lost interest.
After this battle, my original intention was to live in seclusion in Xia City and no longer fight.
Chu Tian deliberately provoked.
How can we not avenge Wukuatai and Yeludashi for killing Wan Yinzheng? The Xiliang army is closest to the Western Region Protectorate. In future campaigns in the Western Region,
the Xiliang army will be used first. Like this.
Su Fengnian was a little moved when Chu Tian said this. In Chu Tian's newly established legion system, the military leader is superior to the legion commander and is equivalent to the sole commander. Su Fengnian may be the only player who serves as the military leader.
The Xiliang army has Xie as its military advisor in Ma Teng, Han Sui, Pang De, Hua Xiong, Zhang Xiu and others as its generals. The details are still under consideration.
Chu Tian also needs to meet Xie, Su Huang,
Pang De and others to understand their abilities before he can truly organize the Xiliang army.
Su Huang is one of the 5 good generals, and Chu Tian does not intend to put him in the Xiliang army. The 5 good generals, Su Huang, Eugene, Zhang Liao, and Zhang He, naturally have to get together. Li Si went to Yufufeng to recruit Xie to surrender. After Xie, Pang De, and Su Huang appeased the Qin army in Yufufeng, they came to meet Chu Tian again.
Xie is a wise general. Pang De is a fierce general. And Su Huang is a brave general.
Su Fengnian was fighting with them not long ago, so he had a high opinion of the 3 of them. Xie, Pang De, and Su Huang represent 3 different types of generals.
Listen to what Huan said. Ajadai personally conquered South Asia and joined Timur in Delhi. Although Ajadai changed the style of the Mongol Empire and did not become an enemy of the Western region's protectorate, and was committed to external expansion, the Western region's governor the pressure to protect the government is even greater.
After Chu Tian pacified Guangzhou and Xiliang, he relaxed a little and became interested in his future powerful enemy Wukuatai. Su Fengnian thoughtfully said,
Wukuatai. This is an old rival. Huan's surprise attack on the Wukuatai Khanate resulted in the Wukuatai Khanate being the first to be destroyed. And now, not only has Wukuatai not declined. Instead, they regained their strength and restored the Mongol Empire. No wonder Temujin chose Ogodai as his successor. The influence of the Golden family still exists. Unlike the lords in the West, the lords in the East have a crazy obsession with territory.
After Chu Tian annexed Guangzhou and Xiliang, it actually bordered the territory of Wukuatai. If Chu Tian wants to annex Huan's Western Region Protectorate, he only needs to say Lo to Huan and spend 2 or 3 years to completely digest it. To the west of the Western Region Protectorate was the Turkic-Mongol Empire of Ajadai, and to the east was Liangzhou. So Chu Tian's sphere of influence was already bordering Ajadai's empire. Chu Tian's reputation extends as far as Jeju Island of Koryo in the east, Dewan in Central Asia in the west, Lake Baikal in the north, and the Yangtze River Basin in the south. He is the largest territorial lord. As the territory becomes larger, there will be more enemies on the border.
Wukuatai didn't intervene in the civil war of the Han Empire, which is something I didn't expect. The Great War between Temujin's Mongol Empire and the Han Empire must have caused a psychological shadow to Ogodai. He will not fight us again until he thinks he has accumulated enough military power. My lord, Tongguan has surrendered, and the Khitan army has captured 20,000 troops. Tongguan Guard General Wanyan's silver skills have been reduced.
When Chu Tian and Su Fengnian were discussing the potential threat of Wukuatai, a battle report came from the direction of Tongguan that Xiao Chue had captured 20,000 people. Then came the news that Li Ji, Wanyan Zonghan, and Wanyan Inshu could surrender. The unlucky General Wanyan Zonghan was killed once by Chu Tian in the
Battle of Jinkong.
After the dungeon ended, he was recruited by Lao Qin and fell into Chu Tian's hands again. Wanyan Inshu can serve as Wanyan Zonghan's lieutenant, and the two can be paired together to form an elite army.
Xiao Chui is really cruel. He killed 20,000 people in a single battle, and his opponents were Li Ji and Wanyan Zonghan.
Chu Tian was somewhat shocked. Xiao Chui can subdue the local wild wolves for reconnaissance, and coupled with Hua Mulan's War Eagle, he has the most powerful reconnaissance capability so far. The vision of the legion is extremely important to a legion.
Without a field of vision, even Wu Qi and Wang Jian did not dare to advance because no one knew whether the opponent's main force was gathering ahead.
My lord, the surrendered generals Cai, Su Huang, and Pang De have come from Fufeng from the right to ask for an audience. Let's go meet Cai, Li Ji and others.
After Chu Tian intended to appoint Su Fengyan as the commander of the Xiliang army, in order to bring the two of them closer, they went together to meet the surrendered generals of the Qin army. South Asia, the city of Delhi, the second great Khan of the Mongol Empire, Ajadai, led his personal expedition. The newly appointed king of Delhi, Timur, led the dignitaries of Delhi to meet with Ajadai, a member of the Golden Family and the conqueror of the Central Asian world. Ajadai was not very satisfied with the progress of Timur's attack on the Mughal Empire in India, and planned to take action himself.
Great Khan, the Han Empire fought in the north. The king of Qin died of illness, and the king of Xia swallowed up the tigers. He has annexed Guangzhou and Xiliang, opening up the passage between the Central Plains and the protectorate of the western regions. It was so easy for Chu Zemu to capture Guangzhou and Xiliang so easily. Maybe it would not be a good thing not to intervene in the Han Empire's northern war.
Wakuatai was in the city of Delhi, with a status above 10,000 people. But he was paying attention to every move of the Han Empire. Compared with the Mughal Empire in India, the Han Empire was the most powerful opponent. Chu Tian repeatedly put Temujin at a disadvantage, and was regarded as a powerful enemy by Ajadai.
The Great Khan, the Brahmin, the first lord of the Mughal Empire in India, and many princes of the princes have joined forces, claiming to have an army of 3 million, and are marching towards the city of Delhi. The population here is indeed huge, almost the same as that of the Han Empire, and they can easily boast an army of 1 million. However, they lack outstanding generals.
Ogdi was not afraid of the 3 million coalition troops claimed by the Indian princes. An army of 3 million people has some water content.
Gather our forces and defeat these princes. It seems that we need to slaughter a few cities to make the Mughals in India feel fear.
One idea from Wakuatai can determine the life or death of millions of people in the area. The Mughal Empire in India had a population almost the same as that of the Han Empire. Faced with the war of annihilation launched by Ogdi and Timur, the local princes frantically broke out their troops. The First Lord, the Brahmin, united with other princes of the princes and assembled more than 1 million troops, claiming to be 3 million, in an attempt to recapture the capital city of Delhi. The army of the Mughal Empire in India was vast and boundless. Thousands of huge war elephants entered the battle. Countless low-caste poor people were transferred to low-level soldiers. High-level castes such as Brahmins and Kshatriyas change your profession to a higher-level soldier or serve as a general. This is also one of the characteristics of the Mughal civilization area in India. Here, civilians from lower castes are not even qualified to become high-level soldiers. They can only become low-level soldiers and serve as cannon fodder in wars. Only people from high castes can become the source of high-level military units, and are more likely to give birth to civil servants and generals. Chapter 878 5 Good Generals Gather Together. When Chu Tian and Su Fengyan came out of the Qin prince's mansion, Li Ji, Wanyan Zonghan, Wanyan Yinshuk, Cai, Su Huang, Pang De and other generals were already waiting outside. The generals of the Qin army who surrendered on both sides came to Xianying city at the same time. After the surrender, these generals will definitely come to see the new monarch. Li Ji. This was not the first time Chu Tian saw this commander. During the Battle of Ungshi City, Chu Tian met the elderly Li Shimin and Li Ji. Wanyan Zonghan and Wanyan Inshu were two Jurchen generals, and Chu Tian was no stranger to them. Because of the Battle of Jinkong, Chu Tian had seen these two Jurchen generals. Chu Tian was more satisfied with the fact that he had subdued Cai, and two generals, Su Huang and Pang De, had surrendered. After Su Huang chose to surrender, he finally gathered 5 good generals. Chu Tian had already recruited 4 generals,
Zhang Liao, Eugene, and Zhang He. Su Huang was born in the Baibua army. Old Qin put down the uprising of the Baibua army in Hedong County and subdued Su Huang. And now, Su Huang finally came to Chu Tian's command. Ding! You have obtained the allegiance of the Imperial Commander Li Ji. Ding! You have obtained the allegiance of King-level General Su Huang. Ding! You have obtained the allegiance of the King-level Commander Wanyan Zhonghan. Ding! You have completed the S-level achievement mission 5 Good Generals. Military Generals Zhang Liao, Su Huang, Le Jin, Eugene, and Zhang He have all obtained the bond feature Good Generals of Time. 5 sons first. Chu Tian finally gathered 5 good generals, which was not easy and took a total of 6 years. Name: Su Huang. Talent: King-level General, Infantry/Cavalry. Level: 89. Identity: one of the 5 good generals. Loyalty: 76. Commander: 89. Force: 94. Intelligence: 75. Politics: 52. Charm: 78. Phaseality: Brave. Favorability: 37. Characteristic 1, Zhou Yafu Style, S-level exclusive trait. Legion defense plus 25%. Even if morale is low, it is not easy to be confused and fearful. Feature 2, Drive Straight In, S-level feature. Legion attack power plus 10%. After defeating the enemy, Legion speed plus 10%. Chasing the enemy, damage to the enemy camp plus 25%. Characteristic 3, Strong and Strategic, S-level trait. When facing battle, personal attack power plus 25%. Not easy to fall into traps. Characteristic 4, The Good General of Time. The 5 sons come first. Bond characteristic. When the 5 good generals appear on a battlefield. Command, Force, Intelligence plus 1. Legion attributes plus 5%. Damage to the enemy plus 5%. Enemy morale decreases faster plus 5%. Easy to fear. Special arms: none. Among the good generals of the time, the 5 sons are the first. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. And the legion's equivalent to Zhang Liao, Su Huang, Le Jin, Eugene, and Zhang He were all strengthened. As the monarch of Cao Wei, Cao Cao had a strengthening effect on some non-top generals. In this way, Cao Cao adds 5 good generals, 2 Xiao, and a group of Cao clan members, plus counselors such as Sun Yu, Guojia, Cheng Yu, Lu Yi, etc. Doesn't this make Cao Wei the most powerful team? Cao Wei's forces, under Chu Tian's command, were just soldiers and horses. Su Huang held a mountain axe and looked directly at Chu Tian. Like other generals of the Qin army, Su Huang did not have a high impression of Chu Tian. The reason was that as subordinates of Zhejiang Lao Qin, they were unhappy with Chu Tian, who was their enemy not long ago. The armies will report immediately after counting their troops, and the legions will be reorganized soon. The Qin troops recruited by Chu Tian include more than 100,000 in Weibei, more than 100,000 in Tongguan, 70,000 in Yufeng, and tens of thousands in Yinzhou City. The total number of Qin troops recruited by Chu Tian is about 400,000, most of which are low-level troops, and a few are high-level troops. Chu Tian will reorganize the recruited generals, and some generals will be disrupted. Li Ji, Wanyan Zhonghan, Wanyan Yanshuk, CII and others were also sizing up Chu Tian and seeking refuge with the enemy. They were somewhat estranged. They were also worried about whether they could be reused by Chu Tian's forces in the future. After all, there are too many military generals in the Chu Tian force, and it is not as easy as it is in the old Qin force to obtain military merit. For example, Ma Yuan, the general under Chu Tian, has not played much role until the rebellion of the Chong Kingdom was put down. My lord, Zhang Dao, the prefect of Hanzhong, was attacked by Yang Su and the Di people. Many county towns fell, and he was forced to retreat to Shangyong City in the eastern part of Hanzhong County. Miuk, the governor of Yizhou County, abandoned Yinchi City and took refuge in the protectorate of the western regions. When Chu Tian reconsidered the formation of the army, the lords of Hanzhong and Nanman were defeated for various reasons after resisting powerful enemies for a period of time. When they retreated, they also left behind Zhang Dao garrisoned Shangyong City and still occupied part of Hanzhong County. But the population was not large. After Miuk withdrew his troops, the Nanman tribes were still active. But on the surface, the Nanman tribes had returned to peace. Zhang Dao and Miuk were not great princes to begin with, so they could help Chu Tian contain the enemy.
By the time Chu Tian occupied Guangzhou and Xiliang, they had already exhausted their benevolence and righteousness. If you force them to continue fighting, they might lose their lives. Players still value their lives very much. Reorganize the army. Then launch a devastating attack on Liaodong and pacify Liaodong. Then the Xia army can go south and drink from the Yangtze River.
Liaodong is facing pressure and should be on the verge of collapse.
Chu Tian's march into Guangzhou gave Liaodong a chance to breathe. But internal conflicts in Liaodong were also on the verge of breaking out. In the kingdom of Goryeo, the royal city of Kaijing, Kanxian King Li Chunggui repelled the attack of the Fubo army and drove the soldiers of the Fubo army into the sea, who tried to land and seize Kaijing. The Fubo Legion attempted to land several times, resulting in thousands of casualties. But all ended in failure. Li Chunggui gathered more than 300,000 troops to garrison Kaijing and set up beacon towers along the coast. Once the Fubo army tried to land, the Korean army rushed to the rescue and used its strength to repel the Fubo army. The Goryeo state has elite infantry and cavalry such as special military units, the Crane Control Army, etc. The Fubo army does not have an advantage on land, and the attributes of naval soldiers will even decrease on land.
The Fubo Legion is nothing more than that. I feel like I'm facing a powerful enemy, but I'm too cautious.
Li Chunggui finally put down his worries when he saw that the Fubo Corps had been lingering near Ganghua Island and was unable to go ashore. The Fubo Corps looked like they were attacking Beijing, which frightened Li Chunggui. Li Chunggui recruited 300,000 troops from the Goryeo kingdom and defended them at all levels. Facing the Korean army that retreated to the land, the Fubo army was never able to make progress.
General, King Ming ordered you to personally lead 200,000 troops north to support Liaodong City. The purpose of Xia Jun's navy is only to contain the Goryeo army, and has no intention of capturing the capital.
Li Chunggui took over Mingwan's order and fell into deep thought for a long time.
King Ming has been defeated in the battle in western Liaoning. The kingdom of Goryeo can be restored. It only needs to surrender to King Xia and pay tribute every year. The Han Empire only wants the superficial glory, and I will become the king of Goryeo. In return, King Ming, the Fubo army has attacked Kaijing many times, and I can only send 50,000 reinforcements, commanded by the deputy general, to support Liaodong City.
At this time, Li Chunggui's ambitions had expanded, and he no longer fully obeyed Mingwan's orders. After gradually eclipsing the power of the ministers established by Mingwan in Goryeo, Li Chunggui took matters into his own hands. The former lord of Goryeo, Li Minchiol, stood beside Li Chunggui and became Li Chunggui's ally.
We, Goryeo, must break away from the control of the Han Empire, and millions of foreigners will support you as the founding king.
The Fubo Legion's Dafu ship was floating and sinking with the waves on the sea, and its bull-mouthed blunderbuss and crossbows were aimed at the Goryeo army on the coast. The bigger the warship, the better. It is easy to run aground when approaching the continental shelf. Yu Yuan, Zheng Zhilong, Yi Shunchen, Su Sheng and other generals of the Fubo army were discussing advance and retreat. The Fubo Legion is not good at land warfare. It is not practical to destroy a medium-sized civilization with a group of navy soldiers.
Unless the Lord supports several of our cavalry or infantry regiments, we will be able to capture Kaijing. After all, Kaijing is a royal city. The main army should be stationed on the front line at this time. It is difficult to dispatch the main cavalry or the main infantry to attack Beijing. We have nothing to do with the 300,000-strong Goryeo army on the shore.
And there is nothing we can do with the 300,000 Goryeo army with our warships. Is it possible that the confrontation will continue?
After a brief discussion between the generals of the 4 Fubo legions, there was almost no solution. The navy of the Mingwan forces was defeated by Yu Yunwen and others. The commander-in-chief Chen Lin was forced to sink the ship and retreat to the shore. The two sides had been facing off for a long time. In the end, the Fubo army decided to continue to delay the Goryeo army. Containing the 300,000 Goryeo army in Goryeo was equivalent to indirectly making a contribution. In Liaodong City, Mingwan was furious after receiving Li Chunggui's reply. He ordered Li Chunggui, the governor of Korea, to recruit a large army to prepare for war. As a result, Liaodong City was in trouble. But Li Chunggui sat back and ignored it, only willing to send 50,000 troops to help symbolically. This number was only the 30 required by Mingwan, 1/6 of 10,000 reinforcements. Furthermore, these 50,000 soldiers and horses may all be low-level troops of the Goryeo kingdom. Mingwan took in a large number of ambitious people and gave them great power to deal with Chu Tian. As a result, At the critical moment, these generals had their own agenda.
Nurhasai retreated to Fuyu State. I asked him to lead his troops to join us in Liaodong City. Why did he refuse? Only by gathering all the troops can we have a chance to fight.
Not only Li Chunggui, but also Nirachi was not very willing to follow Mingwan's orders after the Battle of Western Liaoning. The plan conceived by Mingwan was to gather all the troops and no longer defend any city except Liaodong City. Concentrate all your forces, and there is still a slim chance of victory. However, Nurhasai and Wan Yinaguda turned a deaf ear.
I personally went to Fuyu State to take control of the 8 banners, and Guizima controlled by Nurhasai and Wan Aga for my use.
Mingwan also wants to turn the tide with his own strength. The Prime Minister in black, Yao Guangxiu, was a little worried.
After the battle in Western Liaoning, the Lord's prestige will inevitably decline. And Nirachi and Wan Yinaguda have become heroes and have rebelled. I'm afraid they will go to Fuyu State at this time. Only if I go forward can I have a chance to seize their troops. Otherwise, once Chu Zimu completely digests the Qin army, we have no chance of winning. Not at all.
Mingwan resolutely went to Bio Country. There are not many troops left in his hands. And the cavalry of Nurhasai and Wan Yinaguda is a considerable force. Chapter 879. The Xiliang army is established. When Mingwan was in trouble, Chu Tian was reorganizing various legions. The first legion to be established is the Xiliang army. The Xiliang army has 2 fates. First, support the Western Region Protectorate. The pressure on the Protectorate of the Western regions was so great that a new overlord had been born in Central Asia, so that Huan had to withdraw from the complicated civil war and return to the Protectorate of the Western regions to defend it. Second, the Xiliang army can be used to attack Hanzhong and Bashu. The leader of the Xiliang army is the player Su Fengyan. He is also the only player leader so far, with Xie Ai as his military advisor. As a commander-in-chief, Xie Ai has an intelligence of 94 points, which is already quite good. Name Xie Ai. Talent, King-level commander, infantry/cavalry. Level, 85. Identity, former famous general. Loyalty, 75. Commander, 90. Force, 47. Intelligence, 94. Politics, 60. Charm, 88. Phaseality, calm. Favorability, 50. Characteristic 1, using the weak to control the strong S-level characteristic. When the troops are at a disadvantage, all attributes of the legion will be plus 1% to 40%. The greater the difference in strength, the greater the attribute bonus of the legion. Characteristic 2, Scholar in White, S-level trait. The probability of coming up with a strategy is increased. The enemy general is prone to fear. The ambush effect is plus 15%. Characteristic 3, Xiliang Death Battle, S-level characteristic. Within the legion, soldiers from Xiliang soldiers have plus 8% in all attributes. When the morale drops below 50, they will enter a battle to the death state, and 20 morale will be restored immediately. This can only be triggered in one battle. 1. Special Unit, Xiliang Iron Cavalry, 7th level Heavy Cavalry. Number 3000. It is said that he was also an unlucky guy. He helped the former Liang Kingdom to repel the army sent by Sherhu, the monarch of the later Zhao Kingdom, to attack Liangzhou 3 times. Later, he was rejected by the former Liang Kingdom, and did not die well in the end. Xie Ai's ability lies in defeating more with less. The more disadvantaged he is, the stronger the Xiliang army will be. This can be considered a strange person, but he is unknown. After Chu Tian determined the military leader and military advisor of the Xiliang army, Chu Tian included some military generals in the establishment of the Xiliang army. The First Legion, Ma Teng and Han Sui's legion, has Ma Chao and Pang De as strong generals, and the Xiliang cavalry as the core. Ma Teng and Han Sui were considered veteran figures in the late Eastern Han dynasty. In order to strengthen the strength of Ma Teng and Han Sui's legion, Pang De was joined by Chu Tian and returned to the establishment of Ma Teng and Han Sui's legion. In addition to Ma Chao and Pang De, Ma Teng's sons Ma Tai, Ma Xiu and others will also participate in the war in the future, as well as the General Ma Dai, who was originally supposed to belong to Shu Han. Han Sui also had many generals. The Second Legion, Su Rong, Zhang Xiu, and Hua Xiong legions were also dominated by the Xiliang cavalry. Xie Ai's Xiliang cavalry also joined them, as well as Zhang Xiu's guard Hu Che. Su Rong, Zhang Xiu, and Hua Xiong all belonged to Dong Zhuo's old team, and they got along fairly well. Originally, Su Rong, Zhang Xiu, and Hua Xiong could have been merged into the 1st Legion of the Xiliang army. However, out of considerations of decentralization and checks and balances, Chu Tian could not allow all the Xiliang cavalry to be concentrated in one legion. Otherwise it would be easy to overwhelm them. If the 1st Legion of the Xiliang army is directly under the command of Su Fengyan, then the 2nd Legion of the Xiliang army is directly under the command of Cai. Su Fengyan and Cai were once enemies, and their partners also had Chu Tian's considerations in mind. Although Su Fengyan has proven his loyalty, it does not mean that Chu Tian will completely trust Su Fengyan. There must be at least a figure similar to the supervisor. Cai is Su Fengyan's supervisor. The 3rd Legion, Li Shimon's great-grandfather Li Hu, and the handsome man De Guxin's legion from the southern and northern dynasties, were mainly composed of soldiers from the Western Wei dynasty. The 2 military generals were from the 8 pillar states of the Western Wei dynasty, and were also Su Fengyan's generals. The 4th Legion, Yang Shiho of Silver Spear, and General Fubo Ma Yuan. Yang Shiho was a famous general of the later Liang dynasty, in the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. He was famous for the effectiveness of his silver spears, and his phalanx of silver spears was indestructible. Yang Shiho was also Su Fengyan's general. In order to prevent Su Fengyan's old troops from forming cliques for personal gain, Chu Tian incorporated Ma Yuan, the loyal General Fubo, into the 4th Army of the Xiliang Army. There are 4 major legions of the Xiliang Army, each with a strength of approximately 50,000 people, with high-level arms as the main force, with a total strength of 200,000 troops. The scale of 200,000 people is already quite large. According to Chu Tian's idea, there are 10 military leaders in total. Even if each military leader is responsible for an army of 200,000, then there will be an army of 2 million. This does not include the soldiers and horses of the Western Region Protectorate, nor does it include ordinary city defenses. Military. If the city defense army is included, the strength of the Chu Tian forces may exceed 3 million. Counting logistics. Very exaggerated scale. The 200,000 Xiliang troops are considered war soldiers, with a total of more than 400,000 war horses. Chu Tian mainly took a look at Ma Chao's characteristics, and he immediately discovered that Ma Chao's characteristics were a bit strange. Name: Ma Chao. Talent: Emperor level warrior, cavalry type. Level: 65. Identity: one of the 5 Tiger generals. Loyalty: 85. Commander: 83, 87, Force: 96, 98, Intelligence: 57, 65, Politics: 43, 47, Charm: 82. Phaseality: Brave. Favorability: 70. Feature 1: Jean Ma Chao, SS level feature. Personal attack power plus 25%. Blocking ability plus 10%. Attack speed plus 10%. Characteristic 2: Iron Cavalry vertical and horizontal, SS level characteristics. Xiliang Iron Cavalry attack power plus 20%. Impact plus 30%. Characteristic 3: Unparalleled Iron Spear, SS level trait. Personal use of spear weapons. Damage plus 15%. Pure Iron Spear's impact on attack speed minus 80%. Characteristic 4: Xiliang Death Battle, S level characteristic. Within the Legion, soldiers from Xiliang soldiers have all attributes plus 8%. When the morale drops below 50, they will enter a battle to the death state, and 20 morale will be restored immediately. This can only be triggered in one battle. Once. Characteristic 5: Drive Chong and Hu, A level trait. Chong and D people have an increased chance of surrendering, and are easily feared. Characteristic 6: Loyalty and Bravery, A level trait. Personal attack power plus 5%. Very small probability of betraying the monarch. Special unit: Xiliang Iron Cavalry, 7th level heavy cavalry. Number 5000. Chu Tian always felt a little strange. Ma Chao actually has 6 characteristics. It is extremely rare for a military commander to have 6 initial characteristics. And there are 2 characteristics that do not look like Ma Chao's characteristics. Unparalleled Iron Spear and Zhongyong, but more like Ma Chao's teacher Wang Yanzheng, who is also Wang Tiqian's characteristic. Could it be that Ma Chao inherited 2 characteristics from Wang Yanzheng, and changed from 4 characteristics to 6 characteristics? This is not impossible, no matter how you look at Unparalleled Iron Spear. It seems to be the characteristics of one Iron Spear. 100 Gene Iron Spear is more powerful than an ordinary spear, but it will affect the general's speed. However, with this characteristic, even 100 Gene Iron Spear can be easily wielded in the hands of a fierce general. Moreover, Ma Chao's style cannot be said to be loyal and brave. Because among the 5 tiger generals, Ma Chao is one of the princes after all, and his ambition is higher. Historically, Ma Teng entered the court as an official. Ma Chao and Han Sui thought that Cao Cao wanted to annex Xiliang, so they launched an army against Cao Cao. Cao Cao was furious and killed Ma Teng's family. In the novel, Cao Cao killed Ma Teng first, and Ma Chao rebelled against Cao to avenge his father. Once the order is changed, Ma Chao's character is completely different. The novel respects Shu, so it is understandable to change the order of Luo Guanzhong's spring and autumn period writing style. But Chu Tian can be sure that the current Ma Chao was influenced by Wang Yanzhang and acquired Wang Yanzhang's characteristics of loyalty and bravery. It may be that he was too influenced by Wang Yanzhang. No matter what, it is a good thing for Chu Tian. Ma Chao inherited 2 characteristics of Wang Yanzhang, not to mention the increased intensity of duels and his loyalty to the monarch. Chu Tian did not have to worry about Ma Chao's ambitions. Chapter 880 Generals of the Xiliang Army. Wang Yanzhang had a huge impact on the young Ma Chao. Ma Chao's personality changed, and Chu Tian also discovered that a general's talent may change before he reaches adulthood. This is a good thing for Chu Tian. Chu Tian specially summoned Ma Chao, took Ma Chao's weapon, and swayed with his 80+ strength. Using Ma Chao's weapons turned out to be very difficult. Ma Chao's weapons were actually extremely heavy, weighing over 100 kilograms. For ordinary people, such a weapon would be exhausted after just a few swings. The body of the gun is made of cold iron, and is 1 foot by 3 feet long. The head of the gun is in the shape of a black gold tiger's head, and the tiger's mouth can swallow the blade. The tiger-headed golden gun made of pure iron is indestructible. Obviously, such a weapon is more powerful than a tough wooden gun, whether it is stabbing or hammering. But such weapons test the general's arm strength and physical strength. Ma Chao was influenced by Wang Yanzhang and gained Wang Yanzhang's ability to master iron spears. Even if he was equipped with heavy weapons, he could still wield them like flying. From this point of view, having a famous teacher as a teacher is very important for cultivating 2nd and 3rd generation military generals. Ma Chao, like Sun Tzu and others, can barely be regarded as the 2nd generation of generals. Their fathers, Ma Teng, Sun Jian and others, are the 1st generation of princes. This also inspired Chu Tian, who trained the 2nd generation of generals. With the power of 1 generation, Chu Tian could not guarantee that he could wipe out the entire world of lords, and there might be rebellions in the conquered areas. He had already begun to train the 2nd generation of generals. Chu Tian briefly checked the abilities of the other generals of the Xiliang army again. This time Chu Tian had a rough look. Name Pound. Commander 80, Force 95, Intelligence 67, Politics 44, Charm 70. Characteristic 1, Fighting to the death while carrying a coffin, S-level trait. When determined to be loyal to a monarch, he will not surrender to the enemy. Personal attack power plus 25%. Characteristic 2, White Horse General, S-level trait. When the troops are equipped with pure white horses, the mounted shooting damage will be plus 15%. Characteristic 3, Xiliang Death Battle, S-level characteristic. Within the Legion, soldiers from Xiliang soldiers have plus 8% in all attributes. When the morale drops below 50, they will enter a battle to the death state, and 20 morale will be restored immediately. This can only be triggered in 1 battle. Once. Special Unit, Xiliang Iron Cavalry, 7th level Heavy Cavalry. Upper limit of 1,000. Then Chu Tian looked at the 2 princes of Xiliang, Ma Teng and Han Sui. There was a strong bond between these 2 people. Name Ma Teng. Commander 84, Force 81, Intelligence 61, Politics 59, Charm 89. Characteristic 1, Liangzhou Hero, A-level trait. When the troops of the Legion under its jurisdiction come from Xiliang, Legion loyalty plus 15%. Attack power plus 11%. Marching speed plus 4%. Characteristic 2, Drive Chong and Hu, A-level trait. Chong and D people have an increased chance of surrendering, and are easily feared. Special Unit, Xiliang Iron Cavalry, 7th level Heavy Cavalry. Upper limit of 2,000. Ma Teng, like Ma Chao, has a deterrent effect on the Chong and D tribes. It is said that Ma Teng and Ma Chao are the descendants of General Fubo Ma Yuan. Then it would not be so difficult for Chu Tian to incorporate Ma Yuan into the Xiliang army, and combine the power of the 3 horses to pacify the Chong and D tribes. Name, Han Sui. Commander, 83, Force 77, Intelligence 70, Politics 63, Charm 73. Characteristic 1, Robbery 3rd Auxiliary, A-level trait. When the legion under your jurisdiction plunders, the looting effect increases by 20%. Characteristic 2, Drive Chong and Hu, A-level trait. Chong and D people have an increased chance of surrendering, and are easily feared. Special arms, none. Han Sui and Ma Teng are evenly matched. Han Sui's ability is also acceptable. But in The Lord, he is relatively average. So he was conquered by Su Fengyan. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Han Sui was abused by Dong Zhuo, Li Ju, and Xia Huiyuan. However, Han Sui had been in Liangzhou for 30 years, so he had some means. Han Sui also had the ability to suppress and win over the Chong and D tribes. Han Sui also had generals such as Cheng Yin, Li Can, Zhang Heng, Yang Qiu, etc. Their command and strength were between 60 and 80. They were not considered famous generals, but they could be used. The tactics adopted by the 1st Legion of the Xiliang army were mostly cavalry assaults, mainly using force to break the formation. Ma Chao, Pang De, and Ma Teng Xiliang cavalry totaled 8,000 people, plus 42,000 Xiliang cavalry, making the army powerful. The capabilities of Su Rong, Zhang Xiu, and Hua Xiong in the 2nd Legion have been seen by Chu Tian. The main force is 6,000 Xiliang cavalry, including 3,000 CAI, 2,000 Zhang Xiu, and 1,000 Hua Xiong, plus 44,000 Xiliang cavalry. Cavalry, infantry, crossbowmen. The Xiliang cavalry of the 1st and 2nd Legions combined totaled 14,000 cavalry, which was considered the core force of the Xiliang army. The steel torrent of high-level heavy cavalry is quite terrifying, but the cost of its armor and horses is very high. Li Hu, Dugu Xian, the generals of the 3rd Legion, and Chu Tian also took a look. Name Li Hu. Commander, 79 Force, 89 Intelligence, 65 Politics, 54 Charm 90. Characteristic 1, Tang Guogong, S-level trait. Cavalry attack power plus 17%. Warrior morale plus 10%. Characteristic 2, Riding gun pass, A-level trait. Personal mounted shooting damage plus 15%. Characteristic 3, Prioritizing wealth and righteousness, B-level trait. Increased favorability among colleagues. Special arms, Wuchuan Legion, Western Wei Dynasty soldiers. 5th level. Upper limit of 4,000. Li Hu is the great-grandfather of Li Shimin, and together with generals such as Yuan Tai and Dugu Xian, he is one of the 8 pillars of the Western Wei Dynasty. In the late Northern Wei Dynasty, it split into the Western Wei, later the Northern Zhou Dynasty, and the Eastern Wei Dynasty, later the Northern Qi Dynasty, which was destroyed by the Northern Zhou Dynasty. It was similar to the confrontation between the Old Qin and Chu Tian, except that the Guanzhong army won. Later, Yuan Tai became the head of the 8 pillar states, and his son established the Northern Zhou Dynasty. The Northern Zhou Dynasty was usurped by Yang Jian and established the Sui Dynasty. Li Yuan, the grandson of Li Hu, the 8-pillar kingdom of the Western Wei Dynasty, later raised troops and established the Tang Dynasty. The order of the Western Wei, Northern Zhou, Sui, and Tang dynasties is somewhat of a heritage. The Western Wei Dynasty gave birth to many outstanding military generals, including the 8-pillar states and 12 generals. Among them, Yang Jian, the founder of the Sui Dynasty, was the son of Yang Gong, one of the 12 generals, and Li Yuan, the founder of the Tang Dynasty, was the grandson of Li Hu, one of the 8-pillar states. The Eastern Wei Dynasty became the Northern Qi Dynasty, and there were also 3 generals of the Northern Qi Dynasty represented by Duan Shao, Hu Luguang, and King Lanling. It is not easy to gather all the 8-pillar states and 12 generals of the Western Wei Dynasty. The most outstanding leader among them, Yuan Tai, was in the Yuan tribe at this time. Dugu Xian is also one of the 8-pillar kingdoms. His biggest feature is his handsome appearance, and he is known as Dugu Lang. Anyone who was called Lang was mostly a handsome guy in ancient times, such as Dugu Lang, and Zhou Yu, who was also known as Zhou Lang. If the song is wrong, Zhou Lang Gu. Maybe the genes are too good. And Duguxin's 3 daughters are all queens. Yang Zong, the father of Yang Jian, emperor one of the Sui dynasty, was a subordinate of Dugu Xian. And Dugu Xian's youngest daughter Dugu Jiaowu was Yang Jian's official wife and the founding queen of the Sui dynasty. Li Yuan is Duguxin's grandson. This shows Duguxin's status. Dugu Xian was so handsome that Chu Tian thought he was only slightly worse than him. Chu Tian looked at Dugu Xian's attributes panel and found that he was a pretty good general. Name: Duguxin. Commander: 83 Force, 92, Intelligence, 75, Politics, 80, Charm, 97. Characteristic 1, Dugu Lang, S level trait. Cavalry attack power plus 17%. Improved appearance of offspring. Characteristic 2, Riding Gun Pass, A level trait. Personal mounted shooting damage plus 15%. Characteristic 3, Popularity, A level trait. When guarding one side, local people's popularity plus 10%. Easy to attract refugees to seek refuge. Special arms, Wuchuan Legion, Western Wei Dynasty soldiers. 5th level. Upper limit of 4,000. It was the first time Chu Tian saw such characteristics. Chow. Do you still have the characteristics that can give birth to good-looking offspring? Chu Tian saw the characteristics of so many generals, and couldn't help feeling that the world is so vast and full of wonders. Don't underestimate this feature. It may seem S level, but sometimes it is not weaker than SSS level features. There is no guarantee that Dugu Xian's daughter or granddaughter will marry into the royal family, or marry the son of a certain general. In any era, appearance is important. If Dugu Xian was in Lord, he would have a daughter like Dugu Jiaolu. Dugu Xian can also be regarded as a legend, with excellent looks and talents, and his daughter is also very impressive. Li Hu and Duguxin's Wuchuan Legion were in the same spirit as Yuwentai. 6,000 Wuchuan Legion cavalry formed the main force of the Xiliang Army's 3rd Legion, followed by low-level cavalry. The 4th Legion, Ma Yuan and Chu Tian had already seen, followed by Yang Shiho, the commander of Yinxiang Sijia, and the famous general of the rear beam. There are 8,000 soldiers in the Silver Spear Festival. They are 7th level spearmen, brave and good at fighting. Name: Yang Shiho. Commander: 91, Force, 89, Intelligence, 81, Politics, 60, Charm, 71. Characteristic 1, Fierce Fighting, S level trait. Personal attack power plus 15%. Mounted archery damage plus 15%. Characteristic 2, Select Shirue, S level trait. Legion attack power plus 17%. Defense power plus 11%. Characteristic 3, Pure and Agile, A level trait. Legion defense plus 10%. Less prone to confusion. Characteristic 4, Relying on the crowd for your merits, negative traits. It is easy to shock the master with your achievements. The higher the status, the greater the ambition. Special unit, Silver Spear Effect Jiedu, 7th level spearman. Upper limit of 8,000. Another general with negative characteristics. However, Chu Tian basically ignored this negative characteristic. In Lord, there are many powerful generals in the Eastern Han Dynasty, and the stars are shining brightly. How easy is it for Yang Shiho to reach the level of mastery and shocking the master? Wu Qi, Wang Jian, Yu Fei, Wei Qing and others. Any one of them can suppress Yang Shiho. Chu Tian is more interested in the effectiveness of silver guns. Military class, Silver Spear Efficiency Festival. Level, 7th level spearman. Attack power, 24, defense power, 24, speed 6. Skills, special level Finchuan, can greatly improve morale when in a tough battle. Can only be used once a day. Special level spear formation, when forming a spear formation. Damage to cavalry plus 20%. Damage to infantry plus 10%. Special level trapped, when attacking the enemy formation. Attack power plus 25%. Lasts for a period of time. Brave and invincible, when approaching battle. Morale plus 15%. Attack power plus 10%. Defense power plus 10%. Lasts for a period of time. Characteristics, Wei Fu Yajun, when Silver Spear is used as a general's personal soldier. Attack plus 6. Defense plus 4. Military pay, 15 taels/month. Required equipment, at least platinum level spear, gold level armor, etc. Training period 3 months. Quantity limit 8,000. Silver Spear's effectiveness focuses on attacking and trapping. Among the infantry, the actual combat power that breaks out is very impressive. Given the same number of Qin Rui soldiers and Wei Wu soldiers, they are not as effective as the Silver Spears. However, the number of Qin Ruishi and Wei soldiers was even greater. During the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, many high-level military units were born. The Yer Army, Black Cloud Capital, and Hingchong Capital were all brave tooth soldiers. Every dynasty actually gave birth to many famous generals and powerful armies. The more troubled the times, the more powerful generals there are. In the 3 kingdoms,
the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, the White Guards, and the Wudong-Fei Army in the southern and northern dynasties, the Lian Ma, the Beggar Army, the Beifu Army, and the Baibao Xianbei in the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, the Silver Spear Army, the Crow Army, and the Black Cloud Sword Army. In the 4th Army, Ma Yuan was responsible for commanding the cavalry, and Yang Shihou commanded the infantry. In this way, Su Fengnian's team is not bad. No wonder he was able to unify Longxi County and dominate Xiliang. If Ma Chao hadn't grown up at that time and Zhejiang Laoqin had Wang Jian as the commander-in-chief and cooperated with Jia Su's alienation plan, Su Fengnian would not have been defeated so easily. Su Fengnian also had the ability to separate one party from another, but he gave up this opportunity. The main base of the Xiliang army is in Longxi. The current task is to pacify Jincheng County and the Chang Kingdom in the Qinghai Lake area. The second is to peak at Wudu County in order to conquer Hanzhong and Bashu in the future. Xiliang Army. Su Fengnian, Governor Xie Ai's soldiers and horses, and Ma Yuan is a check and balance. All have military commanders from Chutian, Laoqin, and Su Fengnian factions. After determining the organization of the Xiliang Army, Su Fengnian and Xie Ai recruited warriors in Lianzhou according to the organization. Chapter 881 Reorganization of Guanzhongjuan. After determining the organization of the Xiliang Army, Chu Tian reorganized the Guanzhong Army to ensure that there was an army to guard Guanzhong. There are 2 huge cities in Guanzhong, Chang'an and Xianying, with a population of tens of millions, which are extremely important. Therefore, Chu Tian needs to carefully consider the candidates for the Guanzhong Army. The Xiliang Army and the Guanzhong Army will still be important forces in conquering Hanzhong and Bashu in the future. The leader of the Guanzhong Army is still Wang Jian. Chu Tian really couldn't think of a more suitable candidate for the Guanzhong Army than Wang Jian. Before acquiring Bai Qi, Wang Jian was already the strongest commander-in-chief of Qin. As for the issue of loyalty, Wang Jian is a better person than Bai Qi. He knows that the monarch is worried that the general's achievements will shock the emperor, so he will have a sense of proportion. So Bai Qi died, but Wang Jian could die a good death. Wang Jian's son Wang Bai and grandson Wang Li are also famous. One participated in the destruction of the 6 kingdoms, and the other participated in suppressing the peasant uprising in the late Qin dynasty. One of the missions of the Xiliang Army is to assist the Western Region Protectorate, and the Guanzhong Army is the main force marching into Yizhou. It is based in Guanzhong and will have a larger force. Wang Jian and Li Xian's Qin Ruishi can be combined into a 50,000-strong army composed entirely of Qin Ruishi. Therefore, the first legion of the Guanzhong Army is the Qin Ruishi Legion composed of Wang Jian and Li Xian, which is also the core force of the Guanzhong Army. Wang Jian served as military commander and regimental commander. The second legion consisted of Meng Tian's 4,000 Golden Fire Cavalry, Meng Wu's 10,000 Qin warriors, and a group of low-level troops. Meng Tian's ability is higher than that of Meng Wu, but because Meng Wu is Meng Tian's father, the army commander is Meng Wu. The commander of the 3rd Legion was Li Ji. At the same time, Li Ji was the military advisor of the Guanzhong Army and worked well with Wang Jian. Name, Li Ji. Talent, Imperial Commander, Cavalry. Identity, British Duke of the Tang Dynasty. Experienced in hundreds of battles. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 97. Force, 70. Intelligence, 97. Politics, 76. Charm, 89. Phaseality, calm. Favorability, 50. Characteristic 1, adapt to the enemy, SS level trait. Increase strategy success rate. Less likely to fall into traps. Ambush damage plus 15%. Characteristic 2, hundreds of battles, SS level trait. The command value will increase with the accumulation of battle experience, and it will become more difficult to increase as you go later. Characteristic 3, mature and prudent, SS level trait. Commander and intelligence will not decrease with age. Legion defense plus 25%. Characteristic 4, famous general in foreign wars. Characteristics of SS level troops. The Legion's damage to barbarian tribes and aliens will increase by 25%. Characteristic 5, managing the army. Characteristics of S-level troops. Morale decline rate minus 50%. Troops are less likely to fall into chaos when encountering unfavorable situations such as ambushes, fire attacks, water attacks, sieges, etc. Special arms, none. Chu Tian assigned the second commander-in-chief of the early Tang dynasty to the Guanzhong army. Wang Jian mainly used infantry, and Li Ji mainly used cavalry.
Few people know Li Ji's real name. But in the romances of the Sui and Tang dynasties, the prototype of Su Maolong, the military advisor of Wagong village, and a semi-immortal figure such as Zhuge Liang, is Li Ji. Li Ji fought from the end of the Sui dynasty to the beginning of the Tang dynasty. After the death of Tang Taizong Li Shimin and the military god Li Jing who defeated Li Ji continued to fight, fighting from the age of 20 to 70, which was simply inspirational. The opponents who fought against Li Ji included the famous General Zhang Xutua of the Sui dynasty, the princes Wang Shichong, Yuan Huaji, Song Jingang, Dou Jianda, and Fu Gong'er in the late Sui dynasty. In foreign wars, there were Turks, Shui Yantua, and Goguryeo. 1 year before Li Ji's death, Li Ji, who was in his 70s, controlled generals such as Shui Gui and Chibi Heli, and finally destroyed Goguryeo. When he was young, Li Ji played the role of a wise general, and had the experience of being defeated by princes such as Dou Jianda and Liu Heitai. However, Li Ji had the ability to grow, and had a long peak period. Generally speaking, when a military general gets old, all his values will decrease. So there is a question of whether Lian Pe can still survive even when he is old. When some monarchs get old, their intelligence will inevitably decline. So it is not difficult to understand that Qin Shi Huang in his later years could not solve Zhao Gao's problem. Some generals can remain at their peak into old age. Chu Tian thought for a long time that the Guanzhong army could not be completely controlled by the remaining generals of the old Qin forces. Guanzhong Yuan must insert Chu Tian's cronies in order to feel at ease. As Wang Jian's former rival, Wu Qi had the ability to control Wang Jian. But Wu Qi could also serve as a military leader. So it would be too wasteful to be assigned to the Guanzhong army at the same time as Wang Jian. The 4th Legion is commanded by Feng Yi, one of Yutai's 28 generals. Chu Tian thought of Feng Yi, who was guarding Xuchang at this time. Feng Yi's running soldiers are the main force, and combined with a group of low-level infantry, it is enough to form a legion. Feng Yi was originally a general who was surrendered by the Tang dynasty. His loyalty to Chu Tian has exceeded 90%, and he is considered one of Chu Tian's confidants. In addition, Feng Yi was originally one of the 28 generals of Yutai, with the ability to command troops and horses, one of the strongest generals. So he can be reused. So Chu Tian incorporated Feng Yi into the 4th Army Corps of the Guanzhong Army. In addition to Feng Yi, Chu Tian also wanted to place another confidant in the Guanzhong Army. It is not easy to select candidates from Chu Tian's old troops and join the Guanzhong Army. The top 10 military leaders, except for players like Su Fengnian, who captured almost the entire Lianzhou for Chu Tian. The other military leaders are basically emperor-level commanders. The commander of the army under the military leader either has his own fixed team, is a king-level commander, or is a fierce general. Chen Qingji? Chu Tian thought of Chen Qingji and Zhao Yun. As the strength of the local army increased, Chu Tian wanted to reorganize the White Robe Legion into the Imperial Guard to check and balance the increasingly powerful local army. Among the 10 military commanders, Chu Tian is actually the military commander of Qidi. Qidi is the area around Xuzhou and Qinzhou. Xuzhou is Chu Tian's land of Longxing, and is currently the richest state. Therefore, it is impossible for Chu Tian to appoint anyone else to be the military leader of this place. He can only hold the concurrent position himself. Therefore, the Qi army is actually the Imperial Guard, and does not have a local army. Chu Tian wanted to recruit Chen Qingji, Zhao Yun, and Shui Gui back to the Imperial Guard. So he could only select additional generals to form the 5th Legion of the Guanzhong Army. Yu Fei and Yang Ye's 2 legions captured Yinzhou City, and Yang Ye's legion is also near Guanzhong. Then just transfer Yang Yi and Yang Yanzhao to the Guanzhong Army. Chu Tian decided to cancel the merger of the State Army and merge Yang Ye's army into the Guanzhong Army. The purpose of establishing the Bingzhou Army was originally to pacify Guanzhong. Now that Guanzhong has been pacified, there is no need to exist. Yu Fei, the original commander of the Bingzhou Army, Chu Tian planned to join the Huainan Army and serve as the commander of the Huainan Army. The Huainan Army faced the Jiangdong forces. Chu Tian appointed Yu Fei as the leader of the Huainan Army, and his intention was very obvious. He wanted to divide his troops into 3 directions, from Hanzhong, Xiangyang, and Huainan, to put pressure on the southern princes. So be it. Chu Tian officially determined the list of Guanzhong army. Wang Jian served as the military leader. Li Ji served as the military advisor. And Wang Jian, Meng Wu, Li Ji, Feng Yi, and Yang Yi served as commanders of the 5 major armies.
Chu Tian transferred Shui Wanche to Li Ji's army, adding a fierce general to Li Ji's army. The Guanzhong army is based in Guanzhong and has a larger population, so it has one more legion than the Xiliang army. At the same time, each legion has an average of 80,000 people, making a total of 400,000 troops, twice as many as the Xiliang army. In other words, the military strength of Guan and Long has reached an astonishing 600,000. These 600,000 soldiers are soldiers, and they can go out in full force when Shu is destroyed. Guanzhong and Xiliang are territories that Chu Tian occupied recently, so Chu Tian spent more time considering candidates from the two places. As for the other military leaders and the tribes under their jurisdiction, Chu Tian didn't need to spend much time to decide. Wu Qi, the leader of the Central Plains Army; Cao Cao, the leader of the Hebei Army; Wei Qing, the leader of the Yuzhou Army; Yu Fei, the leader of the Huainan Army; Li Mu, the leader of the Monan Army; and Chu Tian himself, the leader of the Qi Army, also known as the Imperial Guard. Chu Tian decided to incorporate Li Yi into the Imperial Guard to strengthen the Imperial Guard. As for the leader of the Mabei Army, Chu Tian thought about it for a long time and finally decided to appoint the second player, Prince Yan, who was an ally and also worked hard and achieved great results. As the leader of the Liaodong Army has not yet been determined. The Western Region Army has not yet been established, but Chu Tian has considered letting Huan serve as its leader. There is also a huge legion that is independent of the infantry and cavalry legions, the Fubo Legion. The leader of the Fubo Army is tentatively named Yu Yunwen. There are actually 12 military leaders in total, including 4 players: Chu Tian, Huan, Su Fengyan, Prince Yan, and 1 undecided player. The other 7 military leaders, except Yu Yunwen, are Wu Qi, Wang Jian, Cao Cao, Wei Qing, Li Mu, and Yu Fei, who are at least emperor-level commanders. Due to the reorganization of its military strength, Chu Tian's power has reached its peak so far. Its military strength is so strong that it is unparalleled in the limelight. There are 600,000 soldiers in Guanlong alone, which is enough to make the princes of Sichuan and Shu feel comfortable. In addition to the specific lists of Xiliang Army and Guanzhong Army, Chu Tian also arranged various legions for each military leader. The candidate of the military leader is unconditionally replaced by the Prince of Xia's mansion, and he must go to Xia City to see Chu Tian every 6 months to report his duties. If Chu Tian is not satisfied, he can change the military leader. In addition to having the power to mobilize various legions during wartime, the military leader was also directly appointed by the Prince of Xia's palace to lead the legions. Chapter 882 Catherine's Visit. In the Central Plains Army, Chu Tian appointed the Holy Commander Wu Qi as the army leader. As a military master, Wu Qi is fully qualified to become a military leader. The Central Plains Army consists of 3 legions. The commanders of the legions are Wu Qi, Wei Wuji, and Chao Ren. Among them, the Wu Qi Legion is led by Pang Wan as deputy general, each with 100,000 soldiers and a strength of 300,000. The troops of the Central Plains Army mainly come from Yuzhou, Yanzhou, and Sanhe areas. The Yuzhou Army, with Wei Qing as its leader, has temporarily established 2 legions. The legion commanders are Wei Qing and Zhou Yafu. After the annexation of Liaodong, they will expand, each with 100,000 soldiers and 200,000 troops. There are many excellent cavalry generals in Mingwan who can become the commanders of the Yuzhou Army. The troops of the Yuzhou Army mainly come from Zhujian, Yuyang County, Shangdu County, and other places in Yuzhou. The Hebei Army, with Cao Cao as the leader, consists of 5 legions. The legion commanders are Zhang Liao, Zhang He, Su Huang, Yu Jin, and Lu Jin, each of whom has 40,000 soldiers and a strength of 200,000. The troops of the Hebei Army mainly come from Jizhou, Taiyuan County, and Shandong County. The Huainan Army, with Yu Fei as its leader, consists of 3 legions: Yu Fei, Lu Su, and Shinding, with a strength of 150,000. The troops of the Huainan Army came from Jiujiang County and Guangling County. The Monan Army, with Li Mu as its leader, consists of 3 legions: Li Mu, Jiao Shi, and Wanyan Zonghan, with a strength of 150,000. The troops come from the Huns, Jurchens, and Xianbei. The Mabei Army, headed by Prince Yan, consists of 2 legions, Di Qing and Fan Zhongyan, with a strength of 100,000. The troops come from Mongolia and the Huns. In the Guangzhou area, there are 200,000 Xiliang troops and 400,000 Guangzhou troops. A total of 600,000. South of the Yellow River, there are 300,000 Central Plains Army and 150,000 Huainan Army, totaling 450,000. North of the Yellow River, there are 200,000 Hebei troops, 200,000 Yuzhou troops, 150,000 Monan troops, and 100,000 Hubei troops. A total of 650,000. At present, all local armies have a total strength of 1.7 million, excluding the Liaodong Army and the Qi Army. The Fubo Legion currently has a size of 120,000. If they want to capture Jiangdong, they must expand the Fubo Legion from 120,000 to 200,000 or even 300,000. Finally, there is the Qi Army, also known as the Imperial Guard. Its main sources of troops come from Xuzhou, Qingzhou, and Lu State, and they can also be recruited from various places. The strength of the local legion was currently too strong, so Chu Tian tried to expand the size of the Imperial Guard. The first legion of the Imperial Guard is the Iron Cavalry Army, including the Tiger Guard Army, Xuanjia Army, Qixia Army, Zhongxia Army, Helihi Army, Huban Army, Night Army, and Northern Wei Tiger Cavalry. Chu Tian personally serves as the commander of the regiment. Dian Wei's Tiger Guards had 800 people. Yang Dian's Northern Wei Tiger Cavalry had 800 people. Yuqi Gong and Cheng Jijia's Xuanjia Army had 800 people. Monk Wanyan Chen's Zhongxia Army had 1,000 people. Heli Hejuan had 7,000 people. Taisher sees there are 2,500 Shui troops and 3,000 Huban troops. King Arthur's Knight Army is composed of the Knights of the Round Table and the captured Western Knights. The First Legion did not have many troops, but it was the most powerful heavy cavalry legion in the entire Eastern Han Dynasty. It could crush even the Xiliang cavalry facing the Xiliang army. The Second Legion is the Suwei Army, with 45,000 Northern Army 5th Schools and 15,000 Sanha cavalry as the main force, totaling 60,000 people. Mi Fong serves as the legion commander, but is actually still commanded by Chu Tian. The Third Legion is the Women's Army, consisting of Hua Mulan's Iron Eagle Scouts, Liang Hongyu's Jianyan Crossbowmen, Fan Lihua's Xiliang Iron Cavalry, and Mu Guiying's Song Chongbu. There are about 30,000 high-level troops. The Fourth Legion is the Xinji Army. Xiao Liang's Xinji Battalion and Li Xiaoning's detachment of women have 15,000 high-level troops. The Red Cannons are also included in the Xinji Army. The Xinji Army is equivalent to Chu Tian's Firearms Army. Yekaterina's Tsarist Guards and Shooting Army had made Chu Tian Indias for a while, so he also paid attention to recruiting firearms units. The Fifth Legion is the White Robe Army. Generals Chen Qingji, Shuarengui, and Zhao Yun are once again incorporated into the Imperial Guard. There are about 20,000 high-level soldiers. The Sixth Legion was the Yanjia Army. Lu Yi, Zhu Yi, Zhang Ba, and Sun Quan were transferred to the Imperial Guard by Chu Tian to enhance the strength of the Imperial Guard to control the local army. The Seventh Legion is the Protectorate Army, with Joan of Arc as its commander, in order to take in some captured foreign troops for their own use. The Eighth Legion is the Khitan Army, with Xiao Chua as its commander. It mainly consists of Khitan troops and some Mongolian cavalry. Each legion also recruits a group of lower-level troops, bringing the total strength of the 8 legions of the Imperial Guard to 500,000, surpassing any local army, excluding the Liaodong Army, the Western Region Army, and the city defense forces in various places. The total strength of the local army plus the Fubo Army and the Imperial Guard is estimated to reach 2.5 million. Of course, this is an ideal situation, and in reality, the armies may not be at full strength. Dissatisfaction with editing is the norm. After Chu Tian determined the establishment of each legion, he then left it to the officials in various places to recruit soldiers and stabilize order. Chu Tian gradually shifted its focus from the north of the Yellow River to Guangzhou and Huainan. In addition to setting up legions, Chu Tian also established a strategy department. Advisors such as Sun Bin, Zhang Bin, Jia Su, Sun Yu, Gui Jia, and Chao Jiyui all worked in the strategy department. While making plans, they also supervised various generals, and were regarded as half of the supervisory army. Shortly after Guangzhou and Xiliang were pacified, winter came, and there was heavy snow in Guangzhou. The Han Empire, which had been in constant war, suddenly became quiet. The Xia army went through a series of major battles. annexed the Qin army, reorganized the army, and was still digesting the newly occupied territory and replenishing troops. The Battle of Western Liaoning indeed exhausted many of Chu Tian's high-level troops. In the Battle of Mongshan, the Battle of Hedong, the Battle of Luoyang, the Battle of Tongguan, and the Battle of Yinzhou City, the West route soldiers and horses suffered some losses when they encroached on the outer areas of Guangzhou. The endless fighting in Yizhou finally stopped because Muk withdrew to the Western Region Protectorate, and the Nanman tribe nominally surrendered to Liu Bei, the herdsman of Yizhou, because Liu Bei launched an attack on the Nanman tribes. Millions of people were affected in this battle, and at least 200,000 people died in the war. In Hanzhong, the Di tribe captured Nanjing County. After Yang Su's army entered Hanzhong, they fought with the Di rebels and demanded their surrender. The Jiangnan army accelerated the annexation of Jingzhou, negotiated with the Song dynasty king Yang Shilang in Jingzhou, and allowed Yang Shilang to serve as the governor of Nanjun. The war in Jingzhou tended to end. Many princes got their wish. Because Ma Chao could inherit some of Wang Yanzhang's abilities, Chu Tian arranged a teacher for his eldest son Chu Wu, which he taught the art of war. Jia Su taught strategy, and Sun Yu taught internal affairs. Zhuge Liang is not old enough and has not reached his peak. During the cold winter, Ekaterina took her young daughter Anna directly to Chang'an City. Chu Tian rarely saw this youngest daughter. The status of this little daughter is not low at all. She is the only princess of the Russian Empire, and the daughter of the Xia king of the Han Empire. The war has come to an end for the time being, and each legion is recruiting new soldiers. So Chu Tian rarely has time to spend with his children. Our cavalry and shooting troops from the Tsarist Empire had friction with the coalition forces of the Holy Roman Emperor in the territory of the Kingdom of Poland. Ekaterina held the ceramic cup of black tea and blew a sip, as if she was saying something insignificant. I'm afraid it's not as simple as friction. Chu Tian knew this woman's character, and would never refuse to cause trouble. We killed thousands of soldiers and horses of the German princes. Dot! Sure enough, in Yekaterina's eyes, if thousands of people died, it wouldn't even be considered a friction. Aren't you afraid that the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire will summon all the princes of the Empire to go to Moscow in anger? Xiao Liang, Hua Mulan, Xiao Chua, Joan of Arc, and Wu Qing are all in Chang'an City, and they are no strangers to Ekaterina. As players, Xiao Liang and Wu Qing know the conflicts between the countries in the Western continent. There were also many princes within the Holy Roman Empire. The German prince Hohenzollern unified the Holy Roman Empire and annexed the Kingdom of Hungary. The current Holy Roman Empire governs the Grand Duchy of Austria, the Kingdom of Hungary, the Kingdom of Bohemia, the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg and other places, and has annexed the western part of the Kingdom of Poland. So it cannot allow Hohenzollern to continue to grow. Moreover, an expedition to Moscow? Stop joking. Even if there was Napoleon in Lourdes, it would be impossible to conquer Moscow. Ekaterina brushed away the long hair that covered her right eye, and her words were a bit conceited. Chu Tian did not think that Yekaterina's arrogance was groundless, because Yekaterina was right. The city of Moscow had been occupied more than once, but almost no one could conquer the city. The Mongols attacked Moscow many times, and the French Emperor Napoleon once occupied Moscow. However, what was left to him was ruins. Soon, Tsarist Russia came back again. The real masters who can rule the bitter cold land are those people. In Mabe of the Han Empire, Mongolian, Xiongnu, and Xianbei tribes were also grazing. But don't take it lightly. You forgot that there is a teleportation array. As long as they occupy Moscow and move troops from the Rhine River to Moscow, it won't cost many gold coins. Chu Tian still reminded Yekaterina. The Holy Roman Empire was considered a powerful civilization in the Western continent. Hohenzollern is a player, and the methods he uses are more diverse. Although the Holy Roman Empire bears the word Rome, its main body is the German civilization of the Germans. In the national war when the barbarians rose, Hohenzollern succeeded Alexander the Great and led the kings and nobles of the Western continent to defeat Adi***, the whip of God. Ascended the position of Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Currently, Hohenzollern is the most outstanding player in the Western continent and has become Emperor, although the territory of Hohenzollern is not as large as that of Chu Tian. In the Western continent, where the power is more balanced, it is a good achievement to be able to annex the Grand Duchy of Austria, the Kingdom of Hungary, and cannibalize the Kingdom of Poland under the eyes of a powerful enemy. The existence of the teleportation array is indeed a breakthrough. In theory, it can shorten the supply line infinitely.
However, only the Holy Roman Empire can never think of taking away the entire kingdom of Poland.
Ekaterina put down her teacup.
Ding! The Fifth National War will begin in April of the 13th year of the Lord's calendar. Regarding the rules of the Fifth National War, major lords with a population of more than 3 million, please pay attention.
While Chu Tian, Xiao Liang, Yekaterina and others were chatting, the two great lords Chu Tian and Yekaterina suddenly received a prompt from the system, and they couldn't help but be shocked. In the 13th year of the Lord's calendar, there will be a fifth national war. The last national war,
Rise of the Barbarians,
lasted for 2 years. All the lords suffered, and the structure of the main world also changed. The theme of this national war is
Burning the Cauldron,
which sounds even more tragic. Chapter 883, The Fifth National War. Unprecedented rules.
The theme of the Fifth National War is to break the cauldron.
In Brandenburg of the Holy Roman Empire, Emperor Hohenzollern was holding a scepter and was meeting with the German princes to discuss the annexation of the Kingdom of Poland. He suddenly received a system prompt and was stunned. Only large lords whose territory has a population of more than 3 million are eligible to participate in the Fifth National War.
Your Majesty, what happened? Soon, we will be able to fight the Eastern civilization again. And this time we can let it go.
After checking the rules of the Fifth National War, Hohenzollern said to the dozens of German princes present, Alexandria of the Mamluk dynasty in Egypt, Caesar the Great of the Roman Empire, led his adopted son Octavian, and General Lepidus and other generals to capture this important port in the Mediterranean and set foot on Egyptian territory. Caesar was jealous of the benefits Constantine gained from establishing colonies in North Africa after he captured Carthage. So he wanted to conquer Egypt. Egypt had a larger population than Rome, and the Nile Valley produced astonishing amounts of food. If Egypt were captured, the Nile Valley would become the breadbasket of the Roman Empire. Caesar's Roman legions fought against the Egyptian lords near Alexandria, heroes of Egyptian civilization such as the Mamluk generals, the victorious King Baybars, and the night monarch Saladin and Cleopatra gathered to resist. Legion from the Roman Empire. Caesar brought considerable pressure to Egypt, but at the same time, the ancient Egyptian civilization also gave birth to many heroes, some from ancient Egypt, and some from post-Arabization generals. Heroes such as Baybars, Saladin, and Cleopatra once influenced the entire history of Egypt. They joined forces with the Egyptian lords and were inextricably linked to Caesar's expedition. Caesar did not expect that the Egyptian civilization in North Africa would be so difficult to deal with, and he suffered a big loss in the Egyptian civilization zone.
Father, it seems that the Egyptian troops we brought are not enough to conquer the Mamluk cavalry here. They also have camel cavalry and other elites.
A strong wind blew up the yellow sand, and the eagle flags of the Roman legions were flapping. Octavian subconsciously wrapped his cloak tightly to block the wind and sand. Conquering the ancient Egyptian civilization was more difficult than they imagined. Camel cavalry has additional bonuses in desert terrain.
Perhaps we should join forces with Constantine and Pompey to conquer this ancient land.
After Caesar was defeated by the heroes of Egyptian civilization such as Baybars, Saladin, and Cleopatra, he had to consider joining forces with the two emperors Constantine and Pompey. The new 3 giants of Rome proclaimed themselves emperors, and the 3 emperors of the Roman Empire ruled together. Caesar only represented 1/3 of the military strength of the Roman Empire. Against the entire Egyptian world, he was indeed at a disadvantage.
Burn one's boats?
As a lord with a population of tens of millions, Caesar received a reminder from the system that the Fifth National War was about to begin after the cold winter, with the theme of
Burning the Cauldron. The illusion of
burning the cauldron and sinking the boat
comes from the hero of the East, Xiongnu, the overlord of Chu,
one of the 3 emperors of Rome. The player Constantine, at this time, joined forces with Queen Isabella of Spain to attack the Moroccan civilized area in North Africa and carve up the territory. He also received reminders of the Fifth National War. The theme of this national war comes from Eastern allusions. In the Battle of Jiulu, Xiongnu led his troops across the river, sank the ship, broke the cauldron, and held 3 days of rations to show that the soldiers would die, and none of them would return the favor. He defeated the Qin army in 9 battles. The implication of
burning the cauldron
is to fight to the end.
Fine.
Constantine read the rules of the Fifth National War carefully and breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the national war is not in the main world. In the Fourth National War, the barbarians rose and the entire main world was destroyed. The war lasted for 2 years. In the eastern continent, After being shocked by the system reminder, Chu Tian immediately checked the rules of the Fifth National War. The rules this time were completely different from the previous National War rules. First, the qualifications to participate in the National War: lords whose territory has a population greater than 3 million. For lords who participated in the war, their territories were protected by the system. Second, the National War Battlefield, an independent battlefield where you can occupy cities to obtain supplies and recruit soldiers. The recruitment of soldiers is accelerated. The National War lasts for half a year. Third, the upper limit of initial troops, 100,000. 10 generals and counselors. Fourth, lords of the same civilization are in an alliance and are not allowed to attack each other. Otherwise, the popularity of the influence will drop by 100%. But they are allowed to do nothing. Fifth, you can obtain military merits by killing lords, generals, and legions of other civilizations. You can obtain more military merits by killing higher-ranked lords and their legions. Rewards will be settled according to the global rankings. Sixth, on the National War Battlefield, some monarchs and their legions from various civilizations that do not exist in the main world will appear. They will regard each lord as an enemy, kill them to gain military merit, and have a chance to receive additional rewards. Emphasis. 7th, you are not allowed to withdraw from the National War Battlefield unless all troops are killed. All systems of players participating in the war are cut off. 8th, at the end of the National War, all initial troops, including players, generals, and legions, can be resurrected. Troops recruited during the National War cannot be resurrected, nor can they be brought back to the main world. When Chu Tian saw this rule, he was shocked again. The Fifth National War was beyond Chu Tian's imagination. Chu Tian thought that after the previous 4 national wars, the National War design of Lord had nothing new. But this time, the rules were completely different. On the battlefield of this national war, in addition to the various lords of the main world fighting each other to the last soldier, there may also be legendary monarchs and their legions in the history of various civilizations. For example, if the Eastern Han Dynasty is at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, then Tang Taizong Li Shimin, Qin Shi Wang Yingzheng, Han Wu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, and others may appear on the National War Battlefield. They may be enemies of the lords of the Han Empire, or they may fight with lords of other civilizations. Kill them, and you have a chance to get extra rewards. At the same time, the princes of the Han Empire may also encounter Western or West Asian kings and their legions such as Mehmed II, Charles the Lion-Hearted, Xerxes I, Ivan the Terrible. It was an unimaginable melee. The maximum initial strength is 100,000. And even Chu Tian may fall in such a melee. Fortunately, according to the 8th rule, players and generals can be resurrected and returned to the main world even if they are killed in battle. In other words, the only way to return to the main world is to die in battle, or to persist until the end of the national war. In this case, all the lords participating in the war will fight to the end. No wonder the theme of this national war is breaking the cauldron. The previous national war cannot be revived. So each lord will take the initiative to withdraw from the national war when the situation is not good. After the Fifth National War allows resurrection, every lord will fight to the last soldier. The indirect result is that the war becomes more brutal and crazy. The difficulty of defeating 100,000 enemy troops and annihilating 100,000 enemy troops are completely different. In the Battle of Chongping, the Qin army annihilated 400,000 Zhao troops and lost 200,000. This time the national war basically involves annihilating the enemy army. And there is also the possibility of encountering the legendary emperor and their imperial guards. It can be said that the Fifth National War was more intense than the Fourth National War. It's a little crazy. Ekaterina looked at Chu Tian. She had already read the rules of the Fifth National War. Originally there were countless great lords in the main world. At present, the great lords in the east include Chu Tian, Ogdi, Oda Nobunaga, Brahmin and others, while the great lords in the west include Alexander, Catherine, Hohenzollern, Louis, Caesar, and Constantine and others, as well as great lords in America, Africa and other places. Some legendary monarchs may appear on the National War Battlefield, exacerbating the chaos on the National War Battlefield. If we meet in a national war, we will still form an alliance. Chu Tian did not have many allies during the National War. Apart from the princes within the Han Empire, he only had one ally, Catherine, the Brahmins of the Mughals in India, Ogdi of the Mongol Empire, Alexander of the Kingdom of Macedonia, and Marshal of the United States were all tricked by Chu Tian and wished to destroy Chu Tian. It was absolutely impossible to join forces with them. Certainly, Yekaterina's situation was the same as that of Chu Tian, and she was surrounded by enemies in the western continent. Xiao Liang was not a lord. She felt a little uncomfortable when she saw the two talking to each other.
What happened?
Chu Tian passed the rules of the Fifth National War to Xiao Liang, and Xiao Liang exclaimed,
That is to say, you may encounter Lu Xiu, Li Shimin, Zhu Yuanzhang, Ivan the Terrible, and Louis X in the Fifth National War.
3 of these people? Don't be Lu Xiu.
Chu Tian felt something was wrong. At the end of the Battle of Kanyang, Lu Xiu told him that they might have a chance to meet again. At that time, Chu Tian disapproved and thought there would never be a chance to meet Lu Xiu again. However, he never expected that some legendary monarchs would appear on the battlefield of the national war. The legendary monarch encountered in this national war will regard every lord participating in the war as an enemy, even the lords in his own civilized area. It's terrible to be Lu Xiu's enemy.
I still pray that the lords of other civilizations can meet Lu Xiu and experience the feeling of having an army destroyed by a meteorite.
As long as you don't meet Magister Lu Xiu, you can still fight even if you meet other legendary monarchs. Alexander, Caesar and others in the main world are legendary monarchs in the first place. And it's not like they haven't been tricked by me.
Chu Tian thought about it and realized that he didn't seem to be afraid of any legendary monarch. After all, he was a hero who already had 6 SSS level characteristics. Chapter 884, Lords fighting with all their strength. In addition to being resurrected and possibly encountering legendary NPC monarchs, Chu Tian also noticed the 5th rule. Killing lords, generals, and legions of other civilizations can earn military merits. Killing higher-ranking lords and their legions can earn more military exploits. This rule is very unfavorable to Chu Tian, because Chu Tian currently ranks first in the leader rankings. The lord ranking list has always existed, and is sorted according to the territory size, population, economic scale, and military strength of each lord. In the Fifth National War, the higher the attack ranking is on the lord, the more military merits will be obtained. As the number 1 lord, Chu Tian may be besieged by other lords. After all, attacking Chu Tian will gain more military exploits. Not just Chu Tian. This rule is dangerous to all the lords ranked at the top, including the rising Wokuotai, Alexander, Hohenzollern, Marshal and others.
It seems a little bad.
Chu Tian believed that the Fifth National War might be attacked by various lords and legendary monarchs. The National War battlefield is an independent space, so Chu Tian doesn't know if there is a chance to join forces with Yekaterina and Huan. The population controlled by Zhang Dao and Muk is less than 3 million, so they are not qualified to participate in this national war.
Soldiers will block it. Water will cover it. And earth will cover it. If you can be resurrected this time, there is nothing to be afraid of.
Chu Tian suddenly felt relaxed when he thought of the 8th rule about resurrection. This time, regardless of victory or defeat, the lords of all civilizations can give it a go and fight to the death. In the past, the lords of various civilizations were reluctant to consume their elite legions and cherished their own lives, so they were inevitably restrained in fighting. But this time it was different. The rules of being able to be resurrected and not being able to take away the recruited soldiers and horses from the national war battlefield made all the lords unscrupulous and fight. All lords have only 2 purposes. First, to kill other lords and obtain military merit. Second, to kill the legendary monarch and obtain military merit and additional rewards. This is a fight without any burden. The core of the Fifth National War is to fight happily and fight against the monarchs and lords of various civilizations. Of course, food, grass and troop supplies are still issues that every lord needs to consider during a national war, which involves the fight for the city. The existence of the city on the battlefield of the national war was not only a supply point, but also a trigger for provoking war between all parties.
Perhaps we can bring more people with us. Anyway, we won't die. Once we enter the national war battlefield, we can kill them as fast as we can.
Chu Tian considered taking Xiao Liang and the others with him this time. Chu Tian didn't dare to take her with him before, mainly because he was afraid of being killed in battle and having no one to take care of Wu Er. But this time, he was unscrupulous. In South Asia, south of the city of Delhi, the Mongol, Turkic, and Delhi coalition forces of Ogodai and Timur fought with the Brahmin Indian Mughal army. The sky was dark, and the fallen bodies stretched as far as the eye could see. The lower caste soldiers served as cannon fodder, driven by the feudal princes, like a black wave, sweeping towards Ajudai's army. Brahmins, the first lord of Mughal India, watched indifferently as batches of lower caste soldiers were killed in battle, showing no emotion. In his eyes, the lower caste population was no different from cattle, sheep, pigs, and dogs. He only used them to consume the physical strength and morale of the Mongolian army. Thousands of war elephants are ready to go and will be used to destroy the Mongol Empire's military formations.
The Fifth National War?
Brahman received a systematic reminder, and some not-so-good memories surfaced. In previous national wars, he was suppressed by the lords of the Han Empire. In the Third National War, the main city that was supposed to fall into his hands was taken away by the princes of the Han Empire.
In this national war, I can come back from the dead, so I can let go and fight the princes of the Han Empire. This time, I can try to see how the strength of the Grassland Empire I established compares with the strength of the Han Empire.
The powerful enemy Wakuatai opposite the Brahmins, as the dominant overlord in Central Asia, is also qualified to participate in the Fifth National War. Wakuatai tried his best to fight, but he never dared to fight with the Han Empire, and he was still as afraid of the Han Empire as a tiger. If the lords of the Han Empire can be defeated in a national war, then Wakuatai can regain his confidence. The national war provided Wakuatai with an opportunity to fight against the Han Empire, and both sides would not suffer any losses in this battle.
Before the national war, I will defeat the princes of the Mughal Empire in India. I will take hundreds of war elephants to participate in the national war to avenge my father.
Wakuatai learned that he had the opportunity to fight against the princes of the Han Empire again, and his fighting spirit became even higher. In Istanbul in West Asia, the Macedonian army had besieged the city for a long time. Alexander defeated another army that came from Asia Minor to support Istanbul. As long as Istanbul, the capital of the Ottoman Empire, cannot obtain reinforcements, it is only a matter of time before Sultan Hurrem surrenders. The legendary pirate Barbarossa Hayreddin of the Ottoman Empire led a fleet to transport troops and supplies to Istanbul by sea, and Istanbul held on.
You mean, go and recruit Barbarossa Hayreddin. I need his talent in navigation. Macedonia needs a fleet to connect the eastern continent with the western continent.
Alexander saw the fleet of the legendary pirate Barbarossa Hayreddin and wanted to recruit him. Clerk Yumin said,
King, we may be able to bribe the generals of the Janissary army. The walls of Istanbul are extremely majestic and impregnable. However, the fortress is often the first to be breached from the inside. Janissary Legion, Barbarossa Hayreddin, all legendary generals and elite divisions are recruited. I have a hunch that in this national war, I may fight the most powerful princes in the East. Defeating him will not only gain the most military exploits, but it is also my long-cherished wish.
Alexander looked at the ruined city of Istanbul. After Emperor Suleiman the Magnificent of the Ottoman Turkish Empire was killed by Hutsubing, the empire fell into endless civil strife. The source of the civil strife was the Janissary of the Ottoman Empire. That is, the Janissary Legion. Almost all the big lords in the civilized area are crazy because they can fight freely in the Fifth National War. They can participate in this national war without any worries, so they are particularly active. In the United States, the great Lord Marshall formed a federation, crusaded against other lords, captured the natives, set up plantations, and became the overlord of one party. The Federation of the United States is considering expanding southward and attacking the two major indigenous civilizations in Central America, the Mayan civilization and the Aztec civilization. At this time, the Fifth National War is about to break out. Marshall had to interrupt his plans.
Our civilization is developing too late, but I have already ranked second in the leader rankings. All the lords are paying attention to the lords of the eastern continent. I just want to farm well, and the kings of the western continent. But our territory is the most fertile land in the world.
Marshall checked the lord ranking list, and his name appeared in the second position on the lord ranking list, second only to Chu Tian. As the first lord of the Americas, his territorial potential has exceeded that of the lords of the western continent. After all, the land in America is definitely not bad, but it is less developed, and the local indigenous people will not develop it. The civilization of the United States lacks historical heroes, and its advantage lies in the firearms branch. The firearms branch has great power, even if it does not require legendary generals.
We can buy people from the African civilization area. There are some local NPC tribal chiefs. They are happy to sell prisoners of war to us at cheap prices. Last year, A total of 500,000 slaves were bought. They have no idea about the population. Importance.
Inspired by the triangular trade in history, Marshall tried to plunder people from civilized areas of Africa and expand the plantation economy. One of the features of the American civilization zone is the plantation, which provides additional bonuses for developing the plantation economy.
In addition, in this national war, I will bring a large number of firearms. Anyway, I can come back from the dead. The revenge of the Third National War must be avenged. My power is not what it used to be. I just want to farm well. Don't let me meet you again.
In the past national wars, the heroes of the eastern and western continents competed, and the American continent had little sense of presence. However, in the 13th year of the Lord's calendar, the American continent began to exert its strength. The presence of the United States, the Yama Kingdom, the Aztec Kingdom, and the Inca Empire and Amazon Empire in South America gradually increased. All the lords are gearing up. And lords who have had grievances in the past will inevitably want to meet each other and avenge their past humiliation. Although the national war can be revived this time, being slashed by the enemy will still cause pain. Liaodong, Puyu State. Mingguan is not interested in national war. He is thinking of ways to turn the tide. However, Mingguan, who wanted to take away the military power of Nurhasai and Wanyan Agu, was surrounded by Nurachi's 8 banners generals. Dorgan and Obai, the original generals of Mingguan, had lost their loyalty because they followed Nurachi to fight, and they no longer guaranteed their loyalty to Mingguan, whose prestige had declined. Mingguan saw Nurhasai facing him with swords.
What do you want? Now the Xiao army is approaching Lucheng and is about to attack Liaodong. This faction and internal fighting are undoubtedly seeking death. King Ming, for you, Liaodong is a territory that you manage alone. You have witnessed the increase in population and expansion of territory in Liaodong, so you have no way to retreat. But it does not mean that I have no way to retreat.
Nurhasai holds a saber. Although Mingguan has lost power, Nurhasai is still afraid of it, so he needs to draw his saber.
Could it be that you want to escape somewhere else?
Mingguan understood Nurachi's thoughts instantly. It was no longer possible to defend Liaodong City, and Nurachi had already thought of a way out for himself.
Yes, you can come out now. Dahan.
After Nurachi finished speaking, a black-armored military general appeared from behind the tent with bright eyes.
Mingguan, I value your bravery and want to make you king and fight in all directions. You still have a chance to take back Liaodong. Defeat will make you disgraced.
Chu Zimu. Are you just willing to fail? Who are you?
Mingguan looked at the person in front of him. European lords generally did not call themselves Ben Khan. Most of the civilizations that claim to be the Great Khan are the masters of nomadic civilizations in the eastern continent. This person can make Nurachi willing to submit. And he must be no ordinary person. Mingguan and even the princes of the Han Empire had never seen this person.
My name is Borjigin Toliai. I am the son of Genghis Khan and the Great Khan of the Ilkhanate.
Mingzhen was shocked when the person who arrived revealed his identity. Among Temujin's 4 sons, Joki, Ogodiai, and Shagatai, the princes of the Han Empire have all fought against them. However, Tu Lei, who claims to have inherited Temujin's military talents, has never fought against the Han Empire. Instead, it is competing with the ancient Persian Empire for the hegemony of Western Asia. Now, Tu Lei, the Great Khan of the Ilkhanate,
actually used the teleportation array to arrive in Liaodong, right in front of Mingguan. Chapter 885 Candidates for the Expedition.
Borjigin Tuolei is said to be the person in the Jin family who is closest to Temujin in military ability. He often massacres or destroys cities. Historically, Tuolei defeated the main force of the Jin kingdom in the Battle of Sanfeng Mountain. Wanyan Mengchen was also defeated in this battle. After Temujin's death, most of the troops were left to Toliai instead of Ogodiai. Mahmud, the ruler of the Ghaznavid dynasty in Central Asia, was a Turk. He had a personal army, the Ghulam Heavy Cavalry.
Xiao Liang was counting the main generals under each great lord. In the 5th National War, Chu Tian may encounter any civilized lord, so he needs to know the generals of other lords. Xiao Liang decided to participate in the 5th National War with Chu Tian. With her amazing memory, she memorized the information of all the civil servants and generals who appeared on the hero rankings. At this time, after long-term development, various forces have recruited many civil servants and generals. There are at least several hundred historical military commanders with names and surnames who deserve attention. There are more historical generals who do not need to be taken seriously, perhaps thousands of them. Currently, Chu Tian and Xiao Liang are concerned about the commanders or generals above the king level of other civilizations, especially the emperor level or even the saint level commanders. Xiao Liang was leaning in Chu Tian's arms, and Chu Tian could smell the faint fragrance. Xiao Liang was still graceful and graceful even now, rubbing against Chu Tian unconsciously, making Chu Tian ready to move.
There is one commander worth noting, and that is Belisarius, the first commander of the Byzantine Empire.
Chu Tian saw Belisarius on the ranking list. The Byzantine Empire, also known as the Eastern Roman Empire, existed for thousands of years, not counting the emperor. Belisarius should be the first general of the 1,000-year empire and the king of bad soldiers. When the Eastern Roman Empire declined, Belisarius, with a small number of troops, regained some of the lost provinces of the Roman Empire in the west, most of Italy, North Africa and Spain, for the Byzantine Emperor Justinian I, and blocked the Golden Age expansion of the Second Persian Empire. Just like the Han Empire had the imperial twins, the Byzantine Empire also had the imperial twins, Belisarius and the eunuch general Narses. The Byzantine Empire does not appear in Lords. So in history, the civil servants and generals of the Byzantine Empire civilization were mainly divided up by the Macedonian and Ottoman empires. Xiao Liang blinked.
Players from various civilizations will sell information to each other in exchange for money. According to the information provided by Greek players, the number 1 player in Eastern Rome left Belisa under the command of Alexander, and teamed up with Alexander to defeat the Ottoman Turkish Empire army. Unlike Byzantine Emperor Justinian I, who was suspicious of Belisarius, Alexander trusted Belisarius very much and gave Belisarius the command of an army of 150,000 men. Strange. How did Alexander recruit Belisarius of the Byzantine Empire?
Chu Tian counted and found that there were about 4 or 5 saint-level commanders in the Han Empire. In comparison, the number of holy-level commanders in the entire Western continent is almost the same as that of the Han Empire. Similarly, there may be 2 or 3 saint-level commanders in West Asia, Central Asia, and South Asia combined. At the beginning of the game design, the power of each continent was basically balanced. There were basically no saint-level commanders in the Americas, so the American civilization zone featured firearms units and primitive tribal units. The Byzantine Empire lasted for thousands of years and had far-reaching influence. It may have a holy commander. The Arab Empire, the Arab Conquest, and the Persian Empire, which rose many times and became the dominant power in West Asia, are equally ancient and influential, and may each have a holy commander. The number of senior commanders. The Byzantine Empire spanned Europe and Asia. Chu Tian didn't know whether the Byzantine Empire occupied the holy commander's quota in the Western continent, or occupied the holy commander's quota in West Asia. Or was it an exclusive quota? The Eastern Han district has at least 7 holy-level commanders and holy-level warriors. The most. Chu Tian's bonus to cavalry was actually at the level of a saint-level commander. If Temujin is included in the Eastern Han district, then the number of saint-level commanders in the Eastern Han district is even greater. For the 1,000-year-old Byzantine Empire, it is not too much to have a quota. There is only one quota for the Kingdom of Macedonia, and that is Alexander the Great himself. Hannibal did not occupy the quota in Europe, but the quota of holy commanders in North Africa, because Carthage was a North African civilization. Khalid, the Sword of Allah of the Arab Empire, may have occupied the quota of holy commanders in the Arab Empire. The Persian Empire. Chu Tian doesn't know if it exists. The Tsarist Russian Empire should not have a holy quota, because the real rise of the Tsarist Russian Empire was already after Peter the Great. Xiao Liang thought for a while.
If Belisarius occupied the Byzantine Empire's holy-level commander's quota in
Lords,
do you think that the holy-level recruitment order for Attila of the Hunnic Empire was obtained by Alexander?
Chu Tian's face darkened. In the last war in Eastern Europe, Chu Tian captured the famous General Zheshka of the Kingdom of Bohemia and incorporated Zheshka into the Protectorate army of Joan of Arc and became part of the Praetorian Guard. However, he never had a relationship with God. Whip Attila to fight. If Attila's holy-level recruitment order was obtained by Alexander, it would be a big loss. Chu Tian didn't come here to fight. It seemed that if he met Alexander during this national war, Chu Tian would consider teaching him a lesson. This time Chu Tian planned to take Wu Qi to fight Belisarius.
Don't let me meet Alexander, or I'll beat him to death.
Chu Tian was about the same age as Alexander. The two were lords of the East and West respectively. Sometimes, it was inevitable that they would dislike each other.
In addition to Wu Qi, Chu Tian selected the most elite group of legions to go to the battle. Anyway, they can be resurrected, so there is no need to feel bad. This national war can bring 10 generals and counselors. Supplementary Chapter 883 National War Rules. After thinking about it, each lord can bring dozens or hundreds of generals. The author really can't write it. Chu Tian needs to gather 3 army halos. If Wu Qi is brought there, then Wu Qi can provide an army-wide halo. And Chu Tian and Xiao Liang can each provide one, which is actually enough to meet the needs. Xiao Liang can also provide bonuses for firearms. That's right. Chu Tian plans to bring the Hongyi cannon. Wu Qi and Xiao Liang occupy 2 places. Sun Bin and Jia Su can provide strategist assistance bonuses, which conflict with each other. Chu Tian decided to bring Jia Su with him, this time to brush up his loyalty and favorability, and occupied a quota. Hua Mulan and Xiao Chua are the reconnaissance generals of the Chu Tian forces, providing vision and occupying 2 places. Liang Hongyu provides bonuses for bow and crossbow units, as well as morale bonuses, and occupies 1 quota. Joan of Arc provides fanatical effects and high morale bonuses. Yang Dian served as the guard. Originally, Chu Tian wanted to bring Yin Wei with him, but this time, also in order to increase his favorability, Chu Tian brought Old Qin's guard Yang Dian with him. Yang Dian's relationship with Chu Tian was not very good at this time. Between the lord and his subordinates, through life and death, the favorability and loyalty will increase significantly. Geng Yan can attack the city and command the Yuzhou cavalry. Chu Tian needs a general who is good at attacking the city and can also fight in the field. The first fierce General Shuer and Gui led the cavalry into the battle, providing a 4-second only to the saint-level warriors. A total of 10 civil servants and generals were gathered together, apart from being unable to fight on the water. The civil servants and generals brought by Chu Tian could basically command any army and be suitable for any situation. As for the 100,000-strong army, Chu Tian selected the Iron Cavalry Army, 20,000. Yuzhou Assault Cavalry, 10,000. Shinji Camp, 5,000. Jianyan Crossbowmen, 10,000. Iron Eagle Scouts, 10,000. Bai Paojun, 7,000. Beima Song, 8,000. Yinqiangxia Jaidu, 8,000. And Wei Wuzu, 22,000. Among them, the White Robe Army and the White Horse Yi Song were the light cavalry of Qinqingji and Zhaoyun, and were temporarily transferred to the command of Shuer and Gui by Chu Tian. Wu Qi commanded 30,000 high-level heavy infantry, composed of Wei Wu soldiers and Yin Chang Xiejie troops. Geng Yan commanded 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry. Xiao Liang commanded the 5,000 Divine Machine Battalion. Liang Hongyu commanded 10,000 Jianyan crossbowmen. Hua Mulan commanded 10,000 Iron Eagle scouts. Jia Su and Xiao Chua served as military advisors. Yang Dian served as the bodyguard. And Xiao Liang commanded the Shinji Battalion and the Hongyi Artillery Unit. In this way, the candidates to participate in the 5th National War are basically determined. There are upper limit requirements for generals in national wars. And not all Emperor-level commanders are the best. Because on a battlefield, a legion only receives the bonus of 1 general. For example, if Wu Qi and Wang Jian are on the same battlefield, then Wu Qi's general characteristics conflict with Wang Jian's general characteristics, which is a complete waste. Of course, it is not impossible for Wu Qi and Wang Jian to each lead 10,000 Wei warriors and 10,000 Qin warriors to serve as generals respectively. But instead of doing this, it would be better to directly let Wu Qi command 20,000 Wei soldiers. Unless Chu Tian dared to fight on 2 fronts during the national war, he could bring Wu Qi and Wang Jian at the same time to be effective. National war focuses on the cooperation and complementarity between generals. Chu Tian's cavalry, Wu Qi's infantry, Liang Hongyu's crossbows, Xiao Liang's firearms, Joan of Arc's encouragement, Hua Mulan's vision, Jia Su's strategy, Xiao Chua's almighty, Shuer and Gui's bravery, Yang Dian's guard, Geng Yan's siege. This kind of cooperation is more effective than 10 conflicting imperial commanders. Other imperial commanders stayed in the Han Empire to train soldiers and horses. Because Chu Tian recruited a large number of new soldiers, the average level of each legion was very low. Chu Tian needed Yu Fei, Wei Qing, Cao Cao, Wang Jian, and others to stay in the Han Empire and train the new soldiers into elite divisions as soon as possible for future southern expeditions. Chu Tian commanded the cavalry, and Wu Qi commanded the infantry. On the same battlefield, they could basically defeat most of the enemies. Dramatic changes occurred in Liaodong.
When Chu Tian began to determine the candidates for the Fifth National War, the Liaodong forces suddenly collapsed because of Sun Yu's policy of
retreating in order to advance.
Before Chu Tian's expedition to Liaodong, Shui Yu, who was in charge of intelligence, found Chu Tian immediately.
What happened? The governor of Koryo, Li Songjiwai, proclaimed himself the king of Koryo and announced the restoration of the country. Koryo players are behind this.
In the 13th year of the Lord's calendar, after several years of occupation by the Liaodong army, the kingdom of Goryeo was finally restored under the leadership of the heroic Li Chunggui. There may not be much difference in historical performance between emperor-level commanders and saint-level commanders. Setting up several saint-level commanders is just to make it more interesting. In the setting, influential ancient empires will have 1 or 2 saint-level commanders, except the Han Empire. There are more. As for whether candidates for saint-level commanders are qualified, it depends on each person. Belisarius was a little less interesting. But the Byzantine Empire could not choose a more suitable candidate. Even if Yu Fei and Wei Hua are set as saint-level commanders, it actually doesn't mean anything. They just don't want to be like other novels, with a bunch of top-level characters. Chapter 886: The Traitor of the Han Empire.
Koryo, a country with a population of tens of millions, has announced its restoration? What is going on? Has the influence of the Han Empire declined?
The king of Goryeo, Li Songjiwai, announced his restoration of the country, and players throughout the Lord world were alarmed. After all, Goryeo was a medium-sized civilization. After being occupied by the Liaodong army of the Han Empire, it was in a state of subjugation. A few years after its fall, the kingdom of Goryeo suddenly resurrected, making the Han Empire once again the focus of the entire world of lords. Some players in other civilization areas even believe that the weakening influence of the Han Empire will lead to the restoration of the Goryeo kingdom. The restoration of Goryeo was a blow to the prestige of the Han Empire. The prestige of Mingwan, the lord of Liaodong, declined, and Li Chunggui, the king of Kangxian, at the instigation of the Korean players, refused to provide 200,000 reinforcements to Mingwan. After Li Chunggui refused, Mingwan was unable to attack Li Chunggui. Seeing this, Li Chunggui became more courageous and simply returned to the country.
It is said that King Ming was detained. Really?
In addition to the shocking news of the restoration of the Goryeo kingdom, there is also important news. King Ming went to the Jurchen tribe and was detained by the Jurchens.
When Mingwan recruited a group of ambitious military generals, he should have thought that today's disaster would happen. How could he be unprepared? He went to the Jurchen tribe alone. He was too confident in himself.
After Chu Tian heard Shui Yu's report about the changes in Liaodong, he couldn't help but shake his head. Sun Yu and Guijia were right in their judgment of the situation in Liaodong. The Chu Tian forces moved to Guangzhou, but the Liaodong forces were defeated internally and panicked. However, Mingwan took a risk and tried to take away the military power of Narachi and Wanyanaguda. Instead, he was detained by Narachi and Wanyanaguda and would not be released to Liaodong city. Now the entire Liaodong city is in chaos.
Lao Qin died of illness and Mingwan was detained. Is this luck?
Chu Tian believed that it would be easy to pacify Liaodong with the disappearance of Mingwan.
Order Wei Qing, Cao Cao and others to step up their attack on Liaodong. And Yu Fei, Lui, Li Mu, Prince Yen and others to attack Liaodong quickly.
Now that Mingwan has disappeared, Chu Tian does not need to take action. He only needs the generals who stay in the territory to pacify Liaodong.
Also, try to find out where Mingwan went.
While Chu Tian breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but worry about Mingwan's fate. As a prince, Mingwan was detained by the Jurchen tribe. If he was killed by Nurhasai, Chu Tian would also confirm his life and death. As for the restoration of the Goryeo kingdom, Chu Tian really didn't take the Goryeo kingdom seriously. Mingwan destroyed Korea once, but Chu Tian didn't mind destroying it a second time. Liaodong city, Fuyu country, was frozen for thousands of miles. Groups of Jurchen tribe soldiers and horses entered the teleportation formation and left Liaodong. Chu Tian's troops have swept across the north, leaving only Liaodong and Shijiang. Liaodong has no way to retreat.
Mingwan, don't be ignorant of praise.
Nurhasai was placed under house arrest. Mingwan glanced at Narachi's troops, who had put him under house arrest. In order to deal with Mingwan, whose force exceeded 90%, Nurhasai used a force of 200 and 600 people to guard Mingwan, and planned to take Mingwan to the Ilkhanate.
Mingwan, a new empire is rising between the eastern continent and the western continent, and it will be unprecedentedly powerful. It is impossible for a monarch to govern such a huge territory. Serve me, and I will make you emperor of the Han dynasty in the future. And you will still govern the Han dynasty, the land of the empire. You can also use my power to defeat Chu Zimu. It took you nearly 13 years to build such a huge territory. Are you willing to be occupied by Chu Zimu? In exchange, I need to use your power. Defeat ancient Persia.
Tuolai was wearing black armor. His temples were slightly frosted, and his eyes were sharp. The ancient Persian Empire has a profound foundation, and the Tomime will never be able to destroy the Persian Empire.
It's hard to calm down.
Mingguan clenched his fist, then released it, then clenched it again. Compared with Lao Qin, Mingguan has been trying to turn the tide and values victory or defeat more.
My Khanate can accept any loser. They are all losers of various civilizations in the past few years. I am waiting for you in the Ilkhanate.
Tuolai's eyes indicated that the generals around him might be from other civilizations. Then he flicked his cloak and led a group of Ilkhanate generals to leave Liaodong. Tuolai's sons, Mengge, Hulagu, Kublai Khan and others, before leaving Liaodong, took one more look at Mingguan and then entered the teleportation array. Tuolai and Juzi came to recruit Mingguan, which is enough to show how much they value Mingguan. Tolai, the successor of Temujin's military capabilities, Mengge, the fourth great Khan of the Mongol Empire, Kublai Khan, the fifth great Khan of the Mongol Empire, who destroyed the southern Song dynasty and established the Yuan dynasty, Hulagu, the real leader of the Ilkhanate, the founder, and the mortar of the Arab Empire. The Han Empire and Temujin once fought fiercely, but they never fought against the generals of the Ilkhanate such as Tolai, Mengge, Kublai Khan, and Hulagu. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans flowed down Mingguan's forehead, and they quickly condensed due to the cold air.
What Qitai and Tulei? They are actually taking in the defeated from various empires.
There was a chill behind Mingguan, compared with Temujin's domineering power. What Qitai and Tulei accumulated strength in secret, which made them even more terrifying. No one knows how many heroes Qitai and Tulei have accepted.
It seems that it is necessary for me to go to the Ilkhanate.
Mingguan seemed to have made up his mind.
Nirachi, I will send a message to the generals to go to the Ilan Kingdom and establish their own power. You'd better pray not to let me climb on your head. Otherwise, I will kill you.
Although Mingguan's prestige was greatly reduced due to his defeat in the Battle of Western Liaoning, Mingguan was tall and held a high position for a long time, and his momentum still made Nurhasai sweat.
Mingguan, you and I are just equals now.
Nirachi was unwilling to give up military power, and he had been dragged to the throne.
We'll wait and see.
Mingguan people sent letters to Liaodong City, and Liaodong was hit by a great earthquake. King Ming abandoned Liaodong and disappeared. Some of the remnants of the Liaodong army stayed in Liaodong, while others followed Mingguan and left. Liaodong's power collapsed overnight, because Chu Tian sent more scouts among the Liaodong army. He knew more detailed information. He already knew that a group of generals from the Prairie Empire had come to Liaodong, and they were either Qitai or Tolai. Chu Tian originally thought that Mingguan would not accept their conditions, but Mingguan still betrayed the Han Empire.
Find out whether Mingguan went to West Asia or South Asia, and then send Wan Lang to lobby and persuade Mingguan to surrender. If the other party makes him king, so can I.
Chu Tian did not allow Mingguan to betray the Han Empire, and planned to send Wan Lang, a diplomatic genius, to persuade Mingguan. Although the existence of the teleportation array made it easier to mobilize troops, it also brought huge troubles. Mingguan wanted to betray the Han Empire, and Chu Tian could not stop it. We can only believe that Wang Lang's sharp tongue can persuade Mingguan to return to the Han Empire.
What on earth is Mingguan thinking?
Chu Tian has been persuading Mingguan to surrender, which would guarantee his life. But even with such conditions, Mingguan chose to betray. Chu Tian was puzzled by this point. In addition to taking away real power, Chu Tian has always been good at dealing with surrendered players and generals. He has never massacred cities or killed prisoners like Tuolai. Sure enough, since ancient times, deep love cannot be retained. Only routines can win people's hearts.
Your Highness, the Japanese shogunate Oda Nobunaga has led the daimyo coalition to capture Manila, the king city of Luzon. Although Luzon is smaller than Japan, how could a royal city fall so easily? The royal city of Luzon is a port city with almost no depth. Oda Nobunaga's military power is better than that of the king of Luzon. Humph. Goryo is jumping up and down. And Oda Nobunaga is also jumping up and down. He really thinks that the suzerain country does not exist.
Chu Tian snorted coldly. He was still a little angry because of Mingwan's betrayal of the Han Empire. Li Chunggui of the Goryeo Kingdom and Oda Nobunaga of the Japanese Kingdom took advantage of the civil strife in the Han Empire to jump left and right, completely angering Chu Tian. In the past, Chu Tian had a decisive battle with Lao Qin and Mingwan, and had no energy to deal with Li Chunggui and Oda Nobunaga. But now that Lao Qin has died of illness, Mingwan has disappeared, and the annexation of Liaodong is only a few months away. For the Chu Tian forces with an army of 2 to 3 million, Li Chunggui and Oda Nobunaga's hundreds of thousands of troops were nothing. They were really jumping up and down. If Chu Tian is unhappy, he can divide his troops to attack Li Chunggui and Oda Nobunaga when they go south. The Mongolian Empire attacked the Song dynasty on 2 fronts, and could still divide its troops to go to the west. A 3-front battle might be possible with Chu Tian. As long as 2 of the 10 military leaders take action, they can capture the kingdom of Goryeo. Not all the generals of the Liaodong army would follow Mingwan and betray the Han Empire. Sun Yu was also secretly lobbying the generals who stayed in Liaodong to surrender. Although Mingwan chose to betray the Han Empire, Chu Tian could easily capture the entire Liaodong. Regarding the matter of conquering Liaodong, Chu Tian left full power to his subordinates and made full preparations for the 5th National War. Various princes are also actively preparing their troops. The initial strength of this national war reached 100,000 people, which meant that once they entered the battlefield, a war could break out at any time. Chu Tian estimated that when he returned from the battlefield of the national war, the entire Liaodong had been incorporated into his sphere of influence. At the same time, Chu Tian ordered the Xiliang army to quell the Chang rebellion during this period. In the Khorasan region of the Persian Empire, Mingwan became the king of Liaodong with the title of Tulay, giving up his position as King Ming.
I didn't expect that the Ilkhanate's military front was not far from Tabriz. What were the lords of the Persian Empire doing? Could it be that they couldn't stop the tow mine?
Mingwan came to the Ilkhanate and didn't understand why the ancient Persian Empire failed. After all, the Persian Empire had a population of tens of millions, so it was not difficult to recruit an army of millions on its own territory, etc. When Mingwan saw Persian military generals appearing in the Ilkhanate of Tulay, he suddenly realized that it was probably not Tulay who was attracting and dividing the nobles within the Persian Empire, dragging some Persian nobles into the water, and weakening the national power of the Persian Empire.
When this war is over, we will work together to destroy this ancient civilization.
Tulay appears next to Mingwan. Tulay is also a self-reliant great lord, so he is fully qualified to participate in the 5th National War. Mingwan's eyes dimmed. Abandoning Liaodong meant that not only was he unable to meet the qualifications for 3 million people, but he also had to live in exile in a foreign land.
What kind of opponent is Chu Zimu?
Tulay suddenly asked with great interest. He never fought against Chu Tian. When Temujin and Ogodai fought against the lords of the Han Empire, Tolai was never able to participate because the pressure brought by the Persian Empire was not small at that time.
A lucky guy.
Mingwan was very unconvinced by the defeat. In the Battle of Western Liaoning, his horse was hit by an arrow, and he lost the battle. The death of Mingwan's staunchest ally, Jiujiang Lao Qin, directly caused Mingwan to lose the Northern War.
My luck is also very good, but conquest requires strength.
Tolai doesn't believe that one can win by luck. Mingwan shook his head.
Some people are so lucky that it's hard to imagine.
Chapter 887. The National War begins. 100,000 troops gathered in Chang'an City. Chu Tian's imperial guards participated in the pacification of Guangzhou. Therefore, it was more time-saving and labor-saving to directly gather troops in Chang'an City to participate in the National War. The 5th National War is about to begin. Familiar opponents, unfamiliar legendary monarchs. The enemies in this national war are very powerful. But Chu Tian does not have to worry about his life, and can fight hard. It is not so much a national war, but an opportunity to test the strength of other civilizations and get rewards.
This jade pendant?
Chu Tian counted the generals who accompanied the army and saw that Xiao Liang was carrying a jade pendant with him. This was a reward from the 4th National War. At that time, 100,000 points were redeemed for Yufeng. Until now, the effect is unknown.
Of course you have to carry this rare gift with you. Otherwise you don't know when you will be messing around with others outside. Dot!
Chu Tian had to deal with several princesses and had no energy to mess around with others. Xiao Liang wants a second child, while Hua Qing, Xiao Chua, and Rufu Diji want children. Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc expressed that they also wanted a son. Chu Tian couldn't handle it at all.
My lord, General Qin Liangyu led the Wudongfei army and Baiyan soldiers, and General Wu Tugu led the Tingjia army to help. When Chu Tian was preparing to go out for the Fifth National War, Muk, who was currently in the protectorate of the western regions, sent reinforcements to Chu Tian. The purpose of this supporting army was to pacify the Chang kingdom. As Su Fengyin said, the Chang kingdom dared to refuse to surrender to the powerful Chu Tian forces because the Chang tribe lived in deep mountains and old forests, and the cost of conquering them was extremely high. Generally speaking, when the Han Empire dealt with the Chang tribe, it basically killed a chicken to scare the monkeys, defeated a few Chang tribes, and made them promise to surrender. Therefore, the Chang kingdom believed that Chu Tian would not spend millions of taels of silver for a remote place. But Chu Tian wanted to destroy all the forces in the north and make one family the only one. Therefore, Chu Tian borrowed people and troops from the original Nanman Lord Muk, especially the Wudong Feijuan, White Pole soldiers, and Tingjia army, who were good at mountain warfare. After Muk withdrew to the Western Region Protectorate, he readily asked Chu Tian to borrow troops. Chu Tian originally only lent one general, and Muk lent Chu Tian two. According to Muk, she was concentrating on raising her children in Luntai City, and would no longer intervene in the wars between the lords for the time being. Chu Tian did not refuse Muk's request. In fact, Muk did not need to ask him for instructions at all. But before Muk and Huan made important decisions, they would greet Chu Tian in advance to show their loyalty and no intention of separatism. Lao Qin died of illness. Mingwan betrayed. Su Fengyin, Huan and other princes agreed to be merged. It is estimated that the only princes who are still enemies of Chu Tian are the princes of Yizhou, Jingzhou, Yangzhou, and the Muang Defa of Jiaozhou, who cannot be beaten with 8 poles. The last General Qin Liangyu has met His Highness King Xia. The legions of Qin Liangyu and Wu Tugu were transferred to Longxi to assist the Xiliang army, while Qin Liangyu and Wu Tugu came to Chang'an City as generals. No gift. Chu Tian already knew Qin Liangyu and Wu Tugu very well. Qin Liangyu was a female general in the late Ming dynasty, and her huge figure with Wu Tu bones was impressive. These two generals joined forces with Chu Tian's army many times. The Grand Administrator has said that from now on, the last general will be His Highness King Xia, Qin Liangyu said matter-of-factly. This sounds a little strange. Chu Tian noticed that there was a shallow arrow mark on Qin Liangyu's cheek. It was estimated that the battle between the Nanman was quite tragic. Among the southern barbarian generals, Qin Liangyu was fighting almost alone. Ahem. Just after Xiao Liang finished telling Chu Tian not to mess around with women, someone else came to his door. The relationship between Hua Mulan and Qin Liangyu is quite good. Xiao Liang's relationship with Xiao Chue has improved at present. After all, the two smart people get along well with each other. Are you going to participate in the war? Qin Liangyu has no concept of national war and believes that Chu Tian, Hua Mulan and others will go out to deal with powerful enemies. However, the 10 quotas for Chu Tian's expedition are already full, so it is impossible to add another Qin Liangyu. And this time, Qin Liangyu needs to pacify the Chang kingdom. Qin Liangyu was a little disappointed, but she was satisfied with the arrangement. This time, in cooperating with the Xiliang army to quell the Chang rebellion, Qin Liangyu finally no longer had to lead a group of southern barbarian generals with low intelligence. The Xiliang army generals were not as reckless as the Nanman generals. Su Fengyin himself has great abilities, and Xia Ian White is a wise general. With the cooperation of such teammates, it will be very easy during the battle. If you too assist the Xiliang army and defeat the Chang kingdom within half a year, you will receive a reward of 1,000 taels. Chu Tian was not stingy. The Chang kingdom has always been a hidden danger in Liangzhou, and Chu Tian wants to completely crush the Chang kingdom. 100,000 troops gathered, gearing up and eager to try. Chu Tian has not been at war with the civilizations of the Western continent, the American continent, and the African continent for quite some time. It is unknown to what extent the various lords have developed now. The last time various civilizations fought was during the Third National War. In the Fifth National War, compared with the Third National War, the strength and weakness of each lord changed. During the Third National War, Temujin came to the limelight. But by this time, Temujin had been killed in battle, and his sons Ajadai and Toliai inherited his team, which was divided into two. Suleiman the Magnificent of the Ottoman Empire was killed by Huitzubing during the Third National War. Marshall's musketeers, Lord of the United States, were severely damaged by Chu Tian's cavalry. The Roman and Macedonian lords were tricked by Chu Tian.
In the Fifth National War, Chu Tian was still the #1 lord and his power became even stronger. The second lord became Marshal, Lord of the United States. The third lord became Ogdi, the second great Khan of the Mongol Empire. Alexander, Macedonia. Hohenzollern, Germany. Catherine, Tsarist Russia. Brahman, Mughal India. Constantine, Rome. Louis, France. Charles, England. Umayyad, Asia, Arab Empire. Tor Ilkhanate, Ardashir, Persia. Gustav, Northern Europe. Stormy Paradise, Maya. Pedro, Amazon. Hurrem, Ottoman Turkey. Oda Nobunaga, Japan, and other lords are indistinguishable. It can be said that there are more famous generals participating in this battle, and each lord brings an army of 100,000, as well as legendary monarchs and their legions, who appear on the national war battlefield. There are millions of elite legions in the entire national war battlefield. Chu Tian's 100,000 men couldn't compete with millions of high-level troops, so they could only follow suit. In this battle, there will be countless powerful opponents. Some may be familiar, some may be unfamiliar. All you have to do is fight hard. Chu Tian didn't know what kind of powerful enemy he would encounter on the battlefield of the national war. Every civilization has its own heritage. So far, some civilizations Chu Tian has not yet confronted with it, such as the Ilkhanate, the Nordic kingdom of Sweden, and the Mayan civilization. Moreover, the strength of the great lords of various civilizations has greatly increased. Marshal of the United States had more firearms and arms. Ogdi annexed the Kushan Empire and the Delhi region. Hohenzollern annexed the Grand Duchy of Austria, the Kingdom of Hungary, and the Kingdom of Bohemia. Alexander annexed the Ukrainian steppes, and Constantine conquering Carthage and half of Morocco. Oda Nobunaga unified the 4 Japanese islands. Catherine also annexed a lot of land. The enemy that worries Chu Tian even more is the legendary monarch who may appear. Theoretically, he may encounter the elite legions of Liu Xiu, Li Shimin, Zhu Yuanzhang and others, as well as the imperial guards of legendary monarchs from other civilizations. In the city of Delhi, Ogdi defeated the coalition of princes and princes of the Mughal Empire in India. Because of the Fifth National War, the participating lords were protected by the system. So Ogdi and the allied forces of the princes of the Mughal Empire in India temporarily suspended the war, and both sides sent elite legions to participate in the national war. Our territory is favored by God, so we don't have to worry about rebels from all over the country. Yaludashi, Mahmud, Wang Baobao, Batu, and more. Timur, you follow this great Khan to fight. Wokutai summoned a team of generals to participate in the Fifth National War. Damn Ogdi. The Brahmins gathered a group of generals from the Mauryan and Mughal dynasties and had to join the battle. If Wokutai obtains important props from this national war, the pressure on the Indian civilization zone will be even greater. Mingwan, are you interested in going to the national war with me? I can give you 2 places. In the Ilkhanate in Western Asia, I recall the General Subutai, Zibi, Mawali, Wuliangatai, and Gukhan, in addition to the Mongol Empire's team. Tuolai also had a group of Turkic, Persian, and Jurchen generals. Tolai gave Mingwan 2 places. Mingwan loses the qualification to be a great lord, but Tuolai can take Mingwan to participate in the Fifth National War. Just in time. I might be able to fight Chu Zimu again. Mingwan agrees. The Roman Empire, the city-state of Genoa, and Constantine, one of the 3 emperors, assembled various elite legions. Roman Legion, Byzantine Cataphract, Knights Hospitaller, Genoese Crossbow Legion, Carthaginian War Elephant Legion. Constantine counted the units participating in the Fifth National War. The Knights Hospitaller, one of the 3 major knightly orders in the West, finally began to rise to prominence. In the past, it was the German Teutonic Knights who stood out. The Knights Templar should show the world the power of the French Knights. Otherwise those ignorant people will always laugh at France. If I catch them, I promise to God, I will kick their butts hard. Louis, the great lord of France, also brought a group of noble knights to join the battle. France has been ignored for too long, because the population of Francan lords is not as large as that of Germany, so it suffers a lot. Moreover, the court hero Joan of Arc was snatched away by Chu Tian. Joan of Arc was unable to exert her greatest abilities in Chu Tian, but Chu Tian just refused to return Joan of Arc. This is equivalent to Chu Tian holding 2 Roman eagle flags, which are of no use to him, but refusing to return them to the Roman Empire. Therefore, Chu Tian's reputation among the Western lords was very poor. In the eyes of the Western lords, Chu Tian did not do anything related to people. This time, all the great lords brought their elite legions with them, and the storm surged. Outside Chang'an City, 100,000 troops lined up, with spears like a forest, and they were killing each other in solemn manner. Chu Tian was waiting to enter the battlefield of the national war, and was a little nervous, because a war might break out as soon as he entered the battlefield of the national war. The theme of this national war is to break the cauldron and sink the boat, and it is destined to fight to the last soldier. Chu Tian also carried a large number of grain trucks to avoid being unable to occupy the city for a long time.
1 minute countdown to the 5th National War. The 5th National War begins. All armies teleport.
Chapter 888 Thousands of miles of yellow sand. The strong wind was raging and yellow sand was flying. Chu Tian reflexively blocked the diffuse wind and sand with his hands.
This place. Thousands of miles of yellow sand.
Wuqi looked around and saw gravel and sand dunes. With strong winds, gravel filled the air. The flags of the 100,000 strong army were struck by the gravel, and their armor was quickly covered with sand and dust.
It seems a bit unlucky.
There are several types of terrain that would give even Chu Tian a headache. Gobi, swamps, ice fields, and rainforests are not suitable terrains for garrisoning 100,000 troops. Chu Tian was born in the Gobi.
Find a city as soon as possible and carry out supplies.
Chu Tian knew that the worst thing about this harsh terrain was the lack of food, grass and water. Chu Tian had already prepared and carried a large number of grain trucks. The grain trucks carried not only grain and grass, but also fresh water. However, if the city, food, grass and fresh water cannot be captured, they can only hold on for 10 days at most.
If you find a city or a river, report it immediately.
Hua Mulan sent out Iron Eagle scouts and War Eagles to search around. The army began a slow march to the north. The strong wind picked up again, and pieces of gravel were blown into the air by the strong wind, blocking the view. A large army of camel cavalry, armored cavalry, and imperial infantry appeared in the Gobi. The scale reached an astonishing 100,000, and the battle flag of the Arab Empire was fluttering. The general of the Arab Empire holds a spear with a battle flag and a sword hanging from his waist. Umayyad, the first lord of the Arab Empire, squinted his eyes and looked at the desert and the hills that appeared from time to time.
God bless us and descend upon the sand dunes.
The Arab Empire army cheered for a while. This terrain was not unfamiliar to them. Even the Arab Empire's troops have extra bonuses when fighting in desert terrain. In this kind of terrain, they will show their due strength.
Abu, you lead 500 camel cavalry to explore south. We need clean water and a place to stay. If you encounter armies from other empires, come back and report to me.
Umayyad summoned a general.
At your command, Lord Caliph.
The Arab Empire general known as Abu immediately gathered his cavalry and quickly headed south. The Umayyads witnessed Abu leaving with camel cavalry used for reconnaissance and rapid maneuvers. Abu, the ruler of the Central Asian region of the Arab Empire in history, defeated the Tang army led by the famous Tang general Gao Xianji in the Battle of Talos. In the Battle of Talos, Gao Xianji was defeated by the rebellion of the Servant army, and the Tang dynasty's influence in Central Asia declined.
13 years. It took me 13 years to finally defeat all the tribes in the desert and force them to surrender to my army. The Arab Empire needs a wider territory and population to become a great empire.
The Umayyads were eager to prove the power of the Arab Empire. The Arab Empire once defeated the Byzantine Empire, destroyed the Persian Empire, and had conflicts with the Tang dynasty. In Lords, all civilized areas are basically in a period of prosperity, and the rise of the Arab Empire is full of difficulties. The deserts in the Cold War age were undoubtedly relatively barren. The Arab Empire's territory could not support such a large population, so they could only find ways to expand outward. This national war was an opportunity to demonstrate the military power of the Arab Empire. Although the armies of other empires are equally large, the Arab Empire may not be afraid, because this national war can be revived. The fanatical Arab Empire army made all empires retreat in the desert, because even if the Arab Empire army is completely annihilated, he will still have to pay a heavy price. In the northern ice field, the Tsarist Empire's army arrived. Catherine put on a heavy windbreaker. Her golden wavy hair fell over her shoulders, and she had a sword symbolizing power at her waist.
This is an ice field, which is perfect, but we need to capture a city as soon as possible.
Catherine led 100,000 Russian imperial troops to march on the ice field. She didn't deliberately meet up with Chu Tian, because she didn't know where Chu Tian was born. In the desert, the Han army deliberately slowed down its march, waiting for the Iron Eagle scouts to obtain information about the city and rivers.
According to past experience, the space on the National War battlefield is not large. Within 10 days, we will definitely encounter legions from other civilizations.
Chu Tian held Zhu Ying's hand and used the Qishao sword and Ganjiang sword as weapons to speculate on the time when a war might occur. If Chu Tian was born in a plain, he might have been fighting armies from other empires at this time. Xiao Chua seemed to have discovered something and led a small group of Khitan cavalry to leave the large army. Chu Tian was indifferent, and Xiao Chua would not take advantage of the national war to escape. Her treatment in other empires was not as good as in the Han Empire. Moreover, the population of the Khitan tribe is only about 100,000, all of which are under Chu Tian's control.
In the desert terrain, if you encounter the Arab Empire, the Persian Empire, the Egyptian Empire, the Ilkhanate, and the Ajadai Empire, you may fall into a fierce battle.
Xiao Liang listed the 5 civilizations with the strongest combat capabilities in the desert. The 5 empires may have annexed other civilizations in Central and West Asia. The empire established by Ogdi annexed the Seljuk Empire, Khwarezm, Kushan Empire, and Delhi. It ruled a large number of Turks, Persians, Yuezhi, and Indians. But the Mongols were a minority. A large number of Mongols still chose to stay in Mobei and Monan, within the territory of the Han Empire. Therefore, sometimes Chu Tian believed that the empires of Wakuatai and Tuolai had actually inevitably become Turkic, and it was better to say that they were Turkic civilizations than Mongolian civilizations. As Xiao Liang said, encountering the above 5 civilizations in the desert will be a fierce battle.
Among the 5 civilizations, the Arab Empire is the one least willing to go to war with.
After listening to Xiao Liang's words, Chu Tian compared the 5 civilizations and found that the one he was less willing to fight was the Arab Empire. Among the 5 civilizations, the Arab Empire has the highest attainments in desert warfare. In battles with the Arab Empire, it killed 1,000 enemies and suffered 800 losses. After Xiao Chua led a small group of soldiers and horses to leave for a while, he quickly brought back 20 or 30 wild wolves to join the larger army. The wild wolf appeared among the war horses, causing many war horses to panic. This group of wild wolves seems to have a natural affection for Xiao Chua, and the ferocious wolf king among them is as docile as a husky. Driving wild wolves to conduct reconnaissance to gain visual advantage is a common method used by Xiao Chua, and it is also one of the reasons why Chu Tian brought Xiao Chua here. The war eagle is used for daytime reconnaissance, but at night, the wild wolf will be an unexpected reconnaissance tool for all enemies. Hua Mulan is not afraid of the wild wolves in the desert. The ferocious wild wolves are no different from tame hounds in the face of Mulan's force. However, when Chu Tian approached this group of wild wolves, all the wild wolves were furry, grinning, and were not very friendly to Chu Tian. Chu Tian was not good at being friendly to animals, so he simply gave up on his plan to pet the wolf.
My lord, a war eagle has discovered a city about 100 miles north.
Because the war eagle was extremely fast, traces of the city were quickly discovered. Sure enough, according to Chu Tian's inference, there was not much space on the national war battlefield to provoke a war between all parties, so there must be a city nearby. Moreover, if Chu Tian's prediction was correct, there were at least 2 or 3 civilized armies surrounding the city.
Are there any defenders in the city? How many troops are there? The war eagle can't tell. Speed up your march to the north.
Chu Tian fell into deep thought. It has been less than 2 hours since Chu Tian entered the national war battlefield, so the defenders in this city must not be the army of the main world, but the NPC defenders on the national war battlefield. The NPC leader in the national war battlefield may be a legendary hero who has not yet appeared in the main world. No matter what, in the Gobi, a city must be occupied for supplies. A distance of 100 miles can be reached by a forced march of a mixed army of infantry and cavalry for a day and night. The war eagle sent by Hua Mulan returned immediately after discovering the city. And to the north of the city, there was a small group of camel cavalry marching quickly in the desert. In addition, the cavalry commanded by a legendary monarch appeared out of thin air in the desert. The Iron Eagle Scout cavalry was on guard all around to ensure that no enemy would approach within 100 miles.
A warhawk spotted what appeared to be a squad of reconnaissance cavalry.
Hua Mulan's cavalry discovered important information again. Chu Tian was not surprised by Hua Mulan's discovery. In this national war, There are about hundreds of great lords participating in the war. If the legendary monarch is also included, then there may be a melee situation between more than a dozen great lords in an area. At night, Chu Tian's army was less than 20 miles away from the city, and they camped temporarily, preparing to attack the city the next day. The Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry has arrived at the city in advance to explore the reality of the city.
The weapons, armor, and battle flags of the defenders of this city do not seem to be of our Eastern Han Dynasty standard. The number of defenders is approximately 10,000. With only 10,000 people, it can be easily defeated.
Chu Tian brought Gong Yin, who was good at breaking down the city, with the suppression of Jinyan's crossbowmen and the Shinji battalion, plus the Wei soldiers commanded by Gong Yin. It was not difficult to break through the city defended by 10,000 people.
Inappropriate.
As a military advisor, Jiasu was responsible for making plans for this national war. But he noticed something unusual. Jiasu said,
I am not doubting the abilities of the generals. But my lord once told me that there are many legendary kings here. If they use the city as bait to attract us to attack, and then wait until we are exhausted, outside the city if the main force comes to attack, we might be defeated. Not impossible.
Chu Tian looked around. The dark night in the desert was very cold, and many of the soldiers' movements were stiff. Maybe the legendary king who occupied this city would launch a surprise attack at night. Chu Tian was basically certain that the person who controlled this city was not the great lord of the main world, but the NPC king of the national war.
Their armor is different from ours in the Eastern Han Dynasty, so they are probably legendary kings from the West or West Asia. I didn't expect that it was only the first day that they would be fighting a foreign king.
Chu Tian looked at Xiaochua. Xiaochua understood and snapped her fingers. Soon, under the command of the Wolf King, the wolves she controlled spread out and disappeared into the night to investigate the surroundings. Chapter 889 King of Kings. In the plain area of the National War battlefield, the musketeers of the United States launched an attack on the tribal army of the Songhai Empire. The sound of intensive volleys of gunfire echoed throughout the night. The tribal army of the Songhai Empire panicked. The king and wizards tried their best to control the tribal army.
Have these African chiefs forgotten who their master is?
Marshall, the Lord of the United States, rode a war horse and ordered the rangers on the left and right to attack. The Songhai Empire was one of the empires in West Africa. During the Third National War, Chu Tian fought with a chief of the Songhai Empire and shot him dead. The king of the Songhai Empire had extremely bad luck. After Marshall, the Lord of the United States, established the Federation. He gathered the power of the lords of the states and became the second lord. The musketeers and mobile rangers harvested the tribal troops of the Songhai Empire. The tribal warriors strengthened by the great wizard were unable to withstand the musketeers' shooting and were defeated at night.
Alexander, I just want to farm well. Caesar, Hohenzollern, and Catherine. Only when I meet these opponents will it be interesting.
Marshall killed 20,000 Songhai Empire troops, and the rest of the army fled, gaining military merit. Because the Songhai Empire was at the bottom of the big empires, Marshall's military exploits were not many. Only by defeating the lords ranked above can you obtain high amounts of military exploits. Defeating Chu Tian's legion will result in the largest number of military exploits. At the same time, this is also an opportunity for Marshall to prove that he can surpass the current number one lord. I just want to farm well. Chu Tian has monopolized the title of First Lord for too long. There is no shortage of ambitious players and kings and lords. They all dream of surpassing Chu Tian. The camp of the Han army. Chu Tian could already see the long-lost national war rankings. First place, United States, Marshall, 23,121. Second place, Isabella, Spain, 14,950. Third place, Songhai Empire, Sunny Ali, 9,706.
I didn't expect that there would be lords fighting so soon. Maybe a war would break out between these lords.
Chu Tian noticed that the first place was Marshall of the United States. For Chu Tian, Marshall is an old rival, but he is not familiar with him. At least not as familiar as Alexander. The American civilization area where Marshall was located was across the sea from the Han Empire, and was actually an extremely powerful competitor. The land in America is fertile, but it lacks development. In the later period, after the development of America increased, the potential was huge. And Lord, with blueprints and raw materials, the development speed is obviously faster than in reality.
After conquering Japan, we must find a way to weaken the national power of the United States and not allow Marshall to grow.
Chu Tian always felt like a villain and had already begun to consider killing Marshall, a powerful opponent. Military merit has always been the standard for national war rankings. After the national war is over, you can exchange for rare props. In addition, national wars sometimes have additional rewards. In the Third National War, there are special rewards for capturing the main city. And in the Fifth National War, there are special rewards for killing the legendary king. There is an NPC garrison in the city 20 miles to the north. Then Chu Tian has reason to believe that, just like the Third National War, the main city has a guard, and he may be a general of a certain national war king. Of the 5 main cities in the Third National War, except for the 5th main city that was not captured, Chu Tian now knows the defenders of the other 4 main cities, namely King Arthur, Wang Jian, Yeludashi, and Harold. According to this speculation, the king of this city is probably not that bad. Maybe even a scary guy. The Iron Eagle scout in charge of the reconnaissance described the armor pattern of the defenders.
It doesn't look like weapons from Europe, America, or Africa at all. It seems to be a system from Central Asia or West Asia.
Chu Tian has experienced hundreds of battles and fought against most civilizations, so he knows the armor standards of each civilization. So Chu Tian speculates on the origin of the legendary king. If we talk about legendary kings, we can count Qin Shi Huang, Emperor Gaozu of the Han Dynasty, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, Emperor Guangwu, Emperor Taizong of the Tang Dynasty, Emperor Han Wu, etc. There were also many terrible kings born in Central and West Asia.
Persia. This seems to be the style of Persia. Although Persian civilization influenced many subsequent civilizations, the characteristics of the Persians are still distinctive.
Xiao Liang simply judged the origin of the other party based on the drawings.
Persian civilization has existed for a long time. Like us in China, it has changed dynasties many times. The First Empire, the Achaemenid dynasty, was at war with Greece. Later, Alexander conquered Persia. The First Empire fell, and Alexander's general Seleucus ruled Persia in ancient times. After the disintegration of the Seleucid Empire, the Parthian Empire, also known as the Parthian Empire, was established and at war with Rome. Second Persian Empire, Sasanian Persia, mainly at war with the Byzantine Empire. Later, the Persian region was conquered by the Arab Empire, the Seljuk Empire, the Kingdom of Khwarezm, the Mongol Empire, and the Timurid Empire, Persia's Third Reich. The Safavid Empire was established and at war with the Ottoman Turkish Empire. If you look at it this way, there are actually many legendary monarchs born in the Persian civilization. Greece, Rome, Byzantium, Ottoman, and India all regarded Persia as a powerful enemy. Only for a period of time in the Middle Ages did Persia fail to recover.
Xiao Liang straightened out the order of Persian civilization. There are naturally many powerful people born in the Persian civilization. However, Arabs, Turks, and Mongols all ravaged Persia.
No matter who it is, the soldiers will stop them.
Chu Tian has the ability to commander a saint-level cavalry, and Wu Qi has the ability to commander a saint-level infantry. Therefore, even if he encounters a legendary monarch, he will still defeat him. The unknown king may launch a night attack at any time. When resting, the Qishao sword and the Ganjiang sword never leave his body. Suddenly, Xiaochua got into the quilt, and his cold body woke up Chu Tian.
My lord, the wolves have discovered that a large force is gathering.
After what Xiaochua said, Chu Tian suddenly lost all sleep. Sure enough, just as Jiasu guessed, this city was a trap set by a legendary king. The city is the bait. Every great lord who comes from the main world, without exception, has to occupy a city and obtain supplies as their top priority. If the city is not captured, then the food, grass or water sources are exhausted, and the national war must be withdrawn.
Please don't worry, sir. The opponent seems to be just forming a formation. They may think that the night attack is too chaotic and want to arrange the formation before dawn. Once the night is over and the army comes, our army will be defeated. I have informed Wu Qi and Xuerengui General. They should know how to dispatch troops.
After Xiaochua finished speaking, he leaned in Chu Tian's arms, like a docile kitten, and fell asleep quickly. But Chu Tian knew that this woman was extremely capable. He is really a guy who is not afraid of trouble. He can sleep peacefully even in such situations. Since Wu Qi and Xuerengui are in formation, Chu Tian really has nothing to worry about. Wu Qi's intelligence can even be used as a military advisor. while Shwaragui is not only a fierce general, but also a cavalry commander, and is fully capable of handling a cavalry formation of less than 100,000 people. Chu Tian can now be sure of one thing. Once the night ends and dawn comes, there will be a fierce battle. At that time, he will know who the Persian king is who is trying to attack the Han army. With about 2 hours until dawn, Wu Qi and Shwaragui mobilized various troops and formed an array outside the camp. Because Chu Tian carried Hongi cannon and a large number of grain trucks, it was impossible for him to march 200 or 300 miles a day like the light cavalry regiment. It takes a lot of time to form an army of 100,000 people.
The army is pressing down on the territory, but my lord is safe and sound. He is worthy of being my lord.
Seeing that Chu Tian never showed up, Shwaragui thought that Chu Tian was dismissive of the enemy and was not afraid of danger. So he couldn't help praising Chu Tian. Wu Qi was taciturn, but he knew that Chu Tian was going to be the hands-off shopkeeper. Now all the pressure is on Wu Qi. Some legendary kings are not much weaker than saint-level commanders because they have monarch characteristics and terrifying guards. For example, Li Shimon's Xuanjia army and Baiqi charge into battle, and they can also unleash the combat power of a saint-level cavalry commander. The darkness gradually faded, and a ray of light broke through the sky. The army in the darkness showed its ferocious appearance. A huge army stretched to the sky, with Persian hob chariots equipped with sharp blades on their axles rolling out ruts. Each chariot was pulled by 2 horses. In addition to slave hands, the soldiers held spears and shields. Ahead, hundreds of hob chariots formed an extremely terrifying chariot phalanx. 200,000 Persian troops followed their great king and rolled towards the camp where the Han army was located. 100,000 Han troops were arrayed outside the temporary camp of the Han army. In the Gobi, there is a lack of materials to set up barriers, so the common method is to use grain carts and camels to build city walls. As usual, Wu Qi used grain trucks to protect the backbone and camp and stabilize the formation.
The Hongi cannon is listed on the left and right according to the Lord's instructions. Hongi cannon. Is this thing really useful?
Even though Wu Qi was a saint-level commander, he had never seen the power of the Hongi cannon. For Wu Qi, this was a brand new weapon. Chu Tian seized the Hongi cannon from Mingguan and only brought 20 of them. The main reason is that the quantity of solid SH, LS and Shach, LS left at Mingguan is insufficient. 20 Hongi cannons are enough to consume these SH, LS. The Han armies left and right wings each had 10 red E cannons. The Shinji battalion brought sufficient black powder and lead bullets. When Chu Tian came out with the sleepy Xiao Liang, Xiao Chua, Hua Mulan and others, he saw that the sky was turning white.
The enemy is coming.
Chu Tian saw a black line appear on the horizon, and dust scattered in all directions. 100,000 Han troops were all looking in the direction of the Persian army. Wu Qi, Shwaragui, Liang Hongyu, Yang Dian and others were all moved. This is not the army of Persian players, but the legion of a legendary monarch. Persian chariots decorated with gold were in the midst of the army, and the Persian emperor, the great king of kings, arrived with 200,000 Persian troops.
That's it. Hob chariot.
Chu Tian's brows furrowed. Good guy. On the second day of the national war, I faced off against the king of kings. Chapter 890 Hob chariot versus Hongi cannon. 300 Hob chariots stopped less than 200 meters away from the Han army, which was already the limit range of bows and arrows. The 200,000 Persian army stopped marching, and the dust generated during the march rose into the air. The Persian emperor was sitting on a luxurious chariot in the middle, looking at the equally mighty Han army on the opposite side. A Persian military commander rode out on horseback, arrogantly saying,
"They are the most elite legion of the Persian emperor. I have an order from the king of kings. You who invade the king's land must be punished."
The Han army was slightly shaken. The Persian emperor on the opposite side has the
king of kings
trait, which has a suppressive effect on most generals and legions. The king of kings is the honorific title of the Persian emperor. This may be the most powerful characteristic of Persian civilization, on the same level as Alexander's
army of kings.
The Han Empire also had similar characteristics. In fact, the
son of the plain
has also reached the level of
king of kings.
The only difference is that the king of kings has the strongest suppression effect, while the son of the plain has the strongest luck effect. Chu Tian could feel his body shaking. The characteristics of the king of kings actually have an effect on Chu Tian. This situation is extremely rare. Chu Tian possesses the characteristics of Heavenly Khan and is already immune to the pressure of most emperors. Even Temujin's, Genghis Khan, cannot make Chu Tian feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Then there can only be one reason. The effect of the King of Kings is to specifically suppress the enemy. And it has the highest level of suppression effect. Legions commanded by Wu Qi's level will inevitably be suppressed by the King of Kings, causing small-scale agitation. There were many Persian emperors, but there were only a handful of people who could truly be called the King of Kings. Chu Tian rode on Juying, occupying a low hill, and felt the pressure. For the first time, he wanted to avoid the armies of the King of Kings rather than fight. The army on the opposite side seemed to have more than 100,000 troops. Chu Tian could clearly see that the Persian army was almost in the shape of a half-moon. Because the Persians had more troops, both the width and depth of the frontal battle line were more exaggerated. Even if Chu Tian wants to avoid it, it's not that simple. The other party is one of the legendary kings who appeared during the national war. He doesn't care about the losses at all, and is an enemy of all the lords who entered the battlefield of the national war. The Persian emperor was in charge of this area, and Chu Tian's Han army just entered the Persian emperor's territory. On the battlefield of the Fifth National War, each legendary king and their imperial guards controlled an area and attacked enemies who entered the territory. The strong wind swept across again, filling the air with yellow sand, and the gold decoration on the outside of the Hob chariot shone with luster. The Hob chariot is a very typical Persian chariot. The First Persian Empire existed for as long as China's spring and autumn and warring states periods, and chariots were also the main force in the Central Plains. The difference between the Hob chariot is the sharp blade on the axle. When the chariot impacts the enemy's formation, the sharp blade will harvest the opposing infantry or strangle the war horse. Based on the Hob chariot, Chu Tian knew that the army on the opposite side came from the Persian civilization.
This battle doesn't seem to be that easy.
Wu Qi put his hand on the long sword. It was not easy to face the army of the King of Kings. The number of troops on the opposite side was twice that of the Han army. The only good news is that although the Persian army is twice as powerful as the Han army is all elite, while the Persian army has many auxiliaries.
If all the armies on the opposite side are high-level units, it will be too difficult.
Chu Tian could only comfort himself in this way. The difficulty of 200,000 high-level troops is completely different from the combination of tens of thousands of high-level troops and hundreds of thousands of low-level troops.
Perhaps it was Cyrus the Great who founded the Persian Empire, or Darius I who claimed to be the King of Kings and King of Nations. It is more like Darius I. No matter which one it is, there seems to be something tricky.
Xiao Liang had done enough homework before participating in the national war.
Darius I who started the war between Greece and Persia?
Chu Tian knew that Emperor Darius the Great, a Persian emperor with a personality similar to Qin Shi Huang, used force to conquer, launched 18 wars in 1 year, quelled the empire's rebellion, and tried to conquer ancient Greece.
If it is Darius I, then let him see the legions in the east. The Hob chariot should be abandoned.
Chu Tian was not completely afraid of Darius I. No troop type is invincible. The most powerful war elephant army has various shortcomings. The Vine armored soldiers, a combination of heavy infantry and light infantry, were afraid of fire attacks. The Hongyi cannon has extremely poor maneuverability and relies heavily on SH/LS. Without the SH/LS, the Hongyi cannon is just a pile of scrap metal. As the main force in the spring and autumn period, chariots were gradually replaced by infantry and cavalry during the warring states period, which shows that the shortcomings are very obvious.
Lord, there is a small group of cavalry ambushing in the nearby sand dunes. There are about a few hundred cavalry.
Mulan's war eagle discovered a cavalry of several hundred people.
Could it be that the elite cavalry of Darius I, the King of Kings, are trying to attack our main formation in one fell swoop when both sides are exhausted on the frontal battlefield?
Before the battle with Darius I, Chu Tian suddenly discovered that there was a small group of cavalry ambushing outside the main battlefield and immediately took precautions. Generally speaking, the smaller the number of people, the more likely they are the elite among the elite. There are only more than 1,000 Iron Eagle warriors, and there are only more than 1,000 Xuanjia troops. The best of these elites are used for surprise attacks and breaking formations. If the cavalry ambushed on the periphery of the battlefield are Darius I's elite cavalry, then they may be 8th order cavalry or 9th order cavalry. However, during the time of Darius I, the Persian Empire probably did not have cavalry exceeding the 8th level. The Holy Meteor Cavalry was an arm of the Second Persian Empire, and Darius I was the king of the First Persian Empire. The Hob chariot also showed that the 200,000 Persian army in front of them were the legions of the First Persian Empire. The Classical Era. The Second Persian Empire was a medieval empire and basically no longer used hob chariots.
What exactly is going on?
Chu Tian asked Yang Dian to command the 9th level Xuanjia army among the cavalry legion to guard against hundreds of cavalry, who might attack the formation at any time. On the periphery of the battlefield where the Han army and the Persian army faced off, a camel cavalry of about 500 people peered at the entire battlefield.
This is the armor and battle flag of the Han Empire in the east. And on the other side are the Persians.
The Arab general Abu witnessed the confrontation between two powerful legions. The Arabs are no strangers to the Persians, because the Arab Empire and the Persian Empire border on each other, and the two sides are like fire and water. As for the relationship between the Arab Empire and the Han Empire, they were neither enemies nor friends.
Let's start a fight and reap the benefits. It looks like we're going to have a good show.
Abu sat on the wall and watched. The Han Empire is at war with the Persian Empire's National War NPC Legion. This is a good opportunity for the mantis to catch the cicada and the oriole behind. No matter which one of two equally powerful civilizations wins, both will suffer.
This is also an opportunity to observe the strength of the Han Empire. I heard that there are several major lords in the Han Empire. I don't know if the one facing the Persian army is the first lord I just want to farm well, or the Tonkei Chunlok's heir Qiao. Strange. Why are the names of the lords of the Han Empire so difficult to pronounce?
As a general of the Arab Empire, Abu would not help any party, and wished to see the Han Empire and the Persian army perish together. Umayyad, the Caliph of the Arabian Empire, as the player lord, needs as many military exploits as possible. If all the NPC armies of the Han Empire and the Persian Empire were annihilated, the Umayyads, the lords of the Arab Empire, would gain unimaginable military exploits and rise to the forefront.
General, since they have formed a formation and have no way to retreat, there will definitely be a battle. You guys, go back and report to the Caliph and ask him to lead an army to clean up the mess. This time, I will make military exploits.
There was a bit of greed in Abu's eyes. With War Eagle soaring in the sky, the Iron Eagle scouts focused their main attention on their confrontation with Darius I of Persia. The arrogant King of Kings did not say much. Under the gaze of the ancient Persian generals, the Persian emperor waved his hand, and the Persian army except the reserve troops launched an attack on the Han army. The NPC legion in the national war will not consider any consequences. Their purpose is only to destroy the enemies that enter their territory. No matter what tactics are adopted or what price is paid, they must be destroyed. The Han army had a city wall composed of grain trucks on the front. The Persian Empire's hob chariots chose to attack the flanks, planning to defeat the Han army's cavalry and then attack the infantry phalanx from the flanks. The main force of the Han army's infantry was the Wei Wu soldiers commanded by Wu Qi and the 8,000 silver spear troops. On the left and right sides, Hua Mulan commanded the Iron Eagle scouts, and Xuerengui commanded the White Robe troops and White Horse Yi Sung, all of whom were light cavalry. Gung Yan commanded 10,000 Yuzhou assault cavalry, and Chu Tian commanded 20,000 cavalry troops. Gathering in the rear, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack, Xiao Liang Shinji camp is on the left, while Mu Guiying's Jianyan crossbowman is on the right. The Chu Tian forces were rich, and the Wei soldiers, who were the backbone of the force, were also equipped with divine arm bows. On the battlefield, murderous intent permeated the air. The hob chariot launched an offensive. The ground trembled, and the sand and dust rose again. 200 hob chariots are divided into two groups, which is very visually impactful and shocking.
Show the King of Kings of Persia. Times have changed. Use the red barbarian cannons and load them with solid ammunition. If any chariots break the formation, let them in.
Chu Tian squinted his eyes because of the dust that filled the air from time to time. The hob chariot is indeed very cruel. But times have changed, and there are weapons even more brutal than the hob chariot. Xiao Liang is on the left. The musketeers of the Shinji battalion are lined up in a square formation under the protection of a group of spearmen and Iron Eagle scouts. The Hongi cannon is arranged in the front, and the artilleryman uses a push rod to push the gun into the barrel. Black powder and solid shot were loaded. The fuse was ready, and another gunner held the torch. Chu Tian only had a pitiful few cannonballs, but he believed that Darius I, the King of Kings in Persia, was enough. As Chu Tian's most trusted person, Xiao Liang is in charge of the trembling firearms army. Xiao Liang has two characteristics of firearms, black powder and
3-stage strike. The bonus to the firearms legion is higher than any current general in the Eastern Han dynasty. There were 300 Hob chariots, of which 100 chariots were motionless, while 100 chariots each attacked the flanks of the Han army. 100 tanks attacked the left army composed of Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan. The cold muzzle of the Hongyi cannon was aimed at the tank approaching from the front. The Persian archers on the chariot bent their bows and knocked arrows. The artillerymen lit the match, and the black powder burned violently. Boom! Accompanied by a violent loud noise. The ground shook. In front of 2 armies and 300,000 people. A solid bullet hit a Hob chariot. Broken wood flew from the chariot, and the Persian soldiers on the chariot were killed instantly. A solid bullet hit the horse of another Hob chariot. The horse's bones were broken, and it fell to the ground. The Hob chariot lost the drag of its horse, quickly lost control, veered off course, and crashed into the chariot on the left. The sharp blade of the axle cut through the compartment of another chariot, tearing a shocking hole. The originally neat formation of Hob chariots was disrupted by the direct fire of 10 solid bullets with almost no angle. 3 of the chariots were directly destroyed, and 2 chariots were affected. The Persian infantry who followed the chariots advanced. More than 10 people were injured or killed. Change the shotgun! The artilleryman's next round of loading is shotgun SH. LS with splash damage at close range.